How do they play it with 47 seconds to go? Are you aggressive or are you cautious?
I'm aggressive. I mean, I got 2 timeouts. I feel like the momentum's been back and forth. The quarterback, for the most part, all season long, his whole career, Drew Aller's made good decisions. He's got 50-plus touchdowns, only 9 career interceptions. He's not likely a guy that's going to put the ball in harm's way. I trust him. I think he can do it. And I would empower him in this situation to drive him down the field for a game-winning field goal.
Dell is so petty. His Drew Aller venom.
That is there's a on X immediately before disaster. Have you ever seen that one? Like it's something called
a movie or something.
No, it's right before something catastrophic happens. That's that. Because Drew Aller was running on the field.
Were there birds and animals freaking out because they knew something was coming? Did they start running around and birds flying out, taking off?
No, it's a lot of times it's like when a tsunami comes and people are just sitting on the beach and just, then all of a sudden they look up and holy crap.
Yeah, the tsunamis. What about when there's tsunamis are coming and then because I've seen a lot of tsunami videos and documentaries. For some reason, the tsunami is the one that I can't stop watching. Yeah, because it starts with an earthquake. Or a huge landmass falling, one or the other, like an ice thing has to break off, or an earthquake under the surface, and it turns into massive tsunamis. Usually, the earthquake,
right.
And they all there's a time where they're still looking, and they see a wave coming, and it's already too late. And it's a little ways away from them, but it's already too late.
Then you see everybody start to run,
and they start going, they start running, and they realize,
too late.
Oh, I should have left about 11 minutes ago.
I should have evacuated about 2 days ago.
Get as high as you can. Get up in a structure somewhere.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's what Drew Aller should have done. Penn State should have evacuated yesterday before Drew Aller got the ball in the fourth quarter.
Oh my God, I feel so bad. I mean, that was a really good interception, but Drew Aller, I trust him.
Terrible throw.
50-9 is pretty good. And Drew Aller did have a pretty good season.
But Drew Aller looked yesterday. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. Drew Aller, just very quietly, the game was played. It seems like without any fanfare because it's a Thursday night. This game, it's not on the weekend. This game is not and they're doing this because of the timing of the championship game. The game between Penn State and Notre Dame was played in the Orange Bowl yesterday on a Thursday. Very quietly, started at 6:30. It's not the headline game of the two games. The Texas and Ohio State game is the headline game today. The first half was muddy at best. The defenses ruled the roost.
Yep.
And then in the second half,
if you had the under, it was money. It was great.
Yeah, in the first half.
Right.
Then you had Riley Leonard and more importantly, the offensive line. Notre Dame, somebody lit a fire under them at the beginning of the half. Notre Dame was getting 9 yards a pop every play. Bang, 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 right down the field, touchdown. And that was the only points in the third quarter. Then the fourth quarter came, and it was a score fest, and neither one of those teams could stop each other. So they went from they couldn't move the ball in the first half to they couldn't stop each other in the fourth quarter. But Notre Dame just had a quarterback who could make positive plays, and Penn State had Drew Aller. And that was the Penn State Drew Aller that I saw last year. Like when he had to play Michigan or when he had to play Iowa, that's what that guy looked like. And, his name had popped up because everyone's trying to find a quarterback this year in a draft. Sometimes there just aren't quarterbacks. And I know people are going to – and you're going to find this out. I know people are going to say Shedeur. They're going to say Cam Ward. Some will maybe say Quinn Ewers. It's just not – it's really not – it's probably not there this year. I need to watch. I watched all of Travis Hunter's offense, and I came away incredibly unimpressed with Shedeur relative to being a starting quarterback. I haven't watched Cam other than on TV, so I can't really – I know he's the most talented of them, but Carson Beck did the smart thing yesterday. The Georgia quarterback who had such a bad year, he pulled his name out of the draft. He had already declared for the draft. He put himself in the portal. And now word is, and this is a lot of us are very excited about this, he's going to go to Miami. And Dell will get to cheer for Carson Beck. A lot of money.
Yay,
so Carson Beck gets a chance to reset his draft value.
Carson Beck.
And he makes a bunch of money.
Love Carson Beck now.
Now, this is the move.
He's our guy.
Quinn Ewers should be making this move.
Kane. He's arcane.
I would tell you Quinn Ewers should be making this move, but if his agent is certain that the Rams are in play, then maybe you go to, maybe you stay in the draft. If you really think that they will draft Quinn Ewers and you get Cooper Kupp, and, well, you probably want to have Cooper Kupp. I mean, he's getting older and he's going to be a catch.
Puka.
But you got Puka, and you got a good – and they draft well. And so that might not be the worst thing in the world to go later in the draft and go to a team like the Rams. Yeah, it might not be the worst thing in the world, but Quinn Ewers could go make a lot of money, more money than he would as a rookie, and get another year of experience. And I think Carson Beck was smart to reset his draft value. But Drew Aller was the name that people started, hey, wait a minute. What if Drew Aller comes out? Maybe he can be the guy that shoots up. No.
So if you didn't see it, game's tied. Riley Leonard throws a pick. And
that was a good play, too.
And Penn State gets the ball back.
With
about 40 seconds left,
No. The interception. Wait, you're not.
Yeah. I think it was right now. Notre Dame got the ball back. Well, Notre Dame got the ball back with about 40 seconds left.
Yeah, with Drew Aller, because their pick came in the fourth quarter, when that linebacker dropped into coverage or DN and snagged that ball. That was early in the third, but yeah, it was just a series of one team had a quarterback who could make plays with his legs, and that's like such a difference maker.
Yeah,
it's just such a difference maker because if you're not throwing it well, and he actually threw okay. But if you're not throwing it well, that's why like a Jalen Hurts, when you look at that matchup this week between Hurts and who do they play? Jordan Love. One guy's going to have to win from the pocket. One guy can win either way, and he's got a running back. It just makes it so much easier. And when you have a quarterback who, Lamar Jackson, if he's not throwing the ball well, he's always got his legs.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels always has his legs. If you're a pocket-only quarterback, you better be good in the pocket or it's a wrap.
Yeah.
And that's,
it was a punt and Penn State got the ball back with 47 seconds left. And that's when Greg McElroy, as they were coming out onto the field, Singleton ran nicely. He had a nice night. All night long.
3 touchdowns.
And I like the other guy. Allen is a nice runner too. 13.
Mm-hmm. I got some good running backs.
Yeah, they do. Singleton ran for 13 yards, and then Aller threw the interception. And that was with 33 seconds to go. And then Notre Dame and Penn State called timeout. And Notre Dame wins the game with a kid Mitch Jeter, who was awful. And now all of a sudden he can't miss.
Well, was Mitch there because I think he was out and their kicking was terrible?
No, he was hurt and he was kicking poorly.
Was he still kicking?
Yeah, he was kicking.
Because I knew that there was an injury, so he kicked through it.
He apparently got well. Notre Dame had the worst field goal kicking in the country for a while, for about halfway or more through the season, and then
he was 11 of 18 this year.
Yeah, he wasn't good, and then now all of a sudden he can't miss, and that's a huge weapon. And he kicked the field goal, and Notre Dame moves on to the championship game.
He hit.
So when are you going up? You going up right after the show?
Nope.
To Dallas?
Negative.
It looks beautiful up there.
Does it?
Yeah. Well, I could tell you this: driving home from the airport last night,
we got a lot of. I didn't realize how much rain.
What am I doing back here?
I didn't realize how much rain we got yesterday. I was just sitting in my office the whole time. I get home and there's we got a lot of rain.
Freezing too.
It was cold and it's 37. Now the Dallas thing's a little tricky because it's actually 32 and it'll stay 32 for a while. I've already researched it this morning. It was supposed to be about 26. Which would keep everything frozen. So now it's in a slush phase. So if it goes down a little bit, it turns into ice. It's very scary. If it doesn't, if it keeps going up, then
What's the dew point, though,
you're
Lance?
fine. Well, I'm just telling you. I'm just looking at the road conditions.
Do we know the dew point? Can we get a dew point?
Hold on.
Can we get a dew point?
While he's doing that, can I speak to not only Greg McElroy being so very wrong just a couple plays after he said what he said, but it was as if he didn't pay attention to the game where Drew Aller had 2 picks wiped off the board when he underthrew footballs because of the defensive penalties. So he had not been keeping the ball out of harm's way all game long.
Right.
Exactly. And he still said what he said, and he got the right comeuppance.
Yeah, the one in the one that he threw up. Can you tell me how many?
Where the hell's the
how many catches Penn State wide receivers had last night?
0.
Well, I know
they had no catches.
They're not really good.
0.
A game where a wide receiver in a playoff game and no wide receivers have catches.
0.
Now, Tyler Warren is basically their Megatron.
He's their ultimate weapon, sure.
Yes. He is the ultimate weapon in football. There was a play where Allen was running, near side, and he sweeps right, and there was a hold on the play, actually blocking downfield. One of the wide receivers was holding the defensive back that they never called. But Ty Warren is in motion coming in towards the tight end, and he just destroys the right side of the defensive line and pushes everybody. And all of a sudden, there is a hole. I'm surprised they didn't highlight this, but they were highlighting the hole downfield. I was like, oh my God, not only can this guy catch, but he moves people.
No, he's got
a top 5 guy.
I'm giving him a really high pick, a really high draft grade. Like Mel Kiper has him 17th in the class.
What?
Don't make that mistake. Brock Bowers, do you know Brock Bowers is the best? He's all-pro 1.
Yeah.
The all-pro team, Brock Bowers was 1. This guy won't win Rookie of the Year, and he's the best tight end in football right now.
Right. Yeah, and he doesn't win Rookie of the Year.
And he won't win Rookie of the Year, which, if you have the Jaden ticket, you're
now,
like, cool.
How did he contribute to winning?
Well, he did everything he could. There's nothing he could do about the defense.
But listen, so who was more valuable, Jaden or him?
Well, and that's why Josh Allen's going to win it over Lamar. Is ultimately they'll if all things are relatively equal, they'll opt to the most wins.
Right, but we always blame. Oh, it's a quarterback position. It's a quarterback award.
It is.
Well, Jaden meant more.
No.
His team
I got no problem with Jaden.
Yeah.
I'm just saying he broke every record that's ever existed. Brock Bowers for tight ends as a rookie.
Yeah.
He's an all-pro.
Right.
The best in all football at his position. And it's ironic that he can't win Offensive Rookie of the Year when he's the best in all of football. Like other all-pros include, Saquon Barkley, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson. Like these guys who are going to win all kinds of awards. It's just ironic. But the point is, I had a high grade on Brock Bowers because he's that guy. You can't Tyler Warren is that guy, and my player comp on him that a lot of people liked and some people don't understand is Jeremy Shockey. Because for those of us who watch Shockey at Miami, he's got a lot of that swagger, toughness. Like he kind of transcends the tight end position, which Jeremy Shockey did at the time as well. So a lot of people want to say Dallas Clark on it, but he's more physical than Dallas Clark.
Yeah.
He's way more physical than Dallas Clark. And I think he does play. Now, then people are saying, Jeremy Shockey, well, you look at his catches in my comp is who he reminds me of. It's not what his final, Shockey had a lot of injuries. It's not what his final pro catch count was. For those of us who remember Jeremy Shockey, that was a dude who was that was almost like, since I'm watching Mr. McMahon right now, he's like attitude era tight end. He's like somebody who came from the WWF back in the day, where he had Shockey was Miami. He
awesome.
had that Miami vibe.
I was on the field for that Hall of Fame game when he trucked the Texans, the very first ever Texan game at the Hall of Fame game, and Jeremy Shockey trucked. I forget which.
Was it Matt Stevens?
No, I don't know if it was Matt Stevens. He destroyed.
No, because Matt always missed.
Yeah, no, Matt was just flailing and missing guys. No, he ran over, I forget who, 40 something. Anyway, Shockey was a beast. And then he had a lot of fun too, but hey, I'm not going to hold that against him.
I just Googled Jeremy. All I did was I Googled Jeremy Shockey truck.
Yeah. And
immediately comes up.
Tim's right. The Hall of Fame.
It immediately comes up.
See who it is.
It's the Texans.
Yeah, it's the Texans.
Watch.
I was on that field.
And let's see.
This. Here it comes.
Oh my God. 23.
23. He didn't make the team. He may have.
Everyone made the team back then.
Oh, that's true. Craig DeSurf. Did Craig DeSurf make the team?
Craig DeSurf makes the team. Craig DeSurf just got Craig DeSurf. I'm going to give you an example of my guy, Craig DeSurf. When I'm talking about the man. I talk about the man all the time because he and his team are going to always treat you right. They're not hustlers. They're not slick sales guys. They're people who care about other people. But he's extremely well respected in the business. Extraordinarily well respected. Not only is he the general manager of the dealership, but he's been appointed as the treasurer for Houston Area Dealers Association. And this is because of the people around the Houston area dealers love Craig DeSurf. He's known as being somebody who's a straight shooter. And he takes that mentality into the office every day. The people who work for him love him because you're treated right as a customer. They're treated right as workers. There's no turnover. It's what you expect from a car dealership, because you're going in to make, let's face it, buying cars are big ticket purchases. This is something that you want to enjoy. You want to enjoy it. You want to be excited about it. You want to be hopeful. You don't want to have dread when you go in and shop for a vehicle. So whether you're shopping for a Buick, a Chevy, or a GMC, they got your back over there in Angleton. You can stop in, you can drive down there, test drive, do whatever you need to, or you can start the car buying experience by going to Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com, and you can experience what the vehicles look like for yourself online. You can even go through the process through chat where you get your trade-in value and start getting some pricing done. But when it's time to get it done, you're going to have a great experience with Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. Out in Angleton, they take care of people first. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.
So if you think I didn't get here last night and go straight over to Luling's and grab a couple of beers, a couple of Coors Lights, you'd be wrong. I mean, you would be so wrong. You don't know me. You just don't know me, okay? Because I love me some Coors Lights. Couldn't wait to get there. Couldn't wait to crack open a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. See my peeps over there. It's just so fun. Just so fun. And me and Chad, we drank a couple of Coors Lights watching the game. And that's, first half, and then went home and went to bed. But here's the deal. I'm loving me some Coors Lights, and it's what I do. If you ever see me out and about, hey, John, want a Coors Light? Yeah, I want a Coors Light. What else would I want? What else would I be thinking about one? I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. If you love you some beer, okay, could you do me a favor and try cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. My beer's more refreshing. I got Colorado Mountain Water. Do you? You don't. I do. Make sure that if you're going to drink your beer, make sure it's cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. That was a pretty good Rockets win last night that you're just totally ignoring. Okay.
It was a good win on the road. Jalen with another good game.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now Jalen is starting to pile them up. Game after game after game. Now we wanted some consistency, and not only is he not putting up points, he's putting up points, but he's doing it efficiently.
And how about Jalen and Cam Whitmore? Not in this game, but previously, kind of shoved each other.
Yeah.
Cam is.
No, Cam is.
It's just a matter of, and Ime's trying to smooth everything out. You guys are making way too big a deal and all this, but we already know where this is going.
How about Cam?
He was this guy in college. He was that guy during the draft process. He's this guy now. He walks off the court. Like, Cam's going to be gone at some point. He's crazy talented, but he's going to be part of a trade at some point. But Jalen is a guy that, like, Jalen is a buy-in. I think Jalen's a buy-in guy.
We saw Jalen on the sideline talking to Tari about Cam while Cam is walking off the court, pissed off at the very end of the game, just walked straight to the locker room. Mm-hmm. And you see Jalen complain, going, "What the man? And we're hitting each other." And it's like, what is going on with this guy? Cam Whitmore gets in 15 minutes last night. How many shots did he take?
10.
14. In 15 minutes.
Does he think this is a G League game? What is he, Reed Shepherd?
No, he's like, you know what? Bleep this. I'm in the game. Guess what's happening? I'm shooting.
That's a tremendous amount of shots.
Oh, my God.
That
was Reed Shepherd the other night with 49. Only he put up 49. Can't put up 9.
Well, that's a G League move to get off a bunch of shots. But,
and Amen, God, he scored 10 points. He was 2 of 6 from the field. And yet he still is so active. Mm-hmm. He's still doing something. He's still getting rebounds and assists. He had 5 assists last night, no turnovers.
So you didn't mention all the box score on Cam Whitmore. Do you think that when you shoot 14 times, it's good to make 3?
Yeah.
In 15 minutes?
Right. I said 14 and I said 9 points. So do the math. You ain't making that many of them. Okay, you shoot 14 times and you only score 9 points.
He made 2 threes, but that's a lot of that's a lot of shots.
That's a lot of shots. And well, he did have 3 steals though. I mean, so hey, I got the ball. Guess what's happening? Alpi is so good.
Is there a stat for more steals than passes? Do you think did you think he had more steals?
Oh, he absolutely had
than more passes.
More steals than passes.
I'm not saying assist. I'm saying passes.
No, just pass it to somebody else.
Yes.
Just at midcourt.
Yes. If once Cam Whitmore crossed the half-court line, do you think he had more steals than passes?
Alpi is only one other player in NBA history has 30, 10, and 5s before the age of 23.
30? What do you mean? 10 rebounds, 5 assists?
10 points, 5 rebounds.
10. Okay.
Only one player in NBA history before the age of 23. Can you name that player? Lou Alcindor.
So Baby Lou instead of Baby Jokic?
It's maybe Baby Lou. Yeah, maybe he's Baby Lou. That's right. That's pretty good. We're doing a lot of before the age of, right? Because the Rockets are so young.
Yeah.
But he is Alpi 12 of 20, 14 rebounds, 5 assists. Dude is 32 points. He is and he's facing, Zach Edey just doesn't have a chance against him. Sometimes like that Wemby game where he destroyed him. Alpi don't care how tall you are.
No, he actually performs a lot of times better against those kind of guys. It's funny. Olajuwon used to have the worst. He was great. The David Robinsons and those athletes, they went for his fakes. He was too fast for the slugs that used to play like James Donaldson and Mark Eaton, these giant guys who couldn't move. He would fake them, and they were too slow to react. So they just sit there. Yeah. So then he comes back, and they're right there like, oh, here he is. Yeah. And he would have the worst games against James Donaldson and Mark Eaton, but put him up against the best centers in the generation, and he killed them.
Yeah.
And it was just one of these weird things where you perform better almost. Like Alpi doesn't love guys who don't jump because all his fakes don't really matter as much.
Right.
But get a guy that's really athletic and trying to guard each move he does. Oh, he'll take it. But he's also playing with more. Like, I think he's playing much more decisive basketball, too. With the ball in his hand, he's much more decisive.
Well, he's got such a confidence now. He's still making some of those wonderful, those great passes, no look passes, behind the back passes, whatnot. But he ain't afraid to take that, and I love it. Now, and I've been on Fred for a little while. He had a really nice night last night, 8 of 13. He was 3 of 7 from 3. He had 4 steals, 4 assists. He did have 3 turnovers, but the end of the game, the end of the game, dribbling belongs to Fred VanVleet.
Mm-hmm.
And Fred VanVleet is just going to dribble, and then at the very last second, pass it off or take some kind of wild three. Last night, it was an elbow jumper that he made, which was really, really nice. But are you down with it's a 1-point game with 28 seconds left, so 30 seconds left. You got a 1-point lead, and it's just Fred VanVleet dribbling, and try to find a shot.
Are you an NBA coach who once dated Nia Long?
No.
Are you?
No.
Do you want to hear from the guy who did do that?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to hear what he says about that. Oh, here, let's hear what he says.
Fred has said quite a few times, he didn't come here to be the offensive engine to this team, but, how good is it to have a guy who can make clutch shots at the end of a game like that?
Yeah, it's not just that. It's handle the ball and get a shot and get it to the right person. You trust him. He's obviously one of the best in the league at assist-to-turnover ratio, and we had those turnovers late in the game that gave them the opportunity to kind of claw back into it, and he obviously made the shot, but he's going to make the right read every time, so good to have a steady hand to slow it down and know you're going to get a quality shot at least.
I want to take that question in a different. Del, can you cut it off right after she says you didn't come here to be the offensive engine? Cut it off after that, and I'll finish it for her for him. Okay. Go ahead.
Fred has said quite a few times, he didn't come here to be the offensive engine.
But why he shoots so much? There. That's what she should have asked.
Why he
shoots so much?
Yeah, his play contradicts what he says.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
He came here to be the offensive engine. He's a sleeper cell. He got in here under the guise of leadership, and now he's going straight AI on you every game. I'm getting 18 threes up. You can't stop this. 11 threes are going up. You cannot stop this.
And I'm going to hold on a second. Okay, 5.9 assists a game, and then he better be.
That's not bad because they don't run a standard. They're not running a bunch of stuff off screens.
I'm
like
calling
it's a lot
BS
harder
on one of the best assist to turnover ratios in the NBA.
He has more turnovers. What's his turnovers? Ime should know though.
Yeah, Ime should know, but he's only 5.9 assists a game.
Well, then he must be low on turnovers.
Not that low.
Is he sub 2? What is he?
Well, let's see. I mean, is 2.5 to 1 leading the league?
Is that what he is?
No, I'm looking.
What's hard about finding assists per game?
Well, I'm looking where he is on the assist list.
Oh, well, that doesn't. Well, his assist to turnover is what you're looking for,
right? And I don't know that I don't have that stat here. Anyway,
he averages at least this year 5.9, so pretty much 6 assists per game,
right?
And turns the ball over 1.5 times per game. So
that's good.
That's good.
Yeah, that is good.
3.5.
That's 4 to 1. He's at almost 4 to 1. 1.5. Oh no, that was Memphis. What is he for the season? Oh, he's 1.5 to 6, basically 5.9. That's a 4 to 1. That's really good.
Once again, did you coach and date Nia Long?
Why does Nia Long have anything
to do with this? It adds to his value.
It actually does. It's part of his pedigree.
It adds to the value.
He's a blue blood.
Exactly.
Does he have a championship? Well, you're talking about Ime.
Ime, not
Fred.
Not Fred. He didn't.
What about why he left?
Yeah,
Boston?
Fred didn't date. Fred didn't date.
What about why he left Boston? Does that detract from any of that?
Mistakes were made, John.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You didn't make mistakes when you were with a gang in Chicago?
I made a lot of mistakes.
Did you ever hide a gun for someone? That would have got you kicked out of a head coaching job for the Celtics. I promise you. They would have fired you for hiding a gun that,
never hit a gun for Mel Murphy.
That Tatum, you mentioned his name. Jason Tatum gives you a gun to hide, and all of a sudden you're out as general manager of the Celtics.
Why does Jason Tatum
I'm
have a gun?
I'm just going. I have no. Why do all athletes have guns? Why do their houses get robbed every day?
It's gonna be Grant Williams.
If you're in the NBA, I would keep a gun too, since you're constantly under duress. There's constantly South American cartels breaking into your NFL homes every weekend.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Dak Prescott's like, who is it? Tua that said, just know.
I got security.
Just know if you come in.
Hey.
Yep, they're waiting for you. Yep.
Hey, you know what?
We got suppressors at my house.
You know what I'm doing today?
Drinking beer.
I'm going over to Nico Nico's. They've got
a good play.
They got one in the Woodlands at 45 in Research Forest. No, I think I'm going to go over to instead of Montrose.
So they got one in the Woodlands now?
They got one in the Woodlands. Montrose, Research Forest.
I got the one over at
I-10.
Yeah,
I-10 in the Beltway. Yeah. That's the one I'm going to go to.
But the original's there off Shepherd.
So I got to go up to Whittlebrook and then over to see my game day people, and I'm going over to and then I'm going to go have lunch over at Nico Nico's because I miss my Greek food. And I'm telling you, if you haven't had,
people don't know that about you. You always claim Italian,
half Greek,
but the Greeks are like
half. No, Andrikopoulos. Proud half Greek.
Are you?
Yeah, I am. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. And I'm going to go over. I'm going to see. And hopefully Demetrius will be there, but I doubt it. I mean, you know what? Whatever. Here's the deal: is I'm going to go because I'm going to get my Yido on. That's what I want to get on. And when you put the Yido meat on top of the Greek salad, it is fantastic, delicious. Okay, it is. I'm telling you, I miss my Greek food. And when I come here to Houston, I don't know that there is actually any other Greek food here in the city of Houston. I think he has a monopoly. Nico Nico's has a monopoly on Greek food in this city. And it's fast. It's easy. I mean, you want to go for lunch. You want to go for dinner. It's nice atmosphere. It's wonderful. And it's affordable. And look, you could get the OPA card so that you get points when you buy stuff. And then and you can get free meals from that. Just get there or cater it. All right. And tell them John Granato sent you. And there's a possibility you and I will be eating someday soon. It's catering at NicoNicos.com. 3 locations. Love me some Nico Nicos. I'm going there today. Hey, I got to talk right now about MyBookie, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. It is, listen, it's playoff time, right? We got another playoff game tonight. Texas is going to be taking on Ohio State. Who you got? Okay, you like the under? You like the over? Do you like any of the other bets inside the game? How many passing yards Quinn Ewers is going to have? How many touchdowns Will Howard? All the running game, Henderson. What do you want? What do you got? Who do you think is going to shine tonight? Well, you can bet all that stuff at mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Then you got the NFL playoffs tomorrow. You got college basketball. You got pro basketball. You got NHL. I mean, goodness gracious, is there anything else you need? I mean, what else can they do for you? thousands and thousands of bets literally at mybookie.ag. And listen, they're going to give you a great signing bonus when you sign up for the first time ever. You're going to have a great chance to play, win, and get paid possibly double on your money because of how much bonus money they give you. They got all kinds of great bets as well. You're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. mybookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
So it was a big story yesterday that Fromber came to terms and is not going to go to arbitration. How about Kyle Tucker has to go to arbitration with the Cubs?
Yeah, it sucks.
I mean,
but it
Cubs,
doesn't really suck.
You're trying to sign him long-term. Why did you give up these players if you're not trying to – and guess how you started? You started by not coming to terms with him on a deal. I mean, that's so stupid.
Yeah, but
how do you players hate arbitration. They're like, okay, well, they don't value me.
Yeah, but if you're the Cubs, like, can you get a long-term deal done with him before he gets to the market? Hadn't he already said he's going to the market?
No, I know, but you're still in the mix if he likes it there.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Not if you send him to arbitration, you're not.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's just contentious. Give them the extra 2.5. That's why they're the Cubs and they suck. So you know what Fromber got, right?
I didn't see his number.
Oh, okay.
I didn't see
what
his
do you
number.
think Fromber's number is? They came to terms and avoided arbitration.
And this is last year of arbitration, right?
Yes.
I'm trying to remember what they've been. I'm going to say 18 million.
18's perfect. 18 million. 18 million. What do you think Jeremy Pena got?
Oh, that's way lower. 6.
4.1.
Yeah. I remember doing this with Carlos, looking at the stair step.
Yeah.
It's I mean, club control is a thing for a reason. That's why club control is so important.
Well, Jeremy didn't have a good year last year.
No, but even if he did, I remember when Carlos had that great year after 17, it didn't, or was it 17 or 19? It didn't matter.
No.
You still
got it. Yeah.
There's still a number, it's still slotted in some regards.
Yeah.
Do you go to the top end of the slotting or the bottom end? That's all it is.
What do you think Chaz got?
Oh, the Chazzer. Let's give the Chazzer. So this is his year 3 or 4. I'm going to say
it's 4.
I'm going to say 3.5.
3.4. Pretty good. Pretty good. What do you think Isaac Paredes got?
Ooh. That's saying
6.625.
Okay. He's not my guy, so
yeah, he's not your guy. Yeah. What do you think Dubon?
Ooh,
the Frenchie
Mauricio.
guy.
Do you have what year it is?
What
year of
this is his
arbitration?
First. This is just, I think he's coming into his first year.
$900.
Mauricio Dubon
for the first year. No, I would say and he played really well, but it's first year arbitration. I would say all right, I'd say 2.6.
5.
Oh, good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
Jake Myers, what do you think your dad would give him?
Glasses, lithium,
a cooler, a Yeti? Not a Yeti.
Yeah.
Not
something to let me see. Jake, man, what do you give a player like Jake Myers who has everything? I'm probably not even going to be close. I guess if Chaz got that, then Jake gets that.
2.3.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's got a year up on Jake, so that's probably it.
Well, yeah, but Brian Abreu.
Oh man. 4.
3.45.
Okay.
And Luis Garcia came to terms on all these guys, which is nice.
Luis Garcia will go 1.8.
1.87.
Okay.
1.875.
Pretty good at this game.
Yeah.
So what did the Fromber number surprise you? High or low, or what did you think?
No,
it's in the upper end of what you get.
Yeah.
Because I've looked at the high side of these before, and the high side's even lower than you expect. So that's pretty high. That's about as high as you're going to get.
Yeah.
Arbitration.
At the last year, George got 24 his last year.
Did he really?
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Are
you sure? I don't think so.
I'm pretty sure George got, yeah. I'm pretty sure George got really nice money.
The highest arbitration number was Juan Soto's $31 million.
Yeah.
The deal broke the previous record of $30 million by Shohei Ohtani. We're talking about generational talents. So obviously that's pretty high. Nolan Arenado in 19 got $26 million. Cody Bellinger got 11 and 20. Mookie Betts got $27 million with the Dodgers in 2020. Vlad Guerrero got 28.5 with the Blue Jays. Oh, it's this year. Third highest arbitration. And so it looks like position players can get a lot more. Obviously, yes. You would expect.
Yeah, pitchers don't. So that Fromber number is pretty good. That's a pretty good number that Fromber got. 18 million is, and they came to terms. It wasn't like he got it in arbitration. And Kyle Tucker's fighting for 17.5 as opposed to the 15.
Yeah. No, he's
that doesn't make much sense.
He's at the top end.
Well, Fromber's getting 18, and he's a pitcher.
I know. No,
but
Fromber,
position players get more.
Yeah, Fromber's at the top end. That's what I'm saying. They really gave him they pushed him all the way to the top because it's hard finding good pitchers. Like he's been, it's not just the collective of the time he's been with the Astros has been very, very good. So, I would be shocked if George Springer got that much, but he must be. Maybe pretty high. He must be pretty high though because he got 22 million. Yeah, he got a $21 million deal. 21, that's pretty good.
21.
He was asking for 22.5. He got 21 million in his last year of arbitration.
Okay, yeah, I thought 24. I don't know why I had 24 in my head, but it was 21.
The Astros offered 17.5 million. He was asking for 22.5. It went to 21, so it went a lot closer to.
Well,
George's.
It can't be. If you go to arbitration, it's one number or the other. That's how arbitration works.
Well, they agreed. They avoided arbitration.
Oh, they avoided.
Yeah,
okay.
They avoided arbitration. You're right.
But yeah. So then they went to 21. That's the listen. Fromber, you might be right. Fromber on the open market might be getting a lot more than I thought.
Oh no, he 100% is
at 30. But here's the problem.
I don't think he gets 30. I don't think he gets to 30
years old though.
Yeah, but he's not a power pitcher. I don't think he gets to 30 million. I think he's in the high. Max Fried was about 28. I think he gets close to 30. But how many years do you want to give him? Like if I'm the Astros, I would offer 4 years, $100 million tomorrow.
I don't think
easily,
but
if he would take it, well, I mean, there's been a lot of Astros who have taken deals that probably they shouldn't. And they've been Latin American players, Jose Altuve, Jordan, like Christian Javier, which Javier was smart to take it because he only had one real year. And he's a pitcher.
Montero?
You never know with pitchers.
How'd that work out?
No, Montero's a free agency. But if I could get $25 million a year for 4 years, I would do that in a heartbeat. 100 to lock in my rotation. But no agent that's worth their weight would allow him to do that deal.
No,
they would say, first of all, if you want to do 4 years, we're doing $32 million a year, is what they'd say. And then Jim Crane will say, okay. Well, I don't know what Jim Crane would say. He's paid well over $30 million per year for Greinke, for Verlander, and even when Verlander wasn't as good, Fromber has been good for him at a much cheaper cost, obviously, because he's had club control. He might be willing to do something like $32 million for Fromber for 4 years, not for 6.
I don't know. It's just Sean Fromber's not in that category. He's not in the
Greinke category. Greinke wasn't even.
He was a pitcher
not for the
Astros. One of the great of his generation.
He was at the end of his career. He's older than Fromber.
I know that it was a dumb deal. It was just
trade.
Because you made a dumb deal doesn't mean that you got to make another dumb.
I don't think a guy who's a sub-3 ERA guy is a dumb deal right now. For 4 years, that's not a dumb deal, and he's not a power pitcher. He's had no arm
32?
issues.
32? No, I don't.
He's had no arm issues. 32 is not old, but for pitchers anymore.
No, 32 million. You said.
30. Well, 32 million though would be a market number. Like that's a potential market number. It's just fewer years. Jim has offered some market numbers, but fewer years. It's the total. He doesn't want to have to deal with. It's the total years which push these numbers beyond what Jim Crane's willing to do. At 4 years, I don't think that's unreasonable. Justin Verlander's money's off the books. I don't think paying Framber Valdez 120. I'm not advocating necessarily, but I don't think paying him 120 million for 4 more years is all that dumb. Now, I'm not sure the Astros are in a position. It feels like a little bit of a reload, not rebuild, but reload So maybe you want to be more nimble, but I don't think a 4-year deal at $30 million, it makes him impossible to trade at all. In fact, if you were to re-sign, even right now this year, Framber has a tremendous trade value on the market. Tremendous trade value. He's an ace left-hander who has major league, who has playoff experience, has winning experience, and he's still relatively young at 31. That's not going to freak teams out. I could see him being a trade piece this year. Look, I'm all for trading him too. You got him under club control, and if you're not doing well this year, then Framber goes too. Same way Kyle Tucker had to go, then Framber's got to go too and help you with the rebuild of the next generation of Astros. That's just how it has to be. Like, it's sad, but we can't be living in emotion. You're going to have to rebuild this team by every means necessary, and that probably means moving a guy like Framber Valdez, which he's been mentioned with Kyle Tucker. It's not like he hasn't been mentioned. His name's been mentioned too.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to for a 32-year-old. We'll see. Man, and it's just scary. Hunter Brown, you only got him for the 6 years. That's all you're going to get him because he's like, no. They could have come to terms. Of course, he did come in the last offseason with a 4.60 ERA, and they were like, oh, I'm not sure if we want to pay you. He was like, oh, I'll sign a long-term deal. I'm not sure we want to pay you. And now this offseason, hey, we want to pay you. Nah, I'm good. I'll wait till free agency to cash my checks. That sucks because Hunter Brown could have been one of those guys that you locked up. But last offseason, you didn't want to lock him up. So
why? I mean, you already got burned once.
Yeah.
You got burned with why would Hunter Brown was terrible. Why would you lock him up last year?
Yeah, now you want to. Now.
I don't know if Christian Javier was better than Hunter Brown and you locked him up. Christian Javier was a Cy Young Award favorite headed into
I ain't gonna do that.
Headed into
just
23.
because I got burned by Lance McCullers and Christian Javier doesn't mean I'm not going to sign Hunter Brown to a longer.
I want him to do it again. There's no reason to rush. Why would you rush?
Well,
you don't have to rush.
You got no leverage at all. He's going to have all the leverage. He has another big
How many
year.
years does he have?
He's got another year and then got 3 of arbitration.
You don't have to rush.
Well, no, but this is when you do that.
No.
This is when you do
make
that.
him prove it. He hasn't even had
this
one
is when you did Bregman.
But
this is when you did
had
Jordan.
one full good year.
This is when you did Altuve.
Make him you don't have to do it. You can wait. You can do a good deal with him in 2 years. Like, make him prove it. Make him at least have one good full year.
2 years, he's going to pull up Kyle Tucker and say, "I'm going to free agency."
Okay, then buy. What you're not going to do is get caught with another Christian Javier deal.
Well,
you don't have to rush to it. There's no reason to, and the Astros won't. The Astros rarely do it unless they think you're a stud.
And then everybody's going to go, "You let him go, another guy. You let go."
But you don't have to. You don't have to let him go. But you also don't have to do a deal now.
Well, if he hits the free agent market, you're going to have to let him go.
It's in a long time. He won't hit the free agent market for 3 years,
Yeah.
4 years. I'll be dead by then. I don't care.
Well, that's true. You don't care. Time for me to.
Who's Framber's agent?
You know who I don't know. You know who I care about? I care about the great people over at Chastang Ford. Okay, Patrick and Joe and Patrick, and I mean, the whole family is just awesome. Patrick's grandfather and his father, and they've been doing it for 80 plus years in the city of Houston. You don't stay in business for 80 plus years unless you do it right. The Chastangs do it right. I trust the Chastangs. I'm telling you, you can't. I've never bought 4 vehicles from one person ever. Okay. But I bought 4 from the Chastangs because I just believe in them. I just believe that they're going to give me the best deal. I believe that they're going to work the financing as hard as they possibly can. I believe I'm going to get a great vehicle. I'm getting a Ford vehicle. I'm getting a new Ford vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle. We bought JT's pre-owned vehicle from them. It's just perfect. My daughter got hers there. I've got 2 there myself. It's perfect. I highly, highly, highly recommend if you're in the market for a Ford or any vehicle whatsoever, you go to Chastang Ford. No dealer add-ons, no markups. They're trying to get these off the lot right now because they got 2024s. They got to make room for the 2025s. They're going to deal for you, and they're going to make sure that you get the best deal every single time. It's what they do, and they've been doing it for over 80 years. You don't stay in business unless you do it right. ChastangFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, just 5 minutes from downtown Chastang Ford.
It's time for you to start taking a look at Underdog Fantasy. Did you play a lot of? Well, you may have played lower on a lot of different statistics. Lower on Drew Aller's 14.5 or 15.5 completions for Underdog Fantasy. That would have been a winner for you. That's one of the winners that you would have had. But they've got a 50% boost in there on. I had one for NBA last night. I've got playoff football. You got another game tonight with it that is going to have an opportunity for some explosive plays with Jeremiah Smith, the wide receiver at Ohio State. You've got Matthew Golden, the wide receiver at Texas. Are they going to go higher or lower than their catches, than their touchdowns? Gunnar Helm, the tight end. This is a guy who's been going higher that you can play higher. Interceptions, touchdown passes for Quinn and for Will Howard. These are all available through Underdog Fantasy. You pick and choose the stats that you think are going to win for you, and you go either higher or lower. You can mix and match them with pro football because we got pro football playoffs as well. The games you're going to watch, take a look at the statistics on Underdog Fantasy, pick the ones that you like, and go higher or lower and have a chance to win up to 1,000 times your original play. It's real money. It's a lot of fun to play. They've got boosts and they've got discounts on stats, and there's so many ways they give you a chance to make money that I don't know why you wouldn't take advantage of it. Use promo code Lance when you download and make your first deposit. Download Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance. You'll get up to $1,000 bonus cash, and this makes watching the game so much more fun right here in the state of Texas. You must be 18 years or older to play. Terms apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncpgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
7:53 ESPN 97.
Anything new on your in LA when you left? Is Wendy getting to go to sleep?
No,
you have
did you
power
see
yet?
that they arrested an arsonist?
I saw he started the Kelly fire, someplace
Kelly,
like that.
No, it's
It starts with a K, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, he started this loser.
What
started
could you be a worse
fire.
person?
Man, put him to death now.
What? That's awful.
I mean, you're burning up everyone's homes, you're killing people. This guy's literally had an accelerant, and he was lighting fires. And the people in the neighborhood caught him, zip-tied him. I would have beat the piss out of that guy. They should have stomped him out with a shovel, just pounded him into submission and just thrown his body into it. It just brought him to one of the fires, just thrown him in. That's what I would have done. Yeah. I'm kidding, police. I wouldn't have done that.
It sounds like you
That's something that some people could have done.
Yeah.
I mean, the charred remains of that loser, who cares? Who's missing that guy?
No, that you can't be a worse person to start more fires when people. Wendy had to. One of her employees at Channel 7 lost her home in Pasadena. Wendy had to drove her to her house to go look at it, and just
it's terrible. I'm seeing people who are like
daughter. She's a daughter and her son, I think, a single mom.
I'm seeing people who have no empathy because it's either a political. They just decided that state should just burn. Or it's a money thing, like these are rich people. They should. Who cares? You think everyone who's first of all, who cares if it's a rich person? Anyone losing their house is a bad thing.
Yeah.
Get communities being destroyed. People who have jobs in those communities, those grocery stores gone. Churches gone. It's absolutely unbelievable that there are people who have no empathy, and I don't want to hear about. Well, the reason I don't care. People's houses, people have lost like this is going to be the most devastating natural disaster, I think, in the country's history when it's all said and done. The number's going to climb over 100 billion in losses. It's already over 60 billion right now. All these houses, you can't get insurance already in parts of California.
And this incompetence by the government, by Newsom and Karen Bass, and all of this is just creating a bunch of lawsuits against the government that I'm not sure that they win. She sent fire equipment to Africa. She took $20 million away from the fire department. She didn't have enough. She didn't have a plan for water. I mean,
saw it was the 17. She cut it by 17 million, but it was actually going to salaries. I don't really think so. Her argument was, wait a minute, we didn't take it away from that. We reallocated it to salaries for people. Okay, but And some of it is she's going to get the blame, but 100-mile-an-hour winds is going to spread it. It really doesn't matter what you do. You're not going to be able to control, like, all the fire hydrants in the world are not going to be able to contain those those blazes are insane. Like, I've never seen anything like that. No. Houses on entire acreages are all lit on fire. It's insane.
I think it's somebody told me, and I'm not sure if it's true, it's the worst disaster in American history.
Well, it's the worst fire, but that's what I said disaster. It would be. Well, I just told you that a while ago.
60 billion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just said all those things a while ago.
You did.
No, it was 64.2 or 62.4, and that was early yesterday. It's going to be the worst natural disaster in the or unnatural or whatever. It's going to be the worst disaster in the history of America because it's going to. I mean, you're wiping towns. You're wiping communities completely off the map. Where do they live? And one of the things I was reading up on is there's a lot of people who the insurance companies just went in and canceled. Like, there's people who don't have homeowners.
So insurance. I heard a story yesterday about a guy. Okay, so his insurance company canceled his fire policy. He went to another company. I don't know if I should even say the name.
Gary's Firehouse.
He went to an insurance company that starts with the letter P. They charged him $180,000 for 1 year to insure his house on fire. But he had a $10 million home. They only insured $5 million. They would only insure $5 million for $180,000. Now they're saying, we'll give you $2, otherwise you're going to have to fight us for the $5. God. We'll give you $2 right now. And on a $10 million home.
Well, the amount of millions that they're going to have to.
Rich people always lose.
Yeah, constantly. The amount of money that the insurance companies, like, they're not going to insure anybody with any type of. I mean, it's a dangerous place from an insurance company. I get it for insurance companies, but you got to do something. I mean, it's not fair not to have homeowners insurance when you have that issue. And I agree, clear up the brush, all that stuff that needs to happen. Obviously, you got to do whatever it takes. I'm sorry, but you have to do whatever it takes to keep these disasters. If it's going to spread faster because of things that you're not doing, you have to do them. I'm sorry if it doesn't fall in line with whatever, but you got to start people. We got to start putting people first on this. These are communities getting wiped out.
First. That's what
I didn't say that, but I don't. But you know what? Rich people losing their house is bad too.
It's bad
losing
too.
their lives.
Art. Yes. Rich people are losing their
poor
houses.
People losing their house. I don't want to see anyone. I don't want to see anyone.
It doesn't matter.
Lose their house.
Rich are people too.
Get burned up. I don't want to see anyone. I don't see that happen to anybody. I
Movie
feel bad
stars losing their homes. You don't think that's terrible? Steve Guttenberg?
Yeah, that guy's not doing anything now. He loses his home. He's done.
It's a lot.
He's cooked. He's homeless now.
Yeah, Art.
Now, if Scarlett Johansson loses a home, she's got probably 4 others. Just saying. But Steve Guttenberg, that guy hasn't done a police academy for years.
Yeah. Well, she can always go to, isn't she married to Colin Jost? She can go
to
New York.
They live in New York.
Yeah, I think she probably already does.
Yeah, she probably does.
So I just picked her name out of random.
So Scarlett Johansson losing her home. So Scarlett Johansson losing her home is fine, is what we're saying?
It's not fine. I'm just saying saying relative to Steve Guttenberg, who doesn't do any shows.
Steve Guttenberg was in the 70s.
He doesn't. Well, no, he's police academies. It was 80s and maybe into early 90s. That's a long time ago.
He was in Short Circuit too. Remember Short Circuit?
Nope.
With that robot Johnny Five Alive.
Nope.
You don't remember Short Circuit?
What was that? 92?
86.
86? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Johnny Five
Guttenberg,
Alive.
his house is all he's got.
Johnny Five Alive. You don't remember that?
Number 5 is alive.
Johnny
and then
Five.
DeBarge did a song called "Who's Johnny."
He still works. He's in a series right now, or it's coming out this year.
What's it on Freeview or one of those channels?
No,
Crunch.
I mean, doesn't have
Crackle.
Exactly. Denise.
Is it on one of those apps that is on my Apple TV that I don't ever push?
Well, Denise Richards is in it.
Hey, another insurance CEO better watch him. Wait, stop it. That's not. No, we're not.
Oh.
Ryan. Stop.
Oh, hey.
No.
You don't think?
Watch yourself.
You don't think there's going to be people in California? Absolutely.
Oh,
an entire city is going to be mad.
Right. All right, we got a break. We'll take your calls on the other side. 713-780-3776. Right now, I'm talking about ProDunk.com. I'm talking about the best market ever, the best basket ever. Tempered glass backboard, breakable rim. Okay, you can hang on it all day. The kids can hang on it, and they do, and they love it. When you go to the website, you see the kids. Listen, Dad, you got kids. They want to enjoy basketball. They want to have fun. They're watching the Rockets now. They're watching Elpy. They want to be Elpy, or they want to be Jalen, and they want to have some fun, and they want to do windmill dunks, and they want to do 360s. They probably can't because they're not athletic, but that's okay. They can pretend they are, but they can lower the goal down to 5 feet and let the little kids actually enjoy it. You got little kids at home, or you got big kids at home. My kid, didn't matter how old he was, or he could dunk on a 10-foot rim, and yet he still wanted to lower it and practice his dunks, all different kinds of stuff. Because that's fun. Dad, you want him to have fun? Get him the best goal in the market. Raise and lower the goal with just a push of a button now. We had back in the day, man, we used to have to crank it. Now, just push of a button. These kids got it so easy. All you have to do is go to produnk.com. Get that best goal, produnk.com. What's going to happen is California. All right, welcome back. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Chris in the Woodlands is here, my buddy. Let's get Chris in here. What's up, Chris?
What's up, guys? Glad you made it home safe, John. Hope you enjoyed the extra couple hours of sleep here in Houston and going to play some golf.
Well,
two quick questions. So one for John.
I came here and
but I hope you bring.
I mean, that just
bring some sun.
Yeah.
Bring some sun. Hey, two questions. One for you, John, and then one for you, Lance. So, John, are you more nervous? Astros picked up 2 hitters, Paredes and Christian Walker. Are you more nervous about our hitting, or are you more nervous about our pitching going into the season? And then, Lance, my question for you is, I noticed the Texans have 6 draft picks this year, which isn't a lot. Do you anticipate any trades to move our first or second back to pick up a couple of 3s or 4s just to kind of bolster our roster a little bit? Now, hang up and listen, guys. Love the show. Thanks.
Hitting, or I like... I mean, the guy's got a is Ronaldo Blanco going to come through again? I don't know. Is Hunter Brown, is Arrighetti in his second year? What's he going to be? Framber's last year, I think he's going to pitch his ass off in a contract year.
I mean, Rennell's over 30 years old. Like, it's kind of an outlier year. Maybe he's going to pitch his best baseball.
That was an outlier year, is correct.
Maybe he's going to pitch his best baseball now as an older pitcher. Maybe he figured some things out. Maybe. Eric Getty shows some really good signs. His stuff, like, I just thought he was just going to be a guy, but actually by the end, I kind of came around on Eric Getty. He's got some.
Yeah.
He's got a little juice. He's got a little something to him. I don't know. There's something about Eric Getty that I feel a little bit more confident now. It's not only his stuff, but his demeanor on the mound, I think, is pretty good. So I'm a fan. Hunter Brown looked phenomenal by the end of the year. He looks like the dude that we saw his rookie year. So maybe he figured it out. Maybe it was just as simple as changing the pitches he threw. Maybe that's it. Maybe
do
that's
you
all
have more confidence in the question was, do you have more confidence in the pitching or hitting now that they added Christian Walker and
hitting?
Hitting.
I have no confidence in the pitching. I don't know who's going to be healthy this year.
No. I think it's tough. I liked our pitching. Our pitching carried us last year, if you want to know the truth. It really did. The hitting was so inconsistent.
Yeah, but you just lost
Eric Getty.
Tucker.
Hunter Brown was really good. Brunell was really good.
Kyle Tucker was really good. And you lost Kyle Tucker.
Yeah.
You got to remember,
not in the postseason.
For the course of the season, he was really good.
He was gone most of the year. What are you talking about?
Well, he was gone. No, he was gone for a chunk of it. He's still, I mean,
he was
look at the numbers.
Most of the year.
Look at Kyle Tucker's numbers. How many wins do you think you have if you don't have Kyle Tucker?
Dude, he was only there 88. Half the year.
You had 88.
He was only there half the year.
Yeah, he did only play 78 games.
Yeah. I mean, no. I don't know. That's a tough question. That's a really tough question. I mean, I think.
He had 23 homers
and pitching in this one.
He had 23
especially
homers,
especially with the bullpen. I'm going to
23 homers in 78 games.
Faith in the pitching.
A 993 OPS last year.
Yeah.
23 home runs in 78 games.
In a half a year.
A 993 OPS, the highest of his entire career, and you lose that. Yeah, there's just too many injuries to the Astros pitching staff. Who's going to be the injured pitcher this year?
No,
who gets the arm?
In this one.
Are we just supposed to assume Hunter Brown doesn't tear his arm up this year?
What
is this the year that Fromber gets hurt? Well, every year they got somebody new who's ripping their arms to shreds. It didn't used to be this team. This team didn't have arm injuries, and then all of a sudden it was Luis Garcia. Oh, Jose Urquidy. Well, Lance McCullers always, but Lance McCullers, Luis Garcia, Jose Urquidy, Justin Verlander. Like this has been JP France. This has been an insane amount of arm injuries.
The other question was for you, 6 draft picks in 2025. Do you trade off some and grab 3rd and 4th rounders with them? You got a 1st, a 2nd, a 3rd, a 4th, a 5th, and a 7th. That's all you got.
It depends.
I don't know. You did that last year, got out of the 1st round.
I don't know yet. It just depends. I got to see how the draft shakes out. I don't mind adding more picks, but to me, you got to add. Right now, it's not about.
You just need a couple of key players.
I think you need to come up with out of free agency and draft. You need to come up with 4 key players.
Yeah,
and they don't even have to be starters necessarily, but they have to help.
Yep.
Like a wide receiver, depth in the secondary.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean that's so. I don't like to say.
I'd rather get better. I'd rather get 3 or 4 really good players than.
I'm not trying to add. I'm not trying to add to my 53. I'm trying to get guys who unlock the vault.
Okay. SMU Sonny is here. What up, SMU Sonny?
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up?
The
How we doing,
roads
Sonny?
are fine up here. Hey, good. The roads are fine. Lance, you got to make it up here, man. The roads are good. It's beautiful out. And I got us a tea time at BBO and for some Frisbee golf at 2:30 before the game.
It's literally right now 32.
Get him up there, Sonny. He's such a.
It's literally 32 degrees.
It's 32 degrees.
It's 32.
I mean,
you know what? Bottom line is,
you couldn't survive in the Midwest. It's too cold out. It's 40 degrees.
All you talk about is how cold everything is.
That's why
you wish it's 32 now.
It's 32. I'm driving right now.
Oh, wow. It's going to be 19 degrees tonight.
Yeah, great. That's awesome.
But it's not going to be, there's no precipitation.
There you go. Come on, Sonny. Get him up there. You guys should play golf today,
Lance,
Sonny.
We need you, dude.
No, you don't need
Frisbee
me.
Golf in the snow.
No, I'm not playing Frisbee golf in the snow. You see that? There's snow still.
There's no. Well, have you ever played Frisbee golf in the snow?
Let's work on our Tomahawk throws.
No, I'm not going to.
I'm trying to get better. Lance doesn't love ball. I'm out here. I'm going to be out here in the snow breaking chains.
Lance, you don't love ball.
I don't love ball enough to play in chain. I don't love ball enough to go play in 45-degree weather. not to mention 32 with snow. I'm not walking through snow. Maybe you didn't hear it, Sonny. I don't shine snow no more.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't been in snow, like legit snow, since, probably when I was in Kansas to visit grandparents. I can't remember the last time I was like walking through snow. I can't even. It obviously wouldn't be in this state. It wouldn't be in this state. It wasn't in India. I've had some really cold, really cold times in Indianapolis at the combine, but we never had snow flurries or anything like that. Not serious. I can't remember the last time that I walked through snow. I think it was my grandparents in Kansas, probably in the late 80s. Like every once in a while, they'd have real bad snow, and we'd have.
You haven't watched your snow since the
Where
80s?
would I be?
What's wrong?
Where would I be? There was some in New Orleans when I was there at Tulane. We had one of these crazy cold snaps, and then I started skidding on the road and like kind of bumped into somebody else. But luckily, it wasn't going fast.
Lance, come on, dude.
Stop, Sonny. Stop, Sonny.
Come on, dude.
You need to worry about you need to not worry about breaking chains and worry about hanging on to that quarterback who looked so good in the playoffs.
Oh God, he was awful.
And his dad's demanding three.
What about Van Dyke? Bell, we got the.
Oh my God, Van Dyke.
So does that mean you're losing Jennings that you brought in Van Dyke?
Wait a minute, you traded Jennings for Van Dyke?
I think we just brought him in.
Van Dyke transferred to SMU.
De'Aaron King.
No. It fuels Kevin Jennings. Fuels portal portal addition. Well, first of all, he's coming off an ACL surgery.
So he might not.
But
be
I
ready.
told you that the rumor is that his dad, that Jennings' dad, was demanding the same money that the Tulane quarterback got at Duke, and then he had one of the worst games. Like Drew Aller thought he had a terrible game.
Sonny, you asked about Tyler Van Dyke.
I was up there for that. I went up to Pennsylvania. It was awesome.
The atmosphere looked great. Sonny, you asked about Tyler Van Dyke. I would say if Rhett Lashley can petition the ACC to ban zone defenses, you'll be okay.
You might be.
If all the defenses you face just want to play man, you got a shot with Tyler Van Dyke.
All right, boy, Sonny.
If they implement zone, there's a problem.
See if they can ban zone defense. Sonny.
You never know.
Yeah, you don't know.
I mean, if the commissioner comes out strongly against it, there's no telling.
You know who else is Sonny?
I ain't going to Dallas. And stop trying to make me go to Dallas. I'm comfortable here.
Hey, Sonny, do you know that John Clay Wolf is a big SMU guy? Did you know that?
Give me the VIN, right?
Yeah, give me the VIN. Yeah. He's a huge SMU guy.
Said or someone else?
Huh?
Yeah. The give me the VIN guy's a big SMU guy, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Sonny.
I know.
Yeah, so I mean, you guys need to stick together. Well, not sure he's going to hang with you, but here's the deal. I mean, he's a huge SMU guy, loves SMU, and he is going to also buy your car for a lot more than the other people. Now, I can say that because he says, I got to guarantee you that I will pay more than CarMax will pay for your car, because if I don't pay you more, then I'll send you $100. I mean, that's a great guarantee. My buddy Michael, he got the deal. I was like, he never does that. He goes, I was riding with Mike. Michael goes, he did it with me. He said, I was selling some Jeep and CarMax offered me this. And John Clay Wolf said, oh, no, it ain't worth that. So here, go sell it to CarMax. And sure enough, in the mail, got $100. How about that? I mean, just for, and John Clay Wolf is killing it. He's destroying. And you know why? It's because he's got a great game plan. The game plan is, let me give you more for your car. I will take less at auction when I sell your car. But guess what? I'm going to do volume. He's one of the biggest and the best in America. And you know why? Because he gives you more for your car. That's all you want. You don't care. Give me that cash. Give me the VIN.com. There's one place you have to go if you're selling your car. Give me the VIN.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, 8:19 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got a playoff game coming up tonight, and then we got another one tomorrow with our teams, Texas teams. All right, we're Texas tough. How do we come out with these two? You know what? A lot of people are jumping on Texas now because there's so much Ohio State love. I had Notre Dame yesterday because I just think that they're playing better football than
Penn State, and I was feeling good about it at half, but then
the second half started. Notre Dame was a different team in the second half.
Penn State fell down.
Hey, what Bobby Slowick, did you see some halftime adjustments?
Wait. Now, that one long touchdown was a guy falling at press and then a safety who couldn't tackle in the open field, like that 54-yarder.
Yeah.
That really wasn't any kind of an adjustment. Those are idiots falling down. It was really
the first drive, though.
The first drive was awesome.
Punched it.
The offensive line
right down their
beat
throats.
The tar out of Penn State. And you know what?
Well, and Love ran really hard.
But Love ran really hard, especially in that touchdown. But also, and Riley Leonard made some throws. I mean, he made some throws here and there. He's not an NFL quarterback, but he made some throws. But you know what? I also give him credit. When you knew that they were just going to take the ball and run right down the middle with Riley Leonard, they're still adding yards. Like, they were still gaining yards. Penn State knows what's coming at the end of the game, and they still couldn't keep him from getting 2 and 3 yards. Yeah. And that's because that offensive line really got after it. A lot of respect for Notre Dame and the way Marcus Freeman's team came out in the second half. Like, they just said, we're going to physically – and did you hear what Nick Saban said? Nick Saban, Chris Solis texted me, he goes, man, Nick Saban is a good analyst. I'm like, imagine that. Guy knows football. I mean, he knows ball. And one of the things that he mentioned is he thought tempo would be a good idea for Notre Dame to get in some tempo. And that's exactly what they did to start the half. They went to high tempo and they started gashing Penn State right off the bat. And it kind of set the tone for what the fourth quarter was going to be. Although, Penn State had some success too, obviously, offensively in the fourth quarter, not the third quarter. But then when it came time to make plays, when the game was, Dell used the phrase before the show, timid. And that's what Drew Aller was, timid. That's probably the worst word I can think of for a quarterback.
Yeah.
Timid.
No, you don't want to.
Because timid, if you're timid, you won't make throws on time. You'll hang on to the ball a little extra long. You saw he had chances to sit in and make throws in the second half, and instead he tucked it and tried to get away from sacks that ended up turning into sacks. Like, sometimes you just got to sit in and throw the ball away. I don't know. He was really timid. I thought the difference in that game was one quarterback made enough plays and the other quarterback made negative plays.
Yeah.
It was that simple.
Yep. Okay, Texans tomorrow. Pretty healthy. Shaq Mason, right? Oh, here we go.
He's not playing, right?
No. Here we go.
That's not bad.
Here we go, everybody. Okay. Do we need to pump it up today?
Hyped and excited.
Yeah, let's pump it up today.
We have not mentioned this game until 8:22. There's a playoff game. You guys didn't get to it until 8:22.
Well, we had a lot of stuff to do.
Like what?
We had to talk about
a playoff
Sunny.
game.
We had to talk about SMU Sunny.
Okay.
All right. We had to talk Astros baseball. I mean, I know it's the off season.
Arbitration deals is what you guys decided to get to.
Yeah. No.
We had arbitration talk. Astros.
I heard.
Yeah.
I know. It is crazy that we haven't talked. Look, you tell me. We've seen it in person with the Astros and the disaster that they had. How rough it was while it was going on. The Chargers, I don't know how they're impacted, but people in the building have got to be impacted by this. I really think the Chargers are going to have a hard time focusing on this game or having their full attention there when some of these guys may have houses they could lose.
I don't know about that.
You remember the Astros, how they played? They got no hit and one hit against the Cubs. Remember that?
Yeah, but that was...
Oh, no, it wasn't. It was the Cubs, wasn't it?
That wasn't a postseason. It was a regular season.
It doesn't matter. It's when it was happening, though.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's.
So you think?
Listen, I was there, and you guys asked me. The hurricane affected everybody. Yeah. Everybody. There were a lot of people that were not affected by this.
No, and that's what I don't know that.
A lot of people.
I don't know.
No, most of the people are not affected by this. While it's $60 billion, I was driving around the city, and it's just normal.
Well, 188,000 were evacuated. They didn't look normal based on your pictures you showed us.
Yeah, what? Oh, well, no, but everyone's still going to work. Everyone's still doing everything.
Yeah.
I mean, it was in Pasadena. If you're not in Pasadena or along the coast, the Palisades, then you were fine.
Yeah, and maybe that's the case.
Yeah.
I don't know, and you're right. There's no way you avoid a region avoids hurricane.
No, you can't.
You either have hurricane or you don't have hurricane.
Yeah, right.
Flooding or you don't. But the fire thing, to me, and maybe it doesn't affect anyone in that building, and if that's the case, and that I like them regardless. But I do know if it is affecting people, if there are any players, I watched that the Astros were completely helpless, because if you're going through that, I mean, the Rams game was moved to Arizona officially.
Yep.
So now, by the way, I have a friend of mine who had laid heavy on Minnesota -1, and his bet got canceled.
What is it? What's the number now? Did they just take it off
I
the
know
board?
they took it off the board because it moved venues.
Well, it did move venues, so I think that's fair.
I do too.
Yeah.
He
I
wasn't
think that's
happy.
fair. No, that's fair, though.
He wasn't happy.
All right. When do we want to pump it up? Do we want to pump it up next segment?
Do we do that for Texan stuff?
Yeah, we've done it before.
Oh, yes, absolutely. What are you talking about?
We've done it before. Yeah, we pump it up.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, we pump it up.
Who are they playing? The Chargers? Okay. Who's the guy that kills goes in and we're going to kill your Starbucks when we play Seattle, and we're going to be yeah.
Who was that guy who took and he threw it on the ground and steps on it? I don't know who that guy is. Just some caller.
It's great. It's great though. What is it with the Chargers? How do we get back at them?
Do we want to do that? Because I feel like a caller's gonna lean into the fires.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I don't know about the fires.
Well, just stay away from that stuff. Come on.
Yeah, no, we don't want to be making fun of the fires.
I just had some guy trying to come at me on Twitter. I'm not playing with you today.
What?
I've got time. John's here, so I've got some time to deal with you. I'm not playing with you. Don't play with me when I'm trying to say that I feel bad for people who are when entire areas are being decimated. I don't have time for all this stuff. You guys who want to play your little culture war games can go after yourself, because I'm not. That's not my space today. I feel bad for it happening. I'm not. The blame is going to get assigned, but for right now, I'm just trying to have some empathy for people who have gone through it, because we had it here. We saw some people, not a lot, but some people act like a-holes for sports reasons when we were going through floods, and we saw that. So we've been through it. So if you've been through this, if you've lost your house, or if you've had friends who've lost their house or were displaced or whatever through our hurricanes or floods, you should, to me, we're going to have more empathy for people, because we're better
people,
and we're better people.
We're better people.
We don't see everything where everything's getting looted when you have a hurricane. And
we have never looted. Have you ever looted?
I've never looted.
Never looted. Del, have you ever looted?
Yes, I have.
Well, there you go.
I have looted once. A few times, actually.
Well,
have you ever gone to, like, HEB has the chocolate almonds thing that you can pull down and put in a bag?
God, and he does it. And you
or
walk
actually
around the store
Cajun
with it and eating them. You walk around.
By the way, that's not looting. You're just stealing.
Kind of looting.
It's just stealing. Because looting, for whatever reason, feels less aggressive.
Why?
You're stealing.
When you walk out with a whole television?
But you're stealing.
Can I?
All I'm eating is sweet Cajun heat, which is sweet and spicy.
Did you pay?
Mix.
Can I tell you?
Did you pay
it's
for them?
It's just a little pull.
Did you pay for them?
Sometimes I do.
But did you pay? Do you always pay for them?
That's when I'm looting.
Can I tell you the difference between here and Los Angeles, boys? You cannot get a deodorant or a shampoo.
Is it still like that?
Without ringing the buzzer, and they have to unlock the cabinet.
That's why all your DAs are getting recalled. That's why everyone's getting voted out, because people are tired of their deodorant.
I want to get
their deodorant is locked up.
Old Spice shower gel.
Just order it.
Would you rather do that or try to get homeowners insurance now?
Go through Amazon. Just order that BR.
You're not.
So
I'm going to make a prediction.
Yeah, just
I'm
going to
make a prediction. John Granado and Wendy are going to live apart within 1 year.
What?
They're going to be happily married.
What?
You can't afford to live there.
I can't afford to
live there. You can't afford to live there.
You know
can't
what
even get homers.
We're looking for houses right now. You know what the housing market's going to be there?
Impossible.
And how about insuring it?
You can't get it.
Forget about it. Again, a guy paid $180,000 for 1 year just for fire insurance, and he's only going to get maybe $2 million out of it.
And his house is worth $10 million.
1 year. Holy crap!
Couldn't be me.
Time to talk right now about what's this? Oh, what is this? MyBookie. MyBookie.ag. Promo code Bet975. All right. We got all the games. We're just talking about the Texans. We're just talking about the Texans game. Who do you like? We like the Texans in this one. We really do. Who you like, Ravens or Steelers? What? I'm pretty sure I know which way you're going on that one. Listen, the books have been destroyed this year. Have you taken advantage of it? You like all these. I know which team is better. That didn't matter in the NFL before. But you know what? Right now it matters. Right now, if you bet the favorite, you're going to win. That's what's been going on. So take advantage of it. You can take advantage of these guys. My bookie, you're going under. I don't care. I don't care because all I care about is you pay me when I win, and they do. So here's the deal. You're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. You're looking for a place that's going to give you free bets. Oh, how about this? My son-in-law, they give him, he went on my bookie. We was listening to the show. He went on my bookie, and he's playing a slot machine. They give him free slot play on my bookie.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, in 2 days, he won $480. 400
wow.
And a free play on free play in slots. $480. How about this? Free. I mean, and this is what my bookie does all the time. You're looking for the best way to play, win, and get paid. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Play, win, get paid. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. MyBookie.ag.
Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick GMC. Let me tell you right now about the Buick Envision. This is one of the one of the offers that they have right now. I'm driving the Buick Enclave. It's my new vehicle, and I couldn't be more excited about it. My son drives the Buick Envision. If you're looking for a refined vehicle that's going to stand out for you, it's going to offer you the satisfaction when you drive it, when you're out in traffic. It feels like a home away from home. This SUV is a great one. You can test drive it for yourself. You're going to love the 0.9% APR financing for 36 months for well-qualified buyers on the 2024 Buick Envision model. So it's a little smaller. I drove back with my son in his Envision when we drove as a 9.5-hour trip back to Alabama, and road smooth. The interior is great. All the features are fantastic. And a 0.9% APR financing is something that really you can't beat right now. So let's get to Gulf Coast Chevy, Buick GMC in Angleton. Take advantage of these awesome deals on the Buick Enclave, the Buick Envision right now. Buick, exceptional by design.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Look at this. This is interesting. One of our listeners, Skip Westfall, longtime listener, I guess he's listening from L.A. because he said, a firefighter lives in my building here in West Hollywood. He told me that they aren't trained for wildfires. They're trained for structures, cars. He said it's very different. All they can do is pour water on it, but not strategically attack it like it needs. Well, then who does the forest fires? Can we get the forest people involved here?
I mean, that's probably pretty specific.
Well, California, as you know, is very different. Like the topography is very different from area to area.
Yeah.
Very different.
All right, let me ask you a question. After watching, maybe.
I'm just worried about you, John. I just don't think. I think you're going to live here. Don't sell your house here.
It's on the market. Anybody wants it. How would you redraft last year's draft? Jaden Daniels, number 1?
Yeah, for sure. Let me pull up my here it is. My draft.
Jaden Daniels 1. Who would be 2?
Number 2, Commanders, probably Bo Nix.
You think your Bo? Yeah. If you got quarterback needs, obviously needs play into it.
I mean, it could be Caleb.
You know, Caleb's numbers are pretty damn good.
Yeah, see, that's a tricky thing. Is the numbers
really tricky.
There's a lot of trash numbers in there in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Because when you watch them, it wasn't very good. And you look at the numbers, and people will use the box scout scoring to say the box score scouting and say he was actually pretty good, but he actually wasn't.
Yeah.
Took a ton of sacks, held on to the ball forever, made it hard for them to win. Jaden would be first, obviously, with the Bears. The Commanders might take Caleb. They might take Bo Nix. The Patriots would probably take Caleb or Drake May. I don't think it changed. I mean, I think it's still quarterback. Maybe
we're okay. Order. Marvin Harrison?
Nope.
Joe Alt?
Malik Neighbors for the
Jared
Cardinals.
Verse?
Alt stays the same. The Giants probably take
Jared Verse moves way up.
Well, the Giants probably take your boy.
Malik Neighbors stays there?
Brock Bowers probably. Yeah, I think Malik goes to the Cardinals. I think Malik Neighbors
Malik goes instead of
Marvin Harrison. Joe Alt will still go to the Chargers. Brock Bowers goes to the Giants. Obviously, I don't think J.C. Latham goes to the Titans. They'd probably take Bo Nix or Penix.
Yeah,
if they could redraft, they take quarterback. Verse probably goes to. I don't think the Bears. I think the Bears would keep Rome Odunze.
You do?
The Falcons would still probably look quarterback. Oh yeah, they like Rome Odunze a lot.
Well, you know what? Michael Penix might still go right now. The Falcons might still take Michael Penix.
You know, I don't think Verse. Here's the thing. I don't know that Verse. Well, Verse moves up from 19, but I don't think he moves inside the top 10.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think he moves.
What about Chop? What about Quinion Mitchell?
Yeah, Quinion goes. Yeah, Quinion goes way higher. I'd have to look at what the needs were. I don't know. It's an interesting. I mean, the Jets aren't taking.
You know what's funny though is in a lot of drafts it would be drastically different. In this draft, it's not.
Well, we're only 1 year.
I get it, but
give me one more year.
Guys performed this year.
Give me one more year.
Rookies performed this year.
But Fashanu 11. I mean, I thought that was way too early for him anyway, and he's still at the early stages. I don't know what you do. I don't know where J.J. McCarthy goes.
moves into the first round. Cooper DeJean moves into the first round.
Why would J.J. McCarthy go any different than 10 to the Vikings? I don't think it changes. They still see him as their quarterback of the future. Yeah. I don't think it changes. J.C. Latham probably doesn't go 7 to the Titans. Gave up a lot of sacks. Latu may not be. Latu still might be the Colts pick, but you know the Colts tried to trade up. It came out that they tried to trade up with the Giants, and then there's rumors they tried to trade up with the Chargers.
Does Kamari move into the first round?
I don't think so.
No?
I just think from a trait standpoint, he probably doesn't move into the first
Lad
round.
McConkey does.
Now, the guy that really moves up
T'Vondre Sweat.
So, yeah, T'Vondre Sweat would. Brian Thomas and Mitchell are the two, and Chop Robinson. They went 21, 22, and 23. Those three shoot up into the top 15 for sure, and maybe even top 12.
Braden Fisk moves up.
Yeah, he probably moves up some.
Edrin Cooper moves up.
Keon Coleman might move down a little. I'm just looking. Nate Wiggins actually had a pretty good year. Ricky Pearsall on the first gets replaced by Ladd McConkey. Maybe not in the same slotting, but Pearsall out of the first, Ladd McConkey into the first.
How far up does Caleb Bullock move?
I don't think Xavier Worthy makes it in the first.
You don't?
I don't know.
What about
unless it's just Kansas City?
Well, I take Ladd McConkey before him, so
yeah. Unless it's just for sure. Unless it's and he was 28th. Like I could see him. Cooper DeJean, Braden Fisk, those are and Tavondre Sweater, 3 second rounder, and Ladd McConkey. Those are 4 second rounders. You're moving in. Somebody's falling out. Like Xavier Legette for sure falls out. Ricky Pearsall falls out. I think Xavier Worthy falls out. And maybe Jordan Morgan or Darius Robinson. It's tough.
I think Kamari moves up. That's such a.
He was 42, but he's still a little. He move up. I just don't think he gets into the first.
Caleb Bullock moves up, way up. He was the 78th pick.
Mm-hmm. He moves in the second.
He moves into the second round. Not a bad. You know what? Not for not having many picks. Not a bad job by Nick.
It wasn't a great second round of the draft. I'm looking through a lot of these second rounders. Not yet.
Mm-mm.
We'll see. And then we'll see if they develop. But yeah, we're only one year in, but there would definitely be some reshuffling. I mean, Quinyon Mitchell's in the top 10.
Not nearly as much as some other drafts, man. Not nearly as much.
No, but like I said,
there weren't as many first round busts this year.
Give it 2 years. Give it 2 years, and it'll look a lot like there's going to be a lot more who are busts. Where do you put Brock Bowers? Brock Bowers in this last
He's a top
draft,
10 guy.
Well, he was 13 here.
Yeah.
Do you think like the Giants? I think the Giants. I think the Giants. That's where I put them. Giants. Yeah. Marvin Harrison would fall a little bit. I always thought he was a little over it. The Caleb, the two guys that I pushed back a little bit on was Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison. They got a lot of like can't miss generational stuff that Marvin Harrison's not nearly as explosive as Malik Neighbors, which is why I have Malik ahead of him. And then Caleb Williams' tape wasn't really that good. Bo Nix's tape and Jaden Daniels' tape was better, but you were betting on some other stuff with Caleb Williams. But, hanging on the football is a bad habit that takes a while to coach out. And Bucky Brooks made a comment yesterday. I was doing Move the Sticks with him. You can listen to that. We had a Thursday show and a Friday show, so you can listen on Move the Sticks podcast. We were talking about all this generational stuff. Is all that hyperbole that happens in the media, that's what fuels what fans think? Anytime you have media-based information at all, new media, mainstream media, I don't care if it's politics, if it's sports, if it's entertainment, that fuels what people think. People get their opinion from influencers. Influencer can be a sports talk host, a columnist. Now more and more it's a podcast or whatever. All this generational talk, did that fuel the disappointment from Bears fans? I know they only won 4 or 5 games, but did that make it almost too high a bar for Caleb Williams to hit?
Oh yeah. I mean, once you get the first overall quarterback, it's gonna be too high. They expect. I mean, look at his numbers, but watching with your human eyes and how he affected winning was terrible. It was awful. So, I still got hope if I'm a Bears fan. I think Caleb Williams could be fine. There have been so many. Josh Allen. There's so many. We are so quick to condemn and man, give the kid a chance. I think Caleb Williams is going to be better if he learns how to make quicker reads and stop holding onto the ball. He's got to get that out of his game. But there's a possibility. If I'm a Bears fan, I haven't lost heart. I think just because Jaden Daniels had a better year this year, I'm not going to say that Bryce Young had a better year than CJ, but CJ regressed in the second year. We'll see. We'll see how Jaden Daniels does although Jaden Daniels uses his legs more and than CJ does. So I think he's going to be better because
Yeah,
he can escape stuff.
But we have to see how
TJ's
long can that guy. He takes a lot of heavy hits. We got to see how long he can last.
Yeah.
It was the same concern with Lamar, and Lamar over the last 2 years has done a good job of avoiding it. He's become a much better pocket passer, but he had 2 years where he couldn't finish and then he couldn't beat people with his arm from the pocket in the postseason, which is still something he's going to have to prove he can win those big games. But Lamar's becoming a little less reliant on his legs. Jaden Daniels, but Jaden's a better passer coming out than Lamar was.
Yes.
Jaden's actually a really good passer.
Yes.
So at some point he'll dial back to running. But I guess while you're young, man, leave whenever you want because that dude is an electric runner.
Yep.
Buck, you put him in. We did tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4 quarterbacks for NFL. When we come back, we'll do this. I want to ask you about this. We took all the playoff quarterbacks and we put them in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, tier 4. And I'll tell you what the tiers are supposed to be. And I want to see where you put these guys.
All right. But first, I want to see where I put my Coors Lights. What? I know where I put my Coors Lights. In my mouth. That's where I put my Coors Lights. That's right. That's right, Del. I put my Coors Light in my mouth.
You're not afraid to put things in your mouth that you like.
I was sticking it in my mouth, but I was doing it wrong. Well, no, not my Coors Light. I wasn't. That was about a toothbrush. That was a toothbrush. That's where that one came from. This is about Coors Lights. I was sticking it in my mouth and I was doing it right. Right? That's right. You damn right I was. And I was doing it last night. I got a new one. Got a new one, Del. Okay, thank you. Good night. Here's the deal is if you're looking for cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing, then you do it right. You do it right if you got a Coors Light in your hand. You got Blue Mountains in your hand. Your beer is stupid compared to mine. Your beer can't tell you it's cold. Mine can because the label turns from white to blue. The label turns from, let me say that again. The label turns from white to blue because my beer's smarter than your beer. My beer can tell me when it's cold. Now, all of a sudden, ooh, hey, give me that one. Yeah, because it's cold. And it's going to be cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing. And I love it. I love me some Coors Lights. I want you to love you some Coors Lights as well. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. The world's most refreshing beer. I saw it on a billboard once. We can't lie. Billboards can't lie. Otherwise, they'll get sued. You're looking for a way to keep Texas chill right now? You need it. Keep Texas chill with Coors Light.
Oh, my God.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, 8:49, 8:50 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're going to pump it up. What time should we pump it up? 9:30?
Is 5-Star joining us?
5-Star is joining us.
Yeah.
He was supposed to join us yesterday.
I don't know
I'm
what
glad
happened.
he didn't, though.
I don't know what happened. Yeah.
You
like Penn State.
You like Penn State.
I did too by the end. I was like, you know what? Penn State's the better team. And at halftime, I felt pretty confident in that.
Yeah.
But, man, after that first drive, I'm like, oh.
Uh-oh.
I'm
No,
curious.
buddy of mine
Notre Dame moves on.
Pick 'em, and he needs to
Notre
win.
Dame was plus 1,200 to win it all at the beginning of this thing.
My buddy of mine is in a pick 'em, and he needs 3 wins, and he wins the thing. And he goes, "Who do you like?" And I said, "I'm not telling you who I like. You'll blame me for it. I ain't gonna take that heat." And he said, "You called me a P word. You called me an ugly word." And then I sent him my picks, and he goes, "Oh crap, I went the other way." I sent him Notre Dame, and he said, "Oh, I went Penn State," and it didn't work out for him. But he's still got more games, so he's got the Longhorns today. I don't know. I think I don't know. Ohio State's playing really good football. But I will say this. Somebody on our thread yesterday said Ohio State's going to kill Notre Dame. I don't believe that. I think it's going to be a good national championship. I think Notre Dame's playing good football.
Well, if Notre Dame can drag Ohio State into the mud like Michigan did, then sure.
Yes.
I mean,
yes, and they can.
They can. Ohio State just is so damn explosive that you can play as good as you want, and they'll hit a couple plays, and all of a sudden you're down. I don't think that much of Will Howard, but if it comes down to that, if we're just going to bypass the Longhorns, I think he will not play as timid as Drew Aller did. For as well as Notre Dame fought back in that second half, they're down by a touchdown, and they went and scored. But Drew Aller was bad.
He was bad.
He was bad yesterday. And that gives Notre Dame a chance. If Quinn or Will Howard play that poorly, then yes, Notre Dame has a real shot to win a national title.
I feel bad for that kid.
Who, Drew Aller?
Drew Aller.
Why do you feel bad for him?
Well, because he's had his hands on his helmet as he's walking out.
He looked
he's
like
up.
On the side after his interception, which, by the way, there was not at no point was that wide receiver even remotely open. Not even close. If you weren't number 44, he couldn't see you. Mm-hmm. If you weren't Tyler Warren, Drew Aller couldn't see you. And that throw was so bad, like he lost the game for them. I'm sorry, but I wish it was something else. Now, you did get it at the 40. If you play a little bit of defense, maybe you keep them out of field goal. Maybe you make it a little tougher. Has there ever been a shorter-looking 41-yard field goal in your life? On TV, it looked like a chip shot. Did you notice that? It was a 41-yard field goal, which is, still a decent field goal. You can miss those. And it looked like it was super short to me. I don't know what it was, but
no, it must have been just the angle. Okay, your tiers of quarterbacks in the postseason.
All right, so this is what we did. Tier 1.
Number 1.
Tier 1 is considered the elite quarterbacks.
Okay.
So
I'll
just call it like
Josh Allen,
Patrick
Mahomes.
Hold on. Let me give you all the tiers. Elite quarterbacks who I'm going to give you the tiers first. Elite quarterbacks who can, just elite quarterbacks. We'll just leave it at that. You can define it however you want. Mm-hmm. Number 2 is guys who are knocking on the door of that designation. But for my purpose, I didn't say knocking on the door because that kind of eliminates older quarterbacks who are close to being that's knocking on the door, meaning they're close to being in that status. Tier 3 were guys who are kind of hot or guys who you could see, being good enough to go a certain level, but they can't really win it on their own. And then tier 4 was unpredictable question marks.
Okay.
Now, who do you have in tier 1?
I got tier 1 is Mahomes, Allen, Lamar.
Easy. Bucky wanted to throw Jaden Daniels in there because he said, if we're going to talk about guys who can lead, he said, because I made this point, I said, I consider elite guys who can put the team on their back and, in any situation they have a chance because those are the 3.
Yeah.
And he said, well, then why not Jaden Daniels? He can put the entire team on his back with what he does. But you can't be that if you're a rookie for me.
So can Jordan Love too.
You can't be that. Yeah. Bucky put him in tier 1, but I'm with you. My tier 1. Now, who do you have
I'll
in
go
tier 2?
in tier 2. I'll go Jaden in tier 2.
Okay.
I agree
I
with
did
that.
too.
I agree with that. Herbert?
Yep.
Okay.
He was close to putting him in tier 1, but he couldn't do it. Herbert, we had tier 2. Yep. The less that is asked of him, the better he's become.
Yes. And you know what? I'm going to put Hurts in there. I believe in Jalen. I believe in Hurts.
He didn't put Hurts in there.
Yeah.
Here's who we ended up having in there. We kind of did it as a team.
Well, and actually Stafford should be in there.
Yes. Yeah. So I think so too.
Yes.
So here's who we ended up having. We ended up having Goff, Stafford.
Oh yeah, Goff too.
Yeah. We ended up having Goff, Stafford, and Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
Herbert. Bucky wouldn't put her. As a matter of fact, so those are the two we had on. Those are, you can see, you can win championships with those guys.
Yes.
Playing at a high level.
Absolutely.
I think all three of those
Stafford
guys.
has won a championship.
Yes, he has,
and
obviously.
Jalen's gotten there. Why
Goff is showing it.
I don't understand Jalen.
Well, the argument on him is, I think that how much of this year is Saquon Barkley, because he wasn't this guy last year. Bucky's argument is.
He was this guy the year before, though.
Bucky's argument is, well, a lot of tush-push stuff. Like, can he win if he needs to throw the ball? I don't know if it matters.
Well,
is he hurt by the
is
he hurt by having
only on a 4th and 1?
Is he hurt by having a 2,000-yard running back? The perception?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, it
hasn't hurt Lamar.
I was okay to put him. I was okay.
Yeah, but help Lamar.
Yeah, but Lamar substantially more productive than Jalen Hurts.
Yeah,
as a passer.
I get it, but I'm not putting him on that level. I'm putting him on a level below him.
So Bucky did not have him there. I could have gone either way on it.
Huh?
But for the record, we had just three. Goff. Who was the other one? As I mentioned, Goff, Stafford, and
Jaden Daniels.
And Stafford and Jaden. No. Oh yeah, Jaden Daniels. Well, he put him in tier 1, but I would say yes. I would say Jaden Daniels, even though he's a rookie. I would go Jaden Daniels, Goff, Stafford, and Herbert.
Yeah.
So those 4. Next up is tier 3. Hot. You could go a certain distance with them, but you may not be able to win it all. We had Baker
and
Hurts. Baker, Hurts, Jordan Love, Sam Darnold.
See, I would put unpredictable on Sam Darnold. I would put unpredictable on Baker too.
Well, he's kind of hot
Baker
though.
Baker can throw you out of a game. He can throw you into a game,
but did
he can
this
throw
year?
you out of a game.
I would say
he's throwing a lot of picks though.
I would say Baker. Let me say who we had on. My argument was Bo Nix can't go in 3. Bo's got to go in 4 because we don't know on Bo Nix yet.
Right.
We really don't. I think with Jaden Daniels is a different level, but Bo Nix to me.
And you got Russell in the last.
Russell and CJ.
And CJ. In the last one? In the last group.
Where would you put him?
Oh, wow.
He's 4.
He's 4.
I hate to say it.
We don't know how he's going to play.
There's no other way that he's unpredictable. There's question marks. That's what it was. And I'm like, well, that's CJ. Russell, CJ, Bo Nix, for me at least. And I hated doing that, but that's the only place I can put him.
I think Darnold belongs in that group.
Okay.
Because we've seen.
How much of that is your history with Darnold?
Well, it's not only my history, but it's my last. But watching him against Detroit,
that kind of recency bias, is that recency bias?
It's a recency bias, but that's a playoff team you're playing. Now, and in a big spot, you're trying to get the number 1 seed, and you fart the bed. You
did fart the bed.
Well, you pooped it anyway. You kind of pooped the bed.
Well, you farted it. If it had been a playoff game, you pooped it.
You pooped it.
Now, this is the same guy who has 35 touchdowns and 12 interceptions this year. His game log: Atlanta, borderline playoff team, 347 yards, 5 touchdowns. Chicago, they won, 231, 1-1, no big deal. Seattle, at Seattle, he had 246, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Green Bay at home, that's a big game. 377, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception. And you mentioned the Lions game was terrible. No touchdowns, no interception, but it was terrible. 44% completion percentage. I mean, on paper, Sam looks good, but against Jacksonville, no touchdowns, 3 interceptions. But he didn't have a lot of bad games, though.
No, he didn't have a lot of bad games.
I mean, honestly, when you look at it, like, he's pretty.
But
consistent.
I also, you're right. Maybe not just this year, and maybe I got some recency bias, but I've seen Sam Darnold before this year too.
He is hot this year.
He's hot.
The definition that we had was hot quarterback who can blah blah blah. Well, in that case, I got to put Sam in there. But if we kind of smoothed it out a little bit and we just made the tiers, a little less defined. Yeah, I would agree with you. I think Nix, Sam Darnold. I actually would have Baker Mayfield ahead of Sam Darnold. I actually have more confidence in Baker Mayfield, and for some weird reason, and I don't know. And that's
I don't. I watched him in that Monday night game, and it was just he just throwing balls into areas. I'm just worried about Baker trying to force stuff.
Let me look at Baker's total numbers. He was 41-16. I mean, that's more interceptions than Sam Darnold.
Yeah,
16 interceptions, and you look at this, and he's got an interception in every game but one in his last 5. 1 interception, 0 interceptions. 1 interception, 1 interception, 2 interceptions, 2 interceptions. Like, yeah. Then there's a 0-0. Like,
yeah.
I mean,
I don't trust him as much as you do.
I can see it. Yeah, I can see it. Lost to Dallas. He wasn't terrible in that Dallas game. Wasn't all on him. Yeah, the New Orleans game wasn't that good. They still won, but wasn't very good against a not very good Dallas team. I don't know. But what do you think of the 2018 draft now, though? Let's look at the quarterbacks now. It's changed. This year has really changed the perception. It was just Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and that's it. Baker is taking a long time, but Baker now is a quality NFL quarterback. I'll call him quality. Sam Darnold has remade himself into being an average NFL quarterback. The numbers look really good, but I think he's got a chance to be an average starter, which is good. Yeah, he's in a perfect spot. Josh Rosen was never going to be that guy. But the 18 quarterback draft, which was considered 2 in the flu, it's actually not bad now.
It's not better. All right, we got to break it. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, we'll take your call next, okay? And we're still going to do what time? 9:15 is going to be pump it up? We're going to have to pump it up at 9:15. That's what I'm saying about it. I mean, are you people not ready to pump up the Texans? Are you ready to take a loss? Listen, Reagan and Tiger did their job. They brought Gilbert a steak. Are you going to do your job?
Wait a minute. If Gilbert got a steak, then it's a foregone conclusion.
No.
What's going to happen.
Oh, yeah, I know.
We know his powers, his mystic powers are definitely not nearly as good in that home.
So he needs help?
Well, I don't know. Maybe there's some kind of a kryptonite in that.
Let's wait and see how it goes.
In Sharpview. I know it's the food could be
Yeah, he did get us swept against the Tigers.
So we're going to pump it up at 9:15. And if you don't pump it up, okay, if you sit there and let the Texans just flounder, then this is on you, okay? Then this is on you. Take the L yourself if you don't call in. If you try to buy a house by yourself without Kent Jones, then that's on you. Love Kent. Love what Kent does. Love what Kent does for the community, okay? What he does for the community saves thousands of dollars. All right, these big mortgage companies, you know how they get these big buildings with these gigantic, just beautiful downtown buildings? They make a lot of money off of you. That's how they do it. Kent Jones is here to put the stop to that, okay? You ain't charging this. You ain't charging that. No, we can get around this. We can get around that. We can get a better rate. We're going to lock in at the perfect time. All of these things are awfully important. And Kent Jones has been doing it for 30 years, so he knows. You don't know. Okay, I'm going to buy a house, so I know when to lock. No, you don't know when to lock in. You don't know what's coming up in the market, in the interest rate. You don't know. He knows. He's been doing this forever. He's literally saved, I can't tell you how much money this dude has saved people over the years. When you're doing it for 30 years, 1,400 of these that he's done. Yeah, you got that expertise. No, you don't know. You don't know. He knows. So if you're going to buy a home, you're going to buy any kind of a building or whatever, you need a mortgage, there's one guy to see. My man, Kent Jones. 713-520-5626, 713-520-LOAN or 975loans.com. All right, 9:06 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We got a game today and tomorrow. I mean, I'm having a hard time betting on Texas. I'm having a really hard time. I'm just having a hard time. Sorry. Ohio State is to play today. I'm sorry to all you Longhorn fans. They're just playing so good football. Did you see? I was listening yesterday on our station before, and by the way, I listened to the game on our station for a little while. We have all of the playoff games right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Good on us. Little pat on the back for us. But I was listening to the show before us. Chip Kelly, a big inside run zone guy. Okay? Inside zone guy. Since the Michigan game, he has become a counter. Half their runs are counters now as opposed to inside zone, which has really messed up the opponent, Tennessee, and
that's really interesting because the game planning, your tape study doesn't matter as much.
And look at what they're doing. Now, Jeremiah Smith has been stupid good.
Yeah.
Stupid good.
Well, but the running game's been good.
The running game's been real good.
That counter, you watch it, they'll pull a couple of linemen, and that'll get the linebackers to flow one way.
Right.
They'll bring Henderson or Judkins back the other way, and all of a sudden, because of the flow and the undisciplined nature of the
so they have a counter
and they're
pull.
not ready for it. So Tennessee wasn't ready for it.
They pull the opposite way to get you to flow, but then the play goes opposite.
And sometimes they'll motion the wide receiver to take another guy off that side of the field, and all of a sudden it's one-on-one between you and a safety who has to fill an alley. It's against Judkins or Henderson, and the running backs generally win that battle. That's where they get their explosive runs from.
Now, Chip, people can say whatever they want, but Chip's, you remember what Chip did in Philadelphia in the short term? Remember how nobody could handle his offense when he first got to Philadelphia?
Yep.
Then they game planned. If you want somebody to screw you up defensively in the short term, Chip Kelly can do it.
Well, now
that's really, it is. I had never thought about doing this. You go from inside zone, which is really a tight track, and everyone's on one track, and it's everyone moves as one. Now you're seeing your keys are totally different. You're seeing bodies move this way, so that's your key. So you're flowing that way. If you don't look into the back,
well, here's the thing, though.
That's
about
a great
that.
idea.
Here's the thing about it now, though, is that Sark's got tape on it, as
now
opposed to Tennessee, who didn't, and Oregon, who didn't react to it, who didn't do a good job. Sark's got tape. What now? Now, if he goes back to the inside zone,
well, I mean,
you're waiting on the counter.
I mean, the counter is something that is going to take advantage of hard flowing linebackers.
That's right. That's right. That's
so
exactly
I don't think
right.
the inside.
So can you now, if you can't flow now to the ball, do you go? If you're Chip Kelly, do you go back to the zone?
Well, that's the thing. Inside zone doesn't require as much flow. So outside zone does, which is why Bobby Slowick and Kyle Shanahan and Alex Gibbs and Gary Kubiak and for as long you want plays flowing wide because you want linebackers. You want to get the big men in space where they don't move as well. The gaps start to widen out, and then linebackers flow so hard that the cutback lanes develop. That's the beauty of outside zone. I love outside zone. Inside zone is more like bully ball. You run, you're taking a ball, and you're going at like a lot of times. Typically, you're going over the left guard. The running back may start his aim at the left guard's or the right guard's left hip, for example, if they're headed right. And then what happens is the left side of the line washes down, and then boom, you just make a tight cutback.
One tight cut.
And that's because that's where the play is going. You just want to press the line of scrimmage, get everyone's eyes headed in that direction, and then you wall it all off, and you got that tight little cutback lane. But that's limited. Like because a lot of defensive teams now will flow. They've got different ways that they'll twist their tackles, which your blocking who you're supposed to block just change because one guy is moving that way, and so there's ways that they crush inside zone if you're too predictable. And now Chip Kelly has made it to where they're not as predictable.
Yep.
It's kind of like Hunter Brown changing his pitches. You don't know what you're going to get now.
Yeah.
So even if now all he's done is just added another wrinkle, which is really good.
We got to watch for that tonight. Whether how much counter he's doing.
The Texas D line is much better than Ohio State's O line, so just keep that in mind. Ohio State's O line is beat up. Starter at left tackle, second teamer left tackle, starter at center.
Notre Dame is really beat up too now. After last night, they lost another guy.
on the offensive line, right?
There is some attrition to this playoff, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
When you're playing 4 tough games to get there, 3 tough games to get there, and then you got another one against a top quality opponent to win the championship. The attrition is definitely. But this Ohio State line that we were fearing. Listen, the center that took over for the center that got hurt was the starter all of last year for Ohio State. So I mean, yeah, they lost their center in practice, but but the guy that replaced him had a lot of experience.
Yeah, but then his spot was open.
Yeah, right.
His spot was open, and then they lost their left tackle, Josh Simmons, and then they lost their backup left tackle. So like and hey, shout out to me, this is the best job Ohio State's done from an offensive line standpoint, years from a coaching standpoint. I was fighting hard for them in the Joe Moore Awards because I think they really did a good job this year. But at some point, when you lose a bunch of players, at some point, the Jimmies and Joes don't match up anymore.
Yeah.
And you just, in Texas right now, with the amount of talent they have on their defensive front, and this is after losing Sweat and Murphy. My God. You lose Sweat and Murphy, and you still have good talent.
Yeah, they're really good.
Although Texas was getting gashed. Wait, who did Texas? Arizona State was, Scatterbo. Look, the yards didn't come easy for him, but he put them up. And that Arizona State offensive line started opening some things up. So I don't know, man. This is going to be a really interesting game because some of the strengths and weaknesses don't evenly pair up. So it's kind of like Texas has a good secondary. They got a good secondary, and there's a great wide receiver core. Okay, strength on strength, but like Texas defensive line strength, Ohio State offensive line, it's been good, but there's a lot of attrition there, as you've mentioned. At some point, it starts to become a problem. You got speed at Texas at wide receiver, but Ewers is really not looking down the field all that well. And I don't think you can, but you have some corners you can take advantage of. I had an analytics director tell me that Denzel Burke, the corner, has some of the worst has not good change of direction, quickness, like things that he thinks are key elements. He said, this is a guy you can go target. He said, I would never draft him in the first round. He said, if Texas can get him in certain coverages and get him matched up against certain defensive backs, Denzel Burke could end up getting cooked by Texas for big plays. So keep that in mind. But Texas, you can't keep your left tackle healthy. Banks he's fighting through it. I give him a lot of credit, but Banks gets hurt every game now. Your right tackle, is Williams back? I assume Williams. Have you seen that, Dell? Have you seen if Texas has their right tackle back? Well, this is what you do. You do college football. How do you not know this?
See, that's the problem. Now he's just sitting in there. You know what he's doing? He's thinking about his show.
And Carson Beck is his new quarterback.
And he's got a Monument Chevrolet ad coming up. So he's probably just thinking about that.
What's the issue?
Okay, so he's back.
Instead of the right tackle for Texas.
Cameron Williams is back.
So you bring up something.
Cameron is back, folks.
And I'm supposed to have an answer for something you brought up?
Yeah.
Why don't you have the answer?
Yeah.
You're one of our college football experts.
Sorry, I'm busy in here, man.
Oh,
I got so much stuff
but you know what we got next? Pump it up, pump a jack. That's right.
Pump a jack.
Whatever.
That's not.
Pump it up.
That doesn't sound great.
I don't know.
Pump a jack.
I don't know. Will you give pumps to people?
Who's Jack, and why are you giving him a pump?
Here's the deal.
Just don't go any further, Dell. Just let him get out of it.
Here's the deal. We're pumping it up next.
I don't want him to explore this
Do you
space.
want the Texans to win? 713-780-37. You need to pump this team up. And if you don't pump them up, okay, CJ's probably going to come out with his pouty face again.
Wait, what?
He's had a pouty face this
Aren't
year
you
a lot.
supposed to be pumping them up?
I'm pumping them up.
Why are you starting with pouty face
right now? Then it's on them. Okay, you take the L. This city needs you right now.
So you're blaming the fans if the team doesn't
win. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
713-780-3776.
John's not afraid to cast
Right
blame.
now, we're pumping it up.
Doesn't take any on himself, though.
But first, we're going to talk Aqueduct Plumbing Company. First, we're talking about Billy Brown. First, we're talking about how he can save your house. Okay. What if you got like all this bad pipe stuff and it's building up and all of a sudden it explodes and there's all this crap all over because of you and your pipes? Well, here's the deal. Billy Brown, you need to repipe. They're experts in repiping. They repiped your whole backyard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was you know what I loved about it is they said, look, the worst case scenario is if these lines have bellied and so the water's backflow.
Yeah.
He said, because then we're going to have to dig everything up. He goes, but there's a chance that it's not. So what we're going to do is dig up just this strip, and then we're going to cut the line, and we're going to see if water flows out of it real fast. That's a good sign. He said, if not, that's a bad sign. So I was there, and the guy like cut it and like nothing.
Oh,
no. He goes, I'm sorry, man. It was almost like I'd lost someone. He goes, I'm sorry, man. We're going to have to dig up your whole backyard. Not your whole backyard, but we're going to have to dig up these pipes.
But you know what?
And then he went in, and they found there was some type of metal, there was some type of old metal piping that was under there. Like, why didn't the last guy get this out of here? What are they doing? And they found bricks that had been buried in my backyard. Like, there used to be a pool there, and somebody threw a bunch of bricks in it.
Really?
He's like,
was it their old Indian burial ground?
That's when I started wondering,
Wow.
like, maybe that's why I fell off that ladder.
So Billy solved the problem.
So like I said,
so Aqueduct Plumbing. Such a bad commercial. AqueductPlumbingCompany.com, 281-488-6238.
Make the brown
Call
go
Aqueduct.
down. Aqueduct Plumbing Company.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. So, you got Dell screwed this whole thing up. Okay? 5-star is at 9:15, and then
Every
at
week.
9:30 we pump it up.
And that's my fault.
Well, why didn't you say that? Well, you can't pump it up now because 5-star's on hold.
Yeah, he's on every week at 9:15.
No, well, not when Justin's not here. He's 9:30.
Did anyone tell him that?
Nobody told Lance. Nice job, Lance.
Yeah, why are you blaming me for this?
So
what? This is when 5 Star comes on. This is his home. This isn't Pump It Up's home. This is 5 Star's home.
Pump It Up is now moved to 9:30, just for everybody that called and it was busy. All right. So, well, okay. So if we had Pump It Up already, then 5 Star would know to take the Texans tomorrow, right? 5 Star, do you know to take the Texans tomorrow or not?
Of course. Come on, man. You know we're going to stay with them. We're not giving it out. You know, you got. We're going to keep that one tucked for the wager where we're going to break it down on the show later on today. But, yeah, I do lean Texas on that game.
I do too.
Yeah.
You know, I don't really have any good reason for it. The offense is really in neutral. But I don't know. I just don't feel like this should be a 3-point. The line just feels more like a 1.5 Chargers. I just feel like once you're getting 3, if it's 2.5, okay, I still would like the Texans. But if you get that thing at 3, that kind of changes everything. I don't know how the Chargers hold up against the Texans defensive front. I think there could be some, and look, McConkey is a really good wide receiver. But other than that,
Stingley
Quentin
is really
Johnson,
good too, though.
Johnson, yeah, exactly. And I don't know if Stingley will travel with a guy who plays from the slot, but Quentin Johnson's going to be a nothing factor for them at all. Like, I think the Texans have a real shot at winning this. As a matter of fact, I like a money line, but if I'm getting 3, if I'm going to get 3, I'm taking 3. I'm not playing money line. I'm going to take 3.
Yeah, the Texans defensive backfield is really talented. They've locked down some of the best receiving cores in the league this year, so I don't think they're going to have a lot of problems dealing with the Chargers. A lot of pressure also is going to be on Justin Herbert to get it done. He's never won a playoff game. I know he's heard that, and, you know, that's the thing everyone's going to hold over his head. But I just feel like the Texans are in the perfect spot because no one's looking at it. No one's paying them attention. They're getting a lot of disrespect around the league, even though they're a 2-time division winning team. And they also play this game all the time. We've had a lot of success in that early slot on Saturday morning. I think it continues. I think D'Amico has something for those guys. That defense, I think that defensive line comes to play.
All right, but that's not your picks today. Very interesting. You like the Broncos going to Buffalo?
Yes, sir. You ever heard of Sean Payton?
I heard of Sean Payton. Do you know what his record is against bald head coaches?
Who has this?
Yeah.
Warren Sharp must have come up with that.
His record is like ridiculous. He kills bald head coaches.
Peyton does?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, see, 5 Stars riding the trend.
The Broncos defense, man, is first in the league in EPA per play allowed, man. They're really good. First in drop back EPA per play allowed and fourth in rush EPA per play allowed. No other defense, man, is in those categories. No matter how you attack this defense, man, they've been able to slow down teams and get them off the field on third down. Sean Payton is 4-1 against the spread as an underdog in the postseason. Super Bowl winning coach, and he's a better coach than Sean McDermott. As we saw last year with a lesser squad, he went to Buffalo and actually won at Orchard Park, man, 24-22 in the slugfest and outcoached McDermott. They're 3-1 against the spread versus teams with winning percentages of 75% or higher under Payton. So the Broncos really come to play against elite teams for their coach. They're one of the best teams against the spread this year as well, man, as they went 12-5 against the spread for the season. Home favorites of 7 to 9.5 points or 12-25-1 against the spread in the playoffs since 2011, man. I think that Bo Nix will be prepared to play. I think his coach will have him ready. Josh Allen did not perform well against Vance Joseph's defense last season, man. He only completed 15 passes for 177 yards, had 2 interceptions. The Broncos also kept him in check on the ground. He only had 13 yards on 4 carries. So Buffalo better be careful in this when they're dealing with a real assassin in Sean Payton, man. He has no heart. He's coming to win it, man. So if they're not careful, they might go home and be in Cancun on Monday. So give me the Broncos plus 8.5.
You know, I love Buffalo to win the game, but that number is, you know, I feel like it's one of those things where you just have to not try to outguess the number if you like Buffalo, because I don't think you can get there with you have to me, if you like Buffalo, it's a Bo Nix fade. It's fading a rookie quarterback in the cold weather. that's if you like Buffalo. If not, what you're doing is you're going head coach, and the head coach at Buffalo has had some issues with getting over big games. I wouldn't say this is the biggest game, but Sean Payton is just wildly experienced in these type of games. So I don't know. This could be a sneaky.
He loves these type of games. And then we also have to consider this. Now, as you said, you're going to be betting the coach. What are we really betting on if you take Buffalo? What has Buffalo done well this year besides really Josh Allen putting on a one-man show?
Yeah, the defense has been up and down. I mean, that's the concern. Yeah.
And I like Bo Nix because, as you guys know, I was the biggest Bo Nix hater in the world when he was playing bad at Auburn. I used to fade him all the time. And then he went to Oregon. Dan Lannon and his coaching staff taught him how to slow the game down, and now Sean Payton has taken him to another level. If you watch him the last 8 weeks, he doesn't look like a rookie anymore, man. And he has a lot of fight. And the thing that I like about him, he wears that C on his chest as a rookie, and that offense rallies around him. They believe in Bo Nix, man. And that's why I also took the prop him to go over 25 yards rushing. They don't have a real running attack, but what he does is when the game breaks down, much like the guy he's facing, Josh Allen, he knows how to use his wheels, man, and scramble and make some plays. So I think that Bo Nix will go over 25 yards rushing. He's averaged 30 yards in the last 4 games and went over the number easily in the last 4. And I think he continues because the default mechanism for any young quarterback in these type of games is to use his legs. And I think that the moment won't be too big for Bo Nix. I think he plays well.
All right. So we got Broncos. And now the Packers.
Yep. Packers +5, man. We're going with Packers +5. It's a rematch from a really good game in Brazil earlier this season that probably should have never been played because of that field. Jordan Love's been kind of fighting to get back right since he had that injury on the last play of the game out there on that horrible turf that they had in Rio. But the Green Bay Packers ranked 3rd in the NFL in net yards per play, man. And that number is the same on the road. The key to stopping the Eagles is stopping the run game, and the Packers are really solid against the run. They allowed the 3rd fewest yards per carry in the league. They're also 7th in opponent rush EPA and 5th in opponent rush success rate since week 10. Both quarterbacks, like I said, are coming from injury issues. Jalen Hurts, though, has been in concussion protocol, and he's expected to play. Jordan Love has an elbow injury, but he's been playing the last couple of weeks, so he's okay. But how rusty will Hurts be after not playing the final 2 weeks of the regular season? We already know he isn't the smoothest of passers. I don't like this much time off for a quarterback heading to the playoffs, and we know the Eagles start slow. I think they didn't score their first touchdown in the first quarter until maybe like week 15 or something like that. The Eagles' defense came a long way since these two teams faced off in Brazil in week 1. But they have 2 rookies in the defensive backfield who played a little bit over their head this year. That's Cooper DeJean and Kenyon Mitchell. Performed well, but they're still rookies. And then they have 2 other secondary guys who are risk takers, and Darius Slay and T.J. Gardner-Johnson. I think Matt LaFleur is a really good coach and will be able to take advantage of the defensive backfield for Eagles, how they like to gamble and how they like to try to make plays, man. I think he'll get some double moves and get some big over-the-top plays because you got to respect Jacobs. I think Josh Jacobs is going to bring his A game since he's facing Saquon Barkley. This is really a match for 2 of the best running backs in the league. Very versatile offense for Green Bay, man. They could do so much. You do not want to fade Green Bay no matter what seed they are, as you saw last year with them being the 7th seed and going and dominating Dallas. I know that the Eagles are a much better team than Dallas, but with them coming in with, Hurts being in concussion protocol and things like that, and then we can never really trust Nick Sirianni. I got to take the points, man. I trust Matt LaFleur more, and I trust that Packers offense more. So give me the Packers +5 at the Eagles.
All right, so we got Broncos, Packers, and
also we're going to go with Bo Nix over 25 rushing yards. That's just a little prop to play. And another one is for to take Kaimi Fairbairn, man, to go over 1.5 field goals. You guys should know as much as that's easy. They got him at only -135, man. He's made 2 or more field goals in 13 of the Texans' 17 games.
Lord. And that's not even counting the ones he's missed.
Yeah.
Right.
The opportunities, yeah.
D'Amico is a defensive coach, so we know how he is. He loves to kick field goals. He's taking the points, which isn't a bad thing. Our Texans have struggled, man, in the red zone the last 5 games. Offense is 5 for 15 in the red zone. The Chargers defense allows the least percentage of red zone touchdowns in the league, so we might have to kick some field goals. I have no problem with us kicking 6 field goals and winning 18-15 or 18-14. So I think he does get 2 field goals. He plays really well in the playoffs. We've seen before the Fairbairn is pretty clutch, man. So I think he makes 2 field goals easy. So take over 1.5 field goals on Fairbairn.
Okay, so you got and then you got Bo Nix running for over 24.5.
Yep, over 24.5 yards. Yep. And then, of course,
so you got 4 picks.
My biggest play is the Broncos, man. Broncos is my favorite, though.
Broncos. He loves the Broncos. Wow.
Wow. The Broncos.
Plus 8.5. Bo Nix over 24.5. Packers plus 5. And Kaimi over 1.5 field goals. That's 5-star in Vegas. And we got him every week now as we head down the stretch here. And then we're gonna need your who you like today? You gonna give out today's Texas game or no?
Yeah, I like the Longhorns. I'm not gonna break it down. I like Longhorns in the point. Just real quick thing about that game. Ohio State played the national championship, in my opinion, last week. So they have to have a little, be a little down this week. They can't be as hype as they were last week, knowing that Oregon was number 1. Oregon beat them already early in the year in the game they felt they should have won. They felt they gave it to all that last game. I think that they're going to be a little bit down when they play against Texas. They're not going to be able to get on that same level that they were against Oregon. Texas, on the other hand, almost lost their whole season to an underdog. Arizona State pushed them. They went to overtime. Great play by Quinn Ewers on 4th and 13. That kid gets a lot of hate, but, man, he's one of the best quarterbacks in the league, and I'll take him any day over Will Howard. I think that Will Howard, we're about to see the pumpkin. The prince is about to go away. Just like all these other quarterbacks I've called all year. We saw Drew Aller last night. What did he do? Riley Leonard, same thing last night. Just great coaching on both of those coaches. Part to keep those teams, competitive and have a great game. But both quarterbacks not that good. I don't think Howard is that good, and I think that Texas defense is going to expose him tonight. And I think Quinn Ewers gets back at his old team, Ohio State. So I'm definitely on Texas plus 6.
There it is. 5-star in Vegas. Every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 at 5-star in Vegas on X. Hey, we appreciate it. Thanks, 5-star as always. Thanks, good luck this weekend.
Appreciate it.
Good luck, guys. Let's have a great one.
All right, and now time for Pump It Up. So you've been waiting. Yeah, I gave you a little bit more time to think about how you're going to pump up this team.
You better call in.
You better call in and pump this team up because it is
They're listening
important.
Right now.
They are listening. They're on their way to work. You think they might be a little down today. Okay?
Yeah.
They might be a little bit down. They might be thinking maybe
so bring the
nervous.
energy. Bring the energy.
Maybe a little bit nervous about this game. You need to show them why they are the team. They're the team to beat. They should be the Super Bowl favorite right now, the Texans. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So here's the deal. It starts tomorrow, and you got to
give your phone number because so far we got 0 calls.
713-780-3776. We got to get behind this team. It's playoff time. It's playoff time in Houston, and I'm ready to play, or something like that. We got to pump them up. Let's go. Pump it up. Pump a jam. Okay, let's go. Or Jack, what is it?
No, just go to a commercial.
Anyway, time to talk about Game Day Men's Health. Right now, I'm heading there after the show. As a matter of fact, I just love what they're doing for me. I think that here's the deal: is I didn't have to evacuate, but I got out of LA as soon as I could. Oh, and I forgot my shots. So I'm going to go over and I'm going to go get a shot over at Game Day Men's Health. I'm going to talk to Jamie. They might even draw some blood, see how I'm doing. I don't have to because I did it, I don't know how long ago, but she might want to see what the progression is like. Listen, they care. They've got labs right there in the building. They got a free consultation about you and whether or not you have a testosterone issue. And if you have a testosterone issue, then you're not being as good as you could possibly be. Are you more run down now? Are you not as good in the bed? Are you not as good at work? Yeah, you're filth and flour in mind. It is. But listen, you might need some testosterone. And if you do, I love the way they go about it at Game Day Men's Health. I've been doing it for years. And right now, I'm telling you the best way to go about this. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. They got places opening all over the city. They're ready for you right now to give a call and change your life. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713. We got the full board right now. We got a full board right now. So as soon as somebody gets off, you got to get in. What's the music we're playing today, Dell, to pump him up?
Well, the same music you play all the time for this.
We can't do pump it up, right?
Yeah, we can. We just don't. We can't use the Jock Jam version because it has Michael Buffer in it.
Oh, okay. Michael Buffer, such a BR. Oh, don't use my voice. That's how you became famous. Other than saying, let's get ready. No one cares about you. Like you're so important. Beat it, Michael Buffer. You ready? You ready to pump it up? This pumps it up. Now. You see? You feel it? Now you feel it. What? If you don't get pumped up for this, then you ain't getting pumped up for nothing. I can't give you enough Viagra. This should get you pumped. Are you ready to pump it up? Let's go to Philip first, okay? Philip was first in here. Let's go to Philip to pump it up here on...
Listen, man, we got to get in there, run the ball between the tackles, hit them hard in the face. Then we're going to get after that quarterback that seems like he's scared to death every single time he drops back. His feet look like he's shuffling, you know, that song by LMFAO or whatever, everybody's shuffling or something like that. We got to get in there and do what we got to do, man. We got a great head coach now. We got the guy named Lad the Honky, who's a wide receiver. We got a great quarterback.
Whoa.
Let's bolt up, man. Bolt up. Let's go. Pump it up.
Wait a minute. Whoa. That's Philip Rivers
Let's
on a
get
mobile.
it, man.
We're pumping up the
DJ
Texans, not your stupid-ass team.
Have
Beat it.
another kid.
Hey,
Let's get it.
Get off your wife and get away from this phone. This is Texans territory, all right? Have another kid and stop worrying about this Houston Texans game. That's it. Philip Rivers on a mobile trying to pump it up. Get the out of here. Philip Rivers on a mobile. Don't need that in my life. We're trying to pump it up over here. Yeah, dog. All right. Who's first up? Let's go with La Raza. ¿Qué pasó, mi hijo?
Johnny Granado. Lance Schnitzel.
Ole, gato, coño.
¿Qué pasó, mi?
Gentlemen, good morning. How y'all fellas doing?
Good,
well, I'm going to give a big shout out to the boys' game day clinic today. I got my appointment at 10:30 today to you guys. So I'm about to pump them up right now because I'm about to go to my appointment right now. But that's not the point right now. The point is to pump it up for the Texans, right? Well, nah, let's burn that bitch to the ground like LA's burning right now. Let's get everybody like they said.
No.
I said this
we
could happen.
This would
not
happen.
to do the burning thing. We asked that.
I brought this up, and you're like, look
Not
at it. The first
burning
call.
thing. First, well, he don't care about anything. I mean, look at his hair.
Oh, well,
Okay.
there that is.
Jacob, pump it up, pump a jam.
Charge! Charger it up. Charger Nation. Let's go.
No,
all the way, 27-0.
He just said
Matter of fact, y'all
Charger
might get a
Nation.
safety. I don't know.
That's Charger.
He said Charger Nation. Y'all might get a safety?
What?
So the first 2 out of 3 calls
Y'all might get a safety.
were Charger
And he
fans.
just had a sound effect.
Hey, get in here, Houston.
And La Raza basically just said, I'm going to get shots from game day. Did he mention it? Texans? Come on, guys. Don't
right.
turn the music down.
713-78. We need to
this is not going well.
This Charger. I mean, the Chargers have no fans, and 2 out of the 3 are
somehow
Well,
they're
one was
away.
a quarterback. but-
okay. Well, yeah, it was former quarterback.
When he started talking about the quarterback shuffling feet, he's look at this guy talking about Herbert.
Yeah.
He tricked us.
You tricked us.
And he's talking about
You
CJ.
tricked us.
Damn it, Phillip.
713-780-3776. Get in here. We need some Texans. Pump it up. Jason, pump it up.
No, this cannot be.
That's right. There's more. Number 3 here. Chargers fans invading your city. Let's go. He gonna be there on Saturday. Let's go.
How did another Charger fan do that?
Do you think Charger fans came in? They just happened to turn to a radio station, and this is the one they chose.
And they all have the same sound effects.
Where do they get
What the
this
hell?
thing?
I'm gonna immediately lay the points now at the Chargers.
My God.
If this is what Pump It Up is going to sound like, I'm going to play the Chargers minus the points.
Oh my God!
Yeah. And you got to let him finish. You got to let him finish.
Oh my God! I thought, wait, we got a horn now for our Texas. It's the Chargers.
Oh my God! I thought it was like the Astrodome. That it bum, bum, charge, and that's why I was yelling charge, and he went charge up or Bolt Nation or 27-0. You can have a safety.
Humble Bobby Slowick has got to be. Got to be a Texan
It's
fan.
about time.
Humble Bobby
It's
Slowick.
about time.
Hey guys, in the past we've had a different approach, and we're going to let these Chargers fans have their time on this call, have their day. We're going to go out. We're going to run the ball on first down. We may run it on second down. We may even run it on third down. We don't really know. We're going to go out there and just have a good time. We're going to throw 3 or 4 or 10 wide receiver screens, set up some 63-yard field goals, and we're going to have Jim Harbaugh crap his pants in his diaper because he wears that under his khakis. You didn't hear it from me.
That's
not pumping me up. We're going to throw a bunch of bubble screens, run on first, second, and third down.
3 or 4 or 10.
Or 10. 4 or 10. And then we're going to kick 63-yard field goals. That's not pumping it up. What is wrong with America? All right, next. Dave, pump it up. Come on, Dave.
It's Dave, the neighborhood postal man. Looks like I've got another delivery here. I know it's been a while. It looks like it's a package addressed to the Chargers, and it looks like it's a package of looks like D's.
D's?
D's what?
D's nuts.
Oh no, you got him.
Got him.
Never saw that coming.
Oh, I can't hear the music anymore. Did you
Chargers
turn it
just
off?
got some nuts.
You got it
It's
on
still
still?
on.
It wasn't a ton of excitement. There wasn't.
It's on. I can hear it.
We can hear it. You just have tinnitus.
It's way low.
You just have tinnitus.
I mean, that's not pumping me up. That's just not pumping me up.
Other people have to be heard
That was
over the
not.
music.
I don't care about
I know
hearing
that we just
well,
gave the
this crap,
Chargers.
I
could hear that.
You open the phone lines.
I could hear that.
Dan, pump it up, will you, buddy?
Hey, first of all, let me say prayers to everybody in SoCal. Now, let's talk about the Texans here. Chargers, they got themselves a good coach, Jim Harbaugh. He's going to have the boys ready. He's got a plan. In the words of Mike Tyson, everybody's got a plan.
Until you get punched in the face.
That's right.
Now, my boys, CJ and Dixon, they're going to go out there and they're going to punch them in the face and wreck all their plans. Let's go, Texans!
Yeah!
That's pumping it up. That's pumping it up.
Now that's pumping it up.
That counts.
That counts.
I count that.
All
and
right.
that didn't have
I
that.
think we're winning now. I think we're winning now.
I want to take that and use it for my own myself.
Are?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And now our last one, Jeff. Jeff, pump it up.
I'm trying to even this up, guys. Good morning. I like the Texans 2016, 1 interception, 1 fumble, 2 field goals by Fairbairn.
There it is. We just got a box score.
That's it.
The box score's already in.
That's
you can play this game like it's already been played because he just gave you the box score.
It's a cover and it's a win. Okay.
Why don't we ever pump it up for the Rockets so somebody can say, Rockets going to win 121, 111. Fred VanVleet 4 of 19. Like you could, if we're going to do box scores, we can do that box score.
We just did. We got 2 field goals out of Kaimi Fairbairn.
Yeah.
Plus we cashed that ticket of Kaimi over 1.5 field goals. Yeah. We did it all right there.
Mm-hmm.
See that? We won. We kicked their ass.
I wish
Cocky
Bobby.
In our city,
I wish Cocky Bobby Sloak would call in now.
Yeah, I know.
He sounds like a wrestler. Humble Bobby Sloak is not as good.
No, we're gonna run the ball 3 times and throw 4 or 10 bubble screens. No,
and kick 63-yard field goals.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like a pump it up to me. Mm-mm. That doesn't sound like a fun game.
You're not playing the audio on Twitch. You won't let them hear. a song?
It's not my choice. I've been told, do not play music.
Can they hear
online.
anything?
They can hear people talking.
They can hear us?
Oh,
yes.
They can hear the talking. They can't
okay,
hear
do this.
Yeah, that's what you're missing, by the way. You can keep doing that until we go to break.
You're not supposed to do that.
No, he can, but I'm not allowed to actually play it for whatever reason.
All right. Well, what about Monument Chevrolet?
Well, if you want to get pumped up, Charger fans, go get a great new Chevy. Since you're apparently in town, I got a place for you. It's Monument Chevrolet. And it could be new. It could be pre-owned. They have it all for you. And the best part is they celebrated 50 years of doing a great service to the community by selling great cars. They're extending their sale that they brought in for 2024 into 2025 up until January 23rd. You get the same great deals that you got in 2024. January 31st, you get the same great deals you got in 2024 from Monument Chevrolet. So check out what they have to offer at monumentchevrolet.com. And of course, going out there, it's off of Beltway 8 and 225 in Pasadena. And once you get out there, and if you're looking for something maybe pre-owned instead of new, they have a warranty, 6 months or 6,000 miles. So what that means is if there is an issue, which they don't plan on, if they're going to take care of you. So don't have that apprehension of worrying about driving off the lot and thinking, oh, man, I hope this car doesn't break down. It's not a problem at Monument Chevrolet. They'll take care of everything. And maybe you'll run into Melissa. She is their salesperson of the week. She's been out there a couple of years, and she's a top 5 person in sales. You know what that means? She's doing a great job getting you the car that you want. So check out all they have to offer at Monument Chevrolet. They're friendly when you get out there on the lot, and they're not pushy. They get you everything you want when you need it. Monument Chevrolet. Remember, go to monumentchevrolet.com. And this is something, it's most important, Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Time to talk about H&P, and it's about people. And we really, really like those people. We really do. And you become part of the H&P family, and they care about your business, and they help you with your business. They will go in and evaluate your business, and they'll tell you how you can just do things better, okay? How you can get payroll to your people better, okay? It's not hard for them. It's hard for you. You don't know the payroll game. You're not in the payroll game. You're not in the HR game. You're not in the tax game. Okay. Your 401ks, you're making choices on these things. You're making choices on your insurance packages, all of those things. Let these people do that for you. They don't do 401k packages, but they give you choices for those. And they know the game. They know the 401k game. But they're not making money on you. The admin companies are. They're doing everything for you. They're taking over the administration of your business. And you know what? They're making a lot of money. Lots and lots of money. And you're right under your own nose, and you don't realize it. HR&P, no. They're making, obviously, they have technology that's perfect for the payroll, but they're not gouging you with their own 401k plans or their own insurance packages, because that's not what they do. So here's the deal, is if you're looking for a payroll company that is going to help your company, that's going to help you with your taxes as well, we love them. You will love them too. Find out. Let them come and give you a free evaluation of your business. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net. Apparently, Florida accidentally paid a healthcare company $5 million instead of $50,000. The CEO used those extra funds to run for Congress. That's not a bad way to go, right?
Except he's probably going to prison.
Instead of, I don't know, they had almost 5 million more. No, 5.7 million instead of 50,000. I mean, governments are just so incompetent. Goodness gracious, you can't read 50,000. You read 5.7. And wait, you accepted that money and then you ran for Congress? What, on the integrity package?
People are greedy. People will steal if they get a chance. One thing I learned after all those stories, when all the COVID stuff was there, where people were like, I've got a bunch of employees. How many? $7.5 million worth. And then they were buying Lambos. Like, wow, you people are really terrible.
Scumbags.
Yeah.
So this is kind of, I wonder if you guys think this is a good point. The chairman of Larson and Toubro, who is I don't know what it's Upper Pradesh, I think. Anyway, he has a company there. He thinks employees should work 90 hours a week. And the reasoning, he says, how long can you stare at your wife?
Mm-hmm.
You should work on Sundays. You should work 90 hours a week. You think he has a point?
Well, I wonder what they're getting paid. These people working 90 hours a week.
Probably not much.
In Upper Pradesh. Am I getting phone calls from them? I bet I'm getting phone calls. Hello?
Yeah.
I bet they work at troll farms. No, I don't need any Medicare, sir. What, my computer has a terrible virus on it. Oh, no.
Yeah, right.
Oh, no. Well, let me give you my bank account. See if you can fix it.
Yeah, I don't know. Would you rather stare at your wife or work 90 hours a week?
Wife.
What's she look like?
Yeah,
but I'm making her
I'm
making her disrobe.
Your wife, yes.
Yeah. I'm making my wife
not
disrobe.
every wife.
Wow.
You're going to make her disrobe.
Wow.
It's better than working 90 hours.
Oh,
a lot
that's
better.
way better.
Yeah.
Yeah. An Arizona prisoner is asking to be executed sooner than the state wants. And did you see 2 of Biden's?
Okay, so you got to let that happen, right?
Yeah.
If somebody goes, I don't want to wait this long.
Right. Let me go.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to pay for them.
No
taxes. You don't have to feed them anymore.
Yeah.
The spot opens up.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you want to go,
death row inmate.
If you want to go sooner, you just like, okay, I'll see if we can move you up.
Yeah, and what about 2 guys that Biden stayed their execution, and they said, "Nah, we want to go." No, we want to be executed.
No, we don't want to live in prison the rest of our lives.
Right? Can you just let us kill us? 2 of them said that. Yeah, 2 of them.
I mean, it's probably not the first time that's happened.
Rudy Giuliani claims that Florida is his primary home because people let him smoke. Is that a designation of your primary home if you let them smoke or don't let them smoke?
Yes.
It is?
Yeah. For sure.
Do you feel like you're more at home if you can smoke?
Are you allowed to smoke in hotels?
No.
Because it's not your home.
Well, are you allowed to smoke in your home?
I mean, we don't smoke, but I guess you could. Yeah. That's your primary home is where you smoke.
Well,
that's true.
In New York, you can't even smoke in your own home?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I don't know. But if you smoke somewhere, that's your home.
Well, it might be that his family lets him smoke.
You used to smoke in a bathroom at 610.
I used to. I did.
Was that his home?
No,
it was kind
of.
It
was whenever he was sneaking cigarettes.
You don't
He's
know
not
where
supposed
I lived
to.
back
He wasn't
then.
supposed to smoke there, but he did.
You don't know.
He has smoked for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. I smoked for a long time. And
no, you haven't smoked for a long time.
Oh no, it's been 27 years since I smoked. Yeah, it's been a long time since I smoked. Yeah, JT was 26 years.
Yeah,
JT was just a little baby. I quit. Time now for the Dell and Sean show. Next, right here on ESPN 90.
Is Sean's name in the
he gets
show?
designation too.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Well, yeah.
Did we officially change it? No, I always reference Sean. I didn't know we had changed the name because I thought it was Mopey and Mapes.
A little insecure, isn't he? Did you see that?
Hey, actually, Sean, I guess it's the Dell show.
It's the Sean and Dell show.
Sean can't hear you because my mic's on, so he'll have to listen back, I guess.
Okay.
I thought it was Mopey and Mapes but now it's different. Okay.
Well, no, but okay, it's okay when you're Mopey, but not when you're real names.
I like a good nickname.
You like the nickname?
I love a nickname.
All right, Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 90. Now he gets designation when it's Mopey and Mapes. But you know who gets designation? Jim Fiume. His designation is greatest window guy ever. Greatest window guy ever. Yeah, he actually was. He was an orphan in New York City, came down here to the city of Houston and made quite the life for himself. How about this guy? I mean, you pull yourself up from your bootstraps. You're dealt a bad hand early on, but that didn't bother Jim Fiume. You know what he said? I'm going to have the best damn window company in the city of Houston. I'm going to know more about windows, have the best product, give the best service, do it right every single time, win a Pinnacle Awards from the Better Business Bureau. Just be the best. That's all. You know what? Just be the best every single time. And that's what Jim Fiume is doing. You're looking for the best window, period. You're looking for the best door, period. You're looking for the best installation. You're looking for the best warranty, period. Gulf Coast Windows. Tell Jim you heard it right here. 713-849-5454 or gulfcoastwindows.com.
Welcome into the show. It was a night last night of, depending on how you feel about the Rockets, a big win. They beat the Grizzlies in Memphis, a healthy Grizzlies team. We talked about it yesterday, the game time decisions. A lot of the Grizzlies rotation pieces were game time decisions. For the most part, they all played, and it was a typical Rockets game in the sense that they played in a manner that, at least in certain parts, like, wow, this team's really good. And then they do things to let another team back in the game. Some turnovers late, let the Grizzlies back in, but they made enough plays to win that one. So they go on to Memphis and get a big regular season win. A lot of talk was, at least this week, was the Cavs Thunder because of the teams on these long winning streaks, and they both were 30-plus win teams, and the Cavs won that one. They won last night in Toronto to keep their long winning streak alive. But the Rockets are probably – I don't think anyone looks at them as a contender, even though they are the 2 seed. They are in that mode of, we're not really sure what they are as a playoff team, but they're right now a damn good regular season team. So they got a damn good regular season win in Memphis last night. So we'll talk more about that going forward. But maybe a lot of the focus was on the CFP. And it was an entertaining game, and a lot of these games do this in the fourth quarter where there are defensive struggles and all of a sudden all hell breaks loose, whether it be turnovers setting up points or guys wearing down on defense and big plays starting to happen. That's kind of how things went after Notre Dame got back in it with their touchdown coming out of the half. They tied that game at 10, and then you got a little slumber, and then it just picked up in the fourth quarter. They win, and I was conflicted, I got to admit. I have a long history of rooting against Notre Dame, but then I have a more recent agenda of not believing in James Franklin. So one of those things came to fruition. The James Franklin slander can continue. Maybe I should throw some slander at Greg McElroy, too. I don't mind that either. If you missed it, you're not alone, because apparently Greg McElroy missed Drew Aller's performance leading up until his ridiculous comment. Did he not see that Drew Aller had 2 picks taken off the board by defensive penalties? So I'm setting that up for you right now. There were 2 awful throws that should have been picks that weren't because of defensive pass interference and defensive holding calls that negated those penalties, both in the red zone, by the way. Those picks would have taken points off the board for Penn State. Okay, that's the setup. Now it's 24-24. It's a back-and-forth game in the fourth quarter. Penn State has the ball with about 40 seconds to go. They run the ball on their first play. But before that play, coming off the sideline with the ball, Greg McElroy said something egregious. And if you missed it, Drew Aller pretty much invalidated everything he said within a minute. So here's that sequence of events that led to Greg McElroy looking really silly moments later.
How do they play it with 47 seconds to go? Are you aggressive or are you cautious?
I'm aggressive. I got 2 timeouts. I feel like the momentum's been back and forth. The quarterback, for the most part, all season long, his whole career, Drew Aller's made good decisions. He's got 50-plus touchdowns, only 9 career interceptions. He's not likely a guy that's going to put the ball in harm's way. I trust him. I think he can do it. And I would empower him in this situation to drive him down the field for a game-winning field goal.
1 minute later.
As long as 49. Aller hit as he throws, and it is intercepted! Christian Gray picks it off. There's an interception. First down.
And it wasn't just simply, great play by the defender. It was nice play on the ball. It was an awful decision. He's fading to his left. Just throw the ball out of bounds. He throws back across his body. He's nowhere near the target. The receiver had no chance to make the play or break it up. It was the cardinal sin. Don't throw late across your body. Well, maybe not across his body per se, but he was fading away. Don't throw late across the middle. He did it. It led to a pick. It led to Notre Dame bleeding the clock, and I don't know, maybe they picked up 10 to 12 yards and kicked a field goal to win it. Greg McElroy. The problem isn't that Drew Aller invalidated your thought. Okay, all those stats you quoted, cool. They're right. You can look at his 2023 and 2024 box scores and look at his stats and say, okay, he doesn't throw picks. But the game you were watching, the game where he nearly threw, or actually did throw the picks, they were just taken off the board. He was timid all night. He was not a confident thrower. The problem is James Franklin believed the same thing that Greg McElroy did. Greg McElroy is an analyst who got it wrong. James Franklin is the coach who watched his quarterback play poorly throughout. And the reason they were in that game is because their running game and Abdul Carter wreaking havoc on the defensive side of the ball. You don't trust Drew Aller there. He was not playing like a player that would have made the correct decision. He was a player who knew probably he hadn't played well. It was late. Nothing's open. Let me see if I can make a play. In a dream world, your initial call isn't one that works, so he's not put in that position. But I was not trusting Drew Aller there. James Franklin shouldn't have. And you know what? Hand the ball off to Singleton. If he breaks one that puts you in the field goal range, great, because he already broke off one for 13 yards on the first play. Maybe he breaks off another one, but I'm not trusting a quarterback who played timidly throughout, and it cost Penn State a chance at a championship game appearance versus either Texas or Ohio State. We'll find out who will face Notre Dame tonight. Sometimes it's as simple as don't make the mistakes. Hell, Riley Leonard wasn't great. He threw a couple picks. He threw an awful one in the second half that set Penn State up for a score. But anything from that game, if anything you could take away from it, was Drew Aller was not ready for that moment. He wasn't ready for the game. And Penn State goes down. So, Sean, while Notre Dame is in the title game, and I don't have any love for them, I don't know exactly how you feel about them. I will take my agenda living on when it comes to James Franklin and Drew Aller, because we have been going at their head since the start of the football season. And it took a while. It did take a while, but we finally got to be validated in our opinions. They are who we kind of said they were. And it showed up again. What's the stat for James Franklin against Marcus Freeman when it comes to top wins?
Marcus Freeman has more top 5 wins in the last 8 days than James Franklin does in his Penn State tenure. Probably his Vanderbilt tenure too.
Yeah,
I'm not holding that against him.
Yeah, it's Vanderbilt. He did what he could, and he catapulted himself into the Penn State job. But he is who he is.
We were proven right. Like
and by the way,
they made the semifinals. We were proven right.
And by the way, you saw that Notre Dame team out there. That's not them in their full form. They're really beat up. Hell, Jeremiah Love, you saw the knee brace on him, and he still made plays. That was a game against a beat up team who apparently we found out was very sick when it came to their backups and special teams players. We found that out. That's a game you should win, Penn State. You win that game. Abdul Carter fought through being banged up and just wrecked Notre Dame. They lost our offensive lineman in the game.
Yeah, they lost their starting quarterback in the game. You're up 10-0, and Riley Leonard got a asymptomatic concussion.
Yeah, and then Steve Angeli, the backup, drove down the field for a field goal that kind of turned the momentum. And as I said early on in the segment, Notre Dame came out at halftime and scored a touchdown. All of a sudden, Penn State didn't touch the ball and for any reasonable amount of time because I think they might have just kneeled down, or the field goal closed out the first half.
Field goal closed out the first.
So it was the final play of the first half. So Penn State goes up 10-0 and doesn't touch the ball again until they're down, tied at 10. And then they had a bad possession, and Notre Dame actually took the lead in the game. So I appreciate you, James Franklin. Sometimes you like to be right. I appreciate you, Drew Aller. I like to be right sometimes.
Drew Aller. NFL begging Drew Aller to come out in the draft.
And the story, they told the story, McElroy and Sean McDonough, about talking to Drew Aller, and they referenced that he told the world he wasn't going to enter the draft. And then when they asked him again about it, he said, you know what? They told us he wouldn't confirm one way or the other which side he was leaning. So apparently he was a little open to maybe going back on his decision and entering the draft. There ain't nothing about what he did last night that says go be an NFL draft pick. That was terrible.
No.
But someone had to be right. Turns out it was us. Turns out it was us.
Also, and this is actually not 100% on Drew Aller. This is more about Penn State itself and perhaps why we didn't take Penn State all that seriously.
Sure.
Dell, how many completions do you think Drew Aller had to wide receivers last night?
Oh, I know the answer.
It was as many as we did.
Yes. If you had somehow convinced people to play me at quarterback last night, I would have completed as many passes. In fact, I would have called for a bubble screen just to beat Drew Aller's number. I get it out there.
It's not hard to complete one pass to a wide receiver.
I know Penn State doesn't have great wide receivers. We're going to see great wide receivers tonight. Last night's game wasn't full of really good wide receiver play. The biggest play a wide receiver made was when a Penn State defender slipped and then another one couldn't tackle in the open field. But other than that, there wasn't a lot of great wide receiver play. But in a game or with a program who I have criticized quite a bit in saying the difference between Notre Dame and others is the fact that their wide receivers don't match up. Notre Dame had clearly the better wide receivers, or at least on the night, a quarterback who would actually get them the football from time to time. Drew Aller could not. Look, Penn State, Notre Dame, very good football game, but it is the undercard tonight. Now, Ohio State may blow out Texas. That is the way some people feel because of the way Ohio State has played. But if we're talking about man for man, outside weapons, talent on each side of the ball, it's clearly the game tonight when we talk about wide receiver play. Now, how it plays out, we'll find out in hours.
I'll take the Prize Picks over 1/2 completion to wide receiver for both quarterbacks tonight.
Yes,
like in the first quarter.
That is something you can pretty much bank on. Hell, Steve Angeli in a drive, he completed more passes to a wide receiver than Drew Aller did. Forget about us.
I saw Steve Angeli before the half, and I was a little bit like, I think Riley Leonard should prioritize his health. I think he should prioritize.
If you're a Notre Dame fan, you probably would have thought that.
His life 40 years from now than this game.
It was only one drive.
The first time anyone was able to throw the ball all night.
Yeah, it was only one drive. I don't know if Steve Angeli had to play throughout if Notre Dame's offense could have sustained on him dropping back the pass and not using Riley Leonard's legs, which was very important in that second half. But it looked like one quarterback was ready for the moment to throw the football, and it wasn't either one of the starters. Steve Angeli, the biggest drive in Notre Dame season. If they go in down 10-0, who knows how they come out of the half? But they came out of the half great and led to a very entertaining second half. Penn State comes out on the short end, and Notre Dame playing for a national title. Look, I've said they're like Turkey. I didn't see anything different from what I think about Notre Dame. It just so happens that they found a way. Thanks to James Franklin and Drew Aller. But credit to them. Notre Dame is banged up. They fought. Marcus Freeman. I remember listening to a podcast after they lost to Northern Illinois because I like Schadenfreude. I want to listen to Notre Dame people lose their minds.
I remember you telling me.
Yeah. And they were like, he's lost. I think it's something they're talking about, like the 3-score favorite losses that he's had.
Yeah, he's lost to like Marshall.
Yeah, compared
Stanford,
to others. And Brian Kelly left Notre Dame because he said he wanted to go to a place with the resources to possibly win a national title. Now, this is of course a coach who played in the title game in the very same stadium against Alabama and coached Notre Dame. He didn't play. He coached Notre Dame in that game, and they got their ass kicked.
Might as well
played. He would have been better off. Notre Dame doesn't have a lot of luck down there, whether they're playing a Miami team in the 80s or the Miami team they played in 2017 or the Alabama team they played for the national title. Notre Dame going down to that part of the country, they generally lose. They generally lose and lose really, really embarrassingly. Not last night, thanks to Franklin and Aller, broke that curse. As much as I want to continue to rip Penn State, I give all the credit for Notre Dame for finding a way. They fought through a lot to win that game.
They did, yeah. It was something where on the field, neither team was like super impressive. Like it's the opposite of the Ohio State-Oregon game where you come out of it and you're like, oh my God, Ohio State. This is like the opposite of that, where both these teams are like, all right. But you do have to give Notre Dame credit for, like, you could tell that they are a team that is shorthanded. They just like found ways to win, to string together drives. And even after the interception, like they still needed 2 first downs basically to get it. And
their kicker hadn't been great all year. Now he had turned it around, but he had not been great all year. So 41, they probably weren't that sure he would make it, but he did. Another guy stepping up to win that game.
What's his NIL deal?
I'm sure it's going to change now.
Yeah.
He's a legend.
Get Bert Auburn.
Bert Auburn was paid handsomely.
I remember a guy who missed 38-yard.
Sure you do. You'll see that guy tonight. Hopefully kicking extra points only. Hopefully.
Apparently, Steve Sarkisian is going to see how the kickers look in warm-ups.
Okay, sure.
I'm just saying what the man
I know
said.
what he said, but I'm predicting Bert Auburn's going to run out there for at least the first field goal. If he misses, then we might have a conversation. I'm going to see what they look like. You would need warm-ups in the semifinal.
Such a small sample size.
Yeah, to change your mind.
It's been what, a week?
Yeah, you had a full week of practice to figure
9 days.
these things out. I guess he's a field coach, and if Bert Auburn looks bad going against Snow Rush, and your inexperienced kicker looks great going against Snow Rush, you'll pick the inexperienced kicker. Yeah, that's generally how coaches treat specialists. Okay,
it's national semifinal.
Yeah, I'm gonna let warm-ups decide. I appreciate the drama you're trying to create, but I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. But we will see tonight. Texas, Ohio State will have the game here on ESPN 97.5. It is supposed to be the glamour semifinal. It's going to be tough to match up to the drama that we saw last night in the Orange Bowl. But the Cotton Bowl will be the host. Jerry will be the host. His building will host that game. And we will see. Texas, a decided underdog. Not a lot of people believe in them. Us against the world, as the Longhorns would say. And Sean's ready to go. He's got his USC Texas Rose Bowl hat on, got his Texas hoodie on. It's time. It's about that time. He did not break out the Bevo headgear. That'll come on Monday, right?
Monday.
If they win.
Job's not finished.
Oh, it doesn't come out until you win a national title.
Is job finished? Job's not finished.
No. Yes.
I'll also play that
Job's
Kobe
not
Bryant
finished.
And so will half of the Texas football roster. They'll put that as their Instagram story.
The worst thing about social media for me now is latching on to things that have nothing to do with you, and everyone going, "Nah, I got that Mamba mentality." Cut it out.
Cut out, Colin Simmons.
Yeah, cut it out.
You're a great player. You're 19 years old. You
Stop.
do
Stop
not
with,
have that Mamba mentality.
Stop with the Mamba mentality. All right. Would Kobe ever take a shot at the opposing player during the middle of the game on social media like you did, Colin Simmons, and it almost came back to haunt you? No. When Kobe was going for 81, he didn't tweet out a picture or Instagram a picture of Jalen Rose at halftime because it wasn't possible. But if it was, he wouldn't do it. Okay, segment 1 over. We'll get to the Rockets. We'll hear from Ime Udoka. Fred VanVleet had a good game last night. People have questioned why the guy who can't shoot gets so many minutes. Well, Ime will tell you why that is when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Michael Carroll, who you heard there, will join us around 11:30. I was in his production studio recording some commercials. His patience with me, I appreciate. It was a rough recording session for me, but he brought up after we were done, On Call. It's on Amazon Prime. It's a cop show, and if you've ever seen End of Watch, it's kind of shot that way. The one with, I think it was Michael Pena and Jake Gyllenhaal. It's a series that you can watch. It's pretty good. It got me a little bit because it's based in Long Beach, and that's where I grew up. So On Call on Amazon Prime. We'll probably talk about that a little bit when Michael Carroll joins us at 11:30. So be aware. There's going to be a little bit more stuff to recommend than what was last week, according to Michael.
There's at least one movie that I'm excited for that comes out.
Den of Thieves
2, Pantera, yes.
Den of Thieves 2, Pantera, yes.
I don't know why it's called 2, Pantera.
We'll find out. They'll probably do the thing where they say the name of the movie in the movie. And then we can point. They did the thing. Joe George is here.
What are you listening to? Pantera.
Something like that.
Is that how they do it?
I hope not. That'd be terrible. Joe George is here. I see Joe George in there, excited.
Well, he just
left, but he's pretty excited.
He didn't storm out, but he walked out.
Notre Dame fan Joe George.
Oh, because someone started talking to him. So.
He will be able to watch his team play for a national title. That's a good feeling, and maybe it'll be against Texas. We'll find out tonight.
I don't think it is a good feeling
to play for a national title.
It's stressful. It is.
That's true, but that's true. That's true. I can't even fight it.
I have not gotten the. Maybe it's just the 2 that I got to watch my team play in that were very stressful for 2 different reasons. Yeah, it's not fun.
But the immediate exhilaration after winning the game, the relief, 100%, exhilaration, 100%,
100%. I'm still guarded. So I'm not. I don't know how. Maybe it's 9 hours from now when the game actually kicks off, it'll be different. But I don't know how nervous I'll be. I think I'll be nervous as to not get blown out. I just don't want it to be immediately over.
Yeah,
I don't want to be Oregon.
That first couple drives, you can get a stop, force a 3 and out, whatever it is.
Score on the first
possession in, or whatever it is.
Scripted drive.
That would help. But just settle in. You go, okay, we can play with them. Once you get the vibe that you can play with them, then you'll be okay.
Yeah.
I understand going in and thinking, oh no, they are so good.
I just don't want to immediately be food. I just don't want to immediately.
When you are the underdog, even when you're Texas, you just want to walk in there and go, okay, our guys can play with them. We recruit great too. What are we talking about? And
we're paid to play football too.
So you'll settle in, they'll settle in, and then it's just football, and we'll see how it plays out. Yeah, getting jumped on early like Oregon did, the worst feeling, because at that point, forget about it. It's wrapped up. We're not coming back. It's just another 3 hours of misery.
I was gonna meet some friends for food after the Texas game, which, by the way, I was barely hungry after the Texas game.
Mm-hmm.
Talk about not having fun watching your team win. And I had to, so I was planning it out. I was like, I have to leave at halftime of the Oregon-Ohio State game. I was like, I might be a little late, whatever. Ohio State went up the 3rd touchdown. I was like, okay, I can just leave now and be on time. I don't need to stick around for this. This is wholly uncompetitive. I don't want that.
Exactly.
I don't want that life.
You don't want to be.
I want to be competitive. Be competitive.
All we're asking for, and then we can actually have a real ball game. So that'll be tonight.
Quinn Ewers, play well enough to where I can still make fun of Drew Aller, please.
That is a problem when you're so outspoken about another team's quarterback, and then you have to worry about your own.
I think I've made my feelings on him clear, but I do think that he's better than Drew Aller.
He is better than Drew Aller. No matter what it looks like tonight, I guess that's getting ahead of myself.
Easy.
I don't think he will approach tonight's game like Drew Aller did, where he was scared to throw the football. Now, Quinn may miss throws. He may unfortunately throw the ball into someone's hands, but Drew Aller went out there. I don't want to say he played scared, but he had a timid approach to that game.
He pulled the string on a lot of throws. He didn't just let it go. And the one time he did let it go was that final throw of the game, and it was an awful decision. So it was the worst of both worlds for the Penn State quarterback. We will see what your quarterback does against Will Howard. Imagine you're entering a game thinking Will Howard is going to outplay your quarterback. Is that a good feeling?
No,
it's not. We remember Big 12 Will Howard.
I do. I was not in school when Will Howard was the K-State quarterback. Close, though. And it was Skylar Thompson, who's the same guy.
Yeah. K-State does have
the same guy.
Yeah. They're kind of like Iowa, Wisconsin. Wisconsin, they had the one Russell Wilson year. But other than that, it's pretty much the same guy.
He was different for a couple of reasons.
Yeah. Mostly because he was going to be a legit pro as opposed to their other quarterbacks. Yeah. You guys can figure out the other reason. And then Iowa's the same. And K-State's been that vibe too. Colin Klein brought a different vibe to it. But for the most part, they're all the same dude. We will see if that dude putting on an Ohio State uniform can beat Texas, because he never could when he was at K-State.
Hell yeah.
Lean on that.
0-4, lifetime against Texas.
He's your Chris Ricks, if you remember that name. He could never beat Miami. He didn't get the chance to transfer to see if he could do it someplace else. We will see if Will Howard pulls the remarkable losing to the same team 5 times in a career. It's tough to do, even in the COVID era.
Also remarkable that it was Texas 5 times.
That version of Texas, yeah. At least Chris Ricks was doing it to a Miami team was competing for national titles when he was there.
It was it was the last Tom Herman team and the first Sarkisian team that went 5-7.
Yeah, and still, Will Howard, no chance. We will see.
And Malik Murphy. God.
It's not helping his case.
Did he lose to Hudson Card, too?
Yeah, but he didn't have Jeremiah Smith at K-State. It's a little different for him.
Should Jeremiah Smith hold out and immediately go into the draft? I think he should.
For 2 more seasons?
Yes.
No.
At least for tonight. Just protect himself.
Oh, okay. Now I get what you're doing. I was like, what is he talking about? Oh,
just opt out. That's all I'm saying.
Ask for a bigger bag for this game, and if they don't give it to you, don't play.
I mean,
prove your worth.
He could hold the team hostage right now.
Yeah, but it would get out.
He should do it.
It would go poorly for him, and the rest of his life would be.
I would love him forever if he did.
He would have to transfer immediately because the Ohio State people would run him out of town.
Transfer to Texas.
They got money to spend. Apparently, so does some school in South Florida, but they're going to spend it on Carson Beck. Cool.
Well, that's so he can be closer to his girlfriend.
Yeah, but he's not doing it for free. Still going to pay him like $2.5, $3 million.
I know.
Unfortunately. All right, let's get to the Rockets thing before we get the break. The Rockets get a nice win last night. Jalen Green, the month of January, it's ramping up to be his month of March from last year. Another good performance for Jalen Green. Turnovers laid aside, but they found a way to get it done. They beat that Memphis team in a really competitive game where every time the Rockets felt like they were getting a little distance, Memphis would fight back. Letting the likes of Santi Aldama and others make plays. It's not only him, but some players, when they make plays against you, it's infuriating. We saw what Ahmed Thompson did to Tyler Hero. He was infuriated by the fact that this guy was going to beat him. No one got tossed to the floor in the game last night, but it was competitive. They were going at it, and the Rockets found a way, which is, I think, the way they're going to win games in the playoffs. They're going to be scrappy. They're going to go on runs because of their defense and their ability to get out and even just cause chaos on the offensive end of the floor. Offensive rebounds. That's their formula. And if they're going to knock down shots like Jalen Green did, it's very tough to beat them. Look, they can win with defense, but if Jalen Green's going to be efficiently knocking down jump shots, that team is tough to deal with, and they were last night. But a player who's not shot the ball well really the entire year has been Fred VanVleet. There have been questions for people about why is this guy playing, and the answer, the obvious one, is Ime loves a veteran, loves what Fred VanVleet does. Here's Ime Udoka answering about Fred VanVleet and what he provides.
Fred has said quite a few times, he didn't come here to be the offensive engine to this team, but, how good is it to have a guy who can make clutch shots at the end of a game like that?
Yeah, it's not just that. It's handle the ball and get a shot and get it to the right person. You trust him. He's obviously one of the best in the league at assist-to-turnover ratio, and we had those turnovers late in the game that gave them the opportunity to kind of claw back into it, and he obviously made the shot, but he's going to make the right read every time, so good to have a steady hand to slow it down and know you're going to get a quality shot at least.
Ime Udoka last night after the Rockets won over the Grizzlies. And that's pretty simple. You don't have a lot of guys with experience closing out games that are important. Fred is one of those guys. I'm not just talking about being in the finals. Hell, he played better than this, but ranking the tiers of Raptors at the time, you're talking what? Fourth Raptor when you have Kawhi. Siakam was coming in to being a really good player.
Lowry.
You had Lowry as well, who had a good series. Fred made big shots in that series, definitely. But he was probably the fourth most important player.
Yeah, he was the sixth man on the team.
So it's a little different, but it's not just about that finals run. He's just an experienced, steady hand, and even when the shot's not going down, he had a good night shooting the ball last night. He can be depended on. Doesn't turn the ball over a lot. Did have some turnovers last night, but his turnover ratio is like 4+1. So you understand why Ime is going to keep playing him out there no matter how he's shooting the basketball. He's going to get the guys, hopefully, in a spot where they're going to be able to get a good shot. Doesn't always happen, but there are no better options, at least in my eyes, when they're trying to play in the half court. If they could play it every crunch time situation up and down the floor, then maybe Fred VanVleet isn't a guy I would lean on, but that's not how it goes, and that's not how the playoffs will go. So he's needed, and he was big last night. As I mentioned, Jalen Green, the 27 points on 21 shots. It's a lot, but hell, he was over 50%, 4 of 8 from 3, 50% there. Just a big time performance, and of course Alpern with a 32 and 14. They had no answers for him, whether it be the shot fakes, using his quickness against bigger guys like Zach Edey. He was a force last night, one of his better games of the season, and he did it against a really good team on the road. So Rockets continuing to show that they're going to be a problem. They're going to be a team no matter what, as long as the injuries don't keep piling up, because Jabari's out for a while and there's some questions about whether he's going to have surgery or they're going to try to let that just heal, and that'll determine how long he's actually out. Of course, Tari didn't play again, but they have enough depth. And that was one of the, as I think Sean pointed it out, he's pointed it out a couple of times, that their depth will be a benefit, not just their youth, their ability to play different guys, because at some point in all NBA seasons for all teams, guys are going to go down. It's just how it is. The Rockets have enough to lose, or at least to not have, you would say, 2 of their top 8 guys and still handle the Grizzlies on the road. Like, think about who they didn't have. Tari is a prime contributor off the bench. Jabari has been your starting 4 the entire year, at least when he's healthy. And they looked just fine against the Grizzlies team, who were getting guys back and played pretty much at full strength. They didn't have Gigi Jackson, who was a revelation last year as a young player. He's not around. He's going to be out for a while. Marcus Smart as well out. But they had Bane. They had Morant. They had Jaren Jackson. And Brandon Clark was playing too. And still, Rockets get the win. Credit to them. Credit to Ime for what he's done. And you got a good team here, which is nice. We haven't been able to say that for about 4 years. They were interesting last year, but they're just a flat-out good team. And hopefully they'll continue to build good habits, and we'll see how that turns out in the playoffs. So Rockets, 119-115, firmly in the 2 seed. And more than that,
Southwest Division champs.
Sure. More than that,
T-shirts.
More than that, I don't know if those will get made.
Doesn't matter, Del. Southwest champs.
Is Ime going to pull a Bill O'Brien? I don't think so. But more than that, whether they're the 2, the 3, or whatever, they're in real prime position to at least have home court in the first round, which is big for them, considering where they came from. So, nice game for the Rockets last night. We will hear from a really amped up special teams coach for the Texans. Frank Ross is their special teams coach. We'll hear from him when we come back. The Texans have a game, by the way. Chargers, Texans. We had, for some reason, Charger fans call into the morning show when we were trying to get people excited about the game. The people who were most excited were Charger fans. I don't know how that played out, where maybe they came to town and they wanted to hear sports talk. What are the local people talking about? And we didn't even get the Texans Chargers show about 8:20. So they're probably a little disappointed. But when we got to actually trying to get people excited, Charger fans took over and pretty much told us. My favorite line was, it's going to be Chargers 27-0. Maybe you guys get a safety. So either that's a Texans fan trolling or a Charger fan who knows about his opponent to reference maybe they'll get a safety.
I mean, like 50 million people watch that. So
it's true. But to pull it out with the pressure on you.
Yeah, no, it was a good job.
Not bad.
Good job, Chargers fans. Hopefully Justin Herbert has that same composure. When NRG's rocking, he's going to have flashbacks of Everbank Field.
In the second half of that game.
Yeah, the second half of the Jags game.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully. That would be nice, but let's start it in the first half. The stress of the Texans being down like 27-0. I'm not looking for that.
I don't think it'd
come
be
back.
stress. I think it'd be click.
It's yeah. I don't know why I'm lying.
All right,
yeah,
let me go on my phone and buy a ticket to Dinathy's to Pantera.
Good point. I don't know why I'm lying with this microphone in my face. If it's like 27-0, the stress will be gone. I'll be perplexed, surprised, but probably not stressed. Frank Ross ain't stressed. He's ready to go. We'll hear from him mostly because of how excited he is about his team and his unit. We'll hear from Frank Ross, the Texans special team coach, when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Texans Chargers on Saturday. We had a discussion yesterday, and that's up on our YouTube page. Actually, all the social media. You can find a clip of it on Instagram. I think it was put up on Twitter. Will this be Bobby Slowick's last game? And the conclusion for us was it kind of depends on how it goes. We're not going to say he's fired just because they lose. If it's a normal offensive performance, D'Amico will probably keep him around. We will see how that plays out. But a guy who's not under any fire is Frank Ross. Frank Ross is your special teams coach. The Texans, Kaimi Fairbairn, good kicker, maybe even great. They're pretty good covering kicks, and they got some juice in the return game from time to time. So Frank Ross is just fine. Here's Frank Ross taking a bit of a shot at Matt Burke as he has his media availability open up.
So I should have told Burke to pick it up a little bit because he a little monotone over here. So I hope that we start our football game on Saturday just with reckless abandon and intensity that the whole stadium feels our special teams play. That's the goal. That's the hope. Set the tone for intensity as we get on our wild card playoff football. So I want to just mention real quick the year, a little bit of retrospect from the year of regular season. Proud of just the overall leadership of the room. Dare, like I hope everybody understands, like anybody can coach that group. Anybody. Dare, Neville, Delshawn coming to the fold, the three specialists. MJ is the personal protector. Henry, Jake Hansen, guys coming up to me from other teams saying, hey, man, 35's doing a heck of a job. So proud of those guys and excited to watch them because they've earned the opportunity to play good football. They have to go earn playing good football on Saturday, but just super proud of those guys. So thanks for letting me share that.
Thanks, Frank.
To the Chargers.
Frank Ross wants this unit to bring the energy. And a special teams hit can change the early momentum. So I don't mind that approach. If you're kicking off to start that game and you lay someone out, the vibes will be high. Your defense, your strongest unit gets out on that field. That's a good way to start.
I don't like that he's doing the end of season shout outs.
Oh, you think he doesn't think he'll have another opportunity?
Yeah, well, you definitely will because they do have the end of season when they clean out the lockers like that.
Will Frank Ross be asked to speak? Do they get to the special teams coach in that moment?
Oh, that's actually a good point. Maybe they won't. Either way, I don't like the like.
You feel like
the season's over.
You're inviting.
Let's talk.
You're inviting doom by taking that approach.
We have to play in the Texas Bowl, but first let's shout out the personal protectors.
Well, it is in the same building.
I know, and it is actually kind of the Texans Bowl because
it's that time of the day,
3:30 on a Saturday.
Yeah, it is the Texans slot for playoff football wild card weekend, and they're at it again.
I'm gonna be disappointed if they ever play like a primetime wild card weekend game.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I don't want this.
Yeah, it's ours. This is what we
like. This is like, I don't know. Maybe this is the first year where I'm just like, actually, this is awesome that they play Saturday at this time.
Yeah, the Texans haven't really put their stamp on the NFL since they've been in existence, but this is something they have cornered the market on.
Yeah, they're 5-2 in this in this spot.
They're pretty much dominant. The best moment in Texans history, in my eyes, is that pick by JJ in their first playoff game in this moment.
Yeah.
On that Saturday, that first game.
At like 5:00 in the afternoon by the time that happened. Yeah.
2011, I think.
Yeah. Oh, January 2012.
But it was 2012, right?
It was the 2011
season 2012 playoffs. Yeah. So we will see if a moment like that gets duplicated. But before we go to break, there's some news about a quarterback who played in a couple of those games.
What?
Hit the horn, Sean.
Oh, yeah. You told me to get the horn ready. I wasn't ready. I'm sorry.
That's fine. Why am I asking Sean hit the horn? Because Deshaun Watson has ruptured his Achilles again. So earlier this week when Andrew Berry was talking about how Deshaun suffered another setback and we got the jokes off because we saw him dancing with his girlfriend on TikTok, I can't say that led to the setback, but the setback setback after further testing is a ruptured Achilles. So there wasn't much hope or even real thought that Deshaun was going to be ready to start this upcoming year because of the setback. Well, now it's a full-on rehab. We got some real questions of whether he plays another down in the NFL again, right? I think it's a real possibility. I didn't really pay much attention to that talk leading up to the news from Andrew Berry, but now that we have what we have and we know what it is, I mean, why would the Browns welcome him back to play when they likely have to draft a quarterback now? Like, you could convince yourself, even if he comes back like week 5, we will try to get an established backup who won't screw up. Maybe we can find our way to dance to 2 and 3 before he comes back. Now you're drafting a quarterback. So which quarterback is going to be punished by being drafted by the Browns? You know that career is over before it begins, or at least you have to get out of there pretty quickly. And hopefully they don't ruin you. Like Baker Mayfield would be the example of a guy who got out, found his way back, and now is starting in the playoffs. Which quarterback is most likely to be ruined by the Browns? Where are they in the pecking order for the draft?
I think they have either the 2nd or 3rd pick, somewhere in there.
Let's see.
Probably 2nd. Go
to Trusty Tankathon, and their top 2 picks are quarterbacks. They have, unfortunately for my guy, they have Shedeur Sanders going to the Titans and Cam Ward going to the Browns. I only had a chance to watch Cam quarterback my team for 1 season, but I'm hoping against hope that the Browns don't take him or the Titans do take him, because I don't want Cam Ward ruined by the Browns. He's got no shot, right? No shot of elevating that franchise. I mean, even what Joe Burrow did for the Bengals, at least the Bengals had Andy Dalton and got the playoff game. So we know they've been capable in the modern times of doing something with the quarterback and not completely ruining him. What have the Browns done? Who has a shot? Think of a Browns quarterback who did anything since you understood football. Like, you weren't alive for Bernie Kosar.
No.
I was, but I was a toddler.
Didn't they have one good year with was it Anderson?
Derek Anderson, a vagabond.
Anderson had one good year.
Yeah, didn't even make the playoffs that year.
Oh, Hoyer was pretty good in 2014, 2013?
They didn't make the playoffs.
They didn't make they didn't make the play. I'm just going with
understood. Guys who might have had a flash in the pan.
How low the bar is quarterbacks that were kind of good for 1 year.
That's my point. It's a very low bar.
Charlie Fry?
No. Charlie Batch even.
Charlie Batch.
I think he was a Brown. Maybe.
Probably.
Spurgeon
I'll
Wynn, I know, was a Brown.
Maybe I was thinking of that guy. I think I was thinking of Wynn.
Fry has been a Brown. Wynn has been a Brown. I'm not sure if Charlie Batch played for the Browns, but it didn't go well for him if he did.
No.
He was a Brown.
Of course.
And of course it didn't go. Ty Detmer didn't go well for him. It doesn't go well. So I don't know if you have any stock in quarterbacks. Maybe you're talking to your friends about who the best quarterback in the draft will be in a bad quarterback draft. One of them is in line to be taken by the Browns.
I don't think they should take a quarterback.
I don't either.
They will. Not even to protect one of these young men.
No, I don't really care about Shedeur Sanders that much. I'm not rooting for bad things to happen to him. But yeah, for their sakes,
Deion's not letting him go to Cleveland.
He cares that they go to the Titans. He reacted to Rand Carthon being fired with the eye emoji thing.
Okay.
So is Deion willing to have us? And probably doesn't matter to him. It's not like Shedeur is hurting for money. He's willing to have him drop out of the top 5
or try to have someone, because
trade up.
I think the Browns should trade back. They should trade back, and because if you get the young quarterback and let's say it's a hit, let's say they draft Cam Ward number 2 and he's awesome.
Don't even say it.
They can't, and he's awesome. They can't even do what the Texans did and like build around him and get pieces or veteran pieces around him, because that they are paying Deshaun Watson $60 million not to play.
Yeah.
And they're already paying Myles Garrett.
They recently
that's a good contract, but still, you're not going to be able. They dumped Amari Cooper. Like, they can't pay an offense to stick around him. Why would you drop a quarterback into this position?
ask the Patriots. Now they didn't have financial concerns, but they did drop a quarterback into a bad position. They wanted Jacoby Brissett to take all those hits and the punishment, and then they said, okay, this is untenable.
Yeah, I just and again, but now the Patriots have a lot of cap space. They can make something. They can get a receiver. They can rebuild their offensive line. There's no way the Browns are going to be able to do that anytime soon. Like I would just try to get as many picks as you can and do the thing that everyone says they want to do but never do, which is build a ecosystem around
like the Lions.
Yes, and then be ready to drop a quarterback in there. I mean, I just don't see how their life is any different if they draft Cam Ward or if they roll with the whole year of, pick a random journeyman quarterback.
Andy Dalton, whoever it might be. Yeah, I wonder how they'll approach it. The Lions have a plan. Now, they didn't draft the quarterback. They traded their franchise legend, if you want to give Stafford that acclaim as a Lion, for a guy whose value was down, who not a lot of people thought was going to be a good quarterback again, Jared Goff. So how will the Browns approach it? Will they decide, we don't like this quarterback draft anyway, we are going to strengthen all the other units that we can, and then maybe in 2026 go get a quarterback? We will see. But what we do know is Deshaun Watson, ruptured Achilles, done for another year. And look, you may not believe in curses, whether it be sports related or to one individual, but if there was an example of a curse being laid on someone for past alleged misdeeds, whether you think it's the Browns or Watson, this would be an example to confirm that, if you do believe that is possible. Because ain't nothing gone right for the Browns pretty much their entire existence, at least in the modern era. But ain't nothing going right since that move was made. Their biggest moment was Joe Flacco, and then that ended with an ass kicking by the Texans in the playoffs. That's the best the Browns have been since they made that acquisition.
Freddie Kitchens' interim year.
Well, that was before the acquisition.
They're decent. Oh, yeah, since the acquisition.
But as far as moments for them, it was the Joe Flacco stretch.
Yeah.
And it ended with 2 pick sixes and a playoff loss. We will see what they do coming up here. Pena, you want to talk about the Texas game? If anyone else wants to talk about really anything, you can. 713-780-3776. Hour 1 done. We'll get to hour 2 when we come back. We'll get to Pena to start hour 2, but I want to remind you, we have Michael Carroll at about 11:30 to talk about what you should or shouldn't watch. This is still a show that welcomes people bringing up their own stuff. Like, I'll take a suggestion. Michael gave me a suggestion, and I watched the first couple episodes, and I like On Call on Prime. You guys are watching anything? I guess Friday would be the day for it to let us know. We welcome those calls. Michael Carroll joins us at 11:30, the host of Comicast with John Lee. Pena, you want to talk the Texas game? What's up?
Yo, what up, dude? Man, what the hell, man? You could have cut me off on Monday when I was talking about Squid Game. When I got off the phone and I turned back to the average, like, oh yeah, I have nothing to say. I never watched. I felt like a loser, man.
What?
I was like, God damn, I'm talking to myself on here. But anyways, look, man, I have a prediction what's gonna happen tonight. And I don't know if you watch WWE, but when Austin 316 says he's going to whoop your ass, he's going to whoop some Ohio State ass. 38-21, Texas, baby, let's go.
Dominant win for Texas. I was going to tell him, since he just talked about you should have cut me off, I don't watch WWE. And then he mentioned Austin 316. I do know that. I did watch it during that time.
He didn't go for a deep cut.
Yeah, if he went with something that's happening right now, I don't know, even if it is on Netflix. 38-21, huh? It would be a surprise.
Yeah,
for most
people have buried him, and like Texas fan, the Undertaker arm stick up from the ground.
I gotta say something. I'm glad.
Is it about the Undertaker?
Not specifically.
Okay.
I'm glad you reminded me.
Oh, is it about the other guy?
No, but I'm glad you reminded me of this. I am kind of tired of celebrities horning in on college football, like using their fandom to be involved. Like Shane Gillis, get out of the Notre Dame locker room, beat it.
The locker room is crazy.
That's nuts.
The locker room.
If you want to be on game day, it helps your profile. They want you on. They want people to watch.
I'm
That's
okay
fine.
with celebrity fan, like celebrity XYZ fan.
Yeah, you want to be on the panel? Cool. I get it. That's a marketing thing for you.
On the sideline during the game, I'm cool with, because I've had to literally my entire life growing up. Matthew McConaughey has been on the sideline of
You're
a big
used
game.
to it.
Yeah. Where I'm just like, yeah, that's what everyone does, right?
I don't know why. There's a lot. I don't know why in the locker room bothered me, but there's a picture,
in the locker room's crazy.
There's a picture of him holding up Riley Leonard's jersey, and they're doing a pose after the win. I'm like, okay, enough. Where the hell were you? Where the hell were you 5 years ago? Where the hell were you at? Or
he wasn't famous enough, I think, I think now he's famous enough to be in the locker room.
But would he have wanted to be in the locker room?
Oh, when Ian Book was tossing at people's feet.
Well, didn't they make a playoff with Ian Book?
They made a cameo in the playoff.
Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe that's a better point. He may not have been at a level where Notre Dame would even have cared that he was a fan.
I mean, we saw it. We're seeing it most recently now with Glenn Powell being probably number 2 on the Texas famous Texas power rankings.
Like
no one cared that Glenn Powell went there when he was in Spy Kids.
Like the sideline, or even Everybody Wants Some, which is set in Austin. That baseball frat movie.
Yes, not when he was 9 years old in Spy Kids 3D.
Yeah. Certainly not then. But it makes me think of like when Chappelle told this joke. I don't know if it was in a stand-up or actually on his show, when it was Work With Me. It was right after 9/11, and he's talking about how I don't want to hear from Ja Rule. I'm scared to death, because apparently Ja Rule was on MTV, and like, Ja Rule, what are your thoughts about 9/11? I don't care about that. If I want to dance, I want to hear from Ja Rule. I'm scared to death. I don't want to hear from Ja Rule. This is a crazy situation. It's not that extreme, but I don't want to hear from the likes of the Powells, and I get McConaughey's there. I got to accept that. What am I going to do? But
he's
Shane
been there for so many coaches now.
But Shane, he's a grandfather and whatever. But Shane Gillis, I don't know who Penn State would have had. I'm not sure who their big celebrity fan is. We didn't see one, I guess.
Keegan-Michael Key.
I guess he did the James Franklin. I don't want to see him. It's maybe me being a very protective of my sport, but get out of here. I just want to watch the game. I don't need the input from them.
I do think this is a little hypocritical, because you're okay with
What am I okay with?
Michael Irvin on all fours.
He's a player. He played at the school. That's different. I didn't say anything about I don't know, Quandre Diggs if he's at the game. I don't care if Roy Williams is at the game. I don't care about that. He played there. He helped build it. He has a right. what the hell is like the fifth guy in Top Gun Maverick doing there?
Yeah, the fifth guy.
Yeah, he's below
He's
Tom.
third.
He's guy, but as far as actual stars, he's below Tom Cruise. He's below Miles Teller. He's below Jennifer Connelly in that movie.
Okay.
So what is he,
Fourth?
Let me look at the rest of the people.
And he saves the day. Like the reason Tom Cruise and regrettably Miles Teller is still breathing right now is because of Glenn Powell.
Regrettably, look at you.
He's
He's not even below Val Kilmer.
Oh, that's out of respect, though.
Exactly.
Val
Out
Kilmer
of
had one
respect.
scene.
Doesn't matter. That's Iceman. He's below Iceman. He's like the fifth person in that movie. I don't want to see him at the Texas game. Who cares? Just because he was in that Sydney Sweeney movie, which by the way isn't great. Just
She should be at the games.
I don't know what her tie to Texas is, but yes,
yeah.
I don't know who she roots for.
Everyone's having their game of their life.
No one would. They'd be distracted, Sean, looking to the sideline. Hey, Texas doesn't even do the check with me thing anymore. What are you guys looking to the sideline for on offense for? You guys don't do that anymore. Cut it out.
Jameis Winston squinting. Yeah.
For an appropriate reason, finally. All right. Just my little rant. All of a sudden, college football has always been a big sport for me, but it's a giant sport now. And celebrity fandom invading. Shane Gillis, don't pull a Drake. Stay out of the locker room. But credit to Notre Dame for getting that win. Off to the national title game. I'm sure Shane Gillis will be there to celebrate, win or lose. Loves his Fighting Irish. Eric, I see you. You want to get in on this. We'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else want to get in? 713-780-3776. But first, Sean's going to talk about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks. They don't have how many cutaways to Glenn Powell or Matthew McConaughey. Don't have how many celebrities are going to be on the sideline. But they have everything else that you would want on the game. So many different projections that you can choose more or less on. Maybe you think that Quinn Ewers, game of his life. This is the game that gets him drafted number 2 overall by the Cleveland Browns. Maybe you think that's going to happen. Maybe you don't think that's going to happen. And you're going to take lesses on a lot of Quinn Ewers passing stats, or maybe a more on 1.5 interceptions. That's interesting. If you think the game's going to go a certain way, you can do that on Prize Picks. And today is the perfect day to get it started because today is a Flex Friday. That's right. It's a Flex Friday, which means that Prize Picks is giving you a free Flex pick. So up to $20, you can build a lineup. And if it loses, you get your money back. So it's no risk at all on a Friday on Prize Picks. What you're going to do, download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly on your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We're back. I asked people if they could call in or chime in about shows they're watching. Art is catching up on Succession, and he found out, or at least he was reminded about an attribute of Shiv. Yeah, Art, that's part of the vibes with Succession. I appreciate that commentary. I mean, I wasn't exactly looking for that type of comment about shows that we watch, but I welcome it. If you want to get in and talk about anything, you can. 713-780-3776. But let's get to a consistent guy who calls this show, and I'm never, ever sure what he's calling about other than Abigail Dye. Here's Eric. What's up, Eric?
Hey, no, I'm a big U fan, and I've been a big U fan since the 80s. But you weren't talking smack when Two Live Crew and Uncle Luke were in there buying them cars and giving them cocaine. Even you used your celebrity status to pump up Miami University. Also, I want your thoughts on this. Why is Cheetah Johnson dressing so conservative nowadays? Remember she used to dress sexy? I'll hang up and listen.
Well, I will attack your first statement. You know why I wasn't saying anything while Two Live Crew and others were on the sidelines at Miami? I was like 4. Who am I supposed to raise a voice to when that's happening? So let's get that out of the way.
Hypocrite.
And the other, yeah, clearly. And the other thing is, your whole premise is crap, and I don't really want to address it because you're lying. You're not a big U fan. In fact, why'd you have to use that lie to set up your point? It didn't make any sense. I'm going to attack you by letting you know I'm one of you. No, you're a Texas fan. He's one of your people, Sean.
Oh, okay. He should be at the sideline of these games.
He's our celebrity.
Yeah.
Eric, I hope you make your way onto the Texas sideline some way, somehow.
He did bring out a good point, though. You had no problem with what Nevin Shapiro was doing.
I didn't even know he existed until the scandal broke. I didn't know who he was.
You had no problem.
And he wasn't he was like any other booster. You pay money as a booster, you get to the locker room. That's how it is. You get on the sideline. Nevin Shapiro ain't Shane Gillis. Shane Gillis is weaponizing his fame to get into the locker room. He's not paying money. If he was, I would be okay with it because that's how you get the next great player. You pay money for it.
Who's the Miami celebrity fan that's not a former player?
Trick Daddy? It's usually guys who grew up there and were rappers.
That's true. True.
Oh, speaking of Top Gun, they do have a famous. He's not Glenn Powell famous.
Trick Daddy is not.
No, he's an actor.
Maverick. Oh.
His name's Danny Martinez. You would recognize the face.
Oh, I think I know who that is.
Yeah, he's a giant Miami fan.
Okay.
He is.
What's his power ranking on Top Gun Maverick? He's like 7 or 8.
I think it's Danny Martinez. I gotta get the name. I don't remember.
He's like 9th now. He's behind. He's behind the daughter for that. The woman that Tom Cruise slept with.
Danny Ramirez is his name, not Martinez. Danny Ramirez. He is a giant. He's also. Hold on now.
I know he's in
also
the Marvel movie.
He's also the sidekick of the new Captain America.
Yeah.
So he's rising up the ranks. That's our current.
Okay. So 9th guy,
celebrity actor fan of the program type guy.
Yeah, lower than John Hamm in the Top Gun Maverick.
And you notice, what we don't see? Well, mostly because there hasn't been enough success.
John Hamm?
No. Danny Ramirez in the locker room with a Pop-Tarts bowl.
The locker room, I think we can all agree. That's too far.
It's too much.
That's too far. I mean, I guess Dion does it. Maybe was he the first guy to do that? To popularize it and accept, I guess, welcome it.
Yeah.
He's probably the first to welcome it. Other coaches were probably pissed off. That a booster would be in the locker room.
Odell Beck, well, he's a former player. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, former players I'm putting in a different category. Former players they get treated differently. And rightfully so.
I don't have any problem with that. The guys who are using their celebrity and they happen to either have gone to school or grew up rooting for them and getting to show up places, particularly in places that don't involve the sideline. Hey, I'm in the facility walking around, beat it. The only one I accept is McConaughey because why fight that fight?
Yeah.
He has a title. What is it, Minister of Culture?
Minister.
It's a made up title.
MOC.
What's the title?
Aren't all titles made up?
But this one is particularly made up. It's only there because Matthew McConaughey has that vibe.
What if God forbid 25 years from now there's some health complications with Matthew McConaughey and they have to anoint a second minister
Like
of
he's a
culture.
mascot like Bevo?
I was thinking like the Pope, where they all go into a Chris Del Conte on.
You think he's still going to be there?
Yeah.
Yeah. But to your point, so they need to.
Mac Brown.
They need
Kevin Durant's there.
They need the conclave needs to happen to make sure there's another minister of culture.
Yeah. Bernard Smoke comes out.
Who's the next likely candidate? Because Powell is famous, but will we give that to him?
But Powell's like, we got to see how the next 5 years go.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's like the Jalen Green of this, where it's like too early to crown him yet.
Okay.
Or maybe a Min Thompson.
Yeah, he hasn't had the real lows that Jalen has had. We'll see how that football show goes for him. When he's playing, if you don't know, it's a little shaky, right?
Yeah,
we will see.
That's a step down from Twisters, I'd say.
Yes, you're just being Eli Manning. You're stealing an Eli Manning Jared Goff bit and turning it into an entire show.
5 years ago?
Yeah, just turning it into an entire show. We'll see how that plays out. There was someone up there who wanted to talk Texans. We'll see. If you want to talk Texans, we'll welcome you. You can call in and talk Texans. Don't let the nonsense of this show distract you from talking about sports, because we will get to it, certainly, if you want to. Michael Carroll will join us here shortly to, I guess, once again, distract us from sports. But Texans, Chargers, we haven't really given our predictions. I think the Texans win. I am not overwhelmed by the Chargers. I think the Texans defense plays a huge part in this game. I think they dictate terms. They're very capable of that. I like the secondary matchup against that Chargers team. Justin Herbert, fine. Good quarterback. He's fine. But I don't think he's not lifting the Chargers up to a win on the road here against the Texans. I don't expect CJ to turn the ball over. I think he'll probably give a performance kind of commensurate to what he's been this year. It won't be awful. He'll be fine. The Chargers have a pretty good defense too. But I like the Texans here. I'm not concerned about the number or Rex Ryan or Pete Prisco. I think we're talking divisional round football for the Texans. Now, that's a different story altogether, how that game might go. But this one, I ain't afraid of the Chargers.
I'm not afraid of the Chargers either.
21-17.
Okay.
That's my final score.
I'm going to pick the Chargers.
Oh.
I don't know. Is it still 3.5?
I don't know the number. I have to look.
Okay. If it's, I don't know if I'm taking them, because I do kind of feel like it's going to be a close, 23-20 kind of game.
2.5.
2.5. Okay. Then I'll probably
No, sorry. It opened at 2.5. It's 3.
I'll still probably take the Chargers. Yeah, I don't. The thing with the Chargers is that they just limit turnovers so much that
that's true.
They don't turn the ball over. They play smart football.
They're a Jim Harbaugh team.
Yeah, and they play disciplined football. I wouldn't say the Texans do any of that.
That's true.
And so if I think it's even, I'm just going to take the team that I haven't seen screw around 17 times this year.
Now, this is a team who got their doors blown off by the Bucs. So they have that in them too.
That is true. I'm not saying that they're, perfect or anything. I just think that if it's going to be a close, even game, I just kind of tie goes to the team that I think won't make the huge mistake.
Okay. I don't hate that. I know the Chargers on its face have the head coaching advantage. Jim Harbaugh experience, got to Super Bowl, all those things. I do like DeMeco Ryans against Greg Roman, though. If we're talking about matchups, X's and O's.
DeMeco versus Giro.
If you want to call Greg Roman that and think he's cool enough for that, sure. I'm not doing that, though. I do like DeMeco against Greg Roman. I like that matchup for the Texans. We will see what Bobby Slowick has for the Chargers.
I don't like that matchup.
I don't like any matchup.
Jesse Minter versus
Slowick. Yeah. I didn't want to really highlight that because it kind of flies in the face of my DeMeco Greg Roman thing.
No, I won't hold it against
That's fine. It's fine. It's what you're there for, to bring stuff up. And yes, that doesn't feel like it favors the Texans. They are once again shuffling their offensive line. They are inexperienced playing together with any continuity. These guys have gotten a lot of starts depending on where they lined up week to week. But the continuity of these spots where Scruggs is going to fill in for Shaq Mason, and then you have Patterson, and we continue with Titus Howard at guard, and of course Blake Fisher and Larry Tunsil. The Blake Fisher in the playoffs against the Chargers edge rushers could be a problem. We will see if all those screens that are about to be thrown mitigate that Chargers pass rush. All right, before we go, we don't do props here. At least I don't. You do prize picks. Do the Texans run a screen that goes for more than 6 yards?
6 yards.
It's 0.5.
I'll take the more. It's a flex Friday on Prize Picks. So,
look at that.
Yeah, no risk up to $20. So I'm gonna go with more because I think maybe a Joe Mixon 7-yard screen could happen.
Ooh.
Wide receiver screen? Hell no.
Okay, that's the caveat.
Yes.
I did not give you wide receiver screen, so that's on me.
Yes, a wide receiver screen.
No,
lower.
Okay. Wide receiver screen, tight end screen.
Less.
Maybe they fake a wide receiver screen, then throw the middle tight end screen. Was that go? I'm giving you that. I'm giving you some variety.
Dalton Schultz tackled for a 3-yard gain.
Okay, we will see. That'll be this show's game within the game.
Yeah, I'll write that down. I'll try to remember that.
The score. We're split on who wins and who loses. Will the Texans run a non-running back screen that goes for more than 6 yards? Just one. Can they get to that? We will see. When we come back, we will hear from Michael Carroll, because perhaps the game is a blowout, as Sean didn't kind of jokingly say what would happen for him if it was a blowout. You might need something to watch on Saturday afternoon, going to the evening. Michael will provide that for you when he comes back, or when we come back. He'll join us here for that. But first, I want to talk about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Yeah, it sucks when you have a plumbing issue, but you know who you go to fix it? It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. The cold weather can change your pipes. Leaks happen out of nowhere. You think you're fine one day. The next time you turn on the water, you got a real problem. You look at it, and you got water on your floor. You're losing water pressure, and you don't know why. It's not your job to know why. It's Aqueduct Plumbing Company's job to know why. So call them. They'll come out there and check it out. They'll give you a free price quote as well. So once they ascertain what's going on, you don't get charged for that. That's not fair. They don't do that to you. Call them at 281-488-6238. That's the number. And whether you think it's something small or something really big that you know you can't take care of, they'll be there for you, from repiping to fixing a fixture, or maybe they need to do some rerouting, clean a drain. It's all there for you. You can check out all the things they provide under that services tab on the website, which is aqueductplumbingcompany.com. They're local. The contractors are all local, and they're excellent at what they do. Experienced as well. What more could you ask for from a plumbing company other than doing the job and doing it right? And that's what Aqueduct Plumbing Company does. Check out the website, aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com. Some Guys here with you. He's the host of Comicast, along with Jong Lee. You can find that wherever you listen to podcasts. And depending on what is going on here with us, it'll be on 97.5. Sometimes it gets preempted, but if you're looking for it consistently, Spotify, Apple, it's there for you. Michael Carroll, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me once again.
No, of course. At some point, maybe a decision needs to be made. Me and Sean will discuss your future appearances. But right now, we're good.
Are you sure? I feel like I should be worried now.
Well, it's up to Sean for the most part. So if you wind up not getting invited,
is this budget cuts?
We are coming up on a year of doing the show. So
yeah, so
maybe I'll have to, review,
evaluate what works and what doesn't.
Do I have to fill out like a form of like
no,
how do I think I did?
You won't have any real input.
No,
I'll check with the algorithm.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You'll check. Are you just gonna ask ChatGPT?
I'll check with the algorithm, Michael.
Okay. All right. Well,
just be ready. That's all.
I feel like my future. Okay. Well, it's been fun listening to talking to the listeners.
I mean, it's just simply a time to evaluate.
We'll see what Grok has to say.
Exactly. But Michael Carroll of Grok likes you. You'll be back. And as I said, he's the host of Comicast, and he gives you guys things to watch. It could be a movie. It could be something you could stay at home and watch, and maybe with the weather, you just want to stay home. I asked Michael yesterday, is this a better week for something to watch? And he said, there are a couple things, certainly better than what we had last week.
Way better.
Way better. So if we are starting with TV, what would be the first thing or the best thing you would tell people to watch?
Ooh, best thing I would say, I guess, well, there's two things that I've been watching that I started watching last night, and we were talking about them briefly. On Call, which is on Prime Video, season 1, full season's out right now. And then American Primeval, a limited series on Netflix. All 6 episodes of that are out right now. Those are the two that I've gravitated towards. There's a few other things like The Pit on Max. That's probably one of the standouts for the weekend. But I leaned towards On Call and American Primeval. On Call, I was just telling you before we got back on live that I finished On Call last night because it's 8 episodes, but it's 30 minutes a piece. It's a cop show focused on a rookie that's being trained by a veteran during their 60-day probation period. There is a cop that is killed early on.
Early on in the show, yeah.
Kind of the main plot thread throughout the course of the season. But you do have, it's not quite procedural because it is done by Wolf Entertainment and Dick Wolf and all that, which Law and Order. You would think it's procedural. We talked about that briefly yesterday. It's procedural in that they get calls that are just kind of random per episode.
But there's like a giant I guess you say a plot line.
Yeah.
That's going across the entire season, but they do have the B plot line of these
little
crimes by episode things they have to deal with.
And they may only be like 5 minutes.
Yes.
I mean, it's real short, some of the things. They don't have to work them out too long. It's not like a Law and Order where you're focused on this case for the entire duration.
Exactly.
Because it's about 2 patrol cops and they're just responding to calls on the day-to-day basis.
And depending on who they're talking to, maybe that'll play into their larger plot line. It just depends. And I watched the first 3.5 or so episodes. I like it. And I was telling the people listening early, I'm from Long Beach, California, set in Long Beach, California. So it's cool for me to see things I remember seeing growing up. And the one thing that struck me oddly was the veteran. I think her real name is Troyan Belisario.
Yeah.
You would recognize her. I mean, it probably doesn't fit our listening audience. She was on Pretty Little Lies.
That's the
thing. That's the thing you would recognize her from.
Yeah, because honestly, so I never watched that show. So this was I promise I didn't watch all 160 episodes. How do I know that?
Who's they?
Who's they? But this was my first experience with her, and to me, she's the glue of the show.
I would agree.
She is what kept me. It's a good show. It's not like the best show ever. And a lot of the side characters and like the rookie Alex Diaz, the character Alex Diaz, are good, but I think she's the focal point and makes the show go. with what she does with her acting, what her character goes through, and how the main storyline affects her.
Yeah, she trained
ways.
the officer who was killed in the
Yes.
first episode, so we see the emotional toll it takes on her and the drive for her to try to find out what it is. And the thing that kind of caught me, just making me remember where I grew up, is she asked the rookie cop about Cambodian coffee, and it just struck a chord because the Cambodian community in Long Beach was giant when I was there. Obviously, it continues now. It's like, oh, that's a Long Beach thing. Someone who knows about Long Beach is writing this show because that, or is at least involved in the show, because that was something, a little thing that maybe someone who didn't know anything about it wouldn't have picked up on. So yeah, On Call is good. As Michael mentions, it's an easy watch. It's a quick one, and they do a good job. I don't know how season 1 concludes. I'll probably find out this weekend. So that is the first one. What else is out there?
So the other one I mentioned, American Primeval, that's a limited series on Netflix. It's basically a Western historical drama. Very, very gritty, very brutal in its depiction of the Western time. This is set in 1857 during something I had no idea about, the Utah War. I had no idea.
Didn't know it was a
Apparently
thing.
it happened from 1857 to 1858. This is in the middle of that, where it's Mormons versus the government versus Native Americans versus pioneers. Like, it's this whole just kind of showcasing this event, but it's focused on a mother and son who are trying to get to California to get to the husband who's there in California.
Okay.
And what a shock. It's not an easy place to get to during that time. And it's, if you've seen The Revenant, it's got major Revenant vibes from that.
Okay.
I think the director wrote The Revenant and kind of explains the ties to that, because a lot of the show is shot in a low angle where it's really like focused in on the brutality of it. It's bloody. Like, there's a dude gets scalped in the first episode, or getting scalped. It's a bloody thing. I've only gotten through the first episode and a half, so I can't say for sure about like how the plots kind of marry together. There's two plots that right now they tied with each other in the first episode, but now it seems like they're just going to go off on their own. I don't know if those will come back. Doesn't feel like they will, but we'll see. It's a solid show so far. Taylor Kish is one of the stars in it.
Riggins from Friday Night Lights.
I'm in.
Jai Courtney.
He's in.
Jai Courtney's in it. Betty Giplin's in it. Kim Coates, who was in Sons of Anarchy, for folks, he plays the leader of the Mormons, which is a very different role for
Kim
him.
Coates,
for Kim Coates. But so far it's interesting. I had my reservations because it's Peter Berg that's doing it, and Peter Berg is hit or miss for me.
He is the creator of Friday Night Lights, probably why Riggins is in it.
Yeah, and now he's done that, but he's also made Mile 22 and Spencer Confidential. That were the last two films he did, and
I did not enjoy Spencer Confidential.
2 hits.
I saw like the first 10 minutes and was out.
2 hits.
You heard, Sean.
Well, finally, those are being dragged down by Mark Wahlberg. Let's be clear.
Exactly. He got away from Mark Wahlberg, and he's back.
Now he can flourish.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Well, I mean, I will say this is better than both of those so far.
My biggest problem with Mile 22.
I know that's not saying much.
My biggest problem with Mile 22, which I watched, and sorry, it came out in 18. I'm gonna have to spoil it. He killed off Lauren Cohan in the movie.
Oof.
At the very end.
My big beef with that,
and don't kill off Maggie from Walking Dead. How dare you?
Yeah. How dare you?
Yeah.
My big beef with that movie is they brought in Iko Uwais, who is a international martial arts action star.
He is. You would recognize the face if you've ever
Raid.
Yeah, exactly.
Bullet to the Head, whatever. There's a bunch of movies, action movies. They over edit him so much in his action sequences. There's like 30 cuts for 2 seconds. It's ridiculous. You can't see any of what he does. Like, you brought in the martial arts guy to do martial arts, but
you want to see him do martial arts.
But then you're cut in so close to his face and fist, like you can't see anything. And it totally killed what could have been that was a cool fight scene.
Spencer Confidential was all right. Had Post Malone in.
Okay. All right.
Sean, lover of things that generally a lot of people don't like.
Yeah, because this is a big weekend for him. I think we were talking about it during the break.
It's true.
It is a very big weekend for Sean. Sean, what's your excitement level because in theaters, Den of Thieves 2, Pantera.
Yes. Excitement level 9.5. Not
Wow.
quite a 10. Not quite a 10.
Not
Did
quite
you
a 10.
did you rewatch Den of Thieves 1 this week?
I'm always rewatching Den of Thieves 1.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with
What
movie
that
releases.
tracks.
I'm just
What are you
watching it.
talking about?
That tracks. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
always in the queue. I figured.
It's on the my list or whatever, just permanently.
So because I was curious about, we were talking about Pantera. I was curious why it's called Pantera. Pantera means panther, and that's the title of the highly skilled gang of jewel thieves. They call themselves Panthers.
Okay.
So Pantera.
There it is. An explanation.
Spoiler.
There you go.
I mean,
big spoiler.
You could have allowed us to find that out in the
I
movie.
wanted them to say the word. in the movie.
I'll let you find out in the 2 hours and 24 minutes of this runtime for this movie.
Oh, that's the sweet spot.
That's meaty.
Is it that?
For this type of movie?
The first one was like 220,
This is very comparable to the first one,
which
in
is
terms
great.
of length.
That's great.
I mean, I will say, if I just want a dumb action movie, I can't.
Well,
I can't not.
This is long. This is pretty long for just a dumb action movie.
I mean, now I will say that's probably a drawback for a dumb action movie.
Yes, what I'm saying. It can't be that. If
Gerard Butler walks into a Benihana-like restaurant and goes, "The food here sucks. I'm here for the ass."
That's not
You
a
can't
dumb
cut-
action movie.
That's not a
cut
dumb
that.
action movie.
You can't cut that.
That's true. That's skill right there. That's skilled writing
Because
right
it
there.
sets up what happens later.
Of course. Of course.
Sleeps with Merriman's girl.
See how that played out.
Yeah.
O'Shea Jackson Jr. is in it. That is Ice Cube's son. He was in Den of Thieves 1.
They were antagonistic forces.
Well, I don't want
now.
to give away anything that happened in Den of Thieves.
Trailer.
Some people might not have seen Den of Thieves.
And maybe it'll be a double feature. They'll watch Den of Thieves on Max and then head out to see
Are
the
we
movie.
really worried about Den of Thieves spoiling right now?
Possibly.
I'm looking out for the listener.
I just know that
I respect the art of Den of Thieves.
we watch a lot of movies.
It's one of my favorite 50 Cent movies.
Yeah,
Am I being baited into getting my review lowered or something for returning to the show? Is that what's happening right now?
You'll never know until it happens.
Oh, God.
All right. So Den of Thieves 2, you seem to have a very dim approach of it.
I mean, I'm not
a
saying
dim thought about it while Sean is all in.
Yeah, apparently, a highly
9.5.
smart, well thought out, very well done action movie.
It is.
There
Do
you
you
go.
like? Do you like the movie Heat?
Yes.
Do you like the GTA video games?
Yeah.
Den of Thieves is basically those two things combined.
See?
With Gerard Butler.
And so why would you think poorly of it?
I'm not saying I think poorly of it. I just called it
Your
a dumb
tone.
action movie.
Well, that's a tone that suggests
It's a
it's
dumb
not great.
action movie.
I don't think it's dumb. I
He-
think it's actually well made.
and complex. Apparently.
Okay. I'm
It
not
is
saying
complex.
the quality of it is not well done. I'm just saying, come on.
And think about the rivalry.
plot.
What about
Spencer
the?
Confidential is a dumb action movie.
No, that's just dumb.
That's just dumb.
That's just dumb.
Speak.
It's an act.
No,
It
it's
happens to
just
be an
dumb.
action movie that's dumb, not a dumb
Yeah.
action movie.
Okay.
Like Texas is a team who plays in the SEC. They're not an SEC team. That's what we're saying.
All right.
Same thing.
All right.
Wow.
And think about the rivalry between South Torrance and Long Beach Poly that permeates through that entire movie.
Through the entire movie.
Complex, Michael.
They set it up in like the second scene. They asked where you went to high school.
Apparently, I missed this complex when I first watched
Maybe
the
you need a
movie.
rewatch.
You do need
I
to
guess
rewatch
I need to rewatch
You
it.
definitely need to rewatch
I need to rewatch
To understand. It takes like 4 or 5 times for you to understand how great the movie is, but I get it. This particular movie, it takes about 3 or 4.
I am
5.
pretty dumb, so
No, it's not about you being dumb.
No, I didn't get the complexities.
I'm just saying the movie takes a couple watches and then you understand.
Oh,
that's how great this is.
They don't shoot civilians. They're only killing uniforms
Ah, yes.
because they have a code.
They have a code. They
Even
always
among thieves.
That's not a trope at all.
A den of them.
Yes, a
perhaps.
den of them.
All right. As we've badgered Michael into apparently watching Den of Thieves this weekend.
Well, apparently
we will
we're
see.
rating it, giving it 5 stars out of 10, or no, not out of 10.
No,
out
4
of 5.
stars.
Yeah, 4 stars.
Let's
okay.
not be ridiculous.
Okay.
Yeah. Mile 22, 5 stars.
Mile
Except
22,
Except they killed
Except they
Lauren
killed Lauren Cohan. That's the
drop
best part.
that down.
4.5. All right. So anything you would suggest beyond Den of Thieves?
In theaters, Better Man is out this weekend. That's highly rated, highly reviewed. It's the biopic for
Robbie
Robbie
Williams.
Williams. I honestly have no idea who Robbie Williams is.
He's been a
He's
long
just a
time
singer?
musical artist who didn't really have a lot of hits here, but in Europe,
In
he
Europe,
was
he's
big time.
Okay. For some reason, he chose to do his biopic, kind of like a Pharrell doing his biopic as a Lego movie. he chose his biopic to be a chimpanzee throughout the course of the movie.
And I think the thought was, Sean's laughing in there.
You just put that in there.
He's a chimpanzee,
He's
while,
a chimpanzee.
while everyone else is human.
Yes, everyone else is human.
Everyone else is human.
I think his point was,
and he's a Planet of the Apes type ape.
Yeah, people wouldn't relate or feel any empathy for a famous human going through stuff like this.
No.
So he said he wanted to use the monkey to come across that. Yeah, sure, all the excess looks crazy, but if it happens to the animated primate, then you will sympathize, as opposed to it happening to the rich, spoiled human being.
Complete misread.
That's what I heard. That's what I read.
It'll be hilarious every time the monkey does anything human-like.
He's very
when the monkey does coke.
It would be hilarious.
Yeah, the monkey does a lot of things.
You're gonna laugh.
It has to be the only movie where a monkey does cocaine.
It's
We had Bigfoot do cocaine. Did that come out last year or the year before? Sasquatches did do cocaine, didn't we?
Oh, Sasquatch.
No,
Cocaine bear.
The bear did it.
Oh,
but
the cocaine
and
bear.
then the Sasquatches were doing other things. The one with Jesse Eisenberg.
Yeah, they were doing other things.
Yeah, they're doing other.
They didn't do drugs.
Okay, so there's more to talk about and maybe recommend. I think you're recommending Better Man because of the reviews. I think
I recommend it in that it's both liked by critics and audiences.
Okay.
If you're into that, I have no bearing on Robbie Williams outside of I saw the trailer, I saw a Planet of the Ape type ape, and that's
where you stand.
That's where I stand.
Okay.
So you can watch it if you want, but if you want a high bar action movie, Den of Thieves.
2, Pantera.
Yeah.
Pantera. I mean, come on, guys. You should not watch Better Man. You should watch Den of Thieves 2, Pantera.
Nothing says you can't watch both, but we know which one takes
That's like
priority.
5 hours at a movie theater.
I didn't say you had to do it in the same sitting.
Okay.
Watch one on Friday, then watch one on Sunday. I don't know how people want to plan their weekends, but the options are there. Now on Comicast, which you host with John Lee,
yes,
you guys talked about your most anticipated shows and movies.
Yes.
And which one was that for you in 2025?
Show wise, it was we did like top 4 picks for each for movies and shows. For movies, let me go to movies, I guess, because I picked Mickey 17.
Okay, that's the Rob Pattinson movie.
That's the Robert Pattinson movie. Bong Joon-ho, director of Parasite and other great flicks. He's directing this one. Fantastic Four, just because curious. Superman, and I am a big Predator fan. So
as am I.
Predator Badlands is coming out later this year by Dan Trachtenberg. Of course, he did Prey in 2022.
Which was really good on Hulu.
Which, phenomenal. A huge step from 2018 Predator.
Definitely.
That was horrible.
It was.
Predator Badlands with Dan Trachtenberg in theaters. I'm all in. Be there day one. Show-wise, Last of Us, Daredevil Born Again. I have on my list. I had to look, but there's 2 others that I was very hyped for this year.
And if you wanted to watch a Fanning in an action movie, Predator Badlands is for you. Elle Fanning is going to be starring in that one.
And that one is not like Prey was set in, what was it, 1700, 1800?
Yes, very early America, I guess you would say.
This one,
before it was settled, I guess.
I think it's set in near future.
Okay,
if I remember correctly, but we'll see how that plays out. But if it's Dan Trachtenberg doing it, I have full faith that he can do it.
So it's coming out in November, and the only cast news I see is that Elle Fanning is in it. They have not released anyone else. From what I've seen,
they've done it like the secret filming. They did it with Prey, and they've done it with this one because there's something else Predator related that may be coming out this year, but that they've shot in secret, and we really don't know much details about it.
Interesting.
So I don't know what Dan Trachtenberg's cooking up. I don't know if it's another, because people have said, "Oh, why don't you do this like anthology thing where you take the Predator and just put them in different time periods?"
Yeah, because which movie
eras.
did we see that we found out the Predator? They've been doing that across centuries, obviously.
Probably Predators, I would guess.
If it's hard for you to discern which one is which, don't worry. No one can either.
I think
You're
also
not alone.
Predator 2, right?
Maybe
ship?
Predator 2.
Yeah, when Danny Glover made it onto the ship.
Yeah.
He's too old for this ish. Even in Predator.
He
was very old to be in a Predator movie. Yes.
Yes, he was.
Yes.
Very old. Oh, the other 2 picks I had for shows, Andor and Murderbot.
Andor season 2?
Andor season 2.
1, right?
Right.
Okay. So Michael's giving you a lot of options, not just what's coming out this weekend, but also what you can expect in 2025. Trust Michael. If he says don't watch it, don't watch it. If he says watch it, watch it.
Except he has a blind spot
with Den of Thieves.
I watched it.
Yeah, but you weren't gonna say watch it.
I was gonna say watch it.
I don't think you were.
I was gonna
I think you teed me up to talk about it.
No, I know you're a huge fan. It's a big weekend for you. You were hyped up, so I was trying to just give you the platform.
Okay.
That's all.
Gerard Butler and O'Shea Jackson Jr. face to face. Why wouldn't you watch Den of Thieves?
Gerard
Pantera.
Gerard Butler, one of my top 5 favorites. He's up there.
I do like when
I'm seated.
Sean's movie, like Love.
Oh, you've noticed.
Is fascinating.
How can you blame a man who Gerard Butler loves something that's fallen? So do I.
He saves America constantly.
Did he save London too?
He saved London. He saved those people on that plane in the movie Plane.
Yes.
Yes.
Very creative title.
Very.
Much like naming a show after yourself like this. Very creative. We are done for the day. Thank you, Michael, for joining us.
Thank you.
We're done for the week. Hopefully, we're talking about a Texans win. And hell, I don't care that much about Texas, but I like to see Texas win. Who's rooting for Ohio State? We can talk about that on Monday as well. Sean, since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
We did it!
We did. Gallant and George are up next. I'll talk to you on Monday.
Hello and welcome aboard Gallant George on a Friday. Gotta get down on Friday, January 10th of 2025. I am Paul Gallant. He is Joe George. Sean Mapes behind the glass. Big day for two folks in this room. First off, Sean's beloved Texas Longhorns play tonight. But second off, T-shirt Notre Dame fan Joe George, whose Notre Dame Fighting Irish won last night, came in here wearing nothing to represent his T-shirt alma mater.
Yeah, as I told you before the show started, I told the audience the last time this happened, I live with the monster, my 3-year-old.
Okay, I was about to say we've done this before on the show where
you've
gotten in trouble with your wife.
No.
Things.
He doesn't listen.
Not your wife, it's your son.
I live with the monster. My son is 3 years old, and he's obsessed with hide and seek. I looked for all of halftime last night. I looked during the commercial breaks. I looked at 1 a.m. when I couldn't go to sleep after they won.
No.
I couldn't find it. I don't know. Our house is clean for the most part.
Okay.
Can't find it. I don't know. It's MIA. And also, in the words of the great Bill Belichick, we're on to Los Angeles.
On to LA?
I'm thinking about the Chargers now.
Okay, because Texans-Chargers, that is tomorrow, NRG Stadium, 3:30. Joe in attendance as a fan, me in attendance in a suit as a Big J journalist. So, this game's pretty simple. It's time for CJ Stroud to do something. He hasn't done it all year long. And Sean, I'm going to ask you to have the dump button ready because I'm about to do things. Multiple things. Sorry. It's going to be in rapid succession. Don't worry about it.
You got 8 seconds.
If you're watching on YouTube or you're watching on Twitch, guess what? You'll be able to hear it. If you're listening on the podcast, Apple Podcasts and Spotify, you'll be able to hear it. Maybe?
Yes, you will.
It's time for CJ Stroud to fuck shit up. What did Paul say? What did Paul say? If the FCC got in the way of hearing what you should be able to hear, art pouring out of my mouth, it is time for CJ Stroud to FS up.
I agree. He needs to step up. I need the real CJ Stroud to stand out.
It's about time.
The CJ Stroud from last year. From the Browns game last year, where he was balling. From the Colts game last year, where he threw that deep touchdown pass to Nico Collins.
Yeah.
That's what I need. I need Nico Collins, 80-yard touchdown, 70-yard touchdown, wherever the kickoff return goes now. I don't remember. First play of the game. Give it to me.
Do the screen thing you did against the Cowboys. Just don't have an illegal man downfield. Sean Mates is shaking his head. Well, if you don't have an illegal man downfield, there we go. Bomb it deep downfield to Nico Collins. You are right. Chuck it to Nico over and over and over and over and over again, because that will allow CJ Stroud to, as I just said earlier, I'm not doing it again, don't worry, FS up. Okay? It's about time. It hasn't happened all year long. If this guy, going into next year, wants to be thought of in the same way that he was thought of going into this one, it's got to be a playoff performance. And it's interesting because he's going up against a quarterback in Justin Herbert where you could say the exact same thing. Herbert's had a great regular season. 23 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, second fewest all-time by a quarterback with 500-plus passes. Herbert has a lot of pressure on him, though, because he has never won a playoff game. And he has been in the league for a while.
I think he has more pressure than CJ because of that fact. No playoff wins? At some point, he belongs in the Lamar conversation for sure. I mean, he doesn't even have the MVPs that Lamar Jackson has. He doesn't have the amount of playoff appearances that he has. But to be the quarterback of a team in which the opposing team throws 4 interceptions in a half and then you lose in the second half, that's not just on your defense. That's on you too. And I know the coach has changed, but you know you have one of the best coaches in the NFL on your side in Harbaugh. Justin Herbert needs this playoff win. I mean, think about it. He's been in the league forever. It feels like at this point. Now, Jaden Daniels was in college beating him to stop him from going to a national championship game when Jaden Daniels was at Arizona State. But it's Herbert has a ton of pressure on him this weekend. I do think more than Stroud. I
agree.
But I do agree with what you said at the beginning, though, that if CJ wants to go into next season viewed as a top 10 quarterback in the NFL, this entire season can be forgotten about. for the fans, the media, everything. If you play great in the playoffs, it doesn't matter what you do in the regular season. If he wins a playoff game this weekend and then has a good performance in the next round, win or lose, the conversation about CJ Stroud gets autocorrect.
Right. It's like with Josh Allen, where, hey, Josh Allen did his best. Let's change the overtime rules, which is what happened after the Bills lost to the Chiefs in overtime in that classic game a couple of years ago. So it's not ultimately about what CJ Stroud's perception is league wide. For us, it is. For him, it is about just going out there and executing because he is capable of it. We all know he is capable of it. We watched him last year. This season, it's just different. And why is it different? I don't know. The pressure, Bobby Slowick, the injured wide receivers, but excuse after excuse has been made for him. And ultimately, it is on him. I know that we talk about the offensive coordinator all the time. And last night when I was at the rodeo committee hangout while they were announcing the rodeo lineup, some person was just asking me, hey, explain the Texans to me in a nutshell. This person doesn't know anything about football. And I was saying, well, a lot of criticism about the offensive line, a lot of criticism about the offensive coordinator. And this person said, like, oh, not a lot of criticism about the quarterback. And I mean, the funny thing is you remove yourself from the equation entirely or situation, and you say you're not going to look at it with your battle red or your deep steel blue colored glasses. Like, you want Stroud to be good. We all want him to be good. But I mean, he's part of this just as much as Slowick, just as much as the offensive line, if not more. And we've been so hesitant to say it. So, hey, Saturday, shut us all up. That's tomorrow. That is almost 27 hours away. 27 and a half hours away. It's time. It's time. We've been waiting all year for it. We haven't seen it really once for a full game. Can he do it against the Chargers defense? It's one of the best in the NFL. Probably not, but if he does it, don't we look at this team this year a little bit differently, even though the regular season has been so frustrating? Yes, we do.
Absolutely. And I think to what you're saying, Paul, is that if he goes out there and lays an egg and he's as bad as he's been towards the end of the season,
no, don't do that.
Then the blame, I think, to the questions of like people questioning CJ Stroud and it hasn't really happened. That's when it starts to come up. Is at some point the quarterback's going to start to get the blame. And I feel like going into year 3, if he is coming off a disastrous playoff performance, the conversation's going to shift. It's going to shift about D'Amico. It's going to shift about CJ. The narrative around the Texans is going to flip totally. That going the next season, we're going to be talking, how far away is D'Amico from the hot seat? Are you concerned about paying CJ Stroud $60 million? Because that's right around the corner. Like all these things. This feels like a big narrative building game for him in either direction. And I really don't feel like it's going to be somewhere in the middle. Feels like everyone's going to be back in on the wagon, or people are going to be jumping off as fast as possible.
Oh, no. Don't want the latter thing to happen.
Agreed.
I think a lot of people are already off it, though.
I think specifically for CJ. Like I think the CJ wagon, like people are largely
the
still
one wagon they're all still on.
Yeah, it's the one part of this where like, and D'Amico for the most part, I think people are still firm believers, but it's hard to be this franchise in which you are a 9-7, 10-7 football team. You play at 3:30 on Saturday, and to have the performance you did last year against Cleveland versus the regular season this year, if you follow that up with a dud, people will be angsty. Like they will have a lot of angst about the way they feel about the future of the Texans after feeling so positive last year.
Mm-hmm.
Just get the win.
I'd like to have some positive vibes back. I'd like to go back into feeling like a plucky underdog round 2, as opposed to being a plucky underdog in your own backyard in a round that you honestly own. You're 5-2 all time at NRG Stadium Saturday at 3:30. It's funny. People always assume they lose all the time. Like that sort of goes to show how irrelevant this franchise is on a national stage. But I mean, they generally do well here. And you are going up against a team that has its own choking issues. On the text line, 713-780-3776. You want to jump in by call, by text from the 832. Harbaugh's a better coach than D'Amico. It's all on Stroud to win this. The scary thing is, continues this texter, that Chargers defense is way better than that Ravens defense from last year. I would agree with that. I'm scared. I do think that the difference is you could theoretically hit him deep, but the real question is Stroud going to have the time to do that, given the offensive line and what it's been this year, despite largely being healthy? Now, you're putting Juice Scruggs at right guard. You got the interior concerns me for sure. And with the waves of linebackers that the Chargers can put in and out and sub in and out. I mean, they're going to have fresh legs all game to run after CJ Stroud. And the unfortunate thing is this team has a running back who's great, Joe Mixon, but their inability to run block ultimately makes Joe Mixon's role in tomorrow's game one that you're expecting to be minimal, because against good defenses, they've struggled to run the ball. It's basically Mixon just making bleep happen.
Yeah, and honestly, to have a rookie and Blake Fisher out there at right tackle, this is going to be the deadliest combo of players that he's faced yet. He hasn't faced it. This is a big ask, honestly, for Blake Fisher to go out there against what they're going to do, and whether it's run blocking or pass blocking. And look, you've got 3 guys that are less than 2 years into the NFL, from center to right tackle. It is not an experienced group.
And a right tackle playing left guard.
Yeah, a right tackle playing left guard.
And an oft penalized left tackle who's still one of the best in the game or something.
It's not great. And Joe Mixon, for him to have success, it's going to be a lot of what it's been this year, where it's been poor blocking, but he finds the right cut. He finds the spot, the weakness in the defense, and he's doing a majority of the work. Even when he's had his best games this year, it's not like it's been like super well blocked for him. He's done a lot of this on his own, which is part of the reason why it's been so impressive this year. It's not what Saquon Barkley has had in Philly and Derrick Henry has had in Baltimore. A lot of it's just been Joe Mixon. Like they have to give him some holes and some. I mean, DJ talked about on Tuesday. They have to run the ball to win this game. As much as CJ Stroud's important, if you can't run the ball and you're averaging 1 yard a carry like they've done against like Detroit, that ain't gonna fly this weekend.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Remember this quote by Rex Ryan. Whenever you feel like, hey, the Texans have no chance, remember that Rex Ryan said this. This is the bulletin board material that you need in your life for today, for tomorrow. Here's Rex Ryan saying something about the Texans.
Chargers wind up the 5 seed. They're going to Houston. What's your reaction?
Yeah, I mean, I never realized the Chargers got a bye, that they qualified for a bye, but they did, because they're playing Houston. This team right here, number 1 in the National Football League in scoring defense. And by the way, Quentin Johnson, he actually can catch the ball.
He was unreal.
He had 13 catches. Remember, this is the kid that couldn't catch a cold. Like, all of a sudden, now he's catching the ball. They're moving it. They can,
all right,
they
whatever.
can
Shut up, Rex.
with
We
the run
heard
game.
the important part. Who was the chucklehead in the background?
I think was that Greeny?
I think it was Greeny. Sounded like Greeny.
Yeah, he's a big chucklehead.
Well, more funny. The Jets. Boom, roasted. Rex Ryan, good luck coaching that, because you're the best candidate for that job. But anyway,
He
look,
ain't getting that job.
look, this is the fuel, okay? You're the underdogs at home tomorrow, which is kind of embarrassing. Spin it into a positive way. Deep steel blue pill it, because a deep steel blue pill can do a lot of magical things. From the 713, deep steel blue pill helps you hit it deep. That's true. And that's what we're hoping CJ Stroud and Nico Collins do a lot of tomorrow. We do have a Charger fan who is with us regularly, Mr. Brostash. He is our resident Chargers fan on the Twitch at ESPN 975. He says, I understand you got to go with that choking narrative, Paul, because you don't watch near as much Chargers football, which is understandable in the national narrative, but this team doesn't have that stigma attached to them anymore. It's a whole different mentality now. Did they change their logo? Did they change their nickname?
No, they're also what was it, 2-6 this year against teams that are in the playoffs?
That's interesting.
Yeah, 2-6. The only team they've beaten in the playoffs this year is the Broncos twice.
So
2-6.
I don't want to puff my chest out with the Texans being 1-6 against
Yes,
opponents.
Texans not much better,
but they have the same nickname. They might have changed locations. They are choking dogs. That is what they've always been as a franchise. There's 2006, like blowing that game against the Patriots. That's the best team they've ever had. There's blowing a game where Trevor Lawrence, who's not even good, threw 4 interceptions in the first quarter. That is what you are. That is what you always will be. And that's what you should have, Texans fans, in the back of your mind if you're debating going to this game tomorrow. Like, yeah, Texans underachieving. Chargers routinely underachieve. Whoa.
Yeah, sorry, 2-5. They lost 6 games this year. They went. The only loss they had that wasn't against a playoff team was Arizona. They lost to the Steelers 20-10. That's Justin Fields also. The Chiefs 17-10. They lost to the Chiefs 19-17. They lost to the Buccaneers 40-17. They lost to the Ravens 30-23. So 5 of their 6 losses this year are against the playoff teams. No other playoff team they beat this year was named besides the Denver Broncos. All they did was beat bad teams this year. So if the Texans narrative is going to stick going to the game, the Chargers has to stick too. This is a prove it weekend for the Chargers as much as it is for the Texans. Prove to Mr. Brostash and to all of us that, the stigma's dead. But I'll believe it with the Chargers when I see it. Same with the Texans. I'll believe it when I see it.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got Sean behind the glass. Sean, do we roll through to 24? What do we do here? What do we do?
Oh, there's so much pressure on me. Yeah, let's roll through.
Let's roll through, baby. There's been a rash of bad sports gambling. And I'm not talking about at mybookie.ag promo code bet975 or at Sean's site or any of those sites. I am talking about just real life bets. It started off earlier this year. We had a Florida State fan who said that he would eat a Dixie cup full of dog poo if Florida State lost. We had a rash of other college football fans making similar bets. I think this one takes the cake. So I'm not sure what restaurant this took place at, but I saw this on the old TikTok, which I look at on my PC because I refuse to have it on my phone. It's not very good for the PC. Whatever. No one cares. Paul, you're old. This man made a bet that if the Chargers win tomorrow, that he will do this.
Right now. Join the Navy if the Texans lose first round. First round. If they don't lose, I'm not joining the Navy. If they lose, I'm going to join the Navy. He's gone.
That is a lot to put on yourself.
That's a bad idea.
I've gone to
eat the poop, man.
I've gone to Target on Westheimer the last couple of days, and right next to the Target on Westheimer is a Army, Navy, and Air Force recruiting center. It's right there. It is literally right there. The Target on Westheimer. It's like I think it's in the same building, if we're being perfectly honest. So that guy might be marching right down there if the Texans lose. The Navy? Joining the Navy?
I mean, he must just want to go anyways.
I would assume
and it's
so.
Needs an excuse.
And he was like, I'm going to go viral before I go off to help serve my country.
But if you're not totally sure about it, eject. Find a way out of this.
If you think it's an actual punishment, don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it. It's such a bad punishment.
It's the worst kind of punishment.
I mean, it's an 8-year punishment? Like, what's the commitment?
Good question.
5
years?
I think it's 5 years.
It's not a punishment. It's a chance to serve your country with honor.
If you view it as a punishment, it is a punishment.
Yeah, I mean, also,
but it is a chance to serve your country.
Yes, it is. But you're stuck for 5 years based off the Texans.
Whoa, you're not stuck. You're going from port to port. You're going from sea to sea.
This isn't the Astros.
For the United States of America.
Like, if he would have made this bet for the Astros to lose against the Tigers, that'd be an unfortunate loss. Like, I would have understood that.
It is a lot riding on the wild card.
Did you get the points? That'd be my question for him.
No, he did
no,
not.
I think he did this before.
I think it was before they knew it was the Chargers.
Before they knew it was the Chargers.
Yeah.
I think it was Steelers was probably the most likely outcome.
So
that does change the bet.
Yeah, maybe there's a caveat that we don't know about. Like, hey, like he was talking versus the Steelers. Like, maybe it's like the National Guard.
That is very.
If now there's the Chargers. Like maybe
Coast Guard.
Yeah,
Coast Guard.
Yeah, he drop it down a level. The Galveston Police, if you know.
Space Force. He gets the points, but it's Space Force if he loses.
I hope so hard that right after theoretically things go poorly for him, he loses the bet and he does have to serve in the Navy. I hope that somebody is right there with an amazing song by the Village People. Have you guys ever heard this song?
In the Navy?
Yeah.
I haven't. Maybe I have.
The lyrics are something else. Sean, you could eventually play it. I'm just going to read the lyrics to you because people don't like it when I sing. The song is a banger. Where can you find pleasure? Search the world for treasure. Learn science, technology. Where can you begin to make your dreams all come true on the land or on the sea? Where can you learn to fly, play in sports and skin dive, study oceanography? Sign up for the big band or sit in the grandstand with your team and others meet. In the Navy, yes, you can sail the 7 seas. In the Navy, yes, you can put your mind at ease. In the Navy. Come on now, people, make a stand. In the Navy. In the Navy.
Was this like a recruiting opportunity? Like, is Is this a paid endorsement?
No, it's not. This person made this bet. I saw it online.
No. I mean by the Village people.
I'm assuming
it sounds like the commercial for joining the Navy.
Right.
Oceanography. They wrote oceanography into a song.
I think that they probably thought to themselves that we need to make a song about seamen, because that is what people in the Navy are. They're men of the sea, seamen.
Yeah, this guy might be a seaman soon.
He might. Nothing wrong with that. Listen,
absolutely nothing wrong.
A lot of people in my family were in the Navy. Whether it's my grandfather who was in World War II, in the South Pacific, or a couple of my uncles, in the Navy. This guy could be in the Navy on Saturday if the Texans lose to the Chargers. So listen, okay, C.J. Stroud, pressure on him.
A lot of pressure on
D'Amico Ryans, pressure on him. The Texans, pressure on him.
Guys, I'm learning a lot about this song right now while Googling it.
There's so much pressure on the Texans because does the United States Navy want this guy to join them? I don't know.
Yeah, what if he's
not fully in?
What if
he's
they
not fully
reject
committed?
him?
Yeah, he could get rejected. That's what you do. You tank
asthma.
That's what you do. You tank the.
Yeah. Say I got asthma. I've
What,
got
do you drown?
club foot, whatever.
Yeah, no, yeah. You go. I don't know.
I can't swim.
I got plantar fasciitis. I can't.
I can't. Oh boy. So we'll see how that bet goes for old fella McFellapants. And by the way, did you know this? If you're not going to the game at NRG Stadium tomorrow, you can watch this game not just on CBS and Paramount Plus. Did you know that there's an alternative broadcast of this game? Are you guys ready to watch the Houston Texans play on Nickelodeon? It's a Nickelodeon broadcasted game. I mean, if you want to do some shrooms or maybe, smoke a little Oski and have yourself a time because you have no faith in this franchise, you have alternative ways to watch this one.
I might watch the Nickelodeon broadcast.
I kind of want you to, Sean, watch the Nickelodeon broadcast. I kind of want you to take notes.
I want you to. Is a very funny thing to say, but yes. Yeah, sure. I'll jump on that grenade, see if there's anything funny in that.
Flippable.
Do we know who's on the call?
Probably
Bob and Patrick.
Yeah, SpongeBob, Patrick, and I think normally it's Noah Eagle and Nate Burleson.
Noah Eagle and his hair plugs. I mean, Noah Eagle and his perfectly coiffed hair that's definitely not fake at all. Have you ever seen Noah Eagle's hair?
I know where you're going.
He's got a toupee. It's so obvious. It's so bad.
At like 27?
Yeah, man.
God.
That is rough. I feel bad for him on that front. That's rough genetics.
Yeah. I mean,
you got dealt a bad hand, buddy.
Does Iron Eagle have a hair?
No, I don't think so.
He has hair? His dad has hair.
Unless he has a toupee too. Maybe it's a family of toupees.
Yeah, I feel like if one has it, because I think it comes from your dad's side, doesn't it?
I have no clue. Could come from your mother's. We are not genealogists here.
No, we're not. We're definitely not.
We're not. So there you go, guys. In the Navy,
where you can study oceanography.
You can be sad about C.J. Stroud letting you down in the Navy.
Oh yeah, imagine how pissed off you'd be.
D'Amico Ryans made you frown in the Navy.
I'm stuck on a submarine. I haven't seen the sun for 3 days. All because C.J. Stroud. all because Bobby Slowick called a screen pass.
Larry Tunsil had 6 false starts at home. Oh, okay. It is Gallant and George. He is Joe. I am Paul. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text, and maybe we'll play in the Navy at some point during the show because that's what that guy's going to have to get ready for. Joe's Notre Dame Fighting Irish are on to the national football title. Texas, meanwhile, do they deserve to be 6-point dogs to Ohio State? 6 points for tonight's college football playoff showdown in the Cotton Bowl? We'll discuss. Stay put.
It's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant and Joe George.
Snap and hold are good. The kick is good!
Sean McDonough on the call. Notre Dame took down Penn State thanks to that field goal. Congratulations, Joe George, to your Fighting Irish, asterisk.
Shout out to Mitch Jeter. He was terrible this season, their kicker. He was hurt for most of it, but like at one point he was 6 for 12.
No relation to Derek Jeter?
No relation.
Okay.
It was clutch in the playoffs, though. So.
I would assume that that's what the best Derek Jeter's offspring could do, because Derek Jeter, very mediocre shortstop, honestly. If you think about it, worse than Nomar Garcia-Parra. People don't talk about that, but it's fine.
Agreed.
It's fine.
I second that take.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Great owner, not. Nice job with the Marlins.
Mitch Jeter, greater sign, Derek Jeter.
Mitch Jeter is better than Derek Jeter. I mean, based off of that, what's the last time Derek Jeter did something clutch? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Didn't happen while I was adult. Didn't happen at all. So this game was porn for me because I hate Penn State. If you listened yesterday, I explained why. A Penn State fan once pulled a switchblade out on me in front of Watson Hall on University Place back in 2009 after a Syracuse Penn State game. He also pulled it on me and 5 of my friends. It was because a friend of mine was making out with a girl who had been making out with him in the street moments before. I don't know why he felt so aggressive about it and felt the need to whip out a switchblade and say, yo, I'm from Philly, but he did. And I hope all the bad things in the world happen to Penn State going forward. In fact, not enough have, given, that they're back in the college football playoff at any point in the 21st century after the Jerry Sandusky scandal. So to see it all come crashing down around them, I hope that bastard, wherever he is, whether he's dead, hopefully, or whether he has a family, perhaps, he's beaten down by life living outside of Philadelphia. Maybe he survived the mean Philadelphia switchblade life. Maybe he survived. I hope that he watched that moment with like 3 screaming kids living in a trailer park somewhere in eastern Pennsylvania, outside of Philadelphia, perhaps in Camden. I hope he saw that. I hope he witnessed it. And I hope it was miserable for him as he saw, 1, not just Notre Dame winning it on that game-winning field goal, but 2, saw this, oh my God, rubbing my nips to hear this delicious bit of audio from last night's game.
How do they play it with 47 seconds to go? Are you aggressive or are you cautious?
I'm aggressive. I mean, I got 2 timeouts. I feel like the momentum's been back and forth. The quarterback, for the most part, all season long, his whole career, Drew Aller's made good decisions. He's got 50-plus touchdowns, only 9 career interceptions.
Yeah,
He's not likely a guy that's going to put the ball in harm's way. I trust him. I think he can do it, and I would empower him in this situation to drive him down the field for a game-winning field goal.
1 minute later.
As long as 49. Aller hit as he throws, and it is intercepted! Christian Gray picks it off. There's an interception.
Oh, that was beautiful.
What is Greg talking about? He threw 3 of the worst passes of the year.
Yeah, Joe, that interception he threw into triple coverage down the left sideline, I was watching it at Red River after the rodeo event we were at last night. There was no audio. So I remember looking back up at the screen and thinking to myself, wait a second, how the hell did Penn State score a touchdown? Because that was just one of the dumbest throws ever. There was no pass interference on that play. That guy sucks. He is a terrible quarterback. That baby-faced assassin. Yeah, it killed Penn State's playoff chances.
It is the number one thing that they should fix about NFL and college football is that I hate that quarterbacks are rewarded for terribly underthrown passes. It was a terrible ball. If it was catchable at all, then I would get the pass interference because the defender didn't turn his head around. I get it. But it was so underthrown. It was such a poor decision. Even the first one was not that bad.
How about if it's in triple coverage? Just like, no, we're not. You can't get bailed out if you throw it in triple coverage.
Did you see Tyler Warren? Tyler Warren's walking off the field, and then when he with his head down pouting, they throw the flag, and then he realized it's like his head popped up because he didn't think it was pass interference.
No.
If the best player on either team does not think it's pass interference, the call should be overturned immediately.
Best quarterback on both teams, Tyler Warren.
That's for sure. Angeli's pretty good.
Yeah. Actually,
shout out to Steve Angeli, MVP.
At halftime, I was like, maybe Riley Leonard needs to prioritize his brain health.
Look, I've been
asking
for Angeli since I was at the Texas A&M Notre Dame game. Like, he's a fine quarterback. He was awesome in the bowl game last year.
He's just fine. That's anti-Italian discrimination.
It is the Fighting Irish.
Yeah,
that's true.
But like,
have to work twice as hard to get
a battle as old as
there.
time,
Yeah.
right? The Irish and Italians.
He MVP for me for last night's game. I honestly, if they don't score that field goal, like where their offense doesn't move the ball in the first half, like I don't know if they win that game because they were disastrous in that half, and for him to move the ball, and then the fumble recovery too on the sack that he took.
Oh yeah, I don't know how Carter didn't get that.
Yeah, Abdul Carter, which my God, that kid is incredible. He should be the first pick in the draft.
He's the best.
It's not
player
even
in the
a
draft.
question.
Yeah.
He is a freak show. Last night, he was dominating Notre Dame with one arm.
Yeah, playing with one arm. McElroy kept saying how they had to line him up on what was it, the defensive left side because his left shoulder is hurt. So he would just use his right arm to rush the passer. It's just like crazy stuff from Abdul Carter, and he was, other than Tyler Warren, probably the best player on the field for most of that game.
Is he number 11? Okay, yeah. I was like, does that like the Penn State thing? The best defensive player wears 11 or something like that? I think like Parsons wore.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's like their thing now.
Okay, because I remember. So again, watching this game unmuted at a bar, it's always like you don't know what the hell's going on. But they kept on zooming in on 11. I was like, oh wow, this guy must be good. I didn't know he's playing with one arm. That's impressive. So Joe, are you going to thank Brian Kelly because Notre Dame doesn't get to the national championship without Brian Kelly indirectly? If Brian Kelly doesn't leave you after making the college football playoff, then you don't get Marcus Freeman, who you hated on earlier this year for losing to Northern Illinois.
My bad. I apologize, Marcus. Next time you lose to Marshall or Northern Illinois, I will not say I'm out.
You must be the biggest fan of college football playoff expansion, given that you had no business being in the national title after losing to Notre Dame or Northern Illinois.
Yeah, I mean, I think they still would have got to the Final Four, like the way the chaos ended at the end of the season, if it was just a 14 playoff.
And it's Notre Dame, so maybe.
But I mean. But I don't know if Notre Dame wins this game without the expanded playoffs. Like, I think just the history of this team, like what we've seen in the playoffs, has been disastrous in the first round. I think they really benefited from playing Indiana and then Georgia and then Penn State. And it's why I think they have a chance on the 20th versus Ohio State or Texas, because like they're building momentum like crazy the way they've played. Yeah. Shout out to Brian Kelly, who said he left because he wanted a legitimate chance to win the national title. You bum.
He loses.
Thank God he's gone.
He's losing to USC at the beginning of the year.
Like
blaming his players and kind of himself.
I'd say I'm sorry to LSU fans, but like you get what you want.
Damn, dude.
Him and that stupid. From the moment he did that TikTok, I've never been so happy a coach has been gone.
Oh, I mean, for me, it's me and my family at the basketball game.
Man, what's wrong with someone talking like he has a Southern accent if he doesn't actually have one?
The problem is the one word. The problem is it was only one word. Yeah, he didn't go all in on the bit.
And so he was like a Kamala accent where like Kamala always it's always like a couple of words with Kamala. It's never full fake accent.
Yeah, like if he went all in for like his whole pregame speech at the basketball game and it was all that bad, I get it.
Got it.
And also going like 8-4 with a Heisman Trophy winner. That's also bad. Don't do
that. River, who is a Notre Dame fan, has a thought about the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. I hope he doesn't try to play the fight song again at 713-780-3776, but I expect it to come. River, what's up?
Holly, what are you doing congratulating Joe George over here? He's over here waffling more than an IHOP on a Sunday morning after church service. He's hedging his bet while I'm over here like LeVar Ball speaking this thing into existence. And you're over here congratulating Joe George on supporting the team.
Well, I
haven't seen that enough support from him.
River, you're not sitting in the room with me.
He wore a hat yesterday. Hold on. So Joe George owns like 12 Texan shirts, 24 Astros hats, and one Notre Dame shirt that he couldn't find in his closet.
It's a fair point. Joe, do you have a response to that? Did your son hide all of those too?
No, I don't have any Notre Dame shirts right now.
What? You don't have any?
Again, not a T-shirt fan.
That is
can't call him a T-shirt
fan.
You don't have one?
I don't think so.
Okay, what? That is That's alarming. I have 4 Florida shirts.
No,
that's not even my number one.
I have a Rice Allen shirt.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know why. I just don't.
Dude, River, I agree with you. You know what? I take back my congratulations. I take it
I
back.
said they were going to win by 10. They won by 13. They didn't waffle.
Also, I do.
Did they win by 13?
Yeah.
Hey, I got one last
they
thing.
won by 3.
If I'm still
Think
here.
of the Georgia game.
River, hit us.
So if I'm still here, mate, can we get them prize picks for the Texans game tonight?
Well, if you want a prize pick, I do have one for DeAndre Moore to score.
Yeah, the Twitchers are always begging for them prize picks. So if you can give a prize picks for tonight's game.
Promo code MAPES.
Yes, promo code MAPES. I did have a hater special where it was the lower on the passing yards for Aller, Quinn Ewers, and Riley Leonard, but because a Penn State defender fell down, it lost because Riley Leonard already went over.
No, because Greathouse embarrassed him. That's why.
They fell down.
Yeah,
2 of them fell down.
No, he got the second one. You got to give him credit for the second defender.
I appreciate River holding Joe's feet to the fire. I'm in a generous mood today, and that's on me. I did not assault Joe the way that I should. I did not bully Joe the way that I should. I apologize to our listeners.
I'm really just a hat guy. I don't have like a ton of
You have a ton of free T-shirts.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're a big T-shirt guy, but it's
free T-shirt
all
guy.
stuff that we get handed.
Yeah.
They're never good T-shirts.
Like I don't have like I think I have like one Bears T-shirt.
What?
Yeah.
What do you wear?
Is it just free T-shirts?
No, I normally just like I don't wear like polos and things like that when I'm not at work.
You wear polos when you're not at work.
Yeah.
But you wear free T-shirts when you're at work.
Yeah, representing the brand.
Right.
I don't know what to wear to work because it's always hot or cold in here.
That's excuses.
I know.
Some stuff with a lie.
Yeah, I wear like dress shirts when I go out.
A little pushback on River. You can't get waffles at IHOP.
Oh yeah.
Wait.
International House.
I'm pretty sure you can't. Yeah, they only have pancakes. I'm pretty sure that's
no, because they have French
I'm a
toast.
Denny's man, so I don't know.
I'm also a Denny's man, to be honest.
Oh, you guys are both wrong. I drive all the way out to that Waffle House. I like Waffle House.
I'm not a big Waffle House guy.
Well, that's because you're a pussy. But
there's one by my house, and it's
oh my god,
it's never there's
one by your house. You don't go.
Honestly, I think there's at most Waffle Houses.
Florida man, things will happen.
At most Waffle Houses, there's at least like on like 2 a.m. there's people there. This Waffle House is always empty.
Yes.
Like if there's not even people there at 2 a.m. when they're drunk, like I'm like
quick service.
There must be something wrong with it.
Quick service, and sometimes people stumble in drunk and fight each other. And the people who work there, honestly,
they fight back.
They're more effective fighting back than it seems like the LA firefighters are right now. And our thoughts and prayers with the people in LA right now. We have not talked about the big game tonight. Sean Mapes is wearing his burnt orange shirt. He is wearing the 2006 Rose Bowl hat.
I had one for hoodie too that I took off because it got so hot in here, just to make up for Joe not wearing anything.
It really is a tragedy, Joe, that you wore nothing. This might be the biggest win that Notre Dame gets ever.
If I had burnt orange pants, I would be wearing them
for the rest of time.
No, they got one more this season.
Well, I mean, what if World War III happens tomorrow? Like, you never know.
They might still get the game in.
I don't know, dude. What's January 20th? We got a lot of time.
That is 11. That is 10 days from now.
Yeah.
A lot can change.
And also something happens earlier that day.
Theoretically, Joe, you could order a Notre Dame shirt and it would arrive in the mail by the time they play that game.
Theoretically.
But
is that the day of the inauguration?
It's the morning of the inauguration or the night of the inauguration.
Okay. How about that?
Oh, that game might be in danger.
Texas is a 6-point dog against Ohio State, and I think that's ridiculous. I get that Ohio State's been playing their best ball the last couple of weeks, but I will never get the image of how poorly they played against Michigan in a big-time spot under Ryan Day out of my mind. And I feel like Texas is just being punished for how close that Arizona State game was. But I think 6 points is too much. MyBookie.ag, promo code Bet975.
I mean, Jeremiah Smith is just at this point, it's Julio Jones. Like all the comps are right. He's the best freshman in the country. He might be the best wide receiver in the country as a freshman. I think that's it. They're pushing the ball down the field in a way different way. And I think the big thing, at least for me, I'm curious what you think, Sean, is like for my concern about Texas tonight has been what's been happening in the middle of these games. Where like they're starting well and they're ending well, but they're having just chunks of game where like they're going 3 and out. That's when the turnovers are happening too. Feels like Ohio State's going to punish them.
Yeah.
If they just go silent for a quarter and a half.
Yeah. Texas is going to have to play a complete game. They're going to have to, like you said, they can't just have 3 straight possessions where they don't do anything or something catastrophic happens, whether it's a turnover or interception or just 3 straight terrible play calls. Yeah, they're going to need to play a complete game. But for me, just like the starting conversation is, what Ohio State are we getting? Are we getting regular season Ohio State? If so, Texas has a chance. If we're getting last 2 games, Ohio State, print the t-shirts already.
Well, no one's got a chance if it's the last 2 games.
Yeah,
Notre Dame has no prayer.
If they get Rose Bowl or first round of the playoff, Ohio State, sorry, you should you should take alternate line like Ohio State minus 14.
I don't believe in Ryan Day still. Like, it just feels like over one of the next 2 games, the Michigan Ohio State will show up. I know that they're pushing.
That's what I think. Yeah. I think right now, think about it from this perspective. Ohio State's been operating with house money since they lost to Michigan because no one believed in them. Now they have just played 2 of the best games that they've played under Ryan Day ever in big time spots.
Yeah.
They're going to do that 3 times in a row.
I mean,
maybe,
I sound like I'm sipping the Texas Kool-Aid now, but like this idea that Ohio State with that guy under center is so much better than everybody else entirely because of their defense. I don't buy that.
That is true. That is true. It's just I just need to actually see it. I need to see them play poorly.
That's fair
in one of these playoffs.
That's fair, but I mean, we saw them play poorly like a month and a half ago.
Yeah, no, 100%. But the thing is, like you said, Texas is getting punished with the Arizona State game, and they haven't really like fully, even if like the Texas A&M game, like they did the thing where they jump on them early and then just kind of coast it to the finish line with like one good drive at the end to run out the clock. Is like kind of how Texas handles these types of games against, like competition, where against Georgia, it's the same thing where they move the ball well, don't actually score. That's my biggest issue with actually seeing Texas win is Texas mediocre or like decent red zone offense on the year, bad for good teams. Ohio State is the number 1 red zone defense in the nation. That's a tough matchup to overcome.
It's an interesting weekend for a couple of quarterbacks. There's a lot of pressure on C.J. Stroud. Texans, Chargers, vengeance against Jim Harbaugh. Quinn Ewers, vengeance against Ohio State. Do we see the best game ever from Quinn Ewers, who
that'd be nice,
was there for a cup of coffee because
they
chose
money?
C.J. Stroud? Well, yes,
to pick up a check. Yeah,
I'm trying to manifest.
Yeah, no, please, I'll let you cook.
I want my friends to like me. I mean, I want to see Texas win. I just think the spread's too much. I feel like Ohio State will win because of exactly what you said. I can't trust Quinn Ewers, but I just think 6 is a lot. I don't think Texas is as talented as any team we've seen this year. It's just the quarterback has these moments where he looks great and these moments where he looks so bad, and you never know what you're going to get in a given quarter.
Yeah. Bud Elliott of CBS has a good line that I always think about, where over the course of the season, you see 12 versions of the same team. So every week you are getting like a different version of Ohio State, Texas, Oregon, Notre Dame, Penn State, whoever. You're getting a different version of them. So it just depends. Are you getting the Nebraska game version? Or are you getting the Michigan game version of Ohio State? Are you even getting outsettled for the Indiana version of Ohio State? Or are you getting Oregon game 2, even Oregon game 1, to be honest? They played really well. But are you getting Tennessee game Ohio State? And then on the flip side, are you getting Michigan game Texas? Like, because Texas is a team that it is very hot and cold running the ball. As hot and cold as Quinn Ewers can be, running the ball there the same way, where they cannot move it against Georgia. That's fine. Whatever. Everyone, it's Georgia. But they can move it against Texas A&M, who have like bodies to Georgia. Like the talent on the field or in the trenches is similar of that of Texas and Georgia and all that. They play Georgia again, can't run the ball.
Right.
Play Clemson, can run the ball. Play Arizona State, can't run the ball. So it is just it's a mixed bag of what are you getting against Michigan way back in week 2 and 2 NFL defensive tackles. They ran the ball just fine. So that to me is maybe even more interesting than Quinn Ewers. Is just like, are these guys going to be able to run the ball at all?
I feel like Golden's going to be the guy that's going to be the most important player for Texas tonight. Because I'm not sure Wisner's gonna be able to run against.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. Like I don't. Ohio State did a good job against Penn State. They've stopped the run pretty well. Like in games this year. I think it's similar with what Ohio State has found with Jeremiah Smith. It feels like they might have unlocked something more with Matthew Golden in that last game. If he can take the top off like that, I think they can go toe-to-toe. I feel like they have to win a shootout, though.
That's tough because the two best units on the field are probably the defense.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I shootout, if it turns into that would be very interesting because I do not trust Howard under center for Ohio State. Will Howard, right? Ryan Howard?
Will Howard, yeah.
I always
Ryan
think
Howard,
Howard, like
Phillies first baseman.
And character on The Office.
That too.
You've taken a look at the first two Ohio State games, and just things got moving so quickly. I think the other team was like, "Whoa, what?" Right? Didn't Ohio State lose the coin toss in both games? Got the ball first, scored first, and then it kind of took off from there.
They definitely scored on the first possession both times.
Right. So it's one of those things where,
as a Texas fan, that is like my expectation.
Do not let that happen.
That's my like buy-in. Is like, okay, if they don't immediately go down 2 scores, like, all right, I'm good. Like, if you can survive the first 6 minutes, then I'll start to believe a little bit more.
Yeah, like they scored 83 points in these last 2 games. So like you gotta start fast to stop Ohio State.
Although
because
Texas is probably like in the 70s combined points.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they got to be right there.
So people on the Twitch are asking for a date update. I do have a date update.
Ooh.
Oh.
I'm taking somebody out on a date to go watch the game tonight.
Is she a Longhorn fan?
No.
Is she an Ohio State fan?
No.
Oh, good.
And I told her I was going to talk about this on the air. Is this a red flag? She went to Texas A&M, but is rooting for Texas.
I think it is.
I think it kind of is.
I think it is.
But she does like sports.
Why? Yeah.
What's the why?
Why? Why is she rooting for Texas?
It's like me. Her friends are Texas fans. She's a good friend.
Okay.
She's loyal.
I think, this is how.
Red flag sports wise, not a red flag actual human being wise.
Okay.
Tell her the horns down story and see what her reaction is.
Yeah. Whose side she?
About your friends.
Yeah.
And I think.
No, I think this will be a bonding experience.
Yeah,
She actually knows, like, she's mutual friends with some of those people.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. So we'll see.
That's crazy, though.
It is.
That is crazy.
It is.
I was not expecting that.
No.
When you set that up, whatever the red flag was, I was.
Yeah,
not
I thought you were gonna say Ohio State for a second. Honestly,
the reason I didn't think she was an Ohio State fan is because I'm not sure if Paul would have gone out on the date with her.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. Just taking things one day at a time. Houston Texans are trying to do that.
Football's football.
Houston Rockets did it last night too. So we'll talk about the Rockets in the second hour of the show. Also, we want to get pumped, not humped. That's me tonight, theoretically. But we want to get pumped up for tomorrow's Texas game. Let's do it. Do you steal blue pill for you? Not for me. Stick around. Big time weekend in sports after what we saw last night, the college football playoff, where Notre Dame took down Penn State 27-24, and the Rockets 1.5 game lead in the Southwestern Division. 2 seed in the West with a 119-115 win over the Grizzlies. Why are you guys laughing about that?
It's not that.
What are you laughing at?
It's you.
What did I do?
Oh, no, I'm laughing at the 1.5 games up in the Southwest Conference.
I know that's what Sean was doing.
50 games left.
I know that's what Sean was doing.
I can't do the hat. It's too much.
What about the hat? Can you explain the hat? What's wrong with my Rockets hat, Mr. Joe George? I don't have a Notre Dame hat.
I have the same Rockets hat, so that's also a freebie for you. You didn't pay for that.
Oh, wow. Let's try to deflect when my favorite school won a big-time playoff game last night.
It's the style of the hat is a strange one to wear sideways.
Can you explain? Oh, it's a strange hat to wear sideways.
Yeah.
I'm wearing this hat sideways. He says it's a strange style.
Because it almost this is the problem. From where I'm sitting right now, it looks like a bald cap. Like I can't see the bill of the hat.
Or like a Kangol.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like a Kangol.
Oh, you feel like a Kangol guy. Are you a Kangol guy?
No, I don't live in Massachusetts anymore,
yeah,
so I don't wear that.
Well, we don't know where anyone's from anymore.
If I lived in Southie, I would wear a Kangol cap. But and I'd be like, that's me, Sully from Southie, dude.
I mean, the biggest Chicago sports fan I know is a total fraud. So he's from Newton, Massachusetts, apparently.
Big cat?
Yeah. So I don't know about anything in sports fandom anymore.
Well, he might just be a masochist, honestly. But listen, for those who don't know, yes, I am wearing my hat sideways. It's a dad hat. That's because I'm from the West Side. As you see, I'm holding up 1 W, 2 W's with my hands because I am from west of the Galleria, West Side. So I'm allowed to wear a hat sideways like this. And I don't like, Joe commenting on my fashion when he didn't have the balls to wear a Notre Dame hat and has never purchased a Notre Dame shirt in his life.
I didn't say that.
Or Sean behind the glass is laughing at the Rockets having a 1.5 game lead in the Southwestern Division, one of the best divisions in basketball. 2 seed in the Western Conference after last night's win.
It was a good win last night.
It was a good win last night. Jalen Green has been consistent of late.
He's been playing really well since the lineup change. This is very reminiscent of the March Jalen Green, if not better, honestly, like what he's been doing recently. This is why it's hard to, he's like a guy you don't want to quit. Like that's why fans are so torn on him, because he can have stretches like this where he's very clearly the best player on the team. And then he might very quickly here have a stretch where you're wondering why he's still a Houston Rocket.
And on top of all that, he is 22 years old.
Yeah. And I don't know if it's like the quarterback thing that's happening in the NFL with these guys moving teams and teams bailing on them too quick, where I'm kind of hesitant on wanting to bail on Jalen Green, because I just want to, it's like we still have a long road to go.
The Rockets clearly feel the same way with the contract they gave him this offseason. I mean, it's tricky because if he does that in the fourth quarter against a team like Memphis, who, okay, maybe not one of the best teams in the NBA, not a team we're expecting to win a title, but Ja Morant is back. And if you're able to do that at the end of a game, the real question is how many times can you do that, and how many times are you going to just clank like your both Dylan Brooks and Cam Whitmore last night? Jesus.
Yeah, I mean, but Jalen Green's last 4 games, he's averaging 29 points, 5.3 3-pointers per game, 4.8 rebounds. He's shooting 49% from the field, 44% from the 3-point line, and 90% from the free throw line.
He has been a lot better since Thanksgiving and since the NBA Cup game against the Golden State Warriors. He's just been playing better. Hopefully it continues. It's nice to see it happen now. We've seen it happen at the end of the year before. End of the year is always tricky when we're talking about a team that's out of playoff contention. You always got to take it, I think, with a bit of a grain of salt, especially seeing as we have seen Rockets young players like, guess what, Jalen Green multiple times and Jabari Smith once have really good final months of the year. But he is playing very well of late. Dylan Brooks and Cam Whitmore were so bad last night, and I need to bring that up again. They were 5 for 29 combined.
Yeah, that's Cam Whitmore special.
And considering Amen Thompson also stunk in that game, I mean, this was really an impressive victory because of what they overcame along the way. I mean, all 3 of those guys played poorly, and hell, I mean, Alperen Şengün had 32 and 14, but he missed 8 free throws.
Yeah, that was bad.
That's crazy.
How did he miss 8?
No.
He had 15 attempts. He missed over half of them. But he's pretty good at those normally, right? Like,
he's like
reasonably.
70%.
Yeah, that's pretty good. 7 for 15.
That one play though he had at the free throw line where he faked the pass.
Oh yeah, like
on Jaren Jackson.
Literally the move my dad would do to me on the driveway when I was growing up, where like the pass fake, like put the ball on the back of your head.
Gnarly.
Yeah, no, I it is a good point that this was not a game the Rockets play very often where it is just a whole bunch of guys all chipping in a little bit. It's bench players and the edges of the core 7 where it's Cam Whitmore's going off. This was your 3 best players carried you to a win.
Yep.
For maybe not the first time this season, but the first time against a good opponent where you see like, aha, this is how this all works without the major trade to get a number 1 guy. It's you're the people you invest a lot in, whether it's the contracts and the draft picks and then the contracts to Van Vliet. These 3 guys played like the 3 best players on teams play when you need to win a big game, and that's what they did.
2 final notes on this game before we get back into it later on in the show. Jayshawn Tate is a dog for Alperen Şengün.
Day one of the rebuild.
The OG Rockets fans online, they're finally seeing their Jayshawn Tate stock
return.
Go up.
Yeah.
I sold mine a while ago.
He's the Dogecoin of
I'm not buying Jayshawn Tate stock again. I'll put it that way, though.
Okay.
Also, Ime Udoka started a random bleep storm with Memphis Grizzlies fans online because he said that Marc Gasol didn't deserve to win Defensive Player of the Year in 2009, and Udoka played for the Spurs back then. Grizzlies fans were so butthurt over that. I was reading the comments. I was like, wait a second. Why are we bad?
Wait, in 2009?
It was like 2009 or something like that? Yeah.
I know he has... Yeah, I don't know. Was it LeBron should have won? Because I know LeBron Gasol had a...
You know what? Hell, I don't even remember the year that it was. But hang on a second. Ime Udoka played with the San Antonio Spurs from 2007 to 2011, was asked if he's shown Alperen Şengün defensive tape of Marc Gasol. Udoka noted that Marc Gasol wasn't first team all defense that season. Okay, never mind. Not defensive player of the year. What am I talking about? I misremembered.
He did have a defensive player of the year thing where it probably should have been LeBron, but they just give it to centers.
I found it a little weird that he got it. I'll leave it at that. Some of the comments responding, Grizzlies need to beat Houston by 20 plus because of that statement. Ask him if his former co-workers found his time in Boston a little weird. Bazinga, that's a pretty good one.
That's a good one. Tip the cap.
Yeah. That's a fun random one to just bring up. Like a 15-year grudge.
That is good. That is good. And I love it because it's my childhood that he's bringing up what is that a Tim Duncan defense that he's doing?
That's what I was saying. Like, is that Duncan? Is that it's too early for Kawhi?
Yeah, it would have been late for Duncan, I feel like.
Like, did like Tony Parker have like
no.
I don't know. Anyway, Rockets win and 1.5 games up in the Southwestern Division. Someone texted in, divisions are stupid in the NBA. You know what? You're stupid.
I'll just put it this way.
Doesn't matter, Brian. Southwestern Division champs. You hang a banner for that, right? Right?
I think the fact we don't know should say. There might be one banner with all of them on it, maybe somewhere in Toyota Center, but
I hope there's not. I mean, I think the Texans should get rid of them. So
no. Oh, you son of a bitch! How dare you? You're bringing it up the day before a playoff game?
No, put it in one banner.
No, stop.
I'm
stop
right
with this.
I'm right.
You're not right. This is huge.
You're the one that wants more from the Texans. I'm tired of celebrating banners for division.
Well, you celebrate
and
banners.
The trashiest of trash divisions.
Celebrate banners until you get more than the banners.
I want more. Take them down.
They have plenty, and they need more. They need more banners up there. Listen,
earn them.
It's an expansion franchise that's coming up with traditions that they claim have been in existence for a while. Like the H-Towns Up thing with Jerry and Foster's.
I'm gonna make sure I get there early tomorrow to make sure.
Yeah, you need to document
scout
this.
it.
Well, hopefully the Texans win so we can talk about this with mirth in our
with enjoyment
voice. Yeah. Texans are 3-point dogs home against the Los Angeles Chargers of Los Angeles of California. Mm-hmm. They don't do that. I'm kidding. That's what the Anaheim Angels do. So CJ Stroud, big game for him. We touched on that earlier. I think a lot of pressure on Justin Herbert in this one as well. Vibes not great still. I'm feeling a little friskier about tomorrow now that we're 26 hours and 20 minutes away from kickoff on CBS and Nickelodeon. And I want everyone else to get there. So I found another one in my pocket. It's a little crushed up. It's a little crushed up. I don't know if it's a full one, but I found a deep steel blue pill or two. I don't know. It's crushed up. Trust me, it's deep and it's steel and it's blue. Hit it. Texas Swarm!
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I just want to make sure.
Just trying to get everyone hyped up because the Texans aren't really doing it, so I am forced to do it as resident cheerleader who honestly does feel like he's still going to pick against the Texans. One way to get excited for this game is to play old audio.
Okay. Throwback.
Hey, remember when the Texans made the playoffs last year and how much more fun it was? Here is CJ Stroud before the Texans-Browns game after being told that Stephen A. Smith had said the Texans have no chance against Joe Flacco and the Browns.
CJ, Ty just mentioned you don't listen to what the media says, and I assume the team doesn't, but just so you do know, right now, the biggest threat to the Ravens is Joe Flacco and the Browns. So just so you know.
Stephen A. said you guys have no chance.
No chance. No, I'm not a Browns fan, but I'm just telling you.
We have no chance? Yeah, Stephen A. said a rookie quarterback
no way.
is not going to do anything in the playoffs.
That's not happening.
Notice what he said along the way there? All right. Hell yeah. One word angry response instead of what we got this week, where in response to being told that Rex Ryan thinks the Texans are a bye week for the Chargers, he said, yeah, it doesn't really matter that much, as did DeMeco Ryans.
Well, he also likes being the underdog.
He did say that. That's true. We should have isolated that. Maybe later on in the show, we'll isolate that part of the quote to make you feel like he didn't say any of the other stuff, like bulletin board material doesn't matter.
Yeah, I like being an underdog.
I want it to matter for us, okay? Snort that deep steel blue pill. What? Why are you shaking your head? You can do it that way, too.
You can.
It's generally advised to do it, but it's crushed up because it was in my pocket. So, I mean...
These, by the way, are definitely past the expiration date.
So they may not work?
Or delayed.
But they weren't...
They're
not black market, though.
Okay.
I did not get this on the...
This isn't the truck stop one?
Right. It's not
But it just might not work until like 3 a.m. when she's gone.
But if it works at 3:30 in the afternoon tomorrow,
that's
a late 24-hour effect.
Yeah.
Slow absorption. Here is DeMeco Ryans' speech after the Texans clinched a playoff berth.
Love you guys, man. Sir, you too. Man, proud of the determination, man. You talk about determination, pure grit. Everybody fight to their last play. Yeah. That's what it's about, man. And we punched our ticket. Hey, now everything starts, right? Everybody 0-0 right now. All we want is opportunity. Opportunity, and we got our op. Now, what do we do with that op? Right? We go take advantage of the op again. No doubt about it.
Yeah. Joe said that yesterday. They're 0-0. I haven't quite said that.
Baby.
I haven't quite said that.
Take care of that op.
That's DeMeco Ryan saying that. Now, I don't know what the expiration date is on a speech after the Texans beat the Colts in early 2024, but I wish this energy was anywhere around us right now because it's just not there.
No, it's not. I didn't think DeMeco even gave like a good speech like that after this game when they made the playoffs.
Maybe after they beat the Titans, he gave something, and I would assume that after they clinched the AFC South. Did they need help after the game to clinch the AFC South?
I think they did. I think the Colts had to lose to the Broncos.
So we didn't have that moment.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to get like a rah-rah speech when you don't know the result.
Well, just play that one then on repeat. And the vibes are good in the locker room. I know that DJ Bieneme said otherwise, but this is from Chancellor Johnson in response to Sean Pendergast tweeting that, look, the Texans have not hit expectations, but people shouldn't be saying they're a 2-touchdown dog. Chancellor Johnson of KPRC said this, talking to players in the Texans locker room, they hear it. All of it. But I genuinely think they don't care. I don't want to hear that. With that being said, it's a confident vibe around NRG. Saturday will be fun.
If they hear it, they care. There's no way. There's no way you can convince me that these guys all just don't care. That they're being called a bye week, that no one's picking them to win this game. Someone's got it. It's got to motivate somebody.
It should. It should. It should. They should be putting that up in the bulletin board material. They should be looking at that in the same way that Robert De Niro in the movie Cape Fear is just looking outside of the prison bars, doing his pull-ups, doing his push-ups, focus and anger and rage. Sometimes it brings out the best in all of us. Hey, this is a little extra deep steel blue pill for you. Can you ever think of a time when a 10-7 Texans team played an 11-6 team with the top defense in a division with 3 teams in the playoffs on Saturday in the wild card, and people like Stephen A. Smith said they had no chance to win? Oh yeah, it was last year. Because the Browns were literally that. An 11-6 team was supposedly the top defense in a division with 3 teams. They've done this before.
And what happened in the playoffs? The quarterback that had a lot of success.
Yeah.
Threw a lot of pick sixes.
Joe Flacco. Well, we're going to need that from Justin Herbert. Here's the sad thing. I don't think Herbert's going to throw a pick six. Herbert has 3 interceptions all year. And now it would be funny if he just goes full Schaub. Crap
Lights are too bright. This is the most hostile environment he's played in as a pro.
Yes. Way more hostile than Jacksonville.
That's right. That's all I'm saying is that it's more hostile than that one Jags game.
It definitely is.
Actually, he's probably played in some Chargers home games that were pretty hostile.
Yeah, I would think so. He's battle tested for sure.
Yeah, I don't know. When the Cowboys came to town, it was probably a little worse.
But that Jaguars game, I mean, Al Michaels was falling asleep, so you can understand why Justin Herbert and the Chargers fell asleep. It's sort of what they do. More positive vibes. Someone on Texans Reddit posted this. Houston Texans will win the 2025 Super Bowl. Swarm.
Is that this Super Bowl or okay?
Thank you, Parsnip Any 8210 15 hours ago.
Wow,
I'm feeling pumped. How about that guy? I mean, that's more motivational than anything we've heard from the Texans this week. Some random Redditor posting that, but hey,
yeah, like I would actually be okay if they were on the other side of the pendulum and they're talking like way too aggressively. Like if they let Tim Settle perhaps speak, and he was like, Justin Herbert, I'm coming for you, Justin Herbert.
Coming for you, pretty boy.
Yes.
Hey, sunshine.
Saturday, 3:30 in NRG Stadium.
You're going nowhere.
I'm gonna snap you like a Slim Jim. I just made him Macho Man Randy.
You know, that was actually Bonesaw from
Spider-Man?
the original Spider-Man. Bonesaw. The greatest fictional wrestling character in any movie.
What a fun movie scene that is.
Hey, freak show. I love that. So more deep steel blue pills for you. I'm struggling. I looked all over the internet. Again, I'm trying to get us pumped.
We've gone down to random Redditors that they're going to win.
Booger Balls 42069 says that the Texans offense has an EPA of 69 and their Klondorp is 279.
What's their DVOA? Or do they have a higher DVOA than the Chargers?
It's biffin. That's what it is. It's on fleek. For real. It's splitch. Gen Z says that, right?
What's that last one?
I don't know. I just made it up. It's splitch, yo.
Is that splitch?
Yeah.
I just want to spell it right.
Yeah. We're making up new words. Look at me. I got my hat on sideways.
Yeah, or maybe the social clip. I don't know.
Yo, the Texans be split. Y'all mean?
Do you think the Texans are going to be splitched this weekend?
Honestly, people might just click on it and try to figure out what it means.
Like, what the hell is this?
What is this word?
Let's go, baby. Let's go. I'm still looking. There's not a lot out there. Doesn't look like many Chargers fans are commenting or not commenting. There doesn't look like many Chargers fans are coming to NRG Stadium, which is not a surprise to anyone.
But they don't exist.
Well, some do. We had an intern who was a Chargers fan. He was a Chargers fan, right? Joe doesn't even remember.
I don't know. Yeah.
Middle management Joe. He's fired so many.
I just think of easy. I fired one intern. I think of Chargers fan. I think of Cam Smith.
Yeah.
Oh, Cam Smith's a Chargers fan?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
He's trying to convince us to do the bullpen with Sean Bryan and Cam at a Chargers bar on Saturday. I was like, no.
What?
Because he hosts a Chargers watch party every week. I'm like, no, I'm not saying
in Houston.
Yeah.
What? They exist?
It's pretty. I went last year.
Where?
One of their games. I don't remember
He
where
said
it's at.
he texted me the name of it. One second.
Okay.
I can find it.
Interesting.
I mean, why would I find it? Who cares?
Yeah.
We're not doing the show there. Who cares?
Per the comment section of my YouTube channel, the Chargers are not overlooking the Texans.
Oh.
So they respect the Texans.
That's good.
The national media doesn't, but the Chargers do.
That's good.
Anything else? I'm really scraping the bottom of the barrel.
I mean,
I want to believe.
I believe the Texans are winning this weekend. I don't know how. I don't know why.
Okay, we're gonna need to work on that.
No, you know what?
I don't know.
We're gonna need to work on that. We're gonna need to work on.
They're
that
gonna
one.
win. Kyrie Fairweather game-winning field goal, 48 yards. Final score 3-0.
Honestly, I trust him less from 40 yards than I
You're
trust
right.
him from 50.
51 yards.
Yeah,
Good call.
You make it a 50-yard
Yeah,
field goal.
CJ, when you're trying to get in position, like we saw Notre Dame do this yesterday, get in position for the game-winning field goal. When CJ does it, take a knee 3 yards backwards.
Okay.
Gets a 51. Kick is good. Texans win.
I'm gonna need you to work on that for the final hour of the show, because that was not. You told me earlier this week you're gonna pick the Texans to win.
I'm picking the Texans to win.
Yeah, but
you
I
didn't say
thought-
I needed a reason.
I thought you were gonna have like a speech or something. We can play dramatic music in the background later on, but you got to think up something.
Okay.
I've got a speech ready to go, but it's kind of like a. I'm not sure the Texans will appreciate it.
Is it the speech that the captain gave at on the Titanic? Is it that one? is it that one?
Well, guys, it's been real.
Wish you would have told me about that iceberg earlier.
See you next season.
Someone should have given me a phone call while I was Sheboygan in the captain's room. That's why I missed the iceberg, which was apparently like a skyscraper.
Is that true?
No, I made that up.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I was gonna say that wasn't.
That would be an even funnier way to.
It would make a lot more sense than like missing a skyscraper-sized sized iceberg.
He found a deep steel blue pill and was just. He missed the iceberg.
Yeah, Leo slipped him one. And
Yeah.
And on that note, all right. Well, we tried to get you pumped up. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean's behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. Let's take a look at the other big games in the NFL playoffs this weekend. And my God, another Deshaun Watson setback in Cleveland. Stick around. Texans swarm. Derek Stingley, first team All-Pro.
Hell yeah. Sauce Gardner, who?
It is pretty crazy how quickly that script has flipped. Where now the entire football cognoscenti looks at Stingley as a better corner than Gardner, when just 2 years ago people were like, what are the Texans doing taking Stingley over Sauce Gardner? And you had Jets executives high-fiving each other in the draft rooms when they made that choice. And honestly, I think Sauce Gardner is a very good corner. I just think the Jet situation has blown up, and Gardner has become very me over the last couple of years. But congratulations to Derek Stingley. It is well-deserved. Since his return from injury in the second half of last year, he has been awesome as a corner. I think he's been more physical this year, better tackler. And yeah, he's just incredible. Don't laugh. His ball skills, phenomenal.
They're awesome.
Very few defensive backs are as good at getting to it the way he is. I think he could play wide receiver if the Texans were in a pinch.
His counterpart for the All-Pro team, Patrick Surtain, last year signed a 4-year, $96 million contract. Derek Stingley Jr. is officially eligible for his new contract.
I wonder what they're going to do because they have yet to give out the 4-year deal. The Texans love the 3-year contract. So that's a big question for the offseason, which hopefully we will not be talking about on Monday or Tuesday, because we do have a Texans playoff game tomorrow. They are 3-point underdogs against the Los Angeles Chargers. But a lot of other games I am excited for this weekend. You got the Steelers and Ravens tomorrow night on Amazon Prime. Hopefully Al Michaels will enjoy this game, unlike that Chargers-Jaguars game a few years ago. I don't blame him for falling asleep when you got St. Tony Dungy in there boring you to death.
Yeah.
Big game for Lamar Jackson. He's under more pressure than anyone this week, including C.J. Stroud and Justin Herbert in game number 1.
I think maybe Mike Tomlin a little bit. Kind of feel like we're starting to get in the Mike Tomlin, the making the playoffs and being one game above 500 conversation isn't enough anymore.
I think it's a fair point.
Yeah, I just think people are like, at some point you have to win playoff games.
And some Steelers fans are getting tired of it.
Yeah,
but I don't think you'd necessarily do better. I mean, here's the thing with the Steelers. They don't have a quarterback. So I am with you in that there will be pressure on him, but I doubt the Steelers are going to make some sort of move. They have to find a way to get a better quarterback. Russell Wilson had some moments this year, but he's clearly not the guy. Justin Fields, clearly not the guy. Justin Fields, by the way, this week was like, oh, we might have some 2 quarterback situations. And I know somebody asked him about it, but he was like, yeah, they're going to have to watch out. Like, calm down, Justin Fields.
I mean, they'll put him on the field and it'll go disastrously because that's kind of how those plays have gone this year for the Steelers.
Could return kicks.
He could.
Didn't do that for the Bears.
He'll be a starting quarterback next year, I bet.
I think he will compete for a job, maybe in Indianapolis, but I don't think he will be a starter.
That's fair.
We'll see, though. Again,
I just think there's going to be enough wanna movement that someone will give him a flyer. Like, he might start before rookie takes over. Like, maybe he's like the bridge quarterback in Tennessee until Shedeur Sanders takes over.
That's the best thing that you would want him to do because, like, you know what his ceiling is.
Yeah.
Sunday, it's Broncos on the road against the Buffalo Bills. Bills are heavy favorites in this game, much like the Ravens are. 9.5-point favorites, mybookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Saturday, the Broncos 9-point dogs heading to Orchard Park. I feel like that line actually isn't enough.
I do agree. The Broncos
blowout.
Broncos have been a fun story, but I think Buffalo's going to run them over this year in this game. And Bo Nix he's done a lot of great things this year. Got to give him credit, and Sean Payton too, for turning that around, having $48 million in dead cap space, but making the playoffs with a rookie quarterback who was the third or fourth quarterback taken. It is impressive, but I think Buffalo asserts their dominance in this one.
I give Denver's defense a lot more credit for this year than Bo Nix. Bo Nix has been fun, and he's had some moments. He is still Bo Nix.
Yeah, I'm not a Bo-lever. I'm a Bull-lever.
A Bo-lever.
Bo-lever. Yeah, I agree that it is impressive to get to 10 wins in that division, like we said earlier. 3 playoff teams in that division.
Chargers and Chiefs too.
Yeah. So good job by them, but rookie quarterback going to Buffalo for your first playoff game.
Yeah.
I have a hard time seeing that being a win.
Hopefully no phallic items are thrown at Bo Nix and clonk him on the helmet.
I'm fine if there's a couple.
They got to get their animosity out some way.
Yeah, it won't hurt them.
It is illegal for them to jump through tables now.
Oh, really?
It is actually, there's an Erie Park ordinance where at the Bills Stadium, you are not allowed to bring folding tables. I don't know if they look the other way, but
well, if they don't, then I'm rooting for the Broncos.
Just, I will say,
let these people jump through a table and break their elbow.
Let them be them.
I will say the Bills Mafia thing. I don't know.
You're over it?
Yeah. I just need. I don't need like the CBS crew to randomly be at a Buffalo Bills game and then to laugh about it for the 15th time in the last 4 years that they've been good. That it's like, oh, they jumped through tables here. Like, yeah, we get it, guys.
Yeah,
there's nothing new here.
As they were becoming good, it was a good story.
Yes.
But now I'm like, same.
Yeah,
kind of over it.
We get it. We get it.
Sunday, 3:30 on Fox, Joe George's Green Bay Packers. Kidding.
Dick.
Do you have a
Wear
Green Bay
Notre Dame
Packers
hat?
Yeah, do you have a Green Bay's Packers hat?
No.
Okay.
You have as many. Wait, hang on. You have one Chicago Bears shirt.
Yeah.
I was about to say, do you have as many Packers shirts? You have as many Packers shirts as you have Notre Dame shirts.
That statistically is true. Statistically is true.
Green Bay on the road against Philadelphia. Philly 5.5-point favorites. Green Bay's been very coy about Jordan Love's status. I imagine he will play because of Malik Willis. I know Malik Willis has had some fun moments this year. Jalen Hurts, meanwhile, in the concussion protocol, we will see what happens. I imagine he will be.
I think he got cleared.
He got cleared today.
Okay,
Yeah,
like this morning.
And then AJ Brown just said that, like, and he hasn't been practicing. He said he's playing.
Okay,
no matter what.
So, what do we think about these Philadelphia Eagles? 5.5. We'll talk about the actual pick for the game, but 5.5-point favorites over Green Bay. This is the game that played week 1 in Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
The field should be better.
They should go back to Brazil.
No, they should not.
It's like Red River. It's like Oklahoma, Texas.
No.
Every time they play in the Cotton Bowl.
Not in Brazil. God, that game frustrated me on so many levels. Philadelphia, I feel like, is going to make this closer, and it is going to be about Saquon Barkley. And I am curious to see what Barkley does in a playoff spot with a team that actually is functional, as opposed to he made it with the Giants once before.
Yeah,
right?
that 1 year that got Daniel Jones paid and not him.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when they beat Minnesota.
Yes,
it's true.
Yeah, I think this is the game I'm most interested in this weekend. Packers Eagles.
Okay.
Because I think it's, even though it's 5.5, to me it's more of a coin flip than Texans Chargers. I think the Packers are a really good football team. I think so are the Eagles. So, depending on, a lot of it will probably depend on the health of AJ Brown, because the Eagles, even with Saquon Barkley, their offense is not the same. Obviously, when he's not out there, we saw it this season after he got hurt. They struggled, to push the ball down the field. But I think I'm leaning towards. I know we have some time before we make picks. I think I'm leaning Packers, honestly.
Okay.
But this is a really good game.
The Sunday night game. Commanders, Bears, not Bears. Sorry, Joe. That was unintentional. That was unintentional bullying there.
That's a lie.
I mean, the Commanders haven't played the Bears this year. I don't know.
They haven't. It's Commanders, Bucks.
Oh no, wait, they did play.
Bucks 3-point favorites at Raymond James Stadium. Joe is flipping Sean off. He didn't flip me off though. There we go. There it is.
Because I brought up the.
That truly was unintentional.
Tyreek Stevenson.
So this is a fun game. I like Jaden Daniels a lot. The Bucks defense is rather sus this year, and Baker Mayfield's been a whole lot of fun. So this is actually the game I'm looking most forward to, even though it features two teams that are, no one's thinking any of them have a chance to go to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, can Daniels do what CJ did, win a playoff? It's like, or Bo next. You have two rookies in the playoffs this year. I've been impressed so much with Baker Mayfield this year to have the success that they've had with all the injuries they've had on offense. Bucky Irving's been a good story. This game's gonna be a lot of fun on Sunday night too. The real question is like, can Tampa, I think, slow down Jaden Daniels running? Because I wonder how much he'll try to rely on that in the playoff. Because you remember back in the early beginning of the season, he only threw to the right side of the field and he would run a lot more. But as the season developed, like, that changed. They opened up the offense. He was throwing the ball more around, deep down the field to Terry McLaurin. I wonder if, like, we see some, like, regression back into the idea of, like, play it safe in this game. I hope not, because I love watching him throw the ball down the field.
I think a lot of Commanders fans are going to want a lot more of the throwing to Scary Terry, who has been great this year, as he always is, one of the more underrated players in the league. But I think a lot of Washington fans, you're probably in the back of your mind, you're thinking to yourself, and I know Daniels is not going into this game injured like RG3 was, but you're probably thinking, man, we got this awesome rookie quarterback. Please don't tear your ACL.
Yeah.
Please don't have a knee
That
injury.
is true.
Bucks field better than the Commanders field.
For sure.
Yeah. Shout to Ray J.
So shout out to Raymond James Stadium.
That's such a good point you brought up, Paul. Because
I gotta be in the back of your mind. If you're a Commanders fan.
I was thinking. See, I'm not a Commanders fan, so I was thinking like this is the week like you save him for the playoffs. Like you don't have him run as much, so in the playoffs you get that full dimension, and he's relatively healthy. I know he battled rib injury in the middle of the year. I don't know where he's at with that, but I was thinking you come in here and you try to run you run Jane Daniels. And you still throw, but you add that element to your offense just to make yourself hard to stop with Brian Robinson back there as well. I still think that's a game plan, but that sucks for Commanders fans that they have to be in that torture chamber of the history.
One last note. This game, of course, on Monday, but Vikings-Rams moved to Arizona. You can get tickets there for $48. You want to make a Scottsdale weekend happen.
Not bad.
$48.
If I was just in Arizona,
that's pretty awesome.
I'll go to this game. This is a pretty good game too.
Have fall on your lap. As far as Chargers Texans, there are tickets as low as $61 available. That is the second lowest price available for any game this weekend.
Wait, so the lowest is Arizona.
Lowest is Arizona. Second lowest Texans.
Have a team. Okay.
Tampa Bay, third lowest, $72.
Okay. That makes sense. That is weird. I mean, obviously Arizona, that's their own thing. The Tampa Bay, because they also have won 4 straight NFC Souths, and the Texans tired. The two teams tired of this very meager level of success. Obviously, Bucks did win the Super Bowl the first year of this with Tom Brady, but I do think that's interesting. That's the two South teams that are like, we're in, hooray!
Yeah,
but
SEC territory.
That too.
Bills $82 as lowest ticket.
Okay.
Ravens $87 as lowest ticket.
That's surprising.
Eagles $143.
That's super
as lowest
surprising.
Tickets. The Eagles is not surprising. The Eagles fans are crazy.
I just mean the difference between that and Ravens Steelers.
But it's the only team that is hosting a game this weekend that didn't make the playoffs last year, right? Is that right, Philadelphia? Did they make the playoffs last year?
They made it last year.
Yeah, they made it last year. They got blown out.
That's right. I mean, maybe they believe. Everyone else is kind of just like, yeah, this is what we do.
There you go.
That is true. Wow.
And pour one out. Syracuse legend Kyle McCord has declared for the NFL draft.
He might pull out.
Well, hopefully he does.
I mean, Carson Beck did. He's not going to the NFL. He's going to Miami. He's Dell's quarterback now.
Do you want to be with the Cavender twin that he's with? Oh, and one final note.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's dating one of the Cavender twins. Yeah, that's
and
why
she plays on
for sure. That's why it happened.
Basketball team.
That makes sense.
The one last note: Deshaun Watson had surgery on his Achilles and will probably miss this coming season
because he retore it.
He retore his Achilles that he already had surgery on.
So he's had his second Achilles surgery
in 2 months. I think they said the other one was in October. So
October is when he got hurt. So
it does. November. It does kind of feel like he's trying to never play football again. Low key.
That Jeremy did bring up a good point on Twitter. Whoa, clip that. That what was he doing in rehab where he could tear his Achilles 2 months after getting surgery?
Dancing
on the side of the road with his girlfriend on TikTok. Okay, yeah, probably that then.
I almost can guarantee he did not get hurt in rehab.
Okay, so that backs up my theory of when he first tore his Achilles, where I was like, he is not playing next year, just because I don't know if he'll attack the rehab quite like Adrian Peterson back in 2012 attacking the ACL rehab, or any of these guys, even Robert Griffin, all in for week 1. Like I have a hard time thinking that Watson's going to take this seriously, and yeah, he didn't make it 2 months before re-tearing his Achilles.
Sean behind the glass, Joe to my right. I'm Paul Gallant. It's Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. One last really quick tidbit. Want me to keep on doing that for the rest of the segment?
Just one last
tidbit.
And just slowly less and less.
The Patriots 100% got caught with their pants down. 100% got caught with their pants down by trying to do another interview with a minority candidate because people were pushing back on their sham interviews with Pep Hamilton and Byron Leftwich. They tried to interview Aaron Glenn, which actually made sense as an interview candidate, And Aaron Glenn said, nah, dude, I ain't doing that, because they all expect them to hire one Mike Vrabel. So there you go.
Minus 400 favorite to be the head coach of the Patriots. Mike Vrabel is.
Minus 400. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. All right. Gallant George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Up next, 33 days away from the Astros reporting to spring training. Maybe they made the right move with Kyle Tucker. Huh? Stick around.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Texans and Chargers tomorrow. Chargers still 3-point favorites. No movement on that line. Nice win for the Rockets last night. Nice win for Joe George's Notre Dame Fighting Irish, which he does not have a hat for. I just threw a penalty flag on him. He does not have a Notre Dame shirt either, but a big win for them. And Texas, Ohio State tonight. The line is still Ohio State by 6. Joe?
Penalty accepted on the play. Aware of my shortcomings.
We're walking them back 10 yards.
We're walking it back 10 yards.
Okay. Good.
Should I get a whistle sounder for if this is going to be part of the show long term?
I agree. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I'll work on that.
I probably just need to make sure I have some of these not just in my Levi.
Yeah,
jean
You
bag
can leave in like
that makes me look like I'm
put
on
one in your
Brokeback
backpack
Mountain.
or something.
Yeah.
or in
yeah,
the
that
drawers
works.
right there.
Huh?
You could leave them.
Oh,
like
that's true. We have file drawers here.
Yeah, you cleaned the office
Yeah,
and put them there for a
that's
reason.
true,
It
I
felt
did.
like.
I did. Well, I thought it was going to be for that, but then I was like, I'm going to trust Joel. Joel take my stuff? I don't know.
It's a good question.
I don't think Joel would take it.
You don't think so?
Maybe Lance would take it.
Ooh, Lance would take it and blame
I don't
Joel.
think Joel would take it. That's what I'll say.
Oh, damn, dude. I wonder how many napkins from Lance are in these drawers, honestly.
Just tissues.
Over under 3.5.
If he even knows it's there, he might not even be aware.
I'm not even going to say how many are in there.
Definitely the over then.
Actually, it was 0. I was kind of disappointed. I was hoping there would be some there. All right. You know what's not trash? The Houston Astros, because they've won 7 of the last 8 ALCS. Wait, 7 of the last 8 AL Wests, and they've been to 7 of the last 8 American League Championship Series. Okay? We're 33 days away from spring training beginning. Let's hit it. Give me that bone. Bone? So, the Astros traded Kyle Tucker to the Cubs.
Mm-hmm.
And Kyle Tucker and the Cubs are going to go to arbitration over $2.5 million. Tucker filed at 17.5. The Cubs filed at $15 million. This is, I believe, the exact same amount that the Astros and Tucker fought about a couple of years ago. $2.5 million.
It's pretty close. And Tucker lost that one to the Astros. So I don't love it as a Cubs fan. I think it's a mistake. I think you just give the guy what he wants.
It definitely lends itself to the possibility that Tucker explores free agency instead of signing a long-term deal. Like, this is a deal. You traded a lot for him. Do you want this to be a Yusei Kikuchi style rental like the Astros just made, where you give up some prospects that have looked pretty good in Toronto for a guy who was good for you, but now he's gone? I don't know.
Yeah, I think he's going to. I think he's going to be there for at most a year. I could see like a really savage move where like things aren't going well and they flip him at the deadline even. I just don't know if they're gonna, I just don't think they're gonna pay him. Like they should pay him $400 million. You traded Cam Smith and Wisniewski for him, like, and Paredes, who you just traded for. So you gave up prospects for one guy, then you gave up more to get Tucker. Like, you owe it to your fans to pay him $400 million to keep him. I don't think this is a great start.
I don't either. But not our problem anymore.
Fact.
And
the Astros are good at arbitration this year.
Maybe this makes you feel a little bit better about the chances of the Astros had they kept Kyle Tucker, keeping him. But I think we all knew he was gone anyway. Meanwhile, Chandler Rome of The Athletic said it's not certain if Luis Garcia, who they just agreed to a deal in arbitration with yesterday, and Lance McCullers will be ready for opening day. Well, no one's surprised by that, right?
I am.
You thought that both of them would be ready?
I mean, they've missed an entire season.
Right.
Like, it's...
Well, we saw a
and
little...
Now, Luis Garcia...
Right?
He had a... No.
Has it been that long with Luis Garcia?
Yeah.
Damn.
They both got hurt the previous year.
You're right. It was the beginning of 2023. God.
I just, assumed... I know Lance had a setback, and I know Luis Garcia had a setback, but I just assumed, they would be ready for opening day after missing an entire season and missing part of the season before that. It's a long time to be out.
Yeah, Javier is completely different. Where it's I don't think he pitches, at least not big starter workload at all this year. These two, I thought maybe not open or maybe not spring training day one, but opening day, you should be ramped up by then to be ready. This is not encouraging, especially for Garcia. McCullers kind of in his own basket there.
Yeah, and they're throwing,
ramping up.
They're ramping up, but I just thought they'd be ready for opening day. And maybe it's part of the fact that they also traded for Wisniewski.
Maybe.
So they're just not on the fast track.
Yeah. I mean, but at some point.
From the 8-3-2, they need to cut Lance Barista. He's taking up a roster spot. Come on. This is a 2-time World Series champion.
They're not cutting him.
Also, when he's on the IL, it's not taking up a roster spot.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting to see McCullers early this coming season. Luis Garcia, I know we want to see him out there. Take your time. Take your time with him. Do not rush it back. Do not let this training staff or medical staff or whoever is constantly seeming to F things up. Do not let them force this guy back out there. The Astros, they do have the luxury, I think, of being patient in this division. Though it is worth noting that the Sacramento A's have been rather aggressive in free agency.
Yeah, they signed Severino, which is strange. The biggest contract they've ever given out, and then they just extended.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Brent Rooker, 5 years and $60 million, their designated hitter.
He's a stud.
He's a good player.
Yeah. That's why the Astros, you should extend guys early because you can do things like that. That is a incredible bargain.
Who's the closer guy they have? I mean, it's easier
Mason
said than
Miller.
done,
Yeah,
though.
Mason Miller.
No, I know they have to want to do it.
And it is risky that you could sign a John Singleton the first time.
Yeah. But Rooker's was really, really good last year.
Jim Crane, A's outspending you this offseason, huh?
I don't think that's true. But
well,
okay.
I'm just pretending.
I'll let you cook.
I think Christian Walker's contract is still worth more than him, and Paredes are worth more than Severino. Even though I guess Paredes only
$6 million.
He's only $6 million.
$6 million.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, A's outspending you.
Okay.
Interesting. Jim Crane.
I think they were forced to spend money.
Need help, buddy? You need to go fund me?
Did you see that they put Severino, or they gave Severino like the tour of the stadium, like how the Yankees do when they sign someone, they take them to Yankee Stadium, or Boston, they take them to Fenway. They did that at the Sacramento A's.
No way.
Yeah, they had Severino walking around.
Oh my
the minor league
God.
ballpark.
I mean, at least they won't be the only team playing in a minor league ballpark this year because the Tampa Bay Rays have to.
Yeah,
but well, I mean,
there's a big difference.
Yeah, there is a difference.
One stadium is destroyed by a hurricane. One is destroyed by rats and poor ownership.
There's probably some rats in Trop, but
well, now there is.
We don't talk about that. It would be pretty funny if the Rays did that, like they walked around like Tropicana Field without a roof. I mean, Florida's beautiful this time of year. So
yeah, this time
no
of year.
roof now.
Oh yeah,
probably
for the free agent walk.
Better lighting, honestly, for the pictures.
Anyway. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of tempted to
what?
I kind of want to go to Sacramento and see the Astros play in the stadium.
Also, we're talking about like a 5-hour flight. No, probably less. Probably like a 3.5.
Probably have to connect. I drove through it. It's okay. Nothing worth stopping. Didn't stop. I was more just annoyed that there was traffic. It was like, oh yeah, this is a city, huh? Watch Lady Bird if you want to see Sacramento, Joe.
Lady Bird?
It's that movie that came out like 10 years ago. It's a coming of age movie about a girl who lives in Sacramento or something.
Okay.
She's like a hipster artsy fartsy type.
I think I'm out on that.
Apparently it was good. I don't know. That's all you need for Sacramento. You never have to go through there.
Okay, good to know.
And on that note, that's going to wrap up our countdown. 33 days away from the Astros pitchers and catchers reporting to West Palm Beach. Up next, it's all on CJ Stroud tomorrow, right? Stick around. First, let me tell you about my friends at MyBookie, mybookie.ag, promo code BET975. Can you believe those bastards have the Texans in Vegas? These people, not the fine folks in mybookie.ag. Can you believe these people have the Texans as 3-point dogs at home? Ugh, disgusting. Maybe you're really feeling proud of your Texas roots today. And you're thinking to yourself, you know what? All these people doubting my state on the Gulf of America, you know what? I'm going to do a parlay. I'm going to take Texas +6 and the Texans +3. How dare they doubt Texas? Remember when they doubted Texas at the Alamo? Now, technically, Mexico won. Didn't go so well. But remember after that, Santa Ana caught with his pants down, taking a little nappy poo. That's what I think the Texas Longhorns might do to Ohio State. That's what I think the Houston Texans might do to the Los Angeles Chargers. Both teams heavy favorites. Do that two-step parlay. A Texas two-step indeed. MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975. 25 hours, 27 minutes until battle takes place at NRG Stadium. Your Houston Texans hosting the Los Angeles Chargers. For me, considering this team has underachieved the way that it has all year long, the guy who has been really the emblem of said underachieving, CJ Stroud, in a year where they add Stephon Diggs, though he's out for the season, add Tank Dell, though he's out for the season, have Nico Collins still, have Dalton Schultz, have Joe Mixon, had a 5-headed monster allegedly, plus an offensive line going into this season that was supposed to be one of the strengths of the team. It is time for CJ Stroud to make something happen when it's not expected to happen. The best quarterbacks in the game do this. We saw him do it last year. We have yet to see him do it this season. And I think that whatever happens tomorrow is going to go a long way when it comes to determining just how much interest there is in this rather fickle town going into next season.
Yeah, I definitely, I think the following week would matter a lot too, because then it's like it's still status quo if you were to win this game and then lose by 2 touchdowns to the Chiefs in the second round of the playoffs. But specifically around CJ, because I think people will start to waver on their confidence in him just after 2 years, which they shouldn't do. Texans fans shouldn't bail on CJ. I feel like they're going to if he has a poor performance in this game.
Bail is a strong word. Bail is a strong word, but skepticism.
Severely be very skeptical.
Yeah. Bailing is what you do when you have a Brock Osweiler. Bailing is what you do when you have someone that's never shown you anything. Bailing is what you did when Matt Schaub all of a sudden just stopped having it.
See, for me, like the comp that I would want to look at is what I think happened with Browns fans and Baker Mayfield. That he took them to the playoffs as a rookie. He had success. He was really talented. He was really good early on. And then he got hurt. And then this franchise has no idea what it's talking about when coming to quarterbacks in Baker Mayfield. They all wanted him out of town. And how's it gone for him since? That's my concern, is that Texans fans are going to all of a sudden act like they think they can get better than CJ Stroud while winning a 10-win football team. That's just not the case. But he needs to perform this weekend because I don't care about the injuries. The best quarterbacks would figure it out. If you want to put yourself as the 3rd best quarterback in the NFL, like CJ Stroud did this last offseason, put himself in front of Josh Allen and say he's a better quarterback than him, then prove it. Like prove you are this quarterback you said you are this weekend. It doesn't matter that Tank Dell and Stephon Diggs are out. Get it done.
MacGyver it, baby. You got to find a way to do it like MacGyver did. For those who are unfamiliar with the show, it's a dated reference that I understand despite having watched maybe a handful of clips from the show. Generally with that one guy who kept on dying, who would go off a clip and yell, MacGyver, before blowing up and then coming back a couple of episodes later. MacGyver was this man with amazing hair who was fantastic at being able to make the most out of the least. You know, he could turn a paper clip and a piece of gum into a bazooka somehow, some way. Stroud should be able to do that. The best find ways to do that. Tom Brady did it for years. Peyton Manning did it occasionally, though he did have Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne, but you could argue, hey, maybe he made those guys what they were. We haven't seen it with Stroud this season in a year where we all expected it to happen. And I mean, what's really frustrating about the way that the offense has been this season, which a lot of people blame on Bobby Slowick and blame on the offensive line and try their hardest to avoid blaming CJ Stroud, is that the defense can win them games. Like the defense at its best is championship level. They're a little inconsistent. Obviously, the game against the Ravens, good God, what a disaster. But when they're playing their best with that pass rush and with the way that they fly to the football, plus a secondary that I think is getting better and better with Kamari Lassiter and Kalen Bullock, in addition to now all-pro Derek Stingley. And the offense just keeps on footing the defense with the bill. And eventually, if the offense keeps on going 3 and outs or just kicks field goals instead of scoring touchdowns, there's only so much a defense can do in today's league.
Yeah, the Baltimore game felt inevitable. Like when you look at the close losses besides Minnesota and Baltimore, this year. They did a great job. The defense did against the Packers. They intercepted Jared Goff 5 times. They
lost,
and they had a good game against the Chiefs. I mean, yeah,
they think about what they did with the Bills too.
Yeah, the Bills. Yes,
I mean, Josh Allen had one of the worst games of his career.
Mm-hmm.
It was a hell of a performance by the Texans defense in that game. They were going after Allen all game long, and yet it was still a game at the end because the offense just couldn't do what it's been struggling to do all year. And look, if you're a smart person, you're going to look at this entire sample size of a season and say, "Hey, it ain't happening. They're not winning." And I hate that that's where I'm at, but that's where I'm at. I'm hoping within the next 51 minutes before the end of the show that I can shake where I'm currently at and all of a sudden get myself a deep steel blue pill of sorts and have to tuck it in the waistband and go full battle red boner, you know?
Yeah, I mean, but look, they're one of 2 teams that are in the playoffs without a positive plus-minus point differential.
I know it's even, right?
Yes, they're even. The Rams are in at 10-7 with a -19. The Houston Texans 0. They scored 372 points this year. They gave up 372 points this year, which is incredible to hit perfectly 0. But they're one of the only 2 teams that have that. You look at teams like Baltimore and Buffalo are plus 157 on the season. Good defenses, some great defense at times, but their offense scored. The Texans' offense just didn't score enough this year. Like, they have to be better. I mean, even the Kansas City Chiefs had a plus, 59 at 15-2. Like, that's startling to have that many wins. Shows you how many close games they played.
But they're playing their best ball.
Yeah.
I mean, they are playing well. The last couple of games they've been playing well. And that's, I think, hell, the Chargers have been playing well of late. And I would say from this perspective, especially, Justin Herbert's probably had the 3 best games of his career the last couple, or not career, but he's had the 3 best games of the Jim Harbaugh era over the last 3. And that's with an offensive line that's also like been shaking things up. Joe Alt, who has had a very good rookie season, their top 10 pick, he had to play left tackle last week. And okay, it's one of those games where what are the actual stakes in a week 18 game where who are they playing? It was Raiders, right. It's the Raiders, So, I mean, like, what are the stakes in a game like that? But I mean, he played well. And it looks like Slater, their general left tackle, is going to be back out there. So Herbert's made it work despite not everything around him being good to go. I think he's going to be without Joshua Palmer with a foot injury. It does look like it's trending that way. He does have Ladd McConkey. What's CJ Stroud's excuse? Because Stroud has more, I think, still than Herbert has to work with. I'm not the biggest Quentin Johnson guy. I think Nico Collins is better than Ladd McConkey.
Oh, yeah.
And I guess a tight end, maybe you say it's a wash, but Joe Mixon is better than anything the Chargers have in their backfield.
Yeah,
so,
I mean,
5-headed monster, dog. Like, it might not be a 5-headed monster anymore, but it's at least a 3-headed monster, and that's still a monster.
Yeah, and you never know. Like, you have to get contribution from the other group of receivers, whether it is Deontay Johnson or I don't actually know what the status of John Mechie is, or Xavier Hutchinson. You have to get some production from those guys. And to be like, the Texans are playing the worst football of anyone besides the Pittsburgh Steelers going into the playoffs. The Steelers have lost 4 straight games.
I know.
They've been a disaster.
Well, that's at least nice. You're not playing the worst football of anybody.
Yeah, but you're next of 14 teams that have made the playoffs. You are the next team, and that's why Rex Ryan said they're a bye week, because even though you won your last game, like, you're not playing good football.
It's funny too, because you talk about the Steelers. Everyone looks at Steelers Ravens just because of the history of Steelers Ravens. You're like, well, the Steelers have a chance, which is kind of stupid because that's not what you should be basing it off of. But at the same time, Lamar Jackson's 3-4 against the Steelers all time or something like that, and he's had some of his worst performances against them. So at least they have that in their back pocket, even if Steelers fans are rather skeptical of where this team's going with Mike Tomlin, with Russell Wilson, and or Justin Fields. Definitely Wilson, not Fields. And here you are, and like, you got Stroud's out there. Your defense is about as healthy as it's been. If you got to win a rock fight, you got to win a rock fight. But CJ Stroud should make this not a rock fight for you. And I think the reason that the Chargers are 3-point favorites is exactly that. He hasn't done that all year.
Yeah,
so it's time, baby.
There's no excuse. It's time. Like, prove who you say you are. Win this football game.
Yep.
I think it's really, with Nico Collins out there, you should be able to find a way. And we've been saying that all year long. They've been talking about offsides and false starts and penalties all year long.
The little things.
Like, you have to play a clean game. You're going to have more fans in attendance. So like it's not going to be like the Bills and the Lions and the Bears game where the opposing fans at times were louder than your fans. That's not going to happen. Frankly, at times it's probably quiet as a church in that building on Sunday, even though it's a playoff, or on Saturday, even though it's a playoff game.
3:30. I mean, there's no excuse for the late arriving crowd of all the days, but it does seem like there's a lot of tickets available.
Yeah, there are a lot of tickets
$61 tickets available. There's probably a lot left.
Yeah, yes. Because I think people don't want to go. Like they don't want to see. Yeah, they don't want to see it. Like they don't want to be heartbroken.
Yeah, well, I think people are scared because they're an underdog at home in a playoff game, but our quarterback, he doesn't mind being an underdog.
No, he doesn't. That's true. That's true. Give it to me, CJ. Give it to me. Give me that deep steel blue pill.
To play with, I kind of like being an underdog. I've been an underdog a lot of my life and my career, so it's actually comfortable for me. So
you can hear that smirk.
It's comfortable.
He's comfortable being that underdog. Hell yeah, dude. All right.
What time are we meeting up tomorrow for El Tiempo margaritas?
Good question.
Before the game, halftime?
First off, I got to figure out what happens on the date tonight and how early I wake up.
The game's at 3:30.
It's 3:30. There's no excuse.
No excuse for that.
Well, listen,
it's not a noon kickoff.
I will be there by kickoff, but like you know me, like sometimes I just can't help it. It's like
but 3:30.
I mean, you've come into the show hungover.
Whoa.
At least once.
Whoa.
Our show's
That's quite the accusation.
Throwing me under the bus.
You've admitted it on air.
It's true.
You've admitted it on air.
Throwing me under the bus. And you said like I have come into the show hungover. I am hungover today.
That's right. You did go out last night.
Like
so you made it on time?
I did make it on time. Look, we'll see.
Are you worried your tummy's not gonna be feeling too good?
No. It's literally a matter of I don't know how late I'm gonna sleep in this tomorrow morning.
I understand.
Yeah. So we'll see. I do want to go to the gym before the game. What? New Year's resolution. I've only gone twice this week. That's not enough. I got to go after the show before the date. Got to go tomorrow.
Got to get pumping. Yeah.
And you got to go on Sunday too. No, we're doing five. Here's the rules. Here's the New Year's resolution rules. 1, no more procrastination. Now this would be kind of procrastination.
Yeah, I was gonna say you need to get enough workouts in this week. You need to procrastinate.
2, no beer at least for January.
Okay.
What? Screw you. I didn't have any beer last night.
People do dry January.
Yeah, they're the worst.
Okay.
Like, he's doing less calories.
I don't want to
less calories.
Dry January people suck. Like, no offense, guys. But
they're up there with vegans.
You're not changing anything.
Everyone, yes, because they talk about it all the time.
They're up. Yes,
no one shuts up about
it. I don't care that you're doing dry January.
And 3 is gym 5 days a week because some of my shirts a little tighter than they used to be. I'm not happy about that.
Okay.
So what were you
drinking?
People
are like, oh, you're 35.
What's your go-to drink then if you're not drinking beer?
Paloma.
Yeah, but I've been doing tequila sodas.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's a little bit better.
It's like kind of a ranch water. You put a little lime in it. Yeah. It's not the tastiest. Palomas are better, obviously. Margaritas are better, and a lot of things are better. But you know what?
New year, new Paul.
New year, new Paul. And okay, I'm gonna shoot for 2:00.
Okay.
We'll see. I've been invited to a tailgate. Again, we'll see if I even make it to that too. Well, I got in an argument with this person online, so I don't know if I want to go. I don't know if I want to go quite
yet. It's
gonna
be cold too.
Is it?
I don't think this is gonna be just like this tomorrow.
Oh damn, that sucks.
Well, you'll be able to wear your the jacket you have on and throw flags all over the place.
Can you throw one in the press box?
No, I gotta wear. I'm wearing an overcoat. Oh, that would be funny. That would be funny.
Someone
chuck it at a Chargers fan.
Yeah, someone cheers on the press
box.
box.
No, I was thinking like DJ or like Cody.
I don't know where DJ sits. So DJ doesn't sit near me, but Cody and Landry sit near me. So I theoretically could.
If they're talking too much.
Yeah.
Flag on the play. Too loud in the press box.
All right, everybody. Well, let's just go straight into it. Unless this call is about to talk about the Houston Texans at 713-780-3776 to call in. To text in, you can join us on Twitch at ESPN 975. Sunshine of Twitch comments. God, please get this game over with. We do have a couple of other texts here. Someone's agreeing with your take about dry January people. My take about dry January people. Nico Collins, 11 catches for 175 yards and 3 touchdowns. Texans in a blowout. 2 people think that the Texans fans will not be out on CJ Stroud, but one of them says if he plays poorly in the playoffs, it will make Texans fans wonder if he is the second coming of Josh Freeman. Keith has a thought before we do our pick 6 NFL playoffs question from Keith. Keith, what you got?
Hey guys, Happy New Year. Love the show. I'm a huge Ravens fan. Zay Flowers is out this weekend. I don't think he's going to play the entire playoffs with the knee. Are the Ravens, kind of a risky shot to win every week? Are they in danger of potentially losing to the Steelers? Do you think they can make a deep run without Zay? What are you guys thinking? Can Aguilar or Bateman really kind of take on the load?
Probably not. Listen, I mean, I don't know if Flowers is going to be back by the next round of the playoffs or the conference championship game, but they need him back, I think, in the next round. But I think they'll be fine against Pittsburgh. I do think the 9.5 point line, that's too much. Without Zay Flowers, that's too much. I think the Steelers are going to cover, and we'll get into that in the pick 6 in just a moment. But I still think the Ravens win.
Keith, everything we just said about the Texans the last 18 minutes times 10 for Lamar Jackson. You've won 2 MVPs. You threw 41 touchdowns and 4 interceptions this year. You are a top 3 quarterback in the NFL for sure. I don't care that Zay Flowers is out. Figure it out.
Against the Steelers.
Be Lamar Jackson.
Against the Steelers.
I mean, the Bills, they traded for Amari Cooper. He's done nothing this year. They lost Stephon Diggs. They lost Gabe Davis. The Kansas City Chiefs, Xavier Worthy's done nothing for the most part. DeAndre Hopkins played less than 50% of his snaps as a wide receiver for the Chiefs. They lost Rashid Rice.
Hollywood Brown just got healthy.
Every single quarterback and wide receiver combo, Nico Collins is by far the best wide receiver available in the playoffs. So I think everything that applies for the Texans applies times 10 to the Ravens. Figure it out. You're Lamar Jackson, man.
I'm with you. Let's do it. Pick 6 time. Boom! Boom! Boom!
Here comes the boom! Boom!
Boom! Boom! Boom! Boom!
So your friend died, but boom.
Tonight, 6:30, the Cotton Bowl. College football playoff semifinal between Ohio State and Texas. The Buckeyes, 6-point favorites deep in the heart of Texas. Home game for the Longhorns, huh?
If people can get there because it's snowing and people are scared to drive on the road.
I would be scared to drive in the snow, too.
Yeah,
to be
it's not
perfectly
great.
honest. I've driven in the snow once before in Syracuse, and it was the most terrifying experience of my life. There was nothing quite like your car just all of a sudden swerving and you have no control over it.
Especially if you're going slow and you still lose control. Not great.
Yeah, terrifying.
Only have done it once. Was not fun.
Yeah, I don't miss it.
There was also so much snow in the driveway when I got back from out for literally an hour and a half. There was so much snow in the driveway. It took me an hour to get the car over the driveway despite shoveling and also at one point driving 60 miles per hour into this snowbank with my friend's car. Sorry, Sam. I was trying to get over.
Does Sam know that this happened?
Oh, I told him afterwards.
Okay,
I was like, hey, man, I'm sorry. I couldn't figure out how to get in. Anyway.
Ohio State -6.
You're taking them to cover.
I'm taking them to cover. I'm taking Ohio State.
All right.
They just seem unbeatable right now.
Like I said earlier, if it's Ohio State from the regular season, I take Texas. I actually think Texas could win. I think that I'd be picking Texas to win if it's the regular season versions of these teams. I just think that there's just too big of a chance that Ohio State comes in and is playing awesome again and that they win by 20. So, yeah, I know.
Flag on the play. Sean Mapes is wearing a Texas shirt and a Rose Bowl 2006 hat and is picking Ohio State not just to win but to cover.
You know,
flag on the play, and I'm throwing a challenge on you to be a better Texas fan.
Okay.
Even I didn't get the challenge flag.
Yeah.
Well, there's another game where the other team looked unbeatable against a Texas team. It's the one I'm wearing on my hat.
That's true.
But
Vince
Young is not walking through that door. Unfortunately, Vince Young is not walking through
But maybe Arch Manning does. You never know.
I would love for Legend of Arch Manning starts tonight, but I just don't believe that they can do it. I honestly don't think they can win. A lot of times I pick against them and I'm doing various levels of hedging or I think they can win but not cover because for a lot of these games they're 20-point favorites. This one, I actually don't think they're going to win. I'd be surprised if they won. I want to play Notre Dame so badly.
I think it would be fun. Texas.
I also wish we could play Penn State. I wish I could play all the other teams.
I have 6 Syracuse shirts. I have 4 Florida shirts. And I have 2 Texas shirts. Hook 'em, baby. See?
Thank you.
I know the fight song that Joe doesn't know to his own.
You know the tune to the fight
Whatever.
song.
That's what they say. That's what they say.
Can I throw the challenge flag? You know the tune to the fight song.
All right, NFL action. Amazon Prime, 7 o'clock tomorrow. Steelers at Ravens. Ravens 9.5-point favorites. I think the Ravens win. I think the Steelers cover. These games always closer. Throw out the records when the Steelers and Ravens play an AFC North battle.
Screw it. Russell Wilson sucks.
Ooh.
I'm taking the Ravens minus 9.5.
Oh.
Paul.
Mr. Unlimited.
I agree with Paul. I think this has 6-point game written all over it. This has, a field goal to win or a field goal to go up and then they get another thing. I just think that this is going to be a game with a lot of field goals, and you can't beat a team by 10 points by kicking a lot of field goals. So I think
the Steelers don't kick any of them.
They kick field goals. They kick plenty of field goals. They go shot for shot with field goals.
Yeah.
I think the Ravens are better. I just, like I said, I don't think they can beat them by 2 scores.
What if they lose on a Justin Tucker missed field goal?
Did Texas win the day before?
Back-to-back Texas losses.
Truth, that would be rough.
Bert Auburn misses another field goal.
Bert Auburn is definitely going to miss a field goal tonight.
If he gets a chance to kick one.
Well, that's a fair point.
Just go for it on 4th down.
We have a backup. we have a backup.
Sunday, noon, Broncos at Bills. Bills 8.5-point favorites. Broncos have a very good defense, and I do feel a little bit nervous about doing this, but I think the Bills win in the biggest blowout of the weekend. They are 8.5-point favorites. I take the Bills. They cover at home and Orchard Park, New York.
The gambling man in me tells me not to take a 9.5-point favorite and an 8.5-point favorite, but oh well. I'm taking the Bills minus 8.5. I think they smoked Denver.
That's a good point. The gambling man in me cannot put U.S. currency, or at least our picks on the line, on a rookie Bo Nix going to possibly the MVP.
Yeah.
So give me the Bills. I think this one's the worst game of the weekend.
I would agree, and the noon CBS window is a worse spot than the 3:30
Saturday
afternoon slate. 3:30 Fox, Packers at Eagles. Eagles by 5. So my brain is telling me pick the Eagles, but since the Packers were my Super Bowl prediction before the year, I do not feel good about that. I am taking the Packers to, at the very least, cover. That game was close earlier this year. It was in Brazil. Different kind of game, obviously, but considering Jordan Love did not play very well in that game and got injured at the very end, and they still were in there at the end, I think that this is the year that Matt LaFleur and company, with Jordan Love instead of Aaron Rodgers, finally take that step forward.
I'll never pick the Packers. I'm taking the Eagles minus 5. Dang. I can't do it. Won't do it.
Picking with your heart.
A little bit. What about the elbow too?
For Jordan Love?
Yeah.
I would be too.
And I don't love that A.J. Brown is hurt and not practicing and saying he's just going to play anyways. But if there's something we do know about wide receivers in Philadelphia,
they can play hurt.
They can play hurt.
That's Terrell Owens, baby.
I agree. I think the Love injury is what's keeping me from picking the Packers, where it's just I need to see him out there and how he looks. Like you said, he played poorly week 1. He might play poorly again on Sunday. So give me the Eagles to win.
Sunday Night Football. It's the Commanders and Bucks. The Bucks are 3-point favorites in Tampa. This is the one I'm having the toughest time with.
This is a tough one too, because who the Commanders' coach is, like Dan Quinn, playoffs. Not great.
I mean, got to a Super Bowl.
He did. But
Got to win the wild card to get there.
You know what? I kind of believe in. I believe in Tampa Bay this year and Baker Mayfield and what they've accomplished, and I don't feel comfortable picking a rookie quarterback So I'm taking Tampa Bay -3 at home.
Tampa Bay -3. Okay. The Commanders have had a horseshoe up their ass this year. I think it continues this week. I think the Commanders win. They won on a Hail Mary. They've won in all sorts of just ridiculous ways. The game against Dallas, like they
lost the game against Dallas, but the reason it was even close, was crazy.
They just
that's a good point.
I think they cover at the very least, and this ends up being one of those weird ones that goes down to the wire. So I'm going to take the Commanders at the very least to cover in a 3-point game.
Okay.
I agree. I agree. I think the Commanders. I think the Commanders are probably even better than the Bucks.
The Bucks defense is
tough.
sauce.
Rookie quarterback on the road in the playoffs. I get that. I just think Jane Daniels is a little different. I think Jane Daniels is a little different.
We're going to save our Texans Chargers pick for the next segment because I still haven't made up my mind. Andre has a thought on the NFL playoffs at 713-780-3776. Andre!
What's up, fellas? Thanks for having me on. Just kind of want to chime in on all the disrespect the Steelers are getting right now. Nobody takes into the consideration that the last 3 games, they've only had 1 to 2 starters in their secondary starting. Also, the last time they played the Ravens in weeks 18 or 17 or whatever it was, they had the most efficient game of the year aside from the Russell Wilson turnovers. So I think that, coupled with the fact that that offense is ready to make another big explosion, I think we're going to surprise a lot of people tomorrow evening.
Well,
That's all I have to say.
What do you mean by surprise? Like, or do you think they're going to win?
Yeah, I think the Steelers are going to win. I think they may win by maybe a touchdown. I think that the Ravens have shown in the past that butthole kind of puckers up a little bit in the playoffs. And I think the Steelers kind of have their number. Granted, again, they did beat them, but
it was 34-17.
One or two of their second.
Yeah. Look, Zay Flowers played in that game, and Andre, appreciate the phone call. I can tell you're a Steelers fan, and I don't wish you well because I hate the Steelers. But this is not about Steelers disrespect at all. It's like the quarterback. You mentioned the quarterback, except for the Russell Wilson mistakes. Well, Russell Wilson used to not make mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
That would make me feel better about this game if I were a Steelers fan. But like I think that he is the guy that kind of brings them down. And their offense, it's just not good. Yeah, they have some good players on defense, and I don't think anyone's Vegas is clearly expecting this to be a blowout. I'm not disrespecting them from that perspective. I think it will be a close game, but I trust the Ravens more in this one, even though historically Lamar Jackson, the Steelers have his number.
Yeah,
but I have his number. It's like 4-3.
Yeah, like I just took the Ravens -9.5. I'm the only one, but at the same time, to Andre's point, because it is Lamar Jackson, it wouldn't totally stun me if the Steelers won this game because he's been terrible. Mike Tomlin is a really good regular season coach. It's been a while since they've had playoff success. Like Russell Wilson is the worst contract in the NFL for the Broncos last year. Like, sorry, I don't believe in a guy that's making $250,000 from the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Unlimited.
I don't think you should either. Like,
that's actually a limited amount of money.
So, sorry to the Steelers fans taking the Ravens. You'll get a new quarterback next year. Maybe we'll feel differently.
We're both Paul and I. We're both We're both silver, black and yellow, like the Wiz Khalifa song. You know what it is? Black and yellow, black and yellow, black and yellow. Yeah.
Looks better that way.
I put my hat back sideways. All right. He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Up next, we're going to figure out who's winning. Texans, Chargers tomorrow. Stick around.
2025 is here. If you're like Paul Gallant and you're not committed to going to the gym every day, you want to go 5 days a week, great place to do it. O Athletic.
I hate you.
I know you do, but you can go to O Athletic. So if you want to go 5 days a week and you forget to go, you can go Saturday, Sunday, whatever you want. They have classes all weekend. They have them during the week. They have them in the afternoons, in the mornings. You can sign up for a personal trainer as well. So 2025 is here. Whatever your New Year's resolutions are, you can do it at O Athletic. Check them out, oathletic.com and O Athletic on Instagram.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What is that? What is that?
Well, it's finally here. I've been waiting all day just to kick this.
So you're gonna keep singing, Joe?
I don't know the words for
it.
Feel something. Oh, what? What is that? 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 What is that?
Get up and scream.
It's football time in Houston, and we're ready to play. There's no time to lose now. It's red, white, and blue today. Welcome to the greatest city of all, Houston, Texas. Are you ready for some football? Oh, God. I don't know what happened, but all of a sudden I've got a Houston Texans beanie on and my Houston Texans starter jacket on.
The poof's too big on that beanie.
No, it's not. It's not big enough.
It's huge.
It's a normal size poof. Move on. Find a new slant.
I think it's too big.
Just because, you know what? Challenge flag. Joe, where's your poof? Sorry, you're not a poof like me.
It's true.
What? What are you guys laughing at?
I don't know.
Are you laughing because it has a different meaning in England, the country we declared independence from?
You know what? That is fair. He's not as big of a poof as you are.
Listen, all of a sudden that music started playing, and I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
I don't know what happened.
It's like
a werewolf.
It's like Venom. It just kind of
Yeah, exactly. All right, so how do they win this game? It's very easy. One, CJ Stroud finally puts together a consistent game. Two, the defense does what it's been doing for a lot of this season against a Chargers offense that does have Justin Herbert, who's taking care of the football. But I think this is a defense that can keep him in check. Can they keep him contained? Herbert actually has pretty good legs. That might be the X factor for Los Angeles. I'm still not sure who I'm picking, even though I have a Houston Texans beanie on and a Houston Texans starter jacket on. Joe, you have felt all week long, whether it's because you want to zag or it's because you think this is the right call, because everyone in Vegas is saying the Chargers are going to win this one. You think the Texans are going to win. You want to tell us why? Maybe motivate us a little bit?
The Texans are going to win this game because Derek Stingley is the best cornerback in the NFL, and he's going to intercept Justin Herbert. And Justin Herbert is a choke artist, as is the entire Los Angeles Chargers organization. This is what they do. The Chargers are going to charge her, okay? Why would you believe in a team that has no fans? Why would you believe in a team that doesn't travel to games? Why would you believe in a team that couldn't even sell out a soccer stadium? Imagine being a fan of that football team. Bunch of losers. Yes, they have great jerseys. Yes, they have a former quarterback who's got a whole football team as children. What else do they have? A man that lies about remembering his birth? A man that hasn't won anything in the NFL?
He almost did.
He almost did. Thanks to the lights being turned off.
Whoa.
The only thing we really remember about that game is the lights being out.
If he had a quarterback that loved America, maybe they win.
R.I.P. Jacoby Jones.
R.I.P. Jacoby Jones.
Actual R.I.P. Jacoby Jones.
But I believe in the Houston Texans. I believe in the Houston Texans. I believe in Derek Stingley Jr. I believe in Nico Collins and C.J. Stroud. And for one time this season, I, Joe George, believe in Bobby Slowick.
Jesus. The deep steel blue pill hit you hard.
The Houston Texans win this game 24-14.
Okay.
Texans swarm.
Not bad.
Now Paul's going to pick the Chargers and all of his Texans gear.
Taking a deep breath. Because remember, we are still doing this as part of the pick six, but Joe is picking the Texans to not just cover. He's picking them to win. Could you play the music that was in the background of
Al Pacino's famous speech in Any Given Sunday one more time. Thank you. You guys ruined my Christmas. You ruined the Christmas of children all across the greater Houston area. Doesn't mean it's too late. Have you ever seen a little movie called How the Grinch Stole Christmas? People forget that as the Grinch left Whoville and went back up to his lair, he looked back and he thought, what have I done? And his heart, it grew not one, not two, but 3 sizes that day. And he turned around and came back down to town, and he gave the people of Whoville the presents they were all looking for, the presents they were all expecting, the presents you expect every single Christmas morn. I don't know about you, but you know what I expect? Every Saturday to open up Wild Card Weekend. I expect a playoff victory from my Houston Texans at NRG Stadium, specifically at 3:30. ESPN, CBS, Nickelodeon, doesn't matter the channel it's on. And I think the Texans can do that. But this is where right now I'm not really trying to motivate you. I'm trying to scare you, okay? I'm grabbing you by your chest. I'm telling you, as I stare deep into your eyes with my beautiful greenies, I'm telling you right now, please don't embarrass me. Please don't embarrass me. Don't do it. Please do not embarrass me. Is that motivating enough for you? It should be. But if it's not, just know this. If the Grinch didn't turn around and bring those presents back to Whoville, Cindy Lou Who, she would have killed herself. And that wouldn't have been cool. That would have made the movie very dark. Don't make it dark for Houston Texans. Slam that Clay Walker. Let's get ourselves a dub. And with all that said, the moment of truth. Chargers 24, Texans 20.
All right, Sean, your last. What's your pick?
Paul legitimately took the exact final score that I was going to go with. Yeah, give me the Chargers. They just play too disciplined football for the Texans, who famously play very undisciplined football. And I think they are evenly matched. And so at the end of the day, I'm just going to go with the team that I don't think will shoot themselves in the foot. That's really it.
Fair.
Yeah.
I hope I'm right. I know you guys hope I'm right.
I hope you're right. Yeah. I hope I'm very wrong. I really hope I'm wrong.
How close is the picks competition? I don't know if I want you to be right or not.
Here we go. I'm in first place.
I want you to be wrong.
48 and 46.
I want to be right.
Sean, you're at 45 and 50. Paul, you're at 43 and 53.
Ooh.
Paul and I only picked one game the same this week.
So
it's the only way I can catch up.
Anybody's ball game.
Sean, you and I picked 3 games the same. So.
Okay.
Damn, I'm doing that bad.
We've had a rough couple weeks. And then we took like 2 weeks off.
I blame the Texans ruining Christmas. Because they did. They ruined Christmas.
They did.
I will never let that go. They better win. Don't embarrass me. And on top of that, do you want this to be the Letterman Jacket light game? Because I will make it the Letterman Jacket light game. I will make it stick in everybody's ears and everybody's mind. In the same way that many songs are unfortunately stuck in my head, and you're all trapped
What's
listening
stuck in
to
your
the
head?
radio. There's nothing right now. There's nothing right now.
Not the one from before the show?
Hot. Bobby Slowick and the offense. Can they get hot? I don't know. We'll see. Better figure it out. Better do it. Anyway, on that note, he's Joe and Paul, Sean behind the glass, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. This hat is very warm. Up next, a little garbage time before we get out of here. Stay put.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's Gallant and George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Last Chance to Dance, Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Someone texted in that I had them in the first half of my speech.
You had me.
We got to the 1 yard line, and then we had a false start, which is something that the Houston Texans occasionally do in the red zone. Sometimes it's a delay of game. Last time we saw them, it was that. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. But I don't see how anyone can pick them. And I know, Joe, you picked them.
Yeah. But it's more honestly the math of it. I mean, like the
math of everybody picking them in Vegas.
Yeah. BetMGM said the most bet team and like the number of bets placed is the Chargers, number one.
Mm-hmm.
And the most bet team in terms of dollars placed, also number one, the Chargers.
That is really crazy.
So it's clear like they're the team that, like, at least through this sports book, is the most bet. And I bet you it's the same everywhere. That's what the public want. That's what. Now, normally, sometimes these are different. And like you'll see like a public versus like the smart bettors. But I'm taking the Texans just to fade everyone. Fading you guys. I'm fading all these bets. Picking the Texans. Swarm.
You believe.
I believe.
I do not believe. I want to believe.
Lame.
Well.
Well.
Can't disagree. That's how I feel right now. I was hoping I would be able to talk myself into it. And as I was doing that speech,
How close did you get?
It's a game of inches.
Inches right in front of your face. Why is there such a long pause afterwards? That wasn't sexual.
No.
You guys made it sexual by pausing.
No, we just paused.
You made it sexual by pausing.
How many inches in front of your face?
Garbage time. Let's go. Speaking of phallic-shaped items, hot dogs have been banned in North Korea.
Of course.
Hot dogs join a list of pro-Western things like jeans, Coca-Cola, high heels, sanitary pads, hot showers, not serving in the military, bikinis, condoms, porn, being happy on July 8th. You're not allowed to do that. That's when one of the Kim Jongs died. Owning property, most haircuts, microwaves, leather jackets, weed, and slang. All those things legal in North Korea, but hot dogs joining them. You know, you'd think for a country that's starving that you'd leave hot dogs on the table and just call them something else.
Especially because, like, it's just like the leftovers.
Yeah.
Like, it's just like ground whatever's left of the pig.
Right. Like, you don't wanna, no one wants to know what's inside a hot dog. You just want to eat it and move on.
Yeah. So, like, this is, so stupid. Like, I just can't imagine.
Well, it's North
Korea.
Korea.
I know. Like, we don't want to be no hot dogs. And why now? What happened now? Did Joey Chestnut go over there and something go wrong?
It's a good question.
Why this moment?
Imagine being executed by firing squad or shot by like anti-aircraft guns because you ate a hot dog.
Yeah.
Glizzy for death. Give me glizzies or give me death. There we go.
All right, Patrick Henry. Speaking of hot dogs, Zion Williamson is back from throwing down hot dogs to throwing down 360 dunks. Anyone see that?
Yeah, he's back. He looks good.
The Zion experience is something else. It's like he's out of shape. He can't do anything. And then he's in warm-ups doing 360 dunks.
He looks svelte.
Yeah. And he looks like he's one of the most dominant players like when he's on the court.
Yeah. He did miss the next game, though. But
of course he did.
Do you think they try to trade him?
Yes.
I don't think anyone would trade for him.
Ooh. Probably not as much as I think it might be that situation where the Pelicans are open to trading him, but only for a lot, but no one's actually willing to give a lot. People want to buy low, but they're not selling low yet.
Bulls,
okay.
Ooh. That's interesting.
Speaking of Louisiana, a Louisiana mayor was arrested for using taxpayer money to rent an Airbnb to use for sex with a prostitute. It feels very Louisiana.
Yeah. That's against the law?
Honestly, that's what I was about to say. I'm kind of surprised that's against the law.
Can't you just change the law?
No, because he's the mayor of a small town.
Oh, okay.
He is the mayor of Bogalusa.
Great
Never heard of
name.
that. That's a
Great
cool
name.
though.
Fire name alert. Yeah.
He's 25 and he's the mayor. Is there? What do we?
They are never electing a man
What
in
do
his
you? What do
20s
you
ever
think?
again.
What do we think the population is? Just guessing.
15,000.
Oh, I was gonna say 600.
Bogalusa, Louisiana. 10,000.
Okay.
Oh, what?
So
why
10,000.
Why are they electing a 25-year-old? Of course he's gonna.
Yeah.
Might have been the only person who ran.
funds and-
Everybody else
Oh,
was
my
busy, enjoying the sportsman paradise. Maybe you're at a casino, drinking a few, popping a few back.
That's barely even Louisiana.
Speaking of Louisiana, there's lots of alligators there, and crocodiles are now pretending to drown in order to lure human prey out to kill them.
Oh,
Yes, this is a thing. And by the way, they're smart. Like they'll put like branches on themselves so that a bird will land on them. So now the new thing they're doing is they're lying on their back with their hands in the water. Apparently this has worked.
Who?
Well, first of all, like,
Who's trying to save?
Yeah, just let them die, man. Like, what do they do for you?
Well, you'd let somebody drown?
It's us or them.
But it's
a crocodile.
It's not somebody. It's a crocodile.
But their hands look like human hands.
Not really.
Get binoculars.
Not really.
Far enough
Not
away.
really.
Far enough away. You might think so.
Very far.
If they're doing this,
I'm sorry, I'm not racist like you guys. I all hands look alike.
they
to me.
kill
You
children.
don't see reptile?
No, I don't see reptile.
I see green.
Oh, wow, that's so racist. Unbelievable. And on that note, racist Joe George is ending the show this Saturday. We got it in right before the end of the week. I do it once a week. I'm kidding. Joe picked the Texans to win, so shout out to Joe. Hopefully he finds his Notre Dame hat, which is his son has hidden from him lovingly.
Stole it from me.
Big thanks to Sean. Good luck to his Texas Longhorns tonight. I am merely Paul Gallant. Thanks to our texters, our Twitchers, our YouTubers, and all of our listeners. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful weekend. The Killer Bees are up next. Go Texans. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blankers. I am Branham. It's Brian behind the glass, and it's a getaway edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Friday edition of the Killer Bees. How you guys doing? How's Houston treating you?
Weather ain't great, but based on your video you posted, your weather's a lot worse. Glad you made it.
Which video are you talking about?
You were snow all around you from the from Manhattan, Kansas.
You're on TikTok now, Blankers?
No, I'm never on TikTok. I've never been on TikTok.
Well, that's the only place that I videoed.
No, I either saw it on It has to be on either Instagram or.
Oh, that's right. It did go on Instagram.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I forgot that I put it on Instagram.
You ain't gonna catch
me
me cutting rug and doing any of that TikTok stuff.
You don't have to cut rug on TikTok. I don't cut rug.
Okay.
Yeah, it might be gone anyways by the 19th, so you might be you might be right about this whole deal. Yeah, it was good morning. Everything went smooth. You know, the plane got out good. It got here early. There is a lot of snow everywhere, but the roads were good. Had some good lunch. Had some coffee. Like, yeah, things worked out pretty good today.
That's good.
So I had a good morning. I'm ready to go. I'm energetic and I'm happy to be here. We got a busy show. It is a Friday before a Saturday Houston Texans football game. Of course, they play the Chargers tomorrow. We'll discuss that in great detail. Kelly Iko, after the biggest win of the season for the Rockets? Question mark. He'll be joining us at 4 o'clock. What is? I mean, Thunder maybe.
I think the Thunder
top
game.
3.
Yeah, I think the Thunder game and then this game are probably right there. I like the Mavs game early in the year when they beat a full strength Mavs team, but I don't think it competes with OKC 1 and probably last night too.
Yeah, so we'll discuss that game as well. Kelly Iko joins us at 4. We're not going to ignore in victory either with the Rockets like we do with the Texans. DJ Bieniemy would join us at 5 o'clock, and then of course we got Beezy Money, where we're going to hand you a bunch of winners for your wild card weekend around the NFL. How about this game yesterday? I love the college football playoff. I know it didn't get off to a great start according to some people. People didn't like to see the blowout. Oh, they should have kept it at 4. It should only be 8. Blah 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 blah. I really enjoyed this game last night, Blankers.
Yeah, it was a bit of a slugfest in the mud a little bit in the first half. Unbelievable second half. Kept you on the edge of your seat, had plenty of action. And when you talk about it, as you mentioned, with this college football playoff, this was the ideal year to do this. If they were going to do it and expand, because you go to the Texas Arizona State overtime game, and yes, you can tweak things and change things. But there's been some enjoyable football, and I think people are a lot more dialed in than just average, hey, this bowl game, that bowl game. This has been a lot of fun, and that was an entertaining game last night.
Yeah, it was a good one. Not much going on in the first quarter. Ryan, who's in the Twitch right now, twitch.tv/ESPN 97.5, he nominated himself for Bad Take Boulevard because he was talking crap about that game, and it turned out to be a really good one. I didn't have a dog in the fight. I didn't have a lion in the fight. I didn't have an Irishman in the fight yesterday. I really don't like either one of these teams, if I'm being honest. I'm not a big Notre Dame guy. I'm not a huge Penn State guy. Not a big James Franklin guy. He got mad at me once and took off his headset and stormed off of our radio program at the time. Yeah, he was nominated for some like Coach of the Year thing, and it was at the flag. It was over at the Highway to Hell, previous Radio Life, and we were interviewing him. And it was right around the time he had 2 players that got in trouble, and I think kicked them off the team, or he kept them on the team.
Oh, that's
and
right.
I asked him about it, and he gave me a one-word answer, took off his headset, and left. So,
wow.
Yeah, I irritate. See, I irritate other people, Blankers. It's not just you. It's not just you. So, anyways, yeah. So I don't like either one of these teams. Like, I really don't. But I found myself yesterday pulling for Marcus Freeman. I think I'm a Marcus Freeman guy. I don't know if it's the good looks. I don't know if it's the impeccable hairline. He's just easy to root for, and I found myself rooting for him the entire game.
I don't disagree with you, and I think I don't remember who said it, but they made the point similar to what you just said, because I'm with you. I don't have a dog in the fight last night. I don't really care for either team, but the Marcus Freeman factor has changed a lot of people around the country. And someone was saying on ESPN, I think it was last night, that there has always been a ton of hate. You don't have to have a team, period, but they hate Notre Dame. But all of a sudden, because of this Marcus Freeman story and because of the way that he's done, everything the right way, seemingly, and he's got 6 kids, and he's personable. He's an ex-player. Everybody's starting to come around on Notre Dame. And if you didn't have a dog in the fight last night, a lot of people felt your way and were pulling for Notre Dame.
Yeah, I think I want him to win a national championship. I really do. I've Never said those words in my life. I was celebrating whenever they lost to Northern Illinois. I'm not a Golden Domer. I talk trash to Joe George being a Golden Domer, which he still owes us over a year now that he owes us on that bet. Still hasn't paid up. But I've never ever pulled for the Irish until last night. I really like Marcus Freeman, and I would root for them in the national championship game. I don't really like Ohio State. You know my feelings to Texas. I want the Irish to win it all. As a complete outsider, I am pulling for Notre Dame.
You know what? I don't have a dog in the fight either. And with two Big Ten teams, it's hard for me to root for Penn State or Ohio State ever. I'm not a Texas guy either. You know what? I like Marcus Freeman. I like the way he comes across. I don't really have any. I'm not pulling for anybody regardless. Last night, I was looking at Drew Aller play terrible all game long and saying, I was upset the way Penn State, no matter what James Franklin does to piss people off and rub people, and he was trying to rub Marcus Freeman the wrong way all week.
You think so? I thought that was overblown. I didn't think he was trying to Big Brother him. I saw that take out there.
Even in the post game,
I didn't see the post game.
Yeah, I just, to me, it's like, just let it lie and let the cards fall where they may, but don't, at this point you're there. That's all that matters. But I you know what? I really enjoyed the fact that Notre Dame made it a game. They came back. They could have, started, folding up their tents or figuring out they couldn't stop the run. And Penn State probably, to their discredit, didn't run the ball nearly enough, I don't think. But overall, when you look at it, I think Notre Dame showed that they belong. That was a great win for them. And I think they got a legit chance against Ohio State or Texas.
Yeah, they Texas, Oklahoma, and Ohio State tonight. I really need Ohio State to win for my Big Ten better than the SEC this year argument. So I think I'm going to root for the take tonight as I pull for the Buckeyes over Texas. I will say, I think this number is too big. Like, I don't feel the difference between Ohio State and Texas is 6 points.
I would agree with you. And they're already putting out numbers for the national championship game, and Notre Dame, Texas is like a 2-point game, and Ohio State, Notre Dame is a 6.5 to 7 point game. I don't see it.
Doesn't add up.
I don't see it. I think that from the standpoint of tonight, I think it's going to be a close game. I think Texas has similar to Ohio State in a lot of ways. They have a ton of talent on both sides of the football. It's just, can you play the complete game? Can you play the entire game? Texas let Arizona State back in. Ohio State has been completely inconsistent all season long with maybe the best talent in the country. I think it's going to be a closer game than the spread says as well.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one to watch. Did you know Marcus Freeman, apparently, I just pulled up his Wikipedia. He was a member of the Houston Texans in 2009.
No, I did not know that. I know he played at Ohio State, right?
Yeah, he played at Ohio State. I don't think he never played in a game at all in his NFL career. And it looks like he was probably like a future reserve guy.
Okay.
Because he was drafted in the 5th round by the Bears in 2009. He was waived. That's crazy. He was waived in September after being a 5th round draft pick. Then he was picked up by Buffalo to their practice squad. They released him October 5th, and then the Texans signed him November 4th. So maybe it was just a practice squad type of deal. And then he retired in the next spring due to an enlarged heart condition.
Really?
It's crazy. Former Texan Marcus Freeman. Maybe that's why I was subconsciously pulling for Marcus Freeman.
Maybe.
Is that somewhere in the back of my mind?
Never quit.
You know what? I think it was Cal McNair's motivational tactics for those 2 months that Marcus Freeman was a Houston Texan that has led him to coaching greatness and has brought Notre Dame back to prominence.
Never
cash
quit.
it or trash it. I mean, how could you not be like, if you're around that quote, Cal McNair, how could you not be a great college coach someday?
Yeah, I mean, you got burgers and all kinds of nourishment and love, and sure.
Never quit.
Never quit. I was going to say something else, but I forgot. Drew Aller looked like Will Levis yesterday, too, by the way. People were saying that he's a top 5 pick.
I'll tell you this.
How about Greg McElroy right before he throws the pick? Said, I trust him. He doesn't turn the ball over. He's smart. He makes good decisions. They should go down and let him try to get in field goal range. And picks it off right away.
I think, I was laughing when he said that. And then the other thing is, it reminded me a lot of when CJ is not right on his game, because it was a lot of like what we've seen previous to this with when everybody used to make all the cases for Davis Mills. And I'd say on an out route, he'd hit the guy in the 3rd row selling popcorn instead of Oh my God, he could not make any. That one with the running back walks into the end zone. All he's got to do is put it out in front of him and makes it the most difficult catch in the world on his back hip and low. He just couldn't make any of the easy throws. He made the easy throws hard last night.
Yeah, he's not any good. At least he didn't play well yesterday. What did they end up giving credit to that wide receiver yards because on that last lateral play? Because before that, they didn't have one single yard from any of their receivers.
It was all tight end?
Tight end and running backs. They didn't have a single yard from their wide receivers. And it still might have ended that way, but I feel like they gave a yard or something to that receiver on that lateral.
Wow,
yeah,
I didn't know that.
On whoever ended up with the ball last. But didn't Drew Aller just throw it out of bounds? That was the last part of the lateral.
That was the second to last play. Yeah, he did throw it out of bounds. You're right. Yes, there was 2 plays in the final drive. The first one, he took the snap, threw it out of bounds.
Right.
And then the actual lateral play, it pitched back to him.
The last part of it was Aller throwing it out of bounds. So I don't think a receiver will get any credit for receiving yards if the last part of it is Aller throwing the ball out of bounds.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. Like the college and NFL stats are a little bit different. Like I know that, but I'm not sure if they gave those to Aller or not. Yeah, so you had Warren, of course, a tight end, 6 catches for 75 yards. Nicholas Singleton, who's their running back, he had 2 catches for 33 yards. You had Dinkins, who had 2 catches for 21 yards. He is also a tight end. Luke Reynolds, who is also a tight end, had 1 catch for 7 yards. And then 1 catch, 6 yards for Katrana Allen, who is also a running back. And then you had Harrison Wallace, 0 catches, -3 yards, and then Drew Aller, 0 catches, -4 yards. So I guess they did give that lateral to him. So Wallace had -3 yards with zero receptions.
That's crazy.
That's weird. How did they both have 0 catches for negative yards?
I guess it'd be
Was there
part of the
laterals?
lateral, right?
Yeah, lateral.
It'd be part of the lateral.
I didn't realize they split it up like that.
I didn't either,
weird.
but that's
So
the
they
only
actually
explanation.
calculate on every lateral whether you gain or lose yardage?
Yeah, they do.
I mean, because
And
if the
I
ball
think
goes
that's
out
a
of
college
bounds.
thing, because college is also where if a quarterback takes a sack, that's taken out of his rushing stats. So college is like Jeremy said earlier, it's scored differently than the NFL.
In the NFL, it's a team stat. But, I mean, if you have a negative 10-yard play on the play, you have to, mark down the negative 10 yards. So where it goes is – I didn't realize they split the lateral. I thought it was to what Brian was saying. I thought it was the last person that had possession. But there you go. 0 players for Penn State yesterday. 0 receivers had any yards. Positive yards. Wallace had -3. But any positive yards. 0 catches, too. No catches.
Crazy. And like Joel mentioned earlier, like if Aller could put that ball on Singleton, I mean, it turned what should have been a walk-in touchdown to a field goal. Obviously, it was early in the game. Lots of things would have played out. I'm not saying it cost them the game, but it was a 3-point game, and that play took 4 points off the board.
Yeah, that was a fun game, though. Enjoyed it. Notre Dame. Do you know the last independent to win a national championship game? I heard this listening to ESPN 97.5 coverage yesterday.
Huh.
I don't think you'll ever guess it. I don't think you'll ever guess who the last independent was.
Let's see. How long ago? Like decades?
Well, obviously Notre Dame won in the 80s.
There are actually that would give it away. This was after Notre Dame won it in the 80s.
Oh, man.
I don't think you're ever going to get it.
It's not coming to me.
Yeah, me either.
Let's tease it going into the break. And if somebody has it on the other side, don't look it
Someone
up.
will Google
cheaters.
it. Yeah, I won't, but someone will Google it.
Actually guess. Trivia question. If you win, we'll give you a shout out. 713-780-ESPN. Busy show. Kelly Eco joins us at 4. DJ Bienemy joins us at 5. Beezy Money, who said it? Busy show. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. We're on Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're also on Twitter, live at ESPN975. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. Brian at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Yeah, so no one got the answer right. Last independent to win a national championship. 713-780-ESPN. Just been any time guessing? Thinking
I did, and I was talking to
pondering?
Brian about it, but I think he was answering calls and talking to you. But I knew basketball independence back in the day, but football independence.
Yeah, I was thinking at one point, like, was there a year Miami or Florida State was independent? And
Miami.
Oh,
That's
I hit
it.
it?
That's
I did
it.
it?
That's
Okay.
it.
Miami
Yep.
Hurricanes.
As soon as you said it, I was like, oh, that's right. Miami was an independent. There you go.
So I remember them in the Big East, obviously ACC, but I couldn't remember if there might have been a year in there where they're independent.
Nailed it. There was
Good job,
4 straight independents that won it, actually. 4 straight independents won a national championship. Different day, right?
So it's like 88, 89. I'm trying to think of who else that would have been.
Miami was the last.
Was BYU
Miami
one
was
of
the
them?
last.
Oh, BYU.
No, BYU was in the WAC, and they won it in 84.
Okay.
I thought they were independent, too. And
Colorado wasn't independent when they won, right?
No.
Oh, that's right, because you said Miami was the last anyway, and Colorado won in the 90s.
Colorado was in the Big 8.
Yeah, that's right. Just tell us the other two.
Well, I mean, one of the other ones would be Miami. Miami did it in
Okay.
87. They did it in 89. Notre Dame's last national championship came in 88. And then the first independent that started the 4 in a row was Joe Pa's Nittany Lions.
Oh, they weren't in the Big Ten then?
They were independent in
I
1986.
did not know that.
So you had 4 straight independents: Penn State, Miami, Notre Dame, and then Miami. It's pretty crazy, isn't it?
That's a
They
good
were
trivia question.
independent. Yeah, I was listening to last night yesterday was my mother's birthday, so I took her some dinner and we watched the game over there. And then as I was driving home, I was listening to the ESPN 97.5 because the dial never turns off of that. And that's where I learned it. I would have never guessed. I also would have never guessed. So that's where I got it. These texters are wanting us to talk about Kyron Lacey. Did you see this story? You got an LSU receiver, Kyron Lacey, who's projected to be a first-round pick in the upcoming NBA draft.
I just saw the headline on ESPN.
Yeah, so he's getting. Let me pull up the story. That way, I don't. This is a very serious story. I don't want to use words that shouldn't be used. He's being charged with negligent homicide, felony hit and run, and reckless operation of a vehicle, and he's wanted. Reading the story, he was, kind of speeding and swerving through traffic, and he went into the other. I guess it was like a one-way each way. Like those highways have. It's 2 lanes, one each way. So he went around a car, got in front of it, caused somebody to swerve, led to a crash. Someone died. So he wasn't actually involved in the collision, but he led to the car wreck that ended up killing a 78-year-old man. And then he fled the scene without rendering aid or calling authorities. So he's been issued an arrest warrant. The Louisiana State Police has issued an arrest warrant for Kyron Lacey. So we'll see how that story plays out. And everybody's deserving of the all the truth and telling their side of the story. But doesn't look good. The initial reports do not look good for Kyron Lacey.
Man, that's terrible.
Yeah, somebody lost their life because he was driving recklessly.
That's
unfortunately been kind of common. I mean, obviously Georgia had a rash of players.
Well, what's the
Jalen
Raiders?
Carter,
The Raiders receiver that
Henry Ruggs.
There you go. Man, that's awful.
Yeah, bad news. Segueing to what are your top storylines for Texans Chargers? 713. Don't laugh, Brian. That's a very serious story. It's a bad deal. 78-year-old man is dead. And you're over here laughing it up. What are your top storylines for Texans Chargers? 713-780-3776. What are your top storylines, Blankers?
Well, I think that for me, it's the Texans are underdogs at home, and you can take the whole narrative of no one gives them a chance. I think they have a chance, and I think this is a way for them, as difficult as it has been for us because we've been so dialed into it all year long, to them to kind of put everything of the regular season behind them and start to set a new narrative if they can win this football game. And I give them a more than a fighting chance. I think they can win this football game. And if I had to pick them, I'm leaning towards picking them in this football game because I think that at home they're going to play the right way, and I got a good feeling about this game.
Yeah, I don't know how to feel. I keep going back and forth on it. I saw the Chargers board the plane and they were wearing like LAPD, LAFD. And I was like, okay, like that kind of, they have the good story, right?
Yeah.
And then the Chargers ownership committed $200,000 to it. And then Hal and Canna earlier today committed $1 million to it. So I wonder if they stole the good vibes. I wonder if they stole the karma by 5 timing what the Chargers owners donated. Like, I don't like to put my hand in other people's wallets, but it's weird that the rival's donating 5 times more than you are. Hopefully Cal gets the Chargers owners to spend a little bit more money. But yeah, I go back and forth on this one. I think the Chargers are good. I think the Texans can be good. I think that the Chargers are really well coached. Herbert's playing well, not turning it over. Stroud's in bad form. But I like the Texans defense. They're usually good at home. They play up to competition, also down to competition. So I'm going back and forth. I'm excited to see how it all plays out. But in terms of my favorite storylines, I really want to see how the Texans play again at home in a playoff game when they're not like having their greatest form. I feel like they've kind of stumbled into the playoffs. I don't know if they've ever played their best football, but I feel like their better football was earlier in the year, maybe the midway point, especially defensively. So, like, do they come out looking different? Do they come out looking? And we've also heard like they're not physical. Like, do they look like the most physical team on Saturday? So I would point to those 2 things as probably my favorite top storylines.
Yeah, I think. For me, I agree with you. They didn't play their best football late in the year, but I also look at all the talent that's there, and I believe that whether they admit it publicly or not, I think there's a little extra motivation, and they can't completely tune out the fact that everybody's basically saying the Chargers are moving on to the divisional round. And I think that when you've got a veteran-laden team now with some of the guys in key positions like Mixon, like some of the defensive players, I feel like this is they're going to come out really fired up, and I want to see them get momentum early, get a lead early, and I think the defense can pin their ears back, and I think they can get to Herbert. I think it comes down to the running game and the pass rush for both teams, and I think that if the Chargers can't run the ball and they can really focus on just kind of going after Herbert and pinning their ears back, I feel really good about them, and I feel like if Mixon can run the football, I think that their offense is going to get going.
Yeah. It's hard for me. Yeah, yes, like that sounds great in theory. Them running the football would be fantastic. That would really help their chances to win. I don't know if it's like a necessity though. Like it depends on how the game's played out. Justin Herbert's been very careful with the ball, but if he throws 4 pick sixes, they don't really need much from Joe Mixon. We were talking at the beginning of the year that we want the Texans potentially to be an offense that throws the ball 60% of the time. So if they're having trouble with the running game early and then CJ Stroud has like this heroic game and throws for 350 yards and Mixon has 30, like they didn't really need the running game. So I think there are avenues and ways to win with them not running the ball well, but obviously it helps.
Yeah, I just think in this case, especially because everything's so predicated by the offensive line, if they can set the tone by being able to run the football, that's one thing. But when you have the defense the Chargers have, and you got a safety like Derwin James, and if you're able to run the football, then if Derwin James starts, because he loves to hit and he loves to get in the mix in the box, that if he feels like he's going to keep sneaking up, he's going to keep coming up, he wants to help stop the run, then maybe that opens up Nico and some shots over the top to where they can really get the passing game kind of feeling good about themselves. I know that when Mixon hasn't played or hasn't played well, it's really kind of magnified the passing game and their struggles. So that's why I just want to see. I really personally want to see them get the running game going for that.
Yeah, I agree that if they run the ball well, they have like a better chance to win. But I can see a path where they don't run it well and win. I can also see a path where Mixon runs for 100 and they lose. So like the game script obviously would have a huge influence on this. If Stroud plays poor in the playoffs, it will make Texan fans wonder if he is the second coming of Josh Freeman. Great rookie year, then fell off and never replicated that first year success. Did Josh Freeman, was he good in his first year?
Did he go to Kansas State?
Yeah,
I
think he pid for Tampa Bay, right? But I just
that sounds right.
Pulling that name out of thin air just feels odd. That's the name you go to, Josh Freeman?
That's crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, Freeman also wasn't good his first year.
Yeah, like the name there would have been RG3, right? Someone that was amazing his rookie year and then fell off the
kind of BY
too. Yeah, well, BY was rookie of the year.
Yeah,
but I wouldn't say he was great. He just went. That's a whole nother conversation. But yeah, that fits.
Yeah, I mean,
Josh Freeman though, that's a weird pull.
That's an unbelievable pull.
Yeah, Freeman was not as good his rookie year, though, so it's not a good poll.
Yeah, it's not even a good poll. It's just
He
weird.
only started 9 games. He was 3-6. He threw 10 touchdowns and had 18 interceptions.
Yeah.
Like, he was poor as a rookie.
Bad job.
Poor as a rookie.
Bad job,
See,
listener.
I think it'd be more like Andrew Luck, where like they started off really good, kind of faded away, and then retired early. I think it'd be more like Luck a little bit, minus the retiring early part of it. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Yeah, I don't hesitate going back here after the Freeman take. Texans going to win by double digits. This regular season is over. With how they played in regular season is irrelevant. How they played in the regular season is irrelevant. I agree. Except it kind of shows you who you are. You know what I mean? Like, usually you're a pretty good sample of what you're going to be in the playoffs based on what you were in the regular season. So, like, if they suddenly flip a switch and, like, they have this high-octane offense, how many people would actually believe that's plausible? Not me. Not me. I don't think that they could be a team that all of a sudden scores 30 points and racks up 40 yards a game. I think they're going to have to win games by mucking it up and winning primarily because of their defense.
Yeah, I think I can see that. I don't know. I guess I have an unrealistic approach to the fact that I think from an offensive standpoint, I think CJ and the offense can get going. Maybe that is unrealistic. I believe in his abilities. I believe that he still has the weaponry there. And I believe that they're capable of putting up a big offensive number. So I hope it doesn't come down to the fact that but whatever it takes to win, obviously. But I believe that their offense can get going tomorrow.
Yeah, I hope you're right. I hope you're right. I feel like after 17 regular season games, they've told you who they are. You know, like maybe I'm wrong. Maybe all of a sudden, whenever they get to the red zone, instead of settling for field goals, they start getting into the end zone and scoring 6. It's just hard for me to believe that to be true based on their red zone failures all year.
Yeah, and to the listeners' point, I can't say that the regular season means nothing. I know it's behind us now, but it set the blueprint for everything that we are expecting or wouldn't surprise us because of how inconsistent they played, because of the position groups that have failed, because of all the different things that we've seen, to know what from the coaching staff on to say that this hasn't been their best brand of football all year.
Texans, this guy sent in a prediction. It says Texans 27-23, Chargers 24-21. I don't know what that means. A few texters as well saying BYU was an independent when they won it in 1984. Wikipedia says they were in the WAC. I thought they were an independent, and Wikipedia proved me wrong. If you can prove Wikipedia wrong, that'd be great because that would mean I'm right. But Wikipedia says they were in the WAC in 84. Texter Josh Freeman, year 2, 25 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, 3,500 yards. Moving the goalposts. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Since we got to the C.J. Stroud conversation, I stumbled on some stuff that actually has me worried about C.J. Stroud. I'll let you know in on the secret whenever we return. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the killer bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. So I was just prepping the other day, and I stumbled on this old Sean Payton quote. I think it's been recycled, and people were talking about it. It was like, we should have known Sean Payton didn't like Russell Wilson, and here's why. Here was Sean Payton talking about sacks and their destruction of the offense and who he attributes sacks to.
I think the sack statistic, by and large, is more a quarterback statistic than an offensive line statistic. There's some quarterbacks that are more difficult to protect forward, some that aren't.
Okay. So Sean Payton saying that sacks are mostly quarterback problems. How much do you attribute sacks to for the quarterback and to the offensive line?
I think it's I wouldn't say a 50-50 mix. I think it's more, I would go 65-35 offensive line. I think that we know from the Deshaun Watson era that when quarterbacks try to extend plays and they hang on to the football too long, that leads to a lot of sacks. But we've seen plenty of offensive linemen get their doors blown off, both, tackles and guards, to where that if you have a less than offensive line, and we've seen it here the last couple of years as well, enough to know that poor playing offensive lines give up a boatload of sacks. So I understand how a quarterback can be responsible for sacks, but I think it's still primarily on the offensive line.
Look, the Texans' offensive line hasn't been good based on like any metric. Eye test, like Pro Football Focus ranks offensive lines, and Texans are like 22nd in the NFL. I think I'm probably 50-50 though, because a quarterback can still get rid of it. Like, have some feel, right? Like, have the ability to know where the pressure is coming from. Feel it, see it, get rid of the ball. So, like, I totally understand where Sean Payton's coming from here, and I kind of agree. I wouldn't put it mostly on a quarterback, but I think it's fair to split the blame. Now, a quarterback having pressure in his face right away, that's 100% on the offensive line. Quarterback can't do anything about that, but if you sense the pressure, you see the pressure, you can get rid of the football. I'm a believer of that. You know where to be able to put the ball to get rid of it, even if it's not completing the pass, which are going to affect your numbers, but at least it's not a sack. At least it's not 2nd and 16. You're looking at a 2nd down and 10. So I agree with Sean Payton. And look, I think Sean Payton is a really good offensive mind. I think he's proven it more this year, maybe than ever before, or at least has proven that he can still coach. Because a lot of people would say that the Breeze, he was able to rely on his success, and look what he's doing with Bo Nix. He has him in the playoffs with a rookie quarterback. So I think that Payton's done a good job. So starting there, quarterback does have some blame. Maybe not a majority of it, maybe not half of it, depending on who you're asking. But then I started to really dive in on how much time C.J. Stroud has to throw based on what Sean Payton said. And NFL has next-gen stats and all of this where it actually measures a quarterback's time to throw. And it measures it based on the time that it's snapped until the quarterback gets rid of the ball. Now, it does not count sacks, which is kind of weird to me. So just throwing that caveat. But time to throw, C.J. Stroud, of like 44 quarterbacks who have the minimum qualifications to qualify for this stat, has the 5th most time to throw at 2.98. Now, the quarterbacks that are ahead of them, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Sam Darnold, Justin Fields. Mobile quarterbacks that are buying time, so it's going to lead to more time to throw, right, if you're not measuring it until the time that you get rid of the football. So I was like, well, I wonder how quickly they actually see the pressure, because I feel like this is unfair to quarterbacks who have some escapability, because if they buy time, well, their time's going to go up, and it might not be a testament to their offensive line buying them time. So I was able to find pressure. It's called pocket time pressure. And this measures how much time that a quarterback has on average from the moment the ball is snapped until they see pressure. So I think this is the better number. C.J. Stroud's tied for 5th with the most time before he sees pressure. Jalen Hurts first, Sam Darnold, Deshaun Watson are above him, and then you have like Lamar, Bo Nix, Justin Herbert, Brock Purdy, C.J. Stroud that are all tied for 5th. So the numbers will tell you that C.J. Stroud actually has an ample, I wouldn't say a lot, I would say an ample amount of time to throw.
That's surprising to me because, we've seen it on a consistent basis where the pressure comes from all different directions at any given time and almost on every single play. And I've commended him all year about his ability to move the pocket, slide up, his footwork and being able to create some extra time. But if it's broken down like that, just doesn't seem that way. I'm not going to say it doesn't add up because there's a lot of people that obviously spend time on that. It just doesn't seem that way when you watch them play every week.
Yeah. It's the numbers don't look great with the time to throw, pressure rate. Whenever you look at Stroud's, because it's like, hey, he stacks up amongst the top 5 in the NFL with ample amount of time to throw. And if he didn't take as many sacks last year, right? We all know that. This year, he's had 2.5 seconds before he sees pressure on average. Last year, when you pull up the numbers from a year ago, he had 2.5 seconds before he saw pressure. So, it's the same. So why is it worse? You know what I mean? So that's part of the, I wonder how much of this calculus when we see sacks is on CJ Stroud, and we probably don't give him enough blame.
Is it too, though, that you say that the sack isn't actually computed in? But
one of them it is, one of them it isn't. Time to throw it is not, which I think is a flawed stat. I agree with you. But whenever you look at the pressure time, that one does calculate it.
Because I think that unlike a year ago, we talked about it. Like the first 2 weeks of the season, they gave up 11 sacks. Then they shut out the Steelers, and that started them where they actually were protecting better. But I think that there was a lot of sacks consistently in the first month of the season to where it changed to now, whether he has time or not. Now it's changed his internal clock. Now in his head, he feels like I'm going to get hit, pressured. I'm going to feel a guy on me. So now I'm rushing things and I'm not making the same kind of throws, same kind of accuracy, same kind of completions. I'm not saying that's exactly what it is. That's just one idea came to my head when you were saying that.
And it would also back up the whole, he's a beat late. Okay, maybe the time's the same, but he's a beat late. And we know that in the NFL, whenever you win on the margins, a bit late is the world of difference.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about the anticipation throws. He's not making the anticipation throws that he was a year ago. So maybe last year he was releasing the ball. This year he's not releasing the ball. And yes, the offensive line would factor into this and his whole mentality and his psyche where the offensive line currently is. Texture, you can blame Carr for all them sacks in his rookie year. Yeah, I think that it's a combination of both. Running backs and running game also factor in, absolutely. If a defense respects the running game, I think it is harder to get to the quarterback, but that wouldn't affect the pressure time. Can you throw offensive coordinator in on the sack blame game for not calling more short or quick routes when the defense is getting pressure? You can. I would say that that's kind of being it's kind of being hypocritical, though, because how many people blast Slowick whenever he calls screens? So on one hand, not to say that you're doing a texter, but on one hand, Slowick gets blamed for calling screens, and on the other hand, he gets blamed for not calling quick passing throws.
Yeah.
What is he supposed to do? He's darned if he does, darned if he doesn't. Another texture, all those false starts, offsides, putting CJ behind the chains and all the sacks, O-line has been trash. Yeah, those probably all contribute to this. I just feel like we probably letting CJ Stroud off the hook, and there probably is some accountability with him getting rid of the football. He may have time to make throws, says a texture, but what if the route runners are not in positions to make catches? Well, Stroud should probably throw it in a spot where it's incomplete, quite frankly. Throw it behind him where the defenders are not, throw it at his feet.
Mm-hmm.
Throwing an incomplete pass is way better than a sack. Way better than a sack.
Yeah, no, I mean, we talked about it from the standpoint of the game last night with Aller, and he actually said he was trying to throw. That's what you're taught. You're taught that, not every ball has to be completed or be catchable. Just get rid of it, because the difference between throwing it away and taking that, 5 to 8 yard loss is massive. I just think it's the blame. There's plenty of blame to be spread all across the board, and it's not as bad as the David Carr time. But at the same time, I do think that once that internal clock in your head gets altered, I don't think it goes away or it's easily fixed to go back to where he was. And I think that it's hampered him all season long. But I think everybody has a share in the blame. I think Slowick has a share in the blame. I think CJ, the entire offensive line. But the bigger thing is how fixable is it for all parties involved? The biggest thing
long term, sure.
Yeah.
But specifically, I think that my take on this is we're probably, yes, everything's a factor. I agree. Slowick's a factor. The offensive line's a factor.
The receiver.
I feel the receiver's ability to get open a factor. I feel like we in this city probably haven't put enough blame on Stroud being a factor as well, though. Because it all matters.
Yeah,
and I feel like Stroud gets a pass more than all of the other three factors we just mentioned.
I think that's true. I think, and that's simply because of the position that he plays, because he became the darling of the franchise, the city, and anybody that's a fan of the team with the way he played a year ago. And so now don't you dare talk about my quarterback. Don't you dare point a finger at my quarterback. And I think that because, he was anointed one season into being the franchise quarterback, and I think that was rightfully so. I think that there's a hyper level of defensiveness that goes with that. That's why they want to dip everybody else in the grease other than CJ. And when you do point the finger at CJ, they take offense to it.
Our defense is disguising more coverages now that they have film on Stroud compared to year one. I would imagine that it's always went on, but probably more so this year. And then also you start to see what a guy struggles with, and then you start to see more of that. So yeah, that's probably played a factor as well. And Stroud might have trouble kind of seeing these disguised defenses. Also, quality receivers and type of play factor in. You can just get rid of it quicker, but he needs first downs. If no one's open, you just throw it away or force it into coverage, but that doesn't just get first downs. I agree with that, but look, if you're at a 3rd down and 7, would you rather the quarterback throw it away or throw it at a receiver's feet knowing it's going to be incomplete, or take a sack? Like, the incompletion is the better option. And Stroud's raw sack numbers this year, he has 52 in 17 games. Last year he had 38 in 15 games. His sack percentage last year was a little over 7%. This year it's at 8.9. His sack percentage is almost up 2 full points. It's crazy. That's why whenever we talk about offensive staff changes, I'm in favor of it, because the sack numbers are too high. Stroud doesn't look nearly as promising as he did a year ago, and the offensive line has more talent on it than it did a year ago. So this is maybe even a greater take is that hey, let's have a change to the offensive personnel, staff, not personnel, staff, and then maybe some personnel.
Yeah,
all right.
I just wonder, Jeremy, from the standpoint of just looking at it both big picture and just from the microcosm of what is the playoffs. Is it fair to say whatever it is isn't going to be fixed till next season?
Yeah, I mean, I think that goes back to our first segment, too. If they've told us who they are for 17 games, we know the warts and flaws of this team. That's not going to be fixed overnight. There's not an elixir that's going to fix that.
See, I feel the same. I feel that way, and I feel whatever's going to, from the pass rush and the sacks and the offensive line, I don't think any of it is going to be rectified till next year, and that's unfortunate, but that's the situation they're in based on what they've done all year. I also think that there is, if you want to look at glass half full, but I still believe in his abilities enough to say that this could be a blessing for him for the big picture, because I think that, with the year he had in his rookie season, and then he's feeling himself in the offseason, and he's got a ton of confidence, that for him to have to dial it back down and kind of dig back into the playbook and see and self-correct, that might be for the long haul a blessing for him, for the franchise, for everybody.
Maybe so, yeah. Can't you argue that sometimes it's better to take sacks than make an errant bad throw that could be intercepted? Yeah, but I think really good quarterbacks can throw incompletions. I think really good quarterbacks are great at throwing incomplete passes. They know where they need to go if they're in trouble to get rid of it and not get sacked. Peyton Manning was the slowest, most unathletic quarterback ever, almost never took sacks. He had an exit plan. He knew what he was going to do if the worst case happened. Every single snap, he knew what he was going to do when the worst case scenario happened. I don't think Stroud's there.
The best quarterbacks know, and sometimes we see these throws go, that's got to be grounding. And then when you look at the replay, no, he had a safety valve back that was in blocking and then kind of slid out a little bit, threw it right at his ankles, and it was the absolute right play because the officials can't throw the flag, to the point where they also know that as long as there's a receiver in the vicinity, they can throw it a worm burner and they can get away with it. And that's part of developing, being a really good quarterback in this league.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, rodeo lineup is out. Who are you going to go see at the rodeo? 713-780-ESPN. What are your must watches at the rodeo this year? It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Kelly Eco covers basketball for the Athletic. He'll be joining us in studio. He'll be joining Blankers in studio in the next at the top of the hour, coming off the Rockets' top 3 wins of the year. A podium win last night for the Rockets in Memphis, a game that neither team wanted to win late. Rodeo lineup is out, Blankers. This happened right when we went off there. They were waiting for us to go off the air before they released their rodeo lineup yesterday. 2025 livestock show and rodeo. It opens up March 4th, the best leadoff hitter of all time, the greatest leadoff hitter of all time, the leadoff hitter you didn't even know that you wanted to be leading off. Reba McEntire opens up the rodeo on March 4th. It closes on March 23rd with Luke Bryan in between there. You got Journey coming to town. You got Post Malone. Old Dominion gives off they're going to take a break from basketball. They'll perform on March 19th. Cody Jinks, Parker McCullum, Brooks and Dunn, just to name a few. Bun B, the birthday bonanza, Bun B's birthday bonanza, will be performing as well. Who are you going to see at the rodeo this year, Blankers?
Absolutely nobody.
Sheesh, buzzkill.
Yeah, I don't rodeo. I used to be a big fan of the cook-off. I have a lot of personal reasons as well why I don't rodeo.
What reasons?
Those aren't going to be aired out, Jeremy, on the airwaves. But there
Do you
are.
blame me for trying?
This sounds vindictive.
There are some of those. No, so that I'm not.
Are you allowed on the grounds of NRG?
Oh, absolutely. And the cook-off was phenomenal. Can't miss time of my life.
So you got personal
every
beefs.
year.
So
I may.
Yeah,
I might.
Cook-off?
I might. I think that if I was to choose, and I saw this after they made the announcement that Bun has come for the last 4 years now. This will be his 4th year in a row.
Sounds right.
But this, with his birthday extravaganza, they said he's still going to have his special guest like he does every year, but he's going to have a big special guest, a bigger name, I guess. That would be intriguing, something like that. So, and Post Malone, I think, crosses genres a little bit. He's got a lot of, my daughters even love some of Post Malone's collaborations. But if I was to pick 2, I'd pick those 2.
Zach Top is performing on March 11th. Is he kin to ZZ?
God, that
boy.
Point
Yeah, rate that joke.
Brian laughed.
I thought my
laughed.
I thought my Joel has beef joke was bad.
You laughed.
You went with the Zach Top related to ZZ Top joke.
Did you laugh? I'm pretty sure you laughed.
I guess.
Heard a laugh.
I thought it was more of a chuckle groan, but okay.
We were talking. I've never taken my wife to she's been in Houston for 5-6 years now, whatever it is. And I've never taken her to the rodeo. She was giving me grief about it yesterday. I don't love crowds, quite frankly. But she was giving me grief that I've never taken her to the rodeo. So I think I have to do it this year. Although she's more interested like in the fair and stuff than she is the actual like concerts or whatever. But if I were to go to one, I'd want to go to Post Malone. Like Post Malone would be at the top of that list. Parker McCollum's good. Luke Bryan's good. I like Cody Jinks a little bit too.
Lake Conroe?
Is he really?
He's from in this area. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I think that's true.
Actually, I think he's active on Twitter, isn't he? Isn't Parker McCallum active on Twitter? I think he tried to dunk on me once. I really think he did. No, I don't. I'm sure it was something Texans related. And I can't remember what it was. I wish I did. Maybe I'll search for it.
What was
was it recent? Could it have been the Will Anderson trade thing?
Let me see if I can find it real quick. You guys talk.
Who's the country music star that's a Carolina Panthers fan?
So you're gonna. I don't know very much at all about country.
I don't
music,
either.
So
but
I'm not really the right person to ask.
It's a big
about
name.
This.
Jeremy might know, but it's a big name. He's
Carolina.
He's a big outwardly Carolina Panther fan. And I saw a tweet where McAfee posted it where they were going back and forth about it. And he wasn't happy with the Dave Canales hire with the Panthers, even after his first season with Bryce Young. And he's like, yeah, I mean, we hire the 21st rated offensive coordinator. You couldn't have gotten me top 5. You couldn't have had 21 of the other guys that we could have gotten. And Pat McAfee's like, oh man, you are a fan.
Yeah, I don't remember who that was. I can't find it, whatever it was. Yeah, but I would Post Malone would be the one.
I'm with you.
I like Post Malone. Yeah. He's good. He's talented. If I was going to go traditional country, which I do like country, you noobs. You guys live in Texas. You've been in Houston for a majority. Well, Brian for a majority of his life.
You just
Brian,
all my life.
Yeah, you don't have to be a noob. You just have to have taste.
I didn't say I
just don't know
hate
taste.
Personal taste.
I just don't like new country.
I'm with you on that too. I like
casuals.
There's the guard.
I've got Johnny
Tim
Cash
McGraw.
and Waylon and Willie Nelson
Willie
on
Whalen
my
and the
phone,
boys.
but
I got Garth,
not
Tim
any new
McGraw.
stuff.
I got old school
y'all,
country.
y'all, listen, look at y'all trying to gaslight. You talk about how much you don't like country music.
I don't like
well,
new
look
country.
at me. Look at these country. That's not what you said.
I can show it to you. It's on my phone. I just don't like the new stuff.
I've heard some of Morgan
Casuals.
Wallen and some of the new ones
like
that
Morgan
my daughters
Wallen.
listen to.
I like Morgan Wallen's
don't do the
music.
accent.
Maybe off
way
the
that song
stage isn't the
sounds.
best from Morgan Wallen. Yeah, Wallen's big time, man.
I had some help. Is that Morgan Wallen?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. You're talking about the guy that sings.
Is it Chris something or other?
No, you're thinking that would be Chris Stapleton.
No. Hang on.
You're thinking of the guy who sings that long neck cold beer. Ain't never broke my Luke Combs.
There you go. I think that's right.
Luke Combs.
Yep. I think
long neck cold beer ain't never broke my heart.
Yeah, he was dunking on Dave Canales.
Yeah, he's. I think he's from the Appalachian. He's like an Appalachian State guy too. He was a host on Game Day. I think he was a guest picker on Game Day whenever they went to Appalachian last year or 2 years ago.
Yeah, he wears a Panther hat on stage a lot. I just Googled it. Yeah, it is Luke Combs.
Post Malone, Reba, and Grupo Frontera. Go Tejano Day. I do like Go Tejano Day.
They were pushing the Journey thing. Steve Perry is still not fronting Journey. I know they got two guys that sing a majority of the songs and sound like Steve Perry. But if I want to see Journey, I would like to see Steve Perry lead Journey, and he's not there.
Yeah.
It's a cover band, is what it is.
I feel like that might be an old man take. I don't know.
I don't think so.
713-780-3776.
I'm curious.
I'm
curious. If I want to see older, like some of the bands that toured for a long time, I don't want to see them with some dude that I don't have any clue who it is singing all the main songs. That's a cover band.
Is that an old man take? 713-780-3776. I'm curious. I'm curious. I'm legitimately curious. It sounds like I'm being a jerk and dissing them, which I mean, yeah, I can understand why you would think that, but I'm legitimately curious.
One. Like if I'm paying, to go see the rodeo, I don't want to see like a guy that's not the original singer singing for the band. It does feel like a cover band at that point.
Blankers doesn't rodeo because his first serious girlfriend left him for a rodeo clown. Tyler and Conroe. We don't do mean text anymore, Tyler. That's not true.
Tyler ain't far off, but there's a lot more to it. And it ain't like that, but yeah, there's a lot to that.
Now I really want to hear the story. Off air?
Maybe.
You know him personally?
Who?
Tyler and Conroe.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay. Brandon T. Zach Top is not well known, but he's dang good. Parker went to College Park High School in the Woodlands. Oh, that's right near me. That's cool. Yeah, I knew he was from like North Texas. I didn't realize it was that close or north of the city.
I almost moved my parents here, and they almost lived in College Park. And I think College Park started as an over 50 community, and then it blew up, and then they got the high school and everything.
College Park, yeah, it's right down the road from me.
Yeah.
Yes, Branham, it's not a hint anymore. Take her for your sake. I need to. Luke Combs, tell B-Mac, Zach Top, and Charlie Crockett sound like old country. There you go. Go have a cold beer. Listen to some Zach Top and Charlie Crockett.
I'll give a listen to a couple of those.
Google it. Did Post Malone tip $20,000 to a waitress? Charlie Crockett.
Okay.
I heard that he did. Definitely needs Steve Perry. No one said that's not really answering the question. He's crazy talking without facts.
If Foreigner tours without Lou Gramm, if Styx tours without Dennis DeYoung, if Journey tours without Steve Perry, then are they really those bands that did those songs? Because in my opinion, they're not.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I mean, obviously this is not an option anymore because Eddie Van Halen's also dead. But like it was like going to pay to see Van Halen when David Lee Roth wasn't at the.
I disagree because of the fact that they had their own second chapter with Sammy. But
if they're playing songs that David Lee Roth sang and it's now
right.
I don't, Sammy, exactly. I would want.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Okay,
they did try the one tour where they each fronted Van Halen during doing songs from when they were fronts.
Yeah.
And then they got like almost throwing fists at each other and so pissed off at each other that they just blew up the tour.
Would you go see Queen with Adam Lambert?
No.
All
right. To each their own. 713-780-ESPN. Kelly Eco covers basketball for folks who pay him to cover basketball, like The Athletic. We'll talk to him about the Rockets. And then Kelly seems like a rodeo guy. We'll ask him who he wants to go see at the rodeo. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Joining Blankers live in studio is Kelly Iko. Kelly covers the NBA for The Athletic. Kelly, we were just talking about the rodeo lineup. I know that you saw it. Who are you going to go watch at the rodeo? Who do you want to see?
The rodeo lineup?
Yeah.
It's never really been my thing just because it's I don't like large crowds. I don't like
See, Jeremy said the same thing, so he can't kill you on that.
I don't like a lot of people, especially in this climate where, anything can happen at any point in time. But it should be I want to see if Beyonce is going to be there. I've heard a lot about.
She's not.
Unless she's showing up at Bun B's birthday bonanza.
Exactly.
I don't think that Cody Jinks is going to bring her on stage.
But it should be a good time. I know everyone. The food is always great. Turkey. I might go for a turkey leg.
I do like turkey legs. Turkey legs might be my favorite
I might go
carnival
for a turkey
food.
leg.
Pro tip. Go for the cook-off. You get better turkey legs.
See, I don't know that.
Just like
gosh.
Hey, anything on food,
I don't think he's talking about
OG.
food, Kelly. I don't think he's talking about food.
Yes, I am talking about food. You go from these unbelievable chefs and barbecue experts in Houston that do the cook-off and do their tents,
they have turkey legs at the barbecue cook-off.
Yeah, some tents do. Yes, they do.
Okay, I still don't think that's what you were
taken his
talking
wife.
about.
You haven't taken your wife yet. You might want to get well versed in it.
I'm being gaslit right now, because that's not what he meant. Anyway, Kelly, basketball. Rockets in Memphis yesterday. Where are you at with them? I mean, we're almost at the midway point. They're second in the West. They just went to the team who was third place in the West, beat them on the road. Are they good? How seriously should we be taking them?
They're a good team in the sense that, defensively, they're going to make you sweat for 48 minutes. I think the issue with them, and they'll probably run into this problem during the playoffs, is in the half court, the offense is a bit archaic in the sense that there's not enough movement, there's not enough shooting, there's not enough actions to get guys the best shots that are possible. And a lot of times they run into the issue where different guys want to do different things, right? Like sometimes they want to play through Alpi. Sometimes they want to spread the floor and let Jalen and Fred, run pick and roll. Sometimes they just want to run a transition. And I think as good as they are, at some point they're going to have to clean that up in terms of their shot profile and their overall schematics if they want to get to, the levels that they can achieve, because they have done really well this season in terms of they're second in the West. If you would have told me 2 years ago that this would be the second best team you would have thought it was crazy. But to see how they've gotten to that point, it's a success. But, ownership obviously wants to get to the top of the top of the top. And to get there, you have to clean a little things up.
Cal, as it relates to what you just said, I've been harping on the fact that they play 45 minutes of good basketball.
Right.
They build up big leads, and then they find a way to go completely away from what's working. They don't execute and finish, and then they get in dogfights that they lose, like Miami and Minnesota,
right,
where they blow games they should win.
Right.
Is that more so of the mindset and kind of getting the veterans? Like last night, Fred just kind of grabbed the bull by the horns at a certain point and said, "We're done doing this."
Right.
But sometimes he's either not on the floor or that doesn't happen, and they cough up games they should win. How do you fix that?
It's a multifaceted issue. At the top, you could go to roster construction. This team doesn't have a lot of quote unquote shooters, which makes things kind of hard when you have people like Fred and Alpi and Jalen that want to, run pick and roll and get guys open shots. That's an issue. Then you can look at coaching in terms of there are certain things that they could run that they don't. In certain times, like last night, they were up almost 20, and they almost lost that game just because of the last 5 minutes. It was just a mess, possession after possession after possession. And it also is experience. Like, these guys haven't been in a situation where they're playing meaningful games up until now, right? And so now that you have the playoffs in mind down the line, you have to get to a space from top to bottom where there's no question as to what the goal is at hand, right? So I think until they figure that out, they're going to have games like last night where they dominate, they killed them in transition, they attacked, they crashed the glass, and they actually shot the ball pretty well, but we're still in January, right? In March, April, you've been around the league for a long time. The game's not going to look like that.
Right.
You're going to have to eke out possessions in the half court and grind it out. You know,
it's going to get mucked up.
It's going to get mucked up, and if you can't score, I think currently they're still a bottom 10 team in half court offense. That's not a good recipe for playoff success. And ultimately, it comes down to what do you deem success, right? If your ownership is success, just getting back to the playoffs and getting that feel back in the building. If that's the case, then fine. But if you're trying to make a name for yourself, because I'm pretty sure as a team that's going to have home court, they don't want to go out in the first round, right? So, but at the current rate, if they were to run into a Dallas or, even a Phoenix, like there are teams that could upset them, if they get the right matchup. So you have to. The defense has been great, and that's been their calling card for months under Ime. But until they bring up their offense to, that same or a close enough level, they're going to run into games like you saw last night.
Kelly Eco joining us in studio, covers the NBA for The Athletic. What's the story behind Tari, Kawhi, Eason? Can we trust him to play again soon? When?
That's a good question. And I think going back to last season, when it came to them trying to disseminate the information to us about what was going on with him, it was kind of vague in terms of, pain management, ramping up process, then slowing down, then trying to, ease it. And with the injury like that, I think you're always going to run the risk of re-aggravating it or just ongoing long-term, pain or swelling, and you have to manage that. And for a guy like Tari that plays the way he does, he crashes hard. He's going to dive off the loose balls. He's going to crash the offensive glass. It's kind of a bang-bang player. So if your goal is, and a good thing for Houston that they have enough depth to where they can survive in the interim, like you're seeing, Jabari is going to be out for at least 2 months, but they put Amen in the lineup and they actually look a lot better in terms of rebounding, all that stuff. So they have enough depth to sustain them. But when you go back to Tari, I think the goal is to get him healthy 100%. So whenever the playoffs do come, they have that body.
But you say it, Kelly, and the way Ime talks about it, it's not the same injury or the same issues as last year, but yet it seems like the same scenario. As Jeremy points out, we don't know when he's going to be back. Right. We know he's lingering pain and this, that. Is it the same thing yet again, or is this a long-term thing? What are we dealing with?
And that's a good question. Honestly, we don't know. And my guess is, if you were to ask me personally, I think it might be, related to last year somehow, some way. There's always, anytime you have an operation where they put, you always run the risk of maybe complications or something popping up. But, only they know what's going on. So I think for Tari, because he obviously is the one that gets the brunt end of the stick here because he wants to be out there playing. But if his long-term health is more important than games in January, February, March. So I think the goal is to have him not only return, but return for a lengthy period. So you don't have these in and out periods throughout a regular season.
You mentioned they're deep, but at the same time, we've heard Jimmy Butler's name floated out there. We've heard people throwing De'Aaron Fox's name all over the place, but yet we're talking about a team that's a top 4 seed right now that's shown that they have a lot of depth. What is your realistic opinion on a Jimmy Butler and or a trade for a De'Aaron Fox type for this team?
Okay, so I'm going to start. Let's go down the line. So with Jimmy, in the vacuum, I think he's the perfect guy or a good guy to help them, especially in the half court. The issue with it is that when you look at who Jimmy is and his track record, he's always clashed with coaches. He's clashed with players. I don't think he's an Ime guy in that respect, right? Ime likes to run things a certain way. I think if you were to bring Jimmy in the locker room, Jimmy might feel the locker room should go one way, but is that necessarily how everyone else goes? I don't know. Now, and then you go into the age, he's 36. Houston is on a kind of a different timeline in terms of their age profile. So I don't, and then the shooting, I'm not sure if it could work in a vacuum because he's that talented and he's a pro's pro, but if it's me, I don't think they have to rush things this season, right? He's the guy that you make a move when you're trying to, okay, we want to go win a championship now. We don't want to win a championship in 2 years. De'Aaron Fox, same thing. I don't think he plays hard enough defense, on a consistent basis to where Ime can like buy into this guy. The reason why he loves Fred, Ime doesn't care if Fred goes 0 for 16 from the field, because he knows that when it comes down to winning time, he's going to make a defensive game-winning play, or he's going to get those guys organized to where they can at least get some kind of decent shot out. De'Aaron is a hell of a talent. He's a great scorer, great kid, great athlete. But I don't think there's certain guys that fit the Ime Udoka mold, like a Marcus Smart. And that's why you heard the rumors about Smart, over the summer. There are certain guys that fit that mold that would work. And I don't think De'Aaron is that guy just yet. And then you go to guys like Devin Booker. Devin Booker is the one for me where, depending on what happens with Phoenix, and currently they're in this kind of weird spot, that they have played better since Bradley Beal moved to the bench. But I always thought that Devin Booker and Donovan Mitchell were the two profile types of guys. If you were to go make a blockbuster, and I've told you this before, if you were to go make a blockbuster move, those would be the guys that you would chase, because age-wise, they're pretty similar. They can space the floor, all three-level scorers, and they're just winners. So outside of those two, I don't see any other, like maybe you go get a Cam Johnson, but then again, if Brooklyn has a high price for him, I don't think Stone's going to want to, cop up a first or, something like that. So, and especially now with how Whitmore is playing, his stock is probably going up. So he's probably worth more long-term than a Cam Johnson, right? If you were to compare apples to oranges. So they're in a spot right now where they don't actually have to make a move. They just need guys to shoot better. And
Kel, real quick, my fault. Can you clarify for when they can trade Jalen? Not that you want to, but technically when they can.
I believe they could do it later on this month if they wanted to.
Is that based on when the extension signed, or
it's based on when I think the new CBA is based on when he signed it. Yes. So, but with Jalen, given how he's playing right now, I'm not trading him right now for anything.
Yeah.
I think he might not be their best player, but he's their most important player. He's their most dynamic player in terms of when he's going consistently like he has started this month. It's just a different team. It's kind of like what happened last March when he had that crazy run, and it just gave them a go-to guy consistently. Now, obviously, Amen Thompson is probably their most.
He's their best player.
Amen Thompson is their most dynamic player.
He's their best player. Stop it.
Think Amen's their best player?
I do.
Well, Joel's an old school guy, so I understand why he feels that, and it's a good argument too. He impacts the game defensively at a rate we haven't seen on that roster in 2 years. There's no one that can match his athleticism. He's a rebounding savant, and he's a rapidly improving playmaker. So the argument is very solid. And this isn't a team that has a clear-cut guy where you can say like Alpi is the guy or Jalen is like. They haven't reached that threshold as a team. So if Amen is a guy, Amen is a guy. If it's Alpi, like on any given night, it looks like it could be different people. Mm-hmm. And that's probably their biggest issue. They don't have that hierarchy yet, and they run the risk of running into problems down the line. But for right now, they have a bunch of talented young guys that are bringing excitement back to Houston. It's been a minute since they were 25-12.
Yeah. It's good stuff. Kelly, good stuff as always. Appreciate the time.
Sure.
Stay warm. If you need a hookup for the rodeo, just ask Joel. He'll let you know where you get some tickets. Kelly Eco joining us live and in studio. Do not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat with the Rockets. Blinkers has some thoughts. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, right now I'm here to tell you all about Allstate Siding and Windows. I've told you about them before. I told you that I went to Allstate. I had new windows put on my house. Boy, am I glad I did, because the curb appeal went way up, the energy bills went way down, and the fact that the windows do exactly what they're supposed to do. They protect you in hurricane season. They keep the cool air in the building when it's the dog days of summer. In days like this, when it's actually cold outside, it keeps the heater going and the warmth inside the house. They are fantastic. The siding's great. The windows are fantastic, but more so, Allstate's the best. They're the best in the business because they take care of you. They've been in business for almost 50 years, and they want you to do business with them. Therefore, they do free estimates that they can come out to your house. They can take a look at what you're dealing with. The structure, the age, all matters. and then they can give you their recommendations. All it takes is a phone call, 832-204-1936. Call them and get a free, no obligation inspection today. 832-204-1936, or go to their website and see all the different things. They even do front doors, but the siding and the windows that they do, they're top-notch. AllStateSidingAndWindows.com. That's AllStateSidingAndWindows.com. They can do everything for you, and they're a phone call away, and they're going to give you discounts along the way. $2,500 off a siding job, 30% off of windows. They do discounts for senior citizens, military, and first responders. Mention me, Joel Blank, because I put them at the top of the list when it comes to siding and windows. Check them out today, AllStateSidingAndWindows.com.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Do not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat. Rockets going into Memphis yesterday, beating up on the Grizz 119 to 115. Blankers, what are you not ignoring in victory what you wouldn't in defeat?
We kind of touched on it with Kelly, Jeremy, but watching that game, and I really think Memphis has a lot of talent, and they're just getting back 3 of their core players. But at full strength, Memphis is a team similar to Minnesota and OKC and some of those teams at the top of the West that can be really dangerous. And I loved the win. But as I watched it unfold in the fourth quarter, it's like, okay, we've seen this before. I've been harping on this. And here we go again, where they're good enough, talented enough to take a good team and build up a substantial double-digit lead. But they're also reckless enough and dare I say immature enough to where down the stretch they throw it all away and they put the ability to win the game in harm's way because of the way that they finish games. And it's so frustrating because I was glad to see that's what I thought the veterans are there for, not just in the locker room. I was glad to see Fred VanVleet step up last night and say, nope, we're not running ISOs anymore and taking bad shots. We're going to slow it down. I'm going to control the ball. We're going to get into something, run some clock, and get a bucket. He ended up getting that bucket. But that's what they need to do because it's just frustrating that they can blow 45 minutes of good work in 3 minutes or less by being careless down the stretch and being selfish. And that was frustrating to me.
It kind of happened twice, right? Like they're up 17
yep.
in this game. And then like Memphis was able to take their first lead of the game. Was it late third, early fourth? Can't quite remember exactly when it happened, but halfway through the second half a bit. I don't want to diminish the victory.
Right.
'Cause I think it's a big win. Like, you go into Memphis, I don't care how you do it. You're on the road playing a team that's chasing you in the standings. They're the 3rd seed. You're the 2nd seed. Like, you win a game. Like, you figure out a way to win that game. So I don't want to diminish the win. But like coaches do, they're always going to look for they're always going to look for things that they can improve on. And I think that that's the things I would look at too. Like that has been a trend, is that I like to use the word closer. Like, it doesn't feel like they have a closer. We saw that, like, neither team scored like in the last 2.5 minutes in that game yesterday. It felt like neither team wanted to win. Like, we saw in that game yesterday, they don't have that closer. We saw it in the Minnesota game where the Rockets blew the big lead. Was it the Toronto game where they almost surrendered a big lead, but they still like edged it out and won by a couple? To me, they don't have that dude that you go to in the final 2 minutes it's going to close it out. It should be Jalen. Like, it should be Jalen Green. He hasn't grabbed onto that yet. Maybe he does eventually. They've tried to use Alpi Şengün in those spots. Like, I remember it might have even been the Toronto game. Went to overtime, maybe. I can't remember exactly what game it was, but they were tied 4th quarter, last possession. They went Alpi Şengün, isolation at the top of the key. Like, none of those guys are closers yet. Fred VanVleet, probably not good enough to be a good player, not a great player. Amin Thompson's not a great offensive player. Like, it's difficult for him to be your closer. It probably needs to be Jalen Green, but they don't have that guy yet.
No, and that's why, and Kelly and I continued the conversation after we got done with that segment, because I said, as much as he's anti-Jimmy Butler, I said, that's the kind of guy that you and I brought up when we were talking about, where this team needs to go, and the fact that, yes, it was the Toronto game they ended up winning. Minnesota and Miami back-to-back, they had the same kind of big leads and blew both of those games, to where Butler's got to be on his best behavior if he's a rental. As you and I spoke about, if you don't have to give up any of your young talent, if you give up a couple of seconds down the road and a couple of veteran contracts like Steven Adams and Holiday and whatever else, just kind of throw-ins, because Miami's not – you're going to get pennies on the dollar anyway. That's a guy that closes games. He doesn't shoot the three. He doesn't have to. But he's going to get you a bucket. He's going to get to the free throw line, and he's going to play the right way, to where that's what they're missing. I don't want to break up this young core. They're deeper. Last night, what told me too was, with the way Tate played again, this team is deeper than I thought they were at the start of the year, because Tate can sit or Jeff Green can sit, but when their number's called, they're ready and they're doing things for you in a positive way, to where I agree that with Kelly, they still need shooting. But overall, I don't want to touch this young core, because they're really starting to really mold and come together. I just want to fix the problem that seems to be there, where they're playing with fire all the time, blowing big leads, and then hoping they find a way to close out the final 2 minutes.
They were good defensively, though, over the final 2 minutes. Like, they didn't get points, but they also didn't surrender points. So, like, give them credit there, I guess. I think that they just need to commit to it's going to be Jalen and live with the bad. Like, we're going to develop Jalen to be our closer no matter what. And he might screw up twice, but in the long run, it's going to make us a better team. I think that's the direction that they have to go. And Jalen's been really good lately. Like 27 yesterday, he had the big, was it first or second quarter? I can't remember. I was watching the game early this morning.
He's been almost the last 4 games.
I think it was the second.
He's found a quarter where he just explodes.
Yeah, he was quiet. He was kind of quiet in the third, and then picked it up like the last 5-6 minutes. But finished with 27, and it was efficient. Like 11 for 21, 4 for 8 from 3. Like, we'll take that from Jalen Green. Green over his last 10 games is averaging 23 points and shooting 38% from 3, and turning it over like 1 time a game. That's what you need. That's what Jalen Green's going to have to be if Jalen Green's going to be your best perimeter scorer. I thought Jae'Sean Tate, you brought him up. I thought he was really good yesterday.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I thought he was really good yesterday. Like, he just had the it plays that you want from a bench guy.
And
he hit some shots. Yeah, like I really like the guy hasn't played much at all. And he didn't play until Tari Eason got hurt. And the dude's giving you like big time minutes in a big game. Like, credit to Jae'Sean Tate. But the do not ignore in victory what you wouldn't in defeat for me, Cam Whitmore.
Oh my God.
Cam Whitmore played 15 minutes in yesterday's game and shot 14 shots.
Jeremy, I've been digging
14 shots in 15 minutes.
I've been talking to people. I've been digging, and I don't even want to. When I said this, when you and I were talking about this on the air the other day, I don't even want to tell you some of the bad player comparison thoughts I had when I saw this behavior. But for everybody that I'm talking to, it has nothing to do with anything other than the attitude and the maturity level of not completely buying in and believing that he's still getting held back. And I like couple that with when he's on and he makes a couple of shots, you can live with it because he's putting up 17 minutes, 18 points in 17 minutes or whatever it was. Games like last night, it's like, I just want that on a reel. These players have the videos in their locker room these days, and the coaches go over it. I want that on a reel in his locker for the reason why the next time he wants to pout or he wants to, not be a team type guy, to realize you got a long way to go before you get to where you think you already should be, because he is, talk about frustrating. That is angry to watch for me when he's not making shots.
He hit a couple of threes, but he had the fourth most shots on the Rockets yesterday in 15 minutes. The most shots were Jalen Green with 21 in 38 minutes. Alpi Şengün shot 20 in 35 minutes. Dylan shot 15 in 35 minutes. And Cam Whitmore jacked up 14 shots in 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
And even Dylan,
he's almost a shot a minute.
Even Dylan wouldn't do. I don't think he does that every night. I think that Memphis, going back to Memphis thing, had something to do with the shots he was taking.
And they weren't falling either.
No. But but take a page out of Dylan's book and say, but I'm still going to defend, and I'm still going to give you the team plays, and I'm still going to move the basketball. Because you see Cam, even when he does actually give the ball up, that there's that 1 second hesitation of, I still want to shoot this, but I know I'm not supposed to, so I'm going to get rid of it. He's got to stop that, man, because he's going to derail himself from having a really successful career in the NBA, and you don't want them to give up on him, and then he matures and figures it out somewhere else, and then he becomes the player I think he can be. Right now, I think he's hindering more than he's helping the Rockets, because I think as much as they're covering it up publicly, it's starting to wear on guys in the locker room, coaches and players.
Yeah, he's he's very talented, a very talented scorer too, but he's not really helping you do a whole lot of winning right now. There's going to be nights where he's hot, and he's going to put up 18 points in 18 minutes, and those nights he helped you. But when you do what you did yesterday, go 3 for 14 in 15 minutes, that's not helping you.
Nope.
Uber talent, not helping you win. Some of the texters saying that they should trade for Zion Williamson. Where do you stand on that?
I don't want Zion. I don't want anything to do with him. I think when we're talking about a guy off the floor is one thing, and there's a whole lot there. But on the floor, he can't get on the floor and stay on the floor. Even the other night, he comes back. He has a great performance in a loss, gets, I think, 27 points. And then, by the way, I'm going to miss the next 2 games because I tweaked something again. You're paying on your return on investment for every 5th or 6th game or worse. I don't need that. I don't want to deal with that.
Yeah, if I could you're not going to get him cheap, but if I could get him for pennies on the dollar, okay. But I'm not paying the full price for Zion.
And that's the thing with New Orleans. They thought that their entire franchise hope lied in him when they drafted him. Now, because they've invested a contract in him on top of it, they're not one of those premier spend-a-lot franchises, and they got a lot of big contracts on there. They're going to, in order to get him, they have to get something back for him, and I don't think he's worth whatever you have to give up.
Zion, do you think he's a bust?
I think he's close. But the problem is when he's on the floor, he's dominant. It's just that the guys like that, I don't think that I can feel confident that there's ever going to be a point in his career where he's going to play 70 games a year.
Yeah, doesn't feel like it. Who said it? B-Mac's going to try to stump us, the Bees. Who said it? Quotes from ESPN 97.5 personalities. The Bees, guess who said it? That's next. ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Super producer is debatable. Risk on Twitch does really like this. Who said it? Brian reads to us, quote, said by ESPN 97.5 personalities. Blankers and I will argue about who we think said it and then ultimately get it wrong.
Argue? We've been better lately
debate?
about working stuff out.
Yeah, you're right. We're such a good team.
I would say for the most part, you guys come to a consensus. There's times you disagree with each other.
We might be wrong, but I think we found
the lead.
Yeah, we found a way to.
I think this is the one time in the show you guys always come together.
You may be right.
Your shared hatred of me.
Quote number one, Brian.
Quote number one. This guy's literally had an accelerant, and he was lighting fires, and the people in the neighborhood caught him, zip-tied him. I would have beat the piss out of that guy. They should have stomped him out with a shovel, just pounded him into submission, and just thrown his body just brought him to one of the fires and just thrown him in. That's what I would have done. I'm kidding, please. I would have done that.
Okay, there's only two people that would have used the phrase beat the piss out of him in my mind.
I don't think you're allowed to say that word on radio.
Well, Brian just did, so I feel comfortable backing him up.
I think he's wrong. Not that I care. I'm pro.
Well, it's been said at least 3 times
radio.
then by the virtual
There you go.
person.
We might as well just keep going. Say it, Jeremy. Say it.
I think we're fine with that. I'll stand on that.
I don't think you can say that whenever you're describing the actual action of going.
But
you're not. You're beating something out. Yeah.
But it's that. You can use it whenever you're talking about like I'm ticked off. I don't believe you're allowed to use it in the other form.
At least you did. At least you told us off air where we won't get in trouble for it.
Yeah, I mean, I like to peel back the curtain. You know that I like to peel back the curtain. We'll have to look into that.
I actually think we're fine
let's
here.
investigate further.
I'm pretty confident in this, actually.
Okay, well, I guess we'll find out.
Can't wait. That would be exactly what I want to do.
Who are the people that you were saying?
Joe or Paul?
See, it's too long-winded for Joe.
I don't think Paul. I don't think Dell uses that. I don't.
It could be. You don't think Lance at all? My immediate thought was Paul.
Just that word alone, Paul was the first thought, and Joe might.
Also, like the going back on it too is kind of Paul. Like, oh, I'm just kidding. I wouldn't do that. Please don't. Whatever. Yeah, I'm with you on that. Let's do it.
All right, let's do Paul.
This guy's literally had an accelerant, and he was lighting and the people in the neighborhood caught him, zip-tied him. I would have beat the piss out of that guy.
Now we can add another.
I'm glad you left it on there. Well played, Brian. I'll take the L on the actual.
I decided
who said
to play
it, but
at least to that point for comedic effect.
What was the other word? He used another word this week he wasn't supposed to use.
Lance did?
Yes.
I don't know.
It starts with a T. At least it wasn't that word. So I know there was twice.
Tell me off fair. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
All right, quote number 2. They're not that good, though. I mean, I'm not eating beavers, so no, not like that. I mean, it's not. They're not. It's not chunks of beaver. It's not like the little rodent chopped up into bits. So I think it's misleading.
Is this like a Buc-ee's conversation?
Sounds like it. I tuned it out.
Yes, it's about Buc-ee's.
Okay.
Can you read it again?
Why'd you tune out? Then I wouldn't have to read it again.
Because I was Googling FCC rules.
Oh
boy.
Here we go.
He just wants to do a show totally solo.
Yeah, by all means, I'll head home.
You didn't say it, Blankers.
I did.
Yeah, I guess Joel would have to.
Yeah, you did.
I actually did.
Yeah.
I forgot that you did. You did.
Well,
You're right.
Joel and I will both be suspended.
You're not going to be suspended. You'll just be fined 6 figures. No big deal.
Well, good luck getting that from me. All right, quote number 2 again. They're not that good, though. I mean, I'm not eating beavers, so no, not that. Not like that. I mean, it's not chunks of beaver. It's not like the little rodent chopped up into bits. So I think it's misleading.
Sounds Joey to me.
Yeah, that's kind of what I heard too, but I suck at this game.
Let's just do it. I'm not Joe.
Nah, they're not that good though. I mean, I'm not eating beaver, so no, not like that. I mean, that's not. Yeah. They're not.
Right. Cut that.
It's not chunks of beef.
Joe's
it's not like the little rodent chopped up into bits. So
it's true.
I think it's misleading.
It was Joe leading him into it. Like Paul didn't bring that up on his own, so you were close. But all right, down 0-2. Quote number 3. Why do all athletes have guns? Why do their houses get robbed every day? If you're an NBA, I would keep a gun too, since you're constantly under duress. There's constantly South American cartels breaking into your NFL homes every weekend.
Dell?
I think it could be Dell, Lance, John, or Paul.
Well, that narrows it down.
That narrows it down a lot.
Brian, one more time.
Why do all athletes have guns? Why do their houses get robbed every day? If you're an NBA, I would keep a gun too, since you're constantly under duress. There's constantly South American cartels breaking into your NFL homes every weekend.
I don't think anybody except for besides us that talks NBA like Dell and Mapes do. I would lean Dell. Not Rockets, NBA.
Well, let's do it.
Dell.
Why do all athletes have guns? Why do their houses get robbed every day? If you're in an NBA, I would keep a gun too, since you're constantly under duress. There's constantly South American cartels breaking into your NFL homes every weekend.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's right. Granado's little dynamite drop in at the end cracks me up. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he fact checked it while Lance was talking, and that is correct. Right. Every weekend, South American cartels. All right, quote number 4. Playing for pride at this point.
Yeah, congrats, Brian.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm welcome. That stuff is egregious. Yes, I don't know what he's doing. I don't know why you would put it in that way. I don't know anyone that says rack. Has he not updated his language, I would say? Like, who is he, Al Bundy? I can't remember anyone saying that in the last 15 years in a serious way. This was after the FS1 Jason Whitlock thing.
Oh.
Al Bundy reference is weird. I think that eliminates Joe and Dell.
Does it?
I think so.
Okay.
You think Joe knows who Al Bundy is?
No,
I know Dell doesn't.
I thought Dell, but now
you think Dell's watching Married with Children as a kid?
No. But to be critical of that term, I would say that Dell is more hip and modern now than most.
Yeah, but the Al Bundy reference, I think, disqualifies him.
Okay.
I think it disqualifies Joe. I think it's either Paul or the bench.
So, which of the bench, since he's used Lance twice, or this would be Paulie's second go-round? Not that matters. You think Paul knows Married with Children?
Yeah, Paul's pretty well-versed. I guess it could be Dell. I don't know.
I just heard Dell first, but then you make a good point.
Matter.
I don't know. Yeah, I know. We're not going to win.
Matter. Play the hot hand.
Yeah, which is who?
Yeah, you're 0-3.
Brian, do you have a guess?
Do I have a guess? No, I do not.
Which one you want to go with? Paul or
Let's
Dell?
go John.
Okay. There you go. That was random.
That stuff is egregious. Yes, I don't know what he's doing.
Dang, it was Dell.
I don't know
there
why.
You go.
Put it
and
that
it was.
way.
I loved it right away. Like, it
I don't
can't be
know
Dell.
anyone that says rack. He has not updated his language, I would say. Like, who's he, Al Bundy? I can't remember anyone saying that.
That's a good pull by Dell.
I would 15 years in a series.
Obviously, I wouldn't think Dell would have an Al Bundy pull.
Why is that?
Well, because it was a show that I would imagine outdates Dell. And because Dell, I don't think Dell watched Fox back in the day. That was a Fox show.
Yeah, it was on.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I don't know why Dell can't watch Fox, but okay. All right, quote number 5. You tell me that they won 10 games before the year, I'd be like, yeah, it's a harder schedule. I'm good with that. But then if you actually play it out, and I know that you lose to the Titans, you lose a 5-interception game against the Lions. Your offensive line plays poorly against twisting fronts every single game. Like, no. When I look at this team, I do not see a team that took a step forward.
Was this us?
I thought about that too.
It is not you guys.
I thought about that too.
Not you guys.
This was our segment.
Yeah. Well, that means it's Joe because he likes to take our segments.
I heard Joe or John.
Well, let's just try Joe and be done with it.
Okay.
You tell me that they won 10 games before the year, I'd be like, harder schedule.
Wow.
I'm good with that.
Go for
but then
5.
if you
That's the
actually
first
play
time
it
we've
out,
been
and
shut
I know
out.
that you lose to the Titans.
That's pretty. Is
you
it?
lose a
I think it is.
That doesn't
game
seem
against
right.
the Lions.
It is right.
I feel like we've gotten shut out at least.
No,
a dozen times.
I couldn't begin to fact check
I've
you on that. I have
charted
no
that
idea.
to some degree in my mind, saying at least we've never gotten skunked, and now we've gotten skunked.
Do you have an Excel sheet with this or what?
Yeah, maybe. It's color coded.
You know what? I consider that a win because the bench used one of our segments. That's a win for the Killer Bees. I don't care who's keeping score. That's a win for the Bees because they used a segment that was ours.
Just
All
throw
right.
this crap out there to get clicks.
All right. Texans mailbag. What are your Texans questions
Don't
for
sound
us?
so down.
I'm just fed up with that stupid game. I hate that game. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What are your questions for us as it relates to the Texans tomorrow? 713-780-3776. Texans mailbag with the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. I just can't imagine how that movie is any good. Like, just hearing that soundbite there, it's like, that can't be a
Trust
good
the
movie.
Rotten Tomato score, Jeremy.
I have a suggestion to even the playing field for who said it. Put the 5 quotes in one column and the host used in another. All you guys have to do is match the host with a quote. That's probably a good idea. We've been getting our lunch taken by Brian.
So so then you at the very beginning you'd be just matching them because if you went through one by one, then by the time you got to the end, it's just
we would be
it's more. That's more of a visual, I think, too, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could just tell it to you. You can write it down, but
it's already more. You're winning. It's already difficult
I'm
enough.
fine with it. It just feels complicated.
Yeah, don't. If it ain't broke, Well, just leave it.
It's not broke
you
for
can get
me.
rid of the dupes. You can get rid of the dupes. Y'all need to let the listeners play for y'all. Maybe that's
I think
what we
Jeremy's
do.
onto something there.
Yeah, but we would still know the.
It's just that we don't have a
we only have 5 people.
a full lineup.
Yeah,
Right.
by the time you got to the 4th and 5th question, it'd be done at that point.
Texter says y'all need to let the listeners play for y'all. That might be the idea. We have a third teammate, a listener.
Well, it used to be.
I don't need it. The help already drags me down. I don't need any more.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though. When the segment
you did really
first
hot today.
Yeah, I was.
When you guys started this segment with Brendan way back, wasn't it you two versus somebody? Because I remember you guys going up against other 97.5 personalities. I remember you guys going up against Stutz at one point.
I don't think we did it for that. It might have been for something else, but that sounds vaguely familiar.
We could do something like that where you guys combine go against someone else.
We've already spent enough time on who said it for the day. We can workshop this later. Let's see. This texture says the bench comes on before you nerds. Maybe you stole their bit. How about we did that segment on Monday and they did it on Tuesday?
Yeah,
nerd.
boom. How about that?
All right, 713-780-ESPN.
Suck it. You can say that on the air, right?
Texans mailbag. Yeah, you can.
Okay.
Yeah, do you want to know the 7 words you cannot say?
Is it George Carlin?
Yeah, I think Carlin did do a bit on it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know those 7? Can you say those 7?
I can rattle them off right now. I'm not doing it on the air.
Yeah, you can. All of you can Google it. I'm not going to say these. Yeah, but yeah, I was right though, Brian.
Brian's taking calls.
You might have stumped us on who said it, but I was right on the FCC.
Sweet.
All right,
thanks for selling us out.
questions. Somebody's got to report us though, and no one would ever do that. Philip 68. What is your confidence level that CJ Stroud will be better next season?
I feel very strongly that CJ is going to be better next season. I think
Slowick's the OC.
I still feel that way. I think that Slowick's going to be better next season simply because of the fact that on the whole learning curve of things, as good as they were in year one, they learned some lessons and took some lumps this year. I think they're both good enough ability-wise that they are going to come back better for having gone through what they went through this year.
Yeah, I think my answer is yes. I'd be more confident with a new play caller, though. Who will have more sacks taken, Stroud or Herbert?
I think Herbert.
I'll go Stroud. Stroud can't get rid of the ball. Plus, I think the Chargers are going to run the ball a ton. I think the Texans want to, but won't be able to. How many touches will Mixon and Pierce get?
See, the Pierce thing is interesting because everybody's pushing that now because of the nothing game against the Titans. I don't expect to see a lot of Dameon Pierce in this game. I think that Mixon's going to get, I'll say, 18 to 20 touches, and I'll say Pierce maybe gets 3.
That's a good call. I'll go 18-20 on Mixon, but I'm going to go 2 for Pierce. Okay. I don't think he goes over 2. Now, caveat here, I mean offensive touches. He might touch the ball in the kickoff game and like in the return game, but I mean offensive touches. I think he'll get 2 maximum. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Out to the HRP listener line. Josh, you're in the hive with the bees. What you got, Josh?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm calling from Philadelphia, but I listen to you guys every single day. Being a Houston native and living here for quite some time, I struggle on a week-to-week basis hearing D'Amico Ryans talk and just watching some of their games to identify or what they claim to be their identity on a week-to-week basis. So watching my Eagles play, watching the Lions play, watching other teams play, I think teams like the Texans, the Packers, the Steelers, I struggle on a week-to-week to figure out what exactly they proclaim to be their style of football and their identity. You know, one week we're talking week to week about Dameon Pierce and Joe Mixon running the football more. The next week we're talking about how we, need more from C.J. Stroud. Obviously, we're paying Dell out, so on and so forth. So I'm just asking you guys, as Houston natives, what you proclaim or what people proclaim to be the Houston Texans' identity in the playoffs.
See, and appreciate the call, and thanks for listening every day in Philly. I think, Josh, the biggest thing for me is something that Jeremy and I have discussed previously. I think their true identity is they're a defensive football team. I think their defense is the best, and it's not even close, is their best of the 3, offense, defense, special teams parts of football. I think they're a defensive team. I think the fact that you've heard what you've heard, and we've all heard it throughout the year, is because of the fact that game by game, the inconsistencies and the failures lead us to go a different direction, or lead him to go in a different direction, I should say. But I think that if you truly want to say the 2024-25 Houston Texans, they're a defensive football team in my mind.
Yeah, Landlock asked Slowick, I think yesterday, about to Bobby Slowick what their identity was, and Slowick gave this really weird answer where he's like, "Well, you watch the games and you watch the tape, and then you can let me know." It's like, what? That was a weird answer. But I think D'Amico wants to fly around the field, play very physical, smack you in the mouth, be the most physical team on the field, toughest team on the field. I think that's what D'Amico's mentality, and they had the whole swarm mentality thing, which kind of a cheesy gimmick or whatever, but that's what they want. They want to be the most physical, toughest team on the field. And I think that they are physical. I do think that they are tough, especially on the defensive side of the ball. Offensively, I think they're more kind of matching up with what the defense gives you, which I think is okay. Like, I don't think you need to be like, we're going to run the ball 30 times every single game. I think you do need to, zig and zag based on the defenses that you're playing. And I would say that the overall mentality is that they want to be physical and in your face. And I think for the most part that they are. 713-780-3776. Back out to the HRP listener line. Eddie, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Eddie?
Hey guys, big fan. Really appreciate y'all's insight on everything. Just heading into tomorrow's playoff game, just curious as to what you guys think is going to be the secret sauce here for us beating a team that's well coached by Jim Harbaugh. Obviously, we have our offensive struggles, and how much of this is going to fall on C.J. Stroud, and can he do it? There's been some concerns, obviously, this year. He's regressed a little bit, but we saw what he did to the Browns after the Browns destroyed us in the regular season. And just want to get y'all's thoughts on how much of this is going to come down to C.J. Stroud and what he needs to do.
Appreciate the call. I look, if you just want to pinpoint, I think it's difficult to pinpoint it on one thing. But I've already touched on the fact that I think that the key is going to be, if you're a Texans fan and you want to win this game, I think that if their ability to run the football, to me, is I don't want to say paramount, but I think it's very important. And then they just got to get home on Herbert. I think that if they can get home on Herbert and they can run the football, then I like their chances to win this game.
Yeah, I appreciate the compliments there. Makes me feel. I was blushing there a little bit. I was blushing. For me, like, I hate preview radio. Like, what is it? How are they going to win? They're going to win by doing this, this, and this. Like, I think that you can say this every single week. You can say this every single week, but I do think that it's magnified more this week because of the styles of these teams and the strengths of these teams. I think the game's going to be won between the trenches. I really do. But like, you could say that every week. I feel cheesy saying that. Well, whoever's offense and defensive line plays the best is going to win. Yeah, no duh. But I do think it is critical this week because the Chargers and the Texans both have really good pass rush tandems. Bosa and Mack, Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter. The offensive line for the Chargers is really good, whereas the Texans' offensive line's been really bad. So I think the trenches are going to be what decides this. And it doesn't have to be the running game either. It could be protecting for the quarterbacks. It could be the defensive line just beating the offensive line, whether it's Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson or Bosa and Mack. So I think it's a trench game. I think every week's a trench game, but I think it's magnified between the Chargers and the Texans. 713-780-ESPN. Let's ask that to DJ Bieneme. DJ Bieneme, who covers the Houston Texans. He'll be out there tomorrow if he's feeling well. He'll join us next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Former trenchman at U of H, my colleague, Go Cougs, U of H class of 1990, now runs HR&P. He's been protecting the businesses around Houston and around the greater Texas area for 25 years now, nearly 3 decades. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HR&P is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. You're not reading off a menu here. If you need a little bit of help, you need a lot of help, anything in between, HR&P is going to work with you to create a plan for whatever you need. Their customer service, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. We use HR&P here at Gal. Always fantastic, always terrific. We love them. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business. Make it your resolution in 2025. Give them a call right now, 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. Brandon T. I like I think the Texans win the game if they create and win the turnover battle. In my opinion, the game will be determined on the Texans' ability to stop the charge of the majority of 3rd and 5 or longer. Like, all these are cliches. Like, they're all true, right? It's like stereotypes. Yes, they're all stereotypes, but yes, they're all true. Yes, if the Texans run the ball, they have a better chance to win. Yes, if they protect, they have a better chance to win. Yes, if they win the turnover battle, they have the better chance to win. Yes, if they convert more 3rd and 5s than the Chargers do, they have a better chance to win. What do you think it needs to happen for the Texans to win? DJ Bieneme joining us on the HRP guest line, covers the Texans for ESPN, ESPN.com. You can follow him on Twitter at DJ Bieneme. Preview radio kind of annoys me a little bit, as you can tell, DJ. Maybe I'm an old curmudgeon about things, but it's just, if they score more points, I like their chances. But what do you think are critical areas that have to happen tomorrow to go the Texans' way if they want to advance for the 2nd year in a row?
I mean, you kind of said a lot of the stuff. Right? They got to run the ball. They got to, but you forgot to mention, like, they do got to force some turnovers. Then, I think that in a game like this, knowing that there's a good chance your offense is probably going to be a little handicapped. You're going to need your offense to, your defense to, make some things happen, because they score a lot of points off of turnovers. Obviously, as most teams do, but they do it at a high rate, and they forced the 2nd most interceptions this season, right? So I think that that could change the tenor of this game. Because remember last year, it was a close game until Steven Nelson and Christian Harris both had pick sixes. So obviously, I'm not saying they got to get pick sixes, right? That's not necessarily you can count on that, because there's a lot of luck that kind of plays into pick sixes too. I'm just being honest. But again, I do think the Texans can pull off the upset, which is weird that we're saying the upset. I don't. It's weird that the Chargers are 3-point favorite. Like, it would make sense as the technical 2.5-point favorite. I get they haven't played that well down the stretch, but still, like, it's not like the Chargers are world beaters. Really, their only 2 playoff wins are against the only wins they have against playoff teams against the Broncos. Right, who the Broncos by themselves also kind of snuck in too. So, I don't, again, like all things you mentioned, right? Stop the run the ball effectively, the kind of the cliche things. But I think the type of runs that the Texans run, right? They got to run some inside. They got to run some inside zones, some duos, some powers, some whams. Something getting north and south. They kind of got to abandon a little bit of that outside zone stuff, because that kind of plays into the favor of a team because the Chargers are going to be in split safety a lot. And they've been in split safety looks like the 3rd most in the entire NFL. So I think that for them, they need to be able to get north and south, because there's less bodies. If they're in that 2 high light boxes, there's just less bodies up the middle, mathematically, than there are when you're trying to get outside. Because once you try to get outside, now you got both. You got the nickel is going to be involved. The outside corner is not involved. But when you get down the middle, if they're in a light box, let's say they got 2 linebackers and it's in the 2 high safety. Now you only got to worry about both D tackles or both interior linemen, whether it's the defensive tackle, defensive end, because they run more of a 3-4, sometimes with the outside linebacker down on the line of scrimmage. And you got to worry about the 2 linebackers before you even got to worry about the safety. So it's really like you just got to execute your 4 blocks and things of that nature to get vertical and then be able to get some easier yards. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of where I'm at in that regard when they run the ball. Like, make sure they run some inside zones, some duos, things of that nature. If they don't, and they just try to run what they've been running, good luck.
DJ, I'm curious, because there wasn't a lot to take away, though, or a lot of people I know that you had to deal with asking questions this week about the Tennessee game. But just as it relates to 2 players that haven't factored in yet, and if they might factor in this week, and that's Deontay Johnson and Pierce. I know that all of a sudden, because of Pierce and the run and the yards, everybody's saying, well, is there a chance that Pierce gets more carries? And then from a Deontay Johnson standpoint, we talked about getting timing and all these things, and he was only in, he wasn't really timed up with CJ, but is there a chance that he has a role this week against the Chargers?
Yeah, it'll be a small role, though, because, again, like, he's been here as long as the cold winter has been here in Houston. You know what I'm saying? Like, the second the weather changes when he got here. You know what I'm saying? And that's been for a short amount of time. Like, him learning the playbook and being able to execute in the heat of battle when the Bullets are flying fast, when every possession, every snap matters. Yeah, I mean, I could see him like on like specific third downs, because third down, right? You run a specific play, he runs his route, you're good. But in the running game, like, you know, it's hard to put him in that position because, again, like he's still getting there for a short amount of time. The trust that he's going to pick up the specific velocity he has to pick up consistently isn't necessarily worth that risk. So I think some third down stuff, we'll see more of him there.
DJB Anime joining us on the HR&P guest line. You know, I didn't look at a whole lot of what the Chargers do from a personnel standpoint. I imagine they do a lot of 12 since it's Harbaugh and they like to run the football. What do you think the Texans do defensively? Like, they like to play a lot of nickel, but you've had a couple of nickel backs that have gone down. You do get Christian Harris and Azeez on the football field for the first time. Toa's played pretty well. Do you think that D'Amico will budge from his heavy usage of nickel and go with the 4-3 so he can get his best players on the field?
Yeah, I think if whenever the Chargers go to 12 personnel, I could see that. Obviously 11, probably not. But I think, just a matchup because it's going to be a physical, game in between the hashes. I think a lot of this game is going to be decided in between the hashes. So I could see that, right? Where they go a bunch of 4-3. So get those guys, these bigger guys on the field, things of that nature. So I wouldn't be surprised by that at all, actually. I think that makes the most sense, for being honest, right? To go more 4-3. Because, again, like, you got to ask yourself, is it better when your 7 guys that are D linemen, if it's, Derek Stingley, Kamari, Christian Harris, Henry To'oTo'o, Azeez, Kalen, Eric Murray, or is it better if you can have more reps with Jeff Okudah and you replace Henry To'oTo'o, you know what I'm saying, or Christian Harris? So, to me, I feel like it just really depends on the situation. I think when you go heavier personnel, obviously it makes sense to go 4-3. When they're obviously pass situation, go nickel. Because you don't want, because Ladd McConkey, I know a lot of people ask, like, oh, is Stiggs going to follow him? Well, he goes in the slot a lot. So you can just put Kamari there whenever Jeff comes onto the field. But again, like, you don't want Christian Harris having to guard Ladd McConkey. You don't want any of your linebackers actually having to guard him for real. He's given safeties and cornerbacks issues. There's no way your linebackers going to be able to hold them, and nor should they be able to hold them. And nor should we expect that. That's not fair of them. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of where I'm looking at it.
DJ, as you look at, everything that's been said and the motivation of the fact that, from Rex Ryan to everybody else, that no one's really giving the Texans a chance, is that anything that resonates at all with the players? Or is it just, this is the time of year that they've been waiting for, like Joe Mixon said, put your helmet on, put your pads on, and just go do what you got to do?
Yeah, I mean, again, like, publicly they're not going to acknowledge it, but for sure, some people internally are like, what's going on? Like, the Chargers, and one player was just like, I kind of said it was Baltimore, right? Like, Baltimore's giving us a lot of issues, and like when Baltimore's clicking, they'll thrash anybody. The Chargers, like, come on, man. You know what I mean? Like, that's one player that me and him were talking about, and I think it's kind of wild that they've been talked about as if like they're kind of like a walkover. Like, and don't get me wrong, I think the Chargers will win, but like, again, Rex Ryan say a bye week. Come on now, a bye week. That means that this game's gonna be over at halftime. And that's not the case at all. So I think that the Texans, some of the players for sure have taken note, but I don't think it's like to the point where it's like Bart Scott with the Jets when they went to Foxborough and beat New England. I don't think it's that type of internal motivation, right? Because that was like a legitimate, like, nobody was giving them a chance. And like, back then, I feel like players use stuff like that for more motivation compared to now. I mean, I think we should be honest. Like, it was a different game, and like you needed every extra edge that you could have. Not saying it's not the same now. Like, it's still applicable, but I don't think that it's obviously like it was back in like those times. And I don't think that the Texans are viewing it like Bart Scott in 2009 with the Jets or 2010 was viewing it, where it was like, I was giving you a chance, and we're going to rally around this. The Texans aren't necessarily one of those bunches that like kind of rally around like the naysayers. Like, they do hear it and they do pay attention and they do like take note of it. But I don't think it's like us against the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe if they Baltimore might be they're probably feel that way. But again, I don't get that sense from this team that when people are down them, they're gonna like rally, and that's gonna like give them an extra boost. Because in all honesty, like that motivational stuff only can work for one quarter. It's the first quarter, and that's it. And you got to play. You got to really punch, and that's when you can use it and carry it through the rest of the game. But for the most part, after the first quarter, so actually it's like Jimmy and Joe's, and next thing who knows, and you got better players than them or you don't. So I do think that some players have like taken note of it, but it's not like this rally and cry that some people would love for it to be.
Rex Ryan, I mean, he's a loudmouth, right? I mean, we all are loudmouths. Not you, you're a print journalist, but all of us that have microphones, we're all loudmouths.
I'm a loudmouth.
I was just trying to be kind. I knew you were. DJ BNMA joining us on the HRP guest line. But I really wouldn't care what Rex Ryan had to say. I would be more upset if I'm a Texan. I agree with you about the bulletin board material stuff. I think that stuff's largely overrated. If you, a professional, has to get motivational quotes before a playoff game, then I think you have some issues to begin with. But I would be more offended by the people who are like, oh, the Chargers are just way more physical than the Texans. Like, it almost feels like people are calling the Texans soft, and you could say a lot of things about the Texans. I wouldn't call them soft.
No, I wouldn't call them soft at all. I mean, in all honesty, like, they probably would prefer if it's like a physical, like, ground and pound type of afternoon, man. I think they prefer that, to be honest, because like that's where they're at their best. Especially on the defensive side. Obviously, offensively, like they're gonna try to play more physical. We'll see what happens, but yeah, I don't know. I agree with you. Like Texans, like there are a lot of things soft.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, if they were soft, that disease stuff never happens. You know what I mean?
What I'm
like,
saying. Yeah.
If they were soft, like, yeah, like I mean, we could be honest there, So, the Texans are very comfortable with playing a slugfest. They're very comfortable playing a down and dirty, box it out slugfest like that. They're not going to run from that. You know what I'm saying? Now, offensively, it still might be a problem for them in that aspect, but I'm not looking at that and thinking, oh man, I don't know if they can handle that at all. No, I'm not I'm not thinking that for one iota.
DJ, is there anything that you maybe have caught on to or seen that we not be aware of that might be a bit of an eye opener this week? I'd mentioned Pierce earlier. Like, will he get more touches? Is there the offensive line is going to stay status quo? It seems. Is there anything that we may have missed or that the common fan wouldn't know about that maybe they might put a wrinkle in this week that might help them to a certain degree?
Yeah, I think like I could see a scenario where they're like running different type of like running plays, right? Where they are running more on the interior. I could see that for sure. That's mainly that. I mean, again, like there's only so much they can change at this point. You know what I'm saying? Like, they kind of are who they are, and unfortunately, hopefully, they hope that it's enough. We'll see in due time. But I think, they're going to have to ride it out and hopefully that they can hope that they can out execute the opponent. Because again, like that's what they say a lot. Like you got to out execute, But this is one of those weeks they really got to do that. If they do that, then they got a shot. If they don't do that, well, then they'll be we'll all be on vacation.
DJ, you say that like you're eager for vacation. DJ BNMA joining us.
I'm not
it's
eager
a long.
for it, but
I'm kidding.
Listen.
It's a long year. I get it. I get it. It was longer for you than other beat guys too, because the Texans played the Hall of Fame games. They started camp earlier. You've had to work harder than all your colleagues and all your cohorts. So I agree.
Exactly.
We've been kicking it around, DJ. Like, what's the furthest the Texans can possibly go? While also being like realistic. Like, the Super Bowl. Like, what do you think it is for you? Realistic, furthest that they could go in the postseason?
Divisional round. Yeah. I tell you because like they're gonna run into the Chiefs or the Ravens to get past this round, and we gotta be honest. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not ready yet. To beat one of those teams, they're not ready yet. And that's okay. Like, that's not the end of the world. But you got to also be realistic and honest with what you're seeing, what your eyes are telling you, and the eye in the sky don't lie. You know what I'm saying? We have enough evidence to know that if this team was capable of playing up to the big dog, we would have seen it by now. We just haven't. So, and, it's part of the maturation process, right? Like, not everybody just gets to that point in a blink of an eye. Like, it's a progression. It's a slope. Sometimes it can be slower than others, but it's a progression for sure. And in due time, maybe next year they can get over that hump. But for now, we can't ignore what we've seen the majority of the year, right? Like to anticipate they can go on a run. I mean, they do great. That'd be awesome, but I just don't. It's hard for me to really like buy into that.
DJ, aside from Bobby Slowick getting a head coaching job, obviously he's been scrutinized a lot this entire season, and some people call for his head, and other people, and Jeremy and I have been talking about the fact that do you move on from him, and what do you do? What's your take on Bobby Slowick being back next season?
I think it really just depends on how the playoff game goes. If they look disastrous, then there could be some changes. If they look solid, but end up just losing, coming up short, then probably not. If they obviously win a playoff game, I doubt it. I doubt he'll be gone. So that's kind of how I view it. It's not all his fault. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know he gets blamed for a lot of stuff, unfortunately. But again, like your interior offensive line kind of regressing the way that it has, that's not all on Bobby. You know what I'm saying? Like, that regress is crazy. Like nobody could have expected them to go from like, okay, they might be decent to like, solid to like maybe they could get better to like one of the worst in the entire NFL. Like, it's hard to predict that. It's hard to project that. It's hard to prepare for that, and he's navigated as well as he possibly could. But at the end of the day, this is a production business. This is a results business, and the results have not been great. So, we'll see where State lies if they get ousted pretty handily.
Yeah. Enough football, DJ. The rodeo lineup came out yesterday, and I'm curious who you're going to go see. Reba McEntire opens it up March 4th. Luke Bryan closes it up March 23rd. You have performances in between Brad Paisley, Zach Top, Cody Jinks, Parker McCollum, just to name a few. Brooks and Dunn. Who are you going to see at the rodeo, DJ?
I've never been to the rodeo before. I don't plan on going anytime soon.
Yep. Why not?
No, I just never like gone. But my girlfriend, she's actually moving to Houston soon, so she said we should go this year. So I guess I could swing by the rodeo. You know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta go.
DJ, do you like good times? Do you like to have a good time?
Yeah.
Then go to the rodeo. You're a Houstonian now.
You love Texas barbecue. You could go to the cook-off and get all you want of that too.
That's true. You know what? I'll be at the rodeo. No, because like the last time I tried to go, my friend was being stupid and like was saying like he wasn't being direct or like clear or concise, and we ended. I tried to go and he said he had a ticket for me. He didn't have a ticket, whatever. And before I knew it, like it was too late. So.
Yeah,
unfortunately, I wasn't able to
start with the cook-off. You're going to have such a great time. It'll prime you for the rodeo. Take the miss. You're going to be great.
Yeah, you can do the whole the fair. You can watch the bull riding. You can do maybe some mutton busting that night, the chariot races. I think it's right up your alley, DJ.
All righty, you know what? I'll do it just for you guys, and I'll report back and let you know how it goes.
I appreciate you being a good teammate. We were trying to get Blankers to watch TV for us. He wouldn't even do that. You're a guest on us once a week, and he's look what he's doing for us, Blankers. And you're with us every day, and you're not even going to watch TV for us.
DJ, let me clear that up really quickly and concisely. Let me clear that up quickly and concisely. If you asked me to do something like that, DJ, done. You got it, my man. That's how we clear that.
Hey, DJ, ask him to watch TV for you.
DJ, we'll talk later. Don't do that now.
All right, DJ. Appreciate the time as always. Enjoy football tomorrow, and I know that you really want the Texans to win, so your work life can continue for another week.
Amen.
DJ Viename joining us on the HR&P guest line, covers the Texans for ESPN, ESPN.com. You can follow him on Twitter at DJ Viename. All right, time for us to make you money. BZ Money. We're gonna pitch to you 2 games. There's only 6, so one of us is going to draw the short end of the straw here, but that's okay. We're going to win money for you anyways, because that's what we do on BZ Money. That is next. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You know what you need in your life? Lots of things, but you know what's going to bring you joy and happiness? a goal from Pro Dunk Hoops. It's going to bring you joy and happiness. It's going to bring the missus joy and happiness. It's going to bring the kids joy and happiness. How's it going to bring the missus joy and happiness? Well, it's going to get you out of the house and out of her hair. Pro Dunk Hoops makes the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. Tempered glass backboard, a breakaway rim, stainless steel hardware. It's rust proof, which is a must have in Houston, and it's height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. You want to throw down some jams? Lower it down. You want to work on your shot, work on your game, raise it up to regulation. Their new goal, Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. It's the lightning adjust feature, and you can raise it anywhere from 5 to 10 feet in a matter of seconds. Their accessories, next level, LED light kits for night play. You work, kids are at school, it gets dark early. You need the LED light kits. Backstop nets, you don't have to chase the basketball around. Pull pad lettering, and lots of more to customize your goal the way that you want it. Also, you can order everything, including professional installation online. That's right. You don't have to worry about installing this goal. You're not going to screw it up because you're not going to do it. You don't have to worry about that big box delivered to the driveway with 1,000 pieces to assemble. Don't have to do that. The pros at Pro Dunk professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't lift a finger. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do all of the work for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com. We've done well, voice guy. Are these numbers accurate here, Brian? I guess they are. We were 2-4 last week.
Yeah,
we were
these are
undefeated the
up-to-date.
week prior to that because Blankers wasn't here. We went undefeated.
You know
he
what
comes back, we go 2-4.
Didn't I get the 2 wins?
I was just about to point
I
out
don't know.
last week.
Oh, I
Joel,
know.
Joel was out. We went 5. Actually, we went 6-0. The only game we didn't play, we also hit. And then Joel's back. He goes 2-0, and Jeremy and I go 0-4.
Mm-hmm.
You know what this is like? It's like Cam Whitmore. He'll get his, but he's not helping the team.
Always taking every opportunity to just stick it to me somehow.
Just laugh at it. It was funny.
No, it really.
Come on, that was pretty funny, Joel.
Was it funny? 713-780-3776.
You don't want to be the Cam Whitmore of the station?
Should we have
No.
fun, or should
I'm
we
trying
have
to
no
do the
fun?
opposite.
Like Blankers wants us to have no fun.
Oh, that's what I do. Yeah, then we always take it to that level.
That was funny. I think the listeners enjoyed that moment.
They enjoy everything you do, Jeremy.
No, that's not true. It's not true.
All right,
They
so
enjoy
picks?
some things I do. They enjoy some things you do. I think they like it when I make fun of you, and I think they like it when you make fun of me. I think they get a kick out
Don't
of us
make fun
taking
of
jabs
you.
at each
So,
other.
there's that.
Oh, that's not true. But
Kinda
you
is.
should. You should. I think
I don't feel
you
like
should.
I don't feel like I want to. So there's that too.
But the listeners would love it. Do it for the show.
Great.
Do it for the content. It'd be funny. I'm not going to mind at all.
Just like
I make
Twitch,
fun
I'm
of
driven
myself.
by listeners' responses.
It's funny. Have a good time. All right, first game you're selling to.
I'm selling the Pittsburgh-Baltimore game. Look, I think Baltimore's a different team, but Lamar's got a lot to prove, and I think that Pittsburgh has had Lamar's number specifically, both as it relates to the division and in the playoffs. We know what Lamar's dealing with. I think that the number's too high. I think Baltimore's going to win the game, but 9.5 is too many points. I think that if there's one thing that the Steelers do have, they do have their defense, and they've got a lot of talented players. They have a pass rush. If they can stop the run at all, I think they keep this under 9.5. So I think Baltimore wins the game, but I'll take Pittsburgh in the points.
Yeah, I don't have a great feel in this game. I do think that it's a huge number.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't think the Steelers are very good. They've limped to the finish line. They've been bad late. The Ravens are rolling. This is a game that I faded. I feel like the Ravens just run away with it, though. I feel like the Ravens run away with it. I think they win by 2 touchdowns, and I think Mike Tomlin's on the hot seat.
Take luck. Yeah, I honestly, I think of all the games of the board, this has the biggest chance to be a blowout. And I disagree with the idea that the Steelers have had their number or played competitive, because the last time they played, it was a 17-point game. So I would stay. I think it's probably a good line. This is about what the game's going to be, but I would stay away.
And I'm fine with that. I mean, look, it's these games. A lot of these games are they're all tough at this point. But I just think that Lamar's got a lot to prove, and I think if there's one thing that the Steelers have is at least a pass rush to keep this thing under 10.
So it sounds like we're fading it.
Yeah.
First game I'm going to sell to you guys: Chargers and the Texans. Texans are 3-point dogs. The wrong team's favored.
Oh!
Texans should be favored in this game. They have the better roster. They have a close to equal coaching staff. They're the home team. They're the home team.
You need to say that again,
the
but
Texans,
now you need to say it like Lee. Like, you need to put more emphasis on wrong team favor.
Yeah, you don't sound completely convincing.
Yeah.
The Texans under DeMeco Ryans are undefeated in home playoff games.
What a stat. Want to know?
Are you doing
They're
this just because you don't
undefeated.
want to be the guy that took the Chargers out loud?
No, I'm doing it because I got stuck with these 2 games, and I really don't like either one of them. No, I'll take the Texans +3. I think the Texans have a 50-50 chance to win the game outright, and if I think a team has a chance to win the game outright and they're the underdogs, that's an auto play that side. So give me the Texans. Give me +3.
I honestly, whether you call this just the feel-good cover for the other side, I personally feel like the Texans are going to win this football game. I know I'm outnumbered. I know that it's stacked up against them. I just have a feeling that they're going to play well and maybe play their best football of the year. I hope that's good enough to win. If you give me 3 points on top of it and they're at home, I'll live with it. I'll go with you on the Texans.
Yeah, same. Because I think a lot of what we would say about bad feelings going to this game, we would have said last year against the Browns, who had kicked your butt, a few weeks prior, in the same stadium. So, and obviously the Texans killed them when it came to the playoff rematch. So I'll go Texans +3 here.
How much? 20? $100. Nope.
25. How about that?
Okay.
You don't want to do 100, Jeremy.
No, I don't. I just wanted the reaction.
I can hear how much you love this pick.
Yeah, you were oozing with positive.
Your wrong team favored gave away your true feelings.
Team favored.
Yeah, I don't see. I'm not believing it.
Never quit.
Never, ever quit.
Never quit.
Oh, he said never. He went double negative.
Oh yeah, that's my bad. Sorry, Cal. I misquoted.
You went double negative. What's the first game you're selling?
Here you go. Wrong team favorite. Give me the Washington Commanders +3 at Tampa
mine.
Bay. Look. Baker's had a great season. Mike Evans, through hook or crook, got to his 1,000 yards. But I don't trust the Tampa Bay defense, and I think Washington's being undersold here. I think Washington wins this game outright, so give me Washington +3.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. I just feel like Washington's going to win it outright. Baker's been playing his tail off, and they do have talent offensively with Bucky Irvin and everything that they've been able to do. I just think that overall Washington's a better football team. I don't know how Jaden Daniels is going to play in his first playoff game, but I feel like he's going to be okay. And if he's going to be okay, then I think that the Commanders win this outright as well. So I'll take the Commanders getting 3.
Oh, you guys are going to be on the wrong side of history. I like Tampa Bay on this in this game. I feel like the spread is little, and it's mostly picking against a rookie quarterback playing in his first ever playoff game and then also doing it on the road. I don't love that. It's not a knock on Jaden Daniels. It's just like a theory that I have that I always bet against a rookie quarterback making his first ever start in the playoffs on the road. So because I'm consistent with that, because it's a theory of mine, I'm on the Tampa Bay side here. But it sounds like I'm outnumbered.
Yeah, so you want to do a small number, Joel?
Yeah,
25?
That's fine. 25.
25. All right.
How much should we bet on Houston?
25.
Oh, okay. Second game, Blankers?
Second game for me is the home field advantage has been taken away. The Rams are traveling to Arizona. I think that it's going to be a more sterile environment. I think that Minnesota's defense with Brian Flores, they've had problems with the Lions, but I think that they're going to be Van Ginkel and everybody else will be fine against this Rams team. Same thing with Sam Darnold. I feel like Sam Darnold knows that coming off that game, he has a lot to prove again, but I think that he's had a great year all year long, and he's got receivers and his full complement of offensive weapons. If you're telling me that the Vikings are going to win this game, I believe it. I like the Vikings in this game.
Sterile environment? What's cleaner about Arizona than L.A.?
We know that the fact that the Rams do, if nothing else, they do draw for their home games more than the Chargers, and they do get fans. And I don't know how many are going to travel or be able to travel in a game in Arizona.
Yeah, I wonder what the total attendance at this game would be.
Ticket sales and everything. I think it's going to be a very maybe not COVID-esque, but I think it's going to be a sparse crowd.
Well, if it's COVID-esque, good thing it's sterile. We have that going for it.
Oh, you are.
I'm glad
we're in the final half hour.
What did the number moved here, right? We were talking about this yesterday.
It was Vikings -1. It's now Vikings -3.
So it moved 2 points?
Yeah.
Because remember we were having that argument with the texture, how much it was going to move. Yeah. This stinks for LA. Like, it stinks, man. Like, you have no choice but to move it. But you are screwing the Rams, but they can't like complain about it because of what's going on in LA. So it's just a bad situation. I hate it for the Rams. I hate it for LA. But I don't love this in terms of the Rams' chances of winning this game. I think this is a huge advantage for the Vikings. I think it's way bigger than the 2-point advantage that Vegas moved it. I like the Vikings side of this too.
Yeah, make it unanimous. I was a little iffy on Minnesota when this game was in LA, but considering all the outside factors that are around this game, and just because I think Minnesota's the better team overall, I'll take Vikings -3.
$50 or
40?
I'll do 40.
Okay, next game I'm going to sell to you guys, Denver at Buffalo. I guess I'll stick to the bit here. Josh Allen in the playoffs. He's great quarterbacks win Super Bowls, even greater quarterbacks cover. I have no idea if Josh Allen covers in the playoffs, but I don't like Josh Allen in the postseason. Denver into Buffalo. They're not going to win the game, but they're going to cover the spread. Broncos cover the spread.
You notice it too, Joel?
Go into Buffalo and they cover it.
I know exactly what you're going to say.
No, I don't. Jeremy has two gimmicks going, and he just betrayed one of them. He told us earlier that rookie quarterbacks
That's what I was
win
saying.
on the
Yes.
road in the playoffs, and now he's picking the Bo Nix
Well, this
side.
is theory versus theory. This is rookie quarterback on the road
So your
versus
Josh
my
Allen
dislike
theory,
of Josh Allen.
stronger
And
than
Josh
rookie.
Allen
Okay.
trumps. Plus, I didn't pick Denver to win it. I picked him to cover.
All right.
Yeah, I'm torn in this game.
I hope they go in there and win.
I
That'd be
know
so awesome.
Buffalo's
I
going
don't
to
want to
win.
share with you on Monday if they do.
I think I want Denver to win more than I want the Texans to win.
9 is
Just
just
kidding.
such
Just
a
kidding.
big margin, man.
It is.
I know it's Bo Nix. It's a rookie quarterback, but Sean Payton, and they're well coached and their defense is really good. I don't mind. If I mean, you guys can pick. I would say Denver's going to cover. Buffalo's going to win.
Well, so and that was Jeremy's side too, right? So make unanimous. I'll
What?
take Denver +9.
I thought you were going to laugh in my face.
No. Like I look. This is the other game besides the Ravens game that has a chance to just be an absolute bloodbath. But I think Denver keeps this close. They lose like by 6 or 7.
Cole's not going to affect them. And their defense is good.
Yeah,
I think they keep it below 9.
$20?
Yeah.
That's
$20
fine.
here?
Yeah,
That's
let's
fine.
play it safe.
All right, last one, Brian.
Last one. This is for Joel. I'm going to pick the game the way that Joel's going to pick the game. Eagles cover the 5.5. I did like this number when it was smaller before Jalen Hurts cleared concussion protocol, but I'll still take the Eagles at home -5.5. They played this game in Brazil week 1. It was a 5-point game, and Jordan Love got hurt at the end of the game, but it was literally I think the last play of the game. I don't like Jordan Love in this spot. He's been a little bit turnover prone. Philly's on a roll. Jalen Hurts is healthy. Give me the Eagles -5.5.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
I'm guessing you agree.
Well, I mean, it's going to decide it based on what Jeremy says.
No, why you think I'm on the Green Bay side?
You might be.
Yeah, I am. I'm bet this is simply 100%. Like, I like Philadelphia's roster. I like Jalen Hurts. Love Saquon Barkley. I like the Eagles roster more than I like the Packers roster. But who do I hate in Philly?
Sirianni.
This is
He's a
strictly
jabroni.
betting against Nick Sirianni. I'm going to bet against Nick Sirianni until the day he gets fired, which if he loses this game, he may. So give me Green Bay
probably
+5.5.
All right, Joel, you got the deciding vote.
I think the Eagles win by a touchdown. So the whole year, you know how I felt. I don't feel great about Jordan Love, elbow or no elbow. I think the Eagles are going to win by a touchdown. I think the Eagles have been riding a lot of momentum lately. I know A.J. Brown might be a little dinged up, but the one thing that they can hope for is that Hurts is a little rusty. I still think the Eagles at home win by a touchdown.
All right, how much you betting?
Brian?
25?
25's fine.
$25 on the fighting Nick Siriannis, the jabronis of the NFL. All right, that's it. We have Houston +3 at $25 because we're a bunch of homers. $20 on the Broncos because I hate Josh Allen. $25 on Philly, $25 on Washington, and $40 on Minnesota in Arizona. What's your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Car wrecks of the day. It is the Bees. ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, before we go to the break, we just got done talking about a whole bunch of football games. If there's something there that we said, whether you want to go with us or against us, I always tell you that there's a place that you can put money down on any games and all the sporting events, and that's mybookie.ag. Mybookie.ag, place you want to be because they take care of you as a customer. All the different ways that you could be concerned about. They have a rewards program called MyBookie Plus. So when you start playing and betting, they're going to reward you. The more you play, the higher the rewards that you're going to get. And it's all charted. So it's fantastic. And it's a way for you to cash in. You can also cash in the fact that they're going to give you a 50% match bonus for your first time sign up. You put $100 in on your first time sign up, they'll put an extra 50 on top of it. Suddenly you got 150 in your account, more money in your account, more games you could bet on, and more chances that you can win. All you got to do is remember our promo code. Use it anytime and all the time. It's Bet975. When you put that promo code in, good things will happen. And they've been in business for over a decade. Your money's going to be safe and secure. They're going to be very hyper-conscious of the ways that they can help you. They also help you with something they added in the last year, and that's live dealers standing by so that you can do casino games even when there's no sports going on, or just to kind of get away from the beaten path of sports. You can play blackjack. You can play poker. Casino games with live dealers, all from the comfort of your own home, on your phone, on your tablet, or on your desktop. It's fantastic. And you can also get in the conversations on their app and on their website because there's like-minded individuals talking about things like all the in-game bets that you can play, live game action, as well as multitudes of other things. Check them out today, but use our promo code. Go there right now. Do what I always tell you to do. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere. With the only place I tell you to do it. Go to mybookie.ag and use our promo code BET975.
What are you nominating for car wreck of the day? 713-780-ESPN. What you got, Splankers?
I'm gonna nominate Cam Whitmore. We talked about it during the course of the show with Kelly Eco, and you and I discussed it. I'm getting disgusted with Cam Whitmore's immaturity and his level of the more he frustrated or upset he gets with things he shouldn't be worried about, the more he shoots. And when he doesn't make them, he's really, really tough to watch. And I like his ability, and I wish for him to be sat down the minute he starts getting that shot happy. So I'm going to nominate Cam Whitmore.
He was jacking him up last night.
Oh, boy.
He's getting his shots up like it was an open gym. Just playing the number 3 team in the Western Conference in their gym, Cam. No big deal. Don't mind us.
of the shots you don't take, guys.
Don't mind us over here.
He plans on
to win.
shooting it 100% of the time.
Don't try. My goodness. He is a black hole. He is a black. He's uber talented. I agree. And I hope that I hope Ime can develop the selfishness out of his game because he can really help. He can really help. But Yeah, it's hard to watch him play basketball. If you're like a purist that loves the game, it's tough to watch. These casuals that like box score watch, they love him. Oh, 18 points, 22 points here. You watch the game, how does Cam Whitmore not frustrate you? How does he not frustrate you?
Anybody that knows anything about basketball and is a fan of the Rockets in particular, watches them consistently, he can't make you happy.
Hate to do this to you, and I know that you're sour with me, Blankers, but I got to. You got yesterday with this Newsday Sports Mike Greenberg on the back cover or whatever.
Okay.
It was the actual football Mike Greenberg, and somebody photoshopped the ESPN Mike Greenberg on his head, and you fell for it.
Oh, okay. Because I did look for it, and I thought I saw it from a reputable source, but I think that after the show, I think when I got home, someone had sent me the fact that someone there's like a knockoff Adam Schefter account too or something where they did the same thing. So I was like, well, it happens.
I think it might be Black Adam Schefter.
That's the one I've seen before. Yeah, Black Adam Schefter.
I didn't think it was that one. I thought it was close to like Adam Schefter, but there might be something either added or omitting at the very end. But regardless, I did see that last night.
I saw. Oh, did you? Okay, so you actually did see it. I saw it at B16 at 5:11 this morning. Mike Greenberg, the Buccaneers assistant GM, not the ESPN host, is interviewing today for the Jets GM job. Here's how it could and would look in either case, and then he put the real picture of the Newsday Sports, and then he did the fake one next to it. I just tagged
Newsday.
you on it.
I thought it was the Post. I kept looking on the Post for the back page.
Oh, yeah. That's probably why you couldn't find it. All right, Brian, what are you nominating?
My nominee is that we're 2 minutes away from the end of the show, and we still haven't talked about the new trailer for a Jason Statham movie, A Working Man, which I'm going to play for you guys right now in the hopes that we can come together in solidarity and go see this movie.
There's a man with a gun over there.
Where's the girl? You a cop? You wish I was a cop.
Telling me,
Yo, these guys are next level.
I got to beware.
Look at those bricks. You ain't a cop. You're a working man. That's right. Let's play.
Remember Gunny? Your blind ward buddy that doesn't know he's blind?
That's the one.
How long does this go on?
To the left, I'll be dead.
1 minute.
I mean,
be dead.
I'm already out.
I will be your
Brian's going to come to work on Monday in a white tank top going, come on, let's play.
Beast here.
When does this come out?
Pulled direct
in March.
Dallas.
Okay. I'm busy in March, Brian. I won't be able to watch this.
No, the Cougars don't have anything going on in March.
Does Jason Statham do? Are all the Jason Statham movies the same?
Kind of like, what would that be? Jean-Claude Van Damme and Steven Seagal?
They definitely share similarities.
Who's that Liam guy? Liam Neeson or whatever?
Neeson, yeah.
He did Taken?
Taken. Well, he did like 4
Takens. All the Takens.
He did all the Takens and then every movie that's like Taken.
You're so well versed in so many different, and I don't understand.
I love it, man. I told Michael and I have already talked about it. It's like I'm
Michael's
going
in
to see
too?
This. Of course, I'm going to see this day one, baby.
Wow.
Apparently, Granado got by a Twitter account too. Send Texter, send what he got by. I want to know what that was exactly. So send that to either to the text line or to my Twitter. And then we got to put Deshaun Watson on here too. Double Achilles tear. Yeah. He tore his Achilles 3 months after tearing his Achilles. How does that happen?
Screwing around like he does with the rest. One of the doctors that's on Twitter said that could be career ending.
Yeah, probably. He's going to win. Deshaun, you're the winner. Does it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. Blank, Branham, have a great weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Texas, Ohio State college football coming up right now.